not going to be too much for this Garchomp to handle, though, as the Tyranitar is hoping to follow that up with a Rock Slide, connecting into both Pokemon. The Garchomp has yet to move. The Incineroar takes a lot as it switches in.
Without the Sand, that Heavy Slam doesn't get the boost from Sand Force. Incineroar, after eating its Citrus Berry, will be relatively healthy, but Garchomp flinches from the Rock Slide, probably trying to get off a huge stomping tantrum on this turn to potentially knock out that Steelix, take the Pokemon advantage, but Rock Slide prevents that from happening, and now Wolf is facing down this Garchomp and Incineroar with all of his Pokemon remaining.
One more turn of Trick Room left, and then we will see if it can get set up again. Incineroar hitting the field means that there's a fresh Fake Out available for either the Steelix or the Tyranitar, and maybe another chance for this Garchomp to finish the job.
Stomping Tantrum would be great into either Steelix or Tyranitar, but quite bad into either the Talonflame or the Sinistra. So Arsal had a window on that last turn to get off a crucial attack here, but it might be closing.
Steelix gets faked out, though, knows that this is going to be a tough Pokemon to get through, especially with that physical defense, as Tyranitar goes for the knockoff. Barely misses the KO here, but you are actually getting rid of a pretty critical piece. The Choice Scarf removed from the Garchomp, letting it pick something else. It had locked into Dragon Claw on the turn before, and now you've gotten rid of that extra speed advantage the Garchomp will have outside of Trick Room.
The knockoff means that Garchomp no longer has that Choice Scarf, no longer will outspeed that Talonflame. You don't have to worry about your Gale Wings being broken by taking some damage. You will be able to outspeed Garchomp, either finish it off with that dual Brave Bird, maybe go for something like that Swords Dance too, but crucially, again, the Garchomp is no longer going to attack before Talonflame. You also get some really good damage off with that knockoff. Garchomp can be a little bit difficult for Tyranitar and Steelix to deal with, but now in range for attack from any of Wolf's Pokemon.
It's going to be the Sinistra to come back in, because if there's anything that the Steelix can stand tall to, it's likely the Garchomp and the Incineroar. But can they actually withstand the full test? As wow, an interesting order of events here. It's actually going to be the Hospitality to heal up the Steelix before it switches out, and the Talonflame comes in to take its place. Sinistra takes another Dragon Claw, letting itself eat its Citrus Berry after the damage that it's taken, and the Parting Shot into the Talonflame will drop its attack.
Smart order of swaps by Wolf. I think you really wanted that Hospitality healing on the Steelix there to make sure it is healthy for later on in this battle. What Arsal's doing very well is using these Dragon Claws, guaranteeing that you're getting good damage out. If you're going for Stomping Tantrum on this turn, for example, you're either hitting a Grass type or a Flying type, but now the Sinistra can't really take too many more attacks. These Dragon Claws are adding up from this Garchomp. Wolf does have the speed advantage with the Talonflame, but what are you going to do with it?
You have the option to go for Brave Bird or Flare Blitz. Those are your two attacks. You've got Sharpig on the Talonflame, so you'll get an extra boost if you do decide to go for a Brave Bird. But if you hit into the Garchomp, that's Rough Skin Recoil that will be happening on top of the recoil you will take from using either of those moves. It's going to be Incineroar to come back in. It was a -1 attack stat onto that Talonflame. Make that -2 as the Intimidate will help that out too. The Sinistra protects itself, knowing that this Charizard is going to be threatening something here. Talonflame does unleash a Brave Bird, and that's going to go right into the Incineroar, but that's not going to hurt as much as you wish it might have because of that -2.
Arsal also refusing to Mega Evolve this Charizard, continues to be very smart about conserving that resource. The Heat Wave coming through because of all those Dragon Claws into the Sinistra would have been knocked out even without the Sun and the stats from Mega Evolving. Now Tyranitar comes in, Sand will get set up, and then Arsal can go for that Mega Evolution. If Steelix comes in, you have to swap in that Tyranitar if you want to prevent any kind of Sand. But if you swap in Tyranitar on this non-Mega Charizard and then it Mega Evolves, the Sun goes up. Refusing to Mega Evolve this Charizard is really, really smart from Arsal here.
It's proving to us that it doesn't need to hold a Focus Sash or a Life Orb. Charizard in its base form is doing plenty. But you're right, the timing of this has been very critical to let Mega Evolution go on this Charizard. You get a nice boost to your special attack output as well, but with this Tyranitar hitting the field, I think this might be the door that Arsal needed to be opened.
The Tyranitar is also so weak, a Solar Beam should be able to knock it out. Maybe even a combination of Heat Wave and Flare Blitz from this Incineroar. If the Tyranitar is faster than Incineroar, though, you would have the chance to go for that knockoff. We've seen it Dragon Dance. It's probably a very speedy Tyranitar. So you can try to go for that Rock Slide, immediately take out that Incineroar, but if you do, you leave yourself vulnerable to this Charizard. Arsal now has the option to pull the trigger on a Mega Evolution, set up the Sun with Drought, activate either Solar Beam or Weather Ball.
There's also an option here for a Rage Powder from the Sinistcha. Is that something that might be able to protect this Tyranitar? If you are thinking that something like a Solar Beam might go that way, Sinistcha doesn't want to find out. It's going to switch out for Steelix to now come in and take its place. So then is this risky? Charizard is Mega Evolving. It's going to set the Sun. It's got Heat Wave at disposal.
If Heat Wave comes through and knocks out the Steelix, the Sun will be up for the remainder of the game.
Let's find out what happens with this Charizard. It's got a couple of different options here, but we know one thing's for sure. Tyranitar is not going down on this turn. Charizard unleashes the Weather Ball, which is going to catch the Steelix on the switch in and knock it out.
I think Arsal just wins this game. Sinistcha cannot redirect attacks from Venusaur, and Charizard has a very clean Weather Ball into the Sinistcha for the remainder of this battle. A Earth Power from this Venusaur without that Sand special defense boost might be enough to just knock out this Tyranitar and get game one for Arsal.
I think you're right. The patience has been key here, as this Charizard is going to keep the weather sunny all day for the rest of this game number one.
No need to worry about Heat Wave here. A Weather Ball into Sinistcha will finish it off. The question is, does Earth Power KO Tyranitar without the special defense boost from the Sand, without the Mega Evolution special defense buff? I think it might be.
There also might just be, I was going to say, I don't know if it's a cleaner way through the game, but do you just try to rip Sleep Powder into the Tyranitar if you expect that you're not going to be able to protect here? Or Rage Powder it away? Sinistcha is going to protect itself in front of this, but yeah, you're right. Your power just comes out and it's a knockout onto the Tyranitar, leaving the Sinistcha by itself to have to battle a 1v4.
I don't know if Sinistcha can do that, Rosemary. It's really powerful at helping its teammates out, but when it comes down to winning games on its own, not what you want to see. Arsal takes a commanding game one over Wolf Glick, refusing to Mega Evolve that Charizard until the timing was perfect. Just put Wolf in a really tough spot. The use of that Dragon Claw on Garchomp was huge to ensure that you're consistently pumping out damage and not letting these defensive switch catch you off guard.
Wow, and Sinistcha almost gets taken down by that final Sludge Bomb, but is nice enough to let its partner Charizard finish it up. Game one in the Masters Finals goes to Arsal Puri.
That was so well played by Arsal that entire time. Wolf was able to get Trick Room up with that Sinistcha, but it really never felt like Arsal was on the back foot. Even with that flinch on the Garchomp from the Rock Slide, you maybe lost a little bit of ground there, but again, you got that damage off with Dragon Claw when you needed to. And even though you had to take a few attacks, Garchomp barely hanging on from that knockoff was what it allowed it to set up the Pokemon on Arsal to take those KOs for the late game.
And that was after we saw an early wake up from the Steelix after getting put to sleep in the beginning of game number one. Heavy Slam onto the Venusaur did soften it up quite a bit, but the Sand Chip didn't take it out at the end of that turn.
No, luckily for Arsal, it was able to stick around and be the determining factor in that end game. The Heat Waves coming through from the Charizard without the Mega Evolution, still enough to take the KO in that Talonflame after some Brave Bird recoil and that crucial Dragon Claw from Garchomp. That Choice Scarf Garchomp is such a great tool for Arsal here. Even in Trick Room, Wolf's Pokemon just don't have a great way to eliminate it quickly.
I wonder if then you think about leaving the Steelix at home. If you leave it at home and then you rely on the Mega Evolution of the Tyranitar, you do get to play a little bit more within the timing of the Mega Charizard on the other side, but it's still going to be a run back of the Tyranitar and the Steelix as we see the Garchomp and the Venusaur for Arsal.
I like it. You stick to your guns. Arsal did very well with this lead in the first game. Wolf knows that he could potentially play this a little bit differently and turn it around in game number two. But right off the bat, once again, Venusaur threatening a big Earth Power into Steelix, running Sleep Powders into either of these Pokemon, trying to create some space for Arsal to not take much damage in the next coming turns.
We see Tyranitar protect itself as Steelix will do the same. It doesn't want to fall to a Sleep Powder, but you also get to scout for what this Garchomp is going to go for with its Choice Scarf, locking itself into Dragon Claw in the first turn.
I like that from Wolf, just making sure you know what this Garchomp is trying to do. If by chance Arsal switches it up and tries to go for a ground type attack here, you know your Talonflame and your Sinistcha are much safer. Now knowing the Dragon Claw is the move locked, it's unlikely that Venusaur and Garchomp can double up for a knockout into either of these two Pokemon, so it's a lot safer for Wolf here. No Mega on Steelix though.
No Mega on the Tyranitar either, so it's going to be a Sleep Powder to put the Steelix to sleep and a Dragon Claw to bring this Tyranitar down to about half. Steelix has to take a mandatory turn of sleep, but Tyranitar has gone for Dragon Dance to give it a bit of a speed boost boost for the next turn.
Wolf taking a page out of our Sal's book and not Mega Evolving when the timing seemed right. Really smart here, because if the Steelix gets put to sleep as it Mega Evolves, you've given up that Mega Evolution, you've removed the option for Tyranitar to use it, and if Steelix didn't get put to sleep, the Heavy Slam still does a good chunk to Venusaur, maybe even to Garchomp. You're probably not taking a one-hit KO on either way, so the drop in damage that you traded potentially by not going for that Mega Evolution is very worth keeping it in your pocket.
Now you get your choice, as Incineroar is going to come in and you make that decision a little bit easier. Intimidate drop onto both the Steelix and the Tyranitar, but you've got to figure out when the Steelix is going to wake up. It won't be this turn, as we do see that Steelix get back into its Pokeball to let some room for the Sinistcha to give a Hospitality Matcha boost to this Tyranitar. As Rock Slide comes out, it is faster than the Venusaur, might be able to get a flinch here, but more importantly, ends up getting some major damage down onto this Incineroar to bring it down into Citrus Berry range, and Venusaur does flinch. Tyranitar understood the assignment.
That's a huge bit of damage into Incineroar there, thanks to that Dragon Dance. That was still a full-powered Rock Slide after the Intimidate. Now with a few more turns of sand damage, a Rock Slide could take it out. And of course, Venusaur does not want to take one more Rock Slide. That flinch is huge for Wolf here. You've prevented your Tyranitar from potentially going to sleep or taking something like an Earth Power, which could put it in range for that Garchomp to come in later and knock it out. Sinistcha also is here to protect that Tyranitar a little bit. Can't redirect the Venusaur, but did give it a crucial Hospitality boost.
Gotta protect yourself this turn, though, because with that Incineroar switching in, you don't want to get faked out, and you also don't want to get Earth-powered on the same turn. Sinistcha going to protect itself, too. As to scout out that this Venusaur really is going after it. Has its number there with the Sludge Bomb, as the Flare Blitz would have been a double up into that slot. If you want to just think about switching out the Sinistcha on this turn. Yeah,
this Sinistcha isn't really doing a whole lot on the field right now. If it does stay on the field and potentially take a Sludge Bomb and Flare Blitz, you might lose it and lose access to Hospitality. If you swap it out and bring it back in, you get another bit of health recovery on this Tyranitar.
One turn of Sandstorm left, so will we see this Tyranitar actually give up this Dragon Dance boost? We won't. Incineroar is going to miss that Rock Slide as the Garchomp comes in to take that Venusaur's place, and that is a Pokemon you did not want to miss with that super effective Rock type attack. Leaves this Incineroar to go for the parting shot and drop this Tyranitar's attack stat.
Rock Slide gives and takes away. Missing that Incineroar means, I don't know if it would have knocked it out if it did connect, but you do lose a lot of damage on that Incineroar, and you potentially lose your shot at that flinch on the Incineroar as well. Machigacha coming through into Garchomp has a chance to burn it, which could make it even more difficult for our Sal here, but it looks like it did not. A little bit of recovery there, and of course no damage on Charizard. This is where the Choice Scarf on the Garchomp is crucial. With that Choice Scarf, we'll still be able to outspeed Wolf's Tyranitar at +1, but because it is Choice Scarf and doesn't have something like a boosting item, no soft sand to power up those ground type attacks, will an Earthquake be able to knock out Tyranitar before it can Rock Slide the Charizard?
That's a tough question to answer, because you still have a a speed boost on this Tyranitar. It's only at -1 as well, thanks to the Dragon Dance and the extra work put in by the Incineroar to drop it below neutral. But now you got to think about the timing of the Mega Evolution. Yeah. Which weather would win?
If both Pokemon Mega Evolve on this turn, it would actually be the Sun that remains up. Tyranitar is faster than the Charizard thanks to that Dragon Dance, but there's no Mega Evolution, there's a swap out. We're dropping that speed boost to give yourself a chance to attack with this Talonflame.
And Charizard's going to protect itself, so we will see this Garchomp actually go for Earthquake, something the Sinistcha is going to handle very well, and the Talonflame will be immune to thanks to that flying typing. Sinistcha, look at that. I mean, it's going to get another chance to go for like a Machigacha here and actually try to get a burn onto this Garchomp.
A burn, and maybe more importantly, some more damage to put it in guaranteed KO range for Brave Bird. That Garchomp takes a lot from that Machigacha, and now this Talonflame swapping in on a ground type attack with no sand active has that Gale Wings. You have the priority Brave Bird, can knock out this Garchomp even if that Incineroar comes in for an Intimidate. This is what you need to threaten this Garchomp with your speed advantage on the Talonflame, because that Tyranitar, again, would still have been slower.
Garchomp's going to switch out, knows that it's going to need to change up its move selection in the next turn, and is also a bit under threat. Intimidate to help drop the attack stat of that Talonflame. Maybe that's going to make this KO just a little bit more survivable. But Talonflame goes for the Swords Dance here. That's going to be a +1 Talonflame, and you're going to have to be a little scared of that one.
If Heat Wave connects, you at least get to break the Gale Wings on this Talonflame, and thankfully for our Salt, it does. But Talonflame is going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field still. But unless Arcel is able to swap that Garchomp in, Talonflame has to worry, or not, Arcel's Pokemon have to worry about taking this +1 Sharp Beak boosted Brave Bird.
Or if you set the sun, then I would be a little worried about those Flare Blitzes too.
Thankfully, this Incineroar coming in, you do get the Intimidate, so Talonflame now is only at -1, or +1 rather, and you have the option to potentially swap out that Charizard for Garchomp while you fake out the Talonflame. That still opens up an avenue for you to outspeed this no Gale Wings Talonflame, but the Charizard instead will Mega Evolve.
Still a Mega Evolution on the table for Wolf on the next turn, but the Sun will be active at least for this one to start things off. Incineroar goes for the Fake Out, going to stop this Talonflame in its tracks, and so it's not going to be able to get a turn off for this one, but Charizard goes for Solar Beam. Is that a Tyranitar on the other side?
I think it is.
Charizard lets the Solar Beam rip. That poor Tyranitar is on the receiving end and gets one hit knocked out on the switch in.
No more sand at all for this game. Wolf loses Tyranitar to a huge call. That is a major Solar Beam there. Makes a lot of sense that Sinistcha did not want to take a Fire-type attack, but now crucially, there is no sand. There is no sand force for this Steelix. Steelix is also still asleep. The Talonflame does get a little bit of recovery from that Hospitality, does not get it back up to full, so Gale Wing still remains inactive. But what a huge turn for Arcel there. You've guaranteed that you have won the Weather War.
Poor Steelix, and this Charizard has to go if this Steelix wants to stand a chance in this match. You also want to make sure that you can get yourself through these next 4 turns, because there's the other way that you can win the weather is just try to outlast it.
Yeah.
But do you have enough HP resource to do that?
This +1 Talonflame still is very threatening for the Charizard. A Brave Bird could come through and have the potential to knock it out based on how they're trained. Let's see.
Brave Bird with the Sharp Beak at +1 does actually get so close! 1 HP and a dream for this Charizard as the Heat Wave connects onto both. A KO of the Sinistcha, barely missing out on the KO for this Talonflame, but this Incineroar could follow up that Heat Wave with a Flare Blitz or a Throat Chop and knock it out. Flare Blitz is going to be the move of choice as Talonflame goes down, and Sleepy Steelix has to come in and try to win out this 1v4.
Charizard, the well-trained, taking that Brave Bird in style. 1 HP is the most exciting way you can survive there, and crucially connecting that Heat Wave on both targets, putting Talonflame into range for that Flare Blitz.
Wolf was on the precipice of winning an 11th regional championship, but Arcel Puri had a different agenda. One Pokemon away from being able to capture the regional championship title that he has been dreaming of and chasing for many, many years. A Mega Steelix asleep. This feels like it's got to be a job that is almost locked up. Charizard goes for the Weather Ball, brings it down to 1 HP thanks to the Stardy ability activating on the Steelix, but this Incineroar is going to finish it off. That's Arcel Puri, your first regional champion in the Masters Division. We're Pokemon champions.
Doing it in style, taking out one of the best trainers of all time in Wolf Click with one of the
resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Buongiorno ragazzi e benvenuti to the ever so lovely Turin here in Italy. It is such a pleasure to be able to be here for the very first Champions EU major event, and of course, the last of the season. We are, of course, here for the Pokémon 2026 Turin Special Championships, and we are going to be your hosts for the weekend. I'm Costa, this is Lee, that is Charlie, and that is Benny. Is that
We'll go with it.
No, we'll go with it. Yeah. we'll go with it. But of course,
Benny.
yeah, it's going to be a new nickname here on out. But no, regardless, we are so excited and happy to be here. And yeah, what a weekend it's going to be. We've already seen meta changes ever since last week with Indy.
Yeah, I mean, it's so exciting that we're finally here, finally got Pokemon Champions, and it's EU's turn to have center stage for a little while before we get into the next IC. It's going to be an amazing time just to see what our players bring this weekend.
Yep.
What meta developments we have going into next week as well. I think that's the big thing on a lot of people's lips.
Whether it's Pokemon Champions or not, I just love this stage of a format where there's still so much experimentation to be done. People very much in the kitchen. It's pretty hot here in Turin. But they are in the oven, burning away, sweating away, in order to come up with the spice that we'll be bringing to you.
And it's very clear from Indianapolis last weekend that actually the metagame is completely wide open. There was so many picks. Mega Steelix making it to the finals for the first time, like, literally ever.
Yeah.
And it's just proven, I'm really excited to see this weekend. It's like, well, that opens the door for everybody to say, well, hang on a second, I've had this idea in the background, why not try it out?
I know, especially at the start of a meta, right? Like, I mean, officially speaking, because obviously there have been grassroots tournaments, online tournaments, the whole shebang. But we are here right now. As we mentioned, this is going to be the final major event in the EU region here in Turin. We've gone through so many lovely events throughout the entire season. And final stop before Worlds, of course, is going to be next week with New Orleans North American International Championships. Essentially, a barrage of Pokemon VGC action 4 weeks in a row, if I'm not mistaken, globally.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting. I mean, I can't believe we're at the end of our EU roster already. We've had all of these amazing events throughout this season, and now we're finally here, finally on Champions. But like you say, in the run-up to New Orleans next weekend, NAIC, one of the biggest events of the year before the World Championships, and Pokemon XP in San Fran later this summer.
Yeah, exactly. And, of course, it's not only about the glory when it comes to competing, it's also about trying to make sure that you get enough championship points to qualify for the World Championships.
Certainly is. The players who have 80, or in the top 80 of the total championship points awarded across the region will be qualifying for the World Championships, as well, of course, as the winner of the event this weekend and the winners of our previous regional level and, of course, international events as well. So, yeah, the race is very much on. It's last chance saloon for so many of these players this weekend.
Yeah, it truly is. And at this point, they're going to be trainers that aren't going to be competing in NAIC, so this is truly their final opportunity to be able to make it through the threshold. But championship points are not the only things up for grabs. There are also the prizes.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some serious pack opening sessions for those players that have been making it all the way to the top. 108 boosters is quite a lot of boosters to be able to open or keep or do whatever you want to do with them. But it's a great thing to be able to have that extra little bit of prizing on the line there for all of our players doing very well this weekend.
Yeah, and that direct invitation, of course, like we said, the golden ticket to be able to get straight through to World Championships later on. So, that being said, we did discuss a very tiny bit about the leaderboards. And at this moment in the European region, rating zone, we have got the top 16 on screen with already, let's see if I've got quick math, 7 direct invitations, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, many.
Oh, more than.
Yes, all of those golden tickets.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible to see the players that will definitely be at the World Championships this season. You've got to say the rest of the players at this point of the leaderboard will also be in attendance. They're also going to get that direct invite to the World Championships. Top 80, of course, but yeah, remarkable efforts from all of these players, and they're all going to be familiar names. They've all performed so well throughout many broadcasts this year, and expecting lots of good things for the ones in attendance this weekend here in Turin to play their part and have centre stage and see what they can bring to the battlefield.
I want to give a particular shout out to Stefano Greppi there, who has been doing brilliantly in some grassroots tournaments recently in Pokemon Champions. And, you know, we're in Turin, of course. An Italian player could well have a fantastic showing this weekend. And, of course, already locked in that golden ticket from winning the Birmingham Regional Championships earlier this year.
And can we also give a shout out to Aurelian Sula?
Oh, yes.
Finally winning.
Bravo, Aurelian.
Yes. The last Scarlet and Violet event, last time round in Utrecht. Managing to take it all the way and take the title. So many chances to get that, so many finalist positions, but this was the time that Aurelian took the cake.
Félicitations.
Exactly, and what a way to go about it. But it's not only about the top end of the leaderboard, we have also got the race still commencing at the bottom half, the threshold of the 80 to 85 range, with a couple of our trainers still vying for the opportunity to be able to break through to the top 80, of which, of course, you need to be able to make sure you get in there right now, especially in the build-up of NAIC, because it's going to be very, very tight.
Yeah, I mean, this is why this event itself is so important for so many players that are on that precipice of just barely getting into that top 80, or, you know, got a chance to leapfrog their way in to guarantee that World's invite. This weekend, the points that are up for grabs are every position matters, so you've got to make sure that you give everything this weekend to try and get yourself into that position, get that World's invite locked up so you can continue the season and hopefully carry yourself into San Fran in style.
Look how fine those margins are as well. 92nd place, Gabriel Lanza with 754 points. Kucha Kanani in 93rd with 753. So, yeah, you really got to have your wits about you this weekend. Every moment matters.
And, of course, it's, you know, a little bit above and a little bit below these players that we're seeing at the moment that are in the either the safety zone or the danger zone, depending on how this weekend goes. Also, how many of our European players are going over to NAIC, or not, as the case may be. It's not safe until it's safe.
No,
I know I'm not pushing the boat out too far.
No, totally not.
But it's, you know, until these numbers are ever changing. Every event, every locals tournament as well. These numbers are changing all the time.
A resident philosopher here.
Truly, Ben Kiriakou the Wise.
I wouldn't go that far.
The Ancient.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
100%.
I'm glad we've agreed on that. But yeah, I think we slightly covered it just before. Aurelian Sula was able to go ahead and get their very first major event title win, having come so close quite a few times in the build-up of the past couple of seasons. That was, of course, in Utrecht, and we have got a very lovely recap to be able to remind us of all of the glory that ensued that weekend.
The Utrecht Regional Championships was the swan song for battling on Scarlet and Violet for the European region. It was the final chance to let loose any innovations before we switch over to Pokemon Champions. Mostly, trainers decided to stick with what they knew and brought previously established calls. But a certain Miraidon Zamazenta team that was only created at the Prague Regionals just a few weeks prior showed its face early and continued having a strong showing by multiple trainers into Phase 2. There was still room for innovation, however, as Leon Salomon was able to win his winning in into Phase 2 on stream with a Scraggy, which came to all 3 games and was even able to take the final KO on the opposing Fluttermane to take the set. Looking forward at the top 4, Aurelian Sula faced down Matt Maynard in a perfect 6 Pokemon mirror of the previously mentioned Miraidon Zamazenta team, so it was guaranteed to make the finals. With a few key predictions, it would be Aurelian Sula who was able to come out on top. Lewis Markle in the other top 4 was able to take down 3-time international champion Marco Silva, having just beaten Marco's team-building partner and EUIC finalist Del Yeomans in the previous round. This meant that in the finals, we had the Utrecht finalist from both the 23 and 24 season in Aurelian Sula going up against the Utrecht finalist from the 25 season in Lewis Markle. One of these trainers was finally going to break the curse, but one would unfortunately have the curse live on. As the finals got underway, Aurelian was able to KO Lewis's Incineroar on turn 2, breaking apart the pivoting potential that Lewis's team loves to go for, and with their Zamazenta surviving a +2 Psychic from Calyrex on 1 HP, was able to close out the first game. In Game 2, it was Lewis's turn for his Restricted in his Calyrex to survive on 1 HP, allowing it to launch off one more powerful attack, which was just enough to break through Aurelian's team and force that all-important Game 3. Both trainers used their final Terrastalizations and the final Terrastalizations of Scarlet and Violet, each on their Zamazentas. Aurelian's was able to score a critical hit through the defense boost on Lewis's Zamazenta, allowing the Sword of Ruin from Chien-Pao to be enough to allow the Zamazenta to KO Lewis's with one more body press, leaving him with just his Calyrex. And with a perfect pin of Crunch and White Guard, Aurelian Sula, after making the finalist position at 4 previous majors and repeatedly just falling short, was finally able to convert and can now call themselves regional champion. Thus closes the chapter on battling on Scarlet and Violet. What an incredible journey it has been, and it is bittersweet to have to say farewell, but I think now we are all ready for a champion time.
A truly exceptional, beautiful moment that I think had been a long time coming, as we had mentioned before. Aurelian Sula, able to get it all there on that stage, fought so hard in the final Scarlet and Violet regional championship of the European region against Lewis Markle, who previous weeks actually had ran over to Los Angeles and got a top 4.
Yeah, I mean, just to give Lewis a moment in the sun there, because I think antithesis of consistency throughout the Scarlet and Violet series has just really kind of put themselves on the map as one of the top trainers in Europe. And really hard done by to not get over the line in the final, but I'm looking forward. I think Lewis has got a bright future ahead of them. But très bien, Aurelian. Hey. And what a fitting way to finish Scarlet and Violet. We've seen the tribulations that Aurelian's had throughout the series of regulations that we went through, the finals that they've got to, never quite able to get over the line, but finally doing it at the perfect moment. So yeah. Amazing to see.
Yeah, and in the finals as well, like we said, against Lewis Markle, the teams were quite interesting, off the beat. I'd say interesting in terms of consistent. Over on Lewis's side, he's been rocking that same 6 for quite a few events prior to that, just showing the true audacious power of the Calyrex Shadow Rider with that nasty plot.
Yeah, it was really interesting to revisit Regulations Set I from our World Championships format, of course, last year in 2025, and see what new picks have come to the fore. We had this Toxapex Terrapagos team that was running around a whole lot more this time around, but neither of them made the final. It was Aurelian with the Miraidon and the Zamazenta as well. Zamazenta really having its top dog time after Sword and Shield, where it was very much Zacian.
And this finals was so close between these. Like, the margins so fine. Like 3 or 4 Pokemon lived on like 1 HP or as close as you can get to those sort of margins. So it's not just about the consistency of the play and the trainers, but also that preparation that comes in playing before. And I think both of these trainers, they're so consistent for their own reasons. Aurelian does do things a little bit differently maybe to the rest of the format. Lewis is straight down the path, but doing it so well. I think it's a testament to both of these trainers' skill.
Yeah, and our fellow colleague Markus Hamman as well have been rocking very similar composition and team, if I'm not mistaken, and has spoken to us as well time and time again how strong of a core that team has. But Aurelian Sula with the Volcarona, that was quite spicy.
Yeah, I do like it in that, it gives a nice alleviation, in particular against the opposing Zamazentas, with the flame body there that can activate. It can really punish those physical threats, but the redirection that it offers and the other tools it's got under its belt just make it such a valuable team member, which we saw Aurelian pilot to success so well. That event.
Yeah, and we saw, of course, in the top 8, if we have a bit of a breakdown of understanding, the journey that it took and how well Aurélien was able to match up against a couple of these Pokemon. But he wasn't the only person rocking the Volcarona. That was also Matt Maynard, fellow UK representative.
Yeah, Matt Maynard having an absolutely fantastic showing. Also had a wonderful performance at our Europe International Championships last season. Matt is really stamping their name on the map. There are 7 Incineroar on that page there. And the one that isn't in Incineroar is still a cat in Chimpao. So yeah, how you feline, Ben?
I'm feeling pretty good. And big shout outs there to Violane in number 7 with that Toxapex team that we mentioned just a minute ago. Having an absolutely outstanding performance there. Certainly the first time that they've managed to make it into Top Cup. Big part of the community up in Scotland, in the UK. Really great to see them having a breakout performance.
Yeah, and it's the right time to be able to do it. If I'm not mistaken, the previous major event, we had actually seen that Toxapex rise to the fore as well. If I'm not mistaken, was it Aaron Trailer?
Aaron, yes.
Yeah. And he was able to just showcase why Toxapex is actually a sneaky little pick in terms of actually having a couple of good matchups against the current meta at the time.
Yeah, that Baneful Bunker is very much what Aaron Trailer was running. These stally teams, you've got to have so much nerve to run them. You've just got to hope that these critical hits don't come through as well, dealing more damage than you're expecting. But if you got, it means that your tournament days are going to feel even longer because most of your games are going to go to time. But if you can stick it out, and clearly it worked well for VLAN here and Aaron Trailer before, yeah, then the more power to you.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, yeah, we've got some other great names here. Giovanni Piscitelli, one of the trainers that we're going to be keeping maybe an eye on this weekend if they're playing. Marco Silva, of course, our championship point leader currently in this format. Doesn't need any more championship points, but I feel like we're here every season long. Marco, you don't need any more championship.
It's just candy for him at this point.
For the rest of it.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, I think it just shows that the hunger Marco's got to be the best, showcasing time and time again why they are one of the top trainers to always keep an eye out for at these events and get that practice in for Worlds, because, you know, that's the next thing that Marco needs to tick off. Done everything else, basically. Just needs that World Championship, and they're more than capable of doing it. But Iron Treads there alongside Dill Yeomans as well, very famously known for running that Pokemon and having another run of success with it.
Yeah, and like we said, Marco Silva, one of our EU regional champions of the current season, but he's not the only one. We saw the initial treble of the Italian dominance throughout the first 5 events, starting off from Emanuele Briganti, but Seville had another thing to say, with Juan being able to break that streak.
Seville was such... it's going to sound so cheesy. It was a special championship, but it was such a special championship. Because, I don't know if it was because the clocks went forward that weekend and so we're all a little bit more tired, but everyone... the emotion in the venue, we had an all-Spanish final, as expected in Seville. Spain is obviously such a strong region when it comes to competitive Pokemon. And these two who made the final have been friends throughout all of their years playing VGC. And so, you know, Juan, everyone could not have been happy for Juan. The scenes afterwards, people were throwing him up in the air. My goodness me. And then, of course, we had a couple of French winners. Louis Fonvier, their first season as a master, was the finalist at EUIC in 2025. You and I were casting over that match.
I was just going to say, I'm glad you mentioned that, because that was an absolutely fantastic match. And then seeing how well Louis has transitioned into the Masters. We saw it previously. Oliver Escalin is the one that always springs to mind for me, coming up into seniors and then teaching us Masters a thing or two along the way. And all our seniors these days, they're so strong. They're such strong trainers, and they're so used to playing in the Masters division that they almost get this running start, this head start coming into the tournament. Seeing him doing so well, he's just proven what a great trainer he is.
Yeah, and for good reason. But there was one final silhouette there that is going to be revealed by the end of this weekend. However, we've also got an accolade of regional champions that were crowned over across the pond in the NA region. We saw a trainer also get crowned last weekend, Arcel Puri versus Wolf Glick. But before then, what an array of fantastic trainers.
Oh yeah, and I can't wait to see all of these compete at the World Championships later this year. I mean, last weekend in particular in Indianapolis, what a final that was. You know, Wolf coming in, you think getting to the final, the first champions event, is the script already written? But no, Arsenal doing amazing and using what is and has been a very strong combination in the Charizard Y Mega Floette team.
Absolutely, and I've got my eyes here on the plushie metagame. And if I were to pick any of these Pokemon, I'd probably go for the Tangrowth. Well, are you, Ben?
Okay, I hear you.
Is that you know what? I can't see from here what Dylan Matthews is. Is that a plushie going on there?
Dylan Matthews. It's an Unreal. It's an Unreal.
I'm gonna go for the Ursaluna. The Ursaluna.
Okay.
Dylan doing very well. But the one thing that stands out for me actually on this graphic and something that was talked about a little bit online is like it feels like it's not a season in North America unless Emilio Forbes is winning a regional or doing at least very, very well across competition. He's someone that I've actually really got my eye on coming into Pokemon Champions because I have fond memories, in fact, of the World Championships back in 2014 when was the first mega World Championships that we had. Emilio Forbes doing very, very well. I think top 8, if I remember rightly, or at least seeing on the stream and thinking, wow. That's so great to see a trainer like that doing consistently well, and then coming back and still maintaining their relevance.
Yeah, and he's done it every season, I think. He's always had at least one splash, right? And you always see him to the point, I think, if I'm not mistaken, was it a couple of seasons ago, he ran absolutely, was it undefeated until the finals? And then he was able to, I don't remember which regional it was, but I remember how much of an outrageous record that is. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him do it again. But talking about finals, we slightly touched on it before. Arsol Puri versus Wolf Glick last weekend in Indianapolis, where it was, how do I put this? Unexpected, but also at the same time expected matchup, a confrontation between them. You see familiar face and Wolf versus Arsol Puri, which before then hadn't had very high achievement results, but rocking a very, I would say, prominent team at the beginning of the meta versus Wolf's absolutely bonkers team with Mega Steelix and Mega Tita, which the latter, of course, is a bit more popular.
Yeah, I mean, the Mega Steelix, I don't think many of us expected to see that do so well at the event last weekend, but obviously with Wolf piloting it, you can't expect anything less, and Wolf has had that previous experience in past Mega formats with Mega Steelix, so taking that experience into this one, but you've got to really credit Arsal in this event in particular, because some of the calls they made during that match, they were just incredible. It was just such a joy to watch, and for them to come out in such dominating fashion to win the final like they did with the team, it was just incredible to see.
Arsal gave us a masterclass, it really did, and there were so many thrilling moments. We couldn't have written the script better ourselves if we tried. With, for example, Arsal's Charizard hanging on with just the 1 HP in the face of a boosted up Talonflame and going for that Brave Bird. It was just, the scenes are unbelievable, but Arsal was the one that got that golden ticket, or should it be Goldine ticket?
Oh.
I was trying to do an impression of the face there.
It's good. It's
Yeah?
good.
Yeah, the
All right.
silence was very impactful.
Yeah.
I really
I need
We're going to
to-
make this a thing, right? We're just going to hold a plushie up to your face.
Yeah. Well, do that Totodile there. You see it, just
Yeah.
What, I think he's smiling, mate.
Is it smiling?
Yeah, he's a merry man.
Is a docile boy.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
I'll go for it.
Not bad.
For it.
Well, there we go.
Good. All right, we've had our fun.
Yes, okay, well, unfortunately there wasn't a Mega for Alligator in the finals, but we did see, of course, the battle between both of them, where Arsal was able to get that direct invitation, like we said, against Wolf Glick, and I am wondering, what's going through your mind at that point? You're getting ready to go onto the stage, you're seeing, obviously, it's Wolf Glick. You've probably caught a couple of his stream matches at some point before then, and you see his team as well, Lee.
Yeah, I mean, we saw from the final Arsal had a game plan against Wolf's team. I mean, the Venusaur was such a problematic Pokemon for Wolf to deal with. As long as those sleep powders hit, it really shut down a lot of the options on Wolf's side of the field. You've got the Incineroar as well. It's not been that commonly paired with the Charizard Y throughout the early stages of this format, but you're seeing more and more players kind of adopt that pairing, and you can see the Intimidate so valuable on Pokemon in particular, like the Talonflame there, that would otherwise cause the Venusaur so many problems, but that fake out support next to it, so strong, and just to be able to switch it in and out of play like we've seen so many times when Incineroar's been in the format, it just provides so much utility and helps these big hitters to perform exactly how you want. And also just, it was, like Charlie said, just a masterclass.
And something that's like, we've got to talk about the Charizard living on 1, but also the way that Arsenal played the Charizard, right?
Yeah.
How many turns did it stay on the field without clicking the Mega button because of that weather war that was in play? And I think certainly for all of us that were watching, it sort of, if we hadn't had it in the back of our minds already, that little thing is like, should I Mega Evolve? Should I not? I think that's crystallized that so clearly for all of us that, hang on a second, actually this is actually maybe optimal in a lot of the matchups that we're playing, not pulling the trigger too early.
Yeah, and I think that's the sign of a very skilled and thoughtful trainer, especially when you came to the point where we've got so much experience. You need to make sure that you're utilizing that weather at the appropriate time. But we did, of course, have another, I'd say, flourished top 8, which had a lot of, I would say, surprises, because the fact that we didn't see as many Charizard Ys kind of both made sense and didn't make sense in a way, because we did see the rise of sand and a bit of, obviously, snow, with Evan and Alex being able, as well as Michael Zane, bring the Mega Frostlass.
Oh, the rise of Mega Frostlass at this event was great, and I think it's kind of been a long time coming almost, where I know this was the first official event, but we've never really seen Frostlass have that splash that we were kind of hoping it might do, and this was the event where players really kind of unleashed it into the format, and I expect to see a lot of it this weekend coming into Turin. But you know, the one team that I love from this top 8, aside from obviously the champion team, is Michael Zhang's team. I love that because it's got so much anti-Charizard about it. You've got the Mega Tyranitar, you've got the Hisuian Arcanine, you've got the Corviknight with that Occa Berry as well. It just gives that extra layer of protection against those threatening fire type attacks, and then on top of that, a dual Mega team with that Mega Frostlass as well. So you know, a really dynamic weather shift that you can go different ways with that team.
And of course, the Mega Frostlass had Weather Ball on Michael Zhang's team, meaning that could be a nice type move, a rock move with the Tyranitar on the field, or indeed a fire move if the drought was up for Mega Charizard White. We could spend all day just digesting these teams because it was so exciting and so dynamic. There's only 2 Mega Floettes in there, and of course, Mega Floette has been the talk of the town in terms of coming into our first Champions tournament. I got to call out William Brown's team at the bottom there as well. Crazy text with this Espathra baton passing the stat boosts over onto Pokemon like our Chaldon and others, and Scovillain is such a nasty opponent to go up against.
Yeah, and for good reason, as we said, because in the end of the day, our Chaladon, even though it doesn't have its, you know, like Power Herb items, or maybe doesn't have the Assault Vest from previous formats, right now it's still such a threat to have to take into account, especially when you've got very good synergies with the Espathra, Baton Passing, having sort of Calm Mind boost, and like the Mega Scovillain is really cool as well with the Spicy Spray once it does Mega Evolve and the redirection. So, with that being said, generally speaking, going into this weekend then, we have got a bit of a build-up in terms of already how the meta has been formulating. We've seen the rise of Sand and essentially Charizard being the classic #1 threat, Charizard Y in particular, alongside Mega Floette. What do we feel would make sense going into this weekend? Mega Charizard Y. Is that a thought?
Why, Costa?
Why? I think that's your headline, surely, right? Why Ben? Why Mega Charizard? Why?
Well, I think, you know...
I'm just about getting my head around this joke now. Okay, good. I think we got there.
Okay.
I think we beat it.
Now
enough.
we've peaked. And we can talk seriously.
Speak for yourself, my friend.
About well, yeah, I've peaked, certainly. Well, I think it's one of those odd things that I found coming into Pokemon Champions. It wasn't high up on my list of Pokemon that I wanted to try out when I saw all of the list of new Mega Pokemon and what was in the format. And it's really risen to the top in a way that in previous formats where we've had Mega Evolution, it just hasn't had the same level of appeal for a lot of trainers. It's been maybe 2, 3, 4 in positions, but trainers have really picked it up a lot. And I think that's really the prevalence of, well, especially Mega Floette, having a Mega Pokemon that really you want to have something that can sit in front of it. Charizard Y is one of those Pokemon that can do it, but also just the amount of damage that it can do so well. I think it's really well placed at the moment. It's certainly the Mega Pokemon to beat. but there's a lot of ways to beat it, and I'm excited to see how trainers are going about that this weekend.
Well, I mean, we've already seen Michael Zhang last weekend, like you called out there, Charlie, the weather ball on the Mega Frostlass is really nice.
Maybe a little bit overkill on the Charizard.
Just a tiny bit? Okay.
A little bit.
Yeah, tiny bit?
Like,
not too much?
Yeah, it's on the edge.
Okay.
On the edge.
All right.
Well, it worked well for him.
It worked well.
It did, certainly did. But Charlie, I guess, what are your thoughts going into this weekend, my friend?
Well, I think obviously it's very exciting that we're kicking things off with Pokemon Champions finally, but let's not forget too that it is the end of our 2026 season in terms of regional level events across NA and EU. So it feels like a very momentous one this weekend. It's the start of a new chapter, it's the close of a previous one, and it's just a joy and an honor to be seeing it in with the three of you. Two of you plus Ben.
Oh, I was going to say, you needed to apply the correction there. That is very heartwarming. That is a lovely. And I think we all share that level of excitement as well, right?
I'm joking.
He's not.
I'm not.
All right. Lee, how about yourself?
Very excited to come into this weekend. I look forward to seeing, especially when we've had this kind of rotation from an NA regional into an EU one, what the adaptation of our players coming into their event and what they bring to the table. Especially, I think we've got this really nice sandwich effect where we're right bang in the middle of a regional and NA, and then we've got NAIC afterwards. And this regional could be quite pivotal, quite influential on what happens next weekend, depending on what comes out on top, what we see of players going to reveal their techs that they might have been sitting on for a little while to try and get those last few championship points. Or are they going to maybe just softly check and test things this weekend to reveal them next weekend? So yeah, lots to look forward to, a lot of anticipation, and I do expect Charizard Y to still carry on doing well, I think, this weekend.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I mean, what was your headline then?
Oh, my headline was...
Yeah, that was really the question.
Sorry.
It was very nice, but I was more interested in your headline.
I didn't get a little bit of time, so I thought I would just, be nice and asking me.
It's fine, Lee, just carry on.
My headline...
We can just sit back and relax.
You
All right, you go on.
Well, these guys rest and recuperate for the rest of the weekend. Now, I wanted to talk about the items because it's a big topic in Champions. We don't have the selection like we maybe used to, what we had in Scarlet and Violet in previous games and formats. We've got 59 Megastones available in the entirety of the game, and then 58 items total, which a lot of those are berries as well. So we are missing big items like Assault Vest, where Life Orb isn't there, Choice Band, Choice Specs aren't there. So the selection really puts a limit on what you can use and how you can build your teams. And I think the emphasis on how you place those items, where you place them, what Pokemon you use them on, and how you use them in game has a really big influence on how well that team can perform, and you can really change the whole dynamics of a team by just changing a couple of items here and there.
I guess a good case would be Basculegion Male, right?
Exactly. It's a great example, because we saw at the start and we still see it now have success with the Choice Scarf. Can't be faked up because of its ghost typing, so it's got the leverage there. But also Choice Focus Sash on it as well. Really good option to give it that little bit of a security blanket.
Yeah.
And then you've got Mystic Water just to give it that extra additional boost with the adaptability, with that Wave Crash, especially can catch some players out, especially those Charizard players that might think, I can take the Wave Crash in the sun. Well, with that Mystic Water boost on top, maybe your calcs are just thrown off slightly. So there's lots of variations there. Of course, we have open team sheets in this event, so it does give the players a little bit of an extra bit of knowledge going into these battles. But if it's an item, say a White Herb on Basculegion,
right,
that could throw off your whole game plan against it. You can't intimidate it now because, well, it's going to hit just as hard even if I put my Incineroar in front of it, and my Incineroar's not as safe as it once would have been in front of maybe a Mystic Water variant.
Yeah, and we have been even seeing berries tested out with Basculegion as well.
Yes.
Like the recovery berries, or even at some point resistant berries as well. But I guess there's my headline as well to cover.
Yeah, because I would love to know.
Now you're interested.
I'd love to know. I was actually going to jump in after what Lee said said
Where
and
are you
asked
now?
you.
No, to be
Really
honest,
give
I
us
think...
a...
Lee, do you want to take this one, Lee?
Costa's headline.
So my one, I think it's just calling out the fact that we had such a niche pick coming out from last weekend with the Mega Steelix, with Wolf. I mean, at this point, to be completely honest, I definitely can see, since it's like a small time period between last weekend and this weekend, a couple of people just, going ahead and picking that team up, saying, okay, right, actually, if I can maybe even apply my own adaptations and changes, maybe I could try to make it work, especially going into this meta. But even though Steelix is the diamond in the rough or whatever, I do genuinely think that it's solid, it's super good. But that Dragon Dance Mega Tita,
Pretty good.
it's so good because, it can essentially act like a white herb in a way if you've got Intimidate Cycling going on the other side of the field, whilst getting that +1 in speed if there's any sort of drop. And then all of a sudden, because you can Mega Evolve into Mega Tita, you can outspeed, let's say like max speed Mega Gengars or something like that, hitting that threshold or the average Aerodactyl Focus Sash variant and start applying Rock Slide, which, guess what? It's a bit busted in this format, and it's pretty strong when it connects.
I'm very surprised we've got this far into the intro without talking about Rock Slide and the effect that it's had in this format. It is very dominant, to say the least. But yes, I think we saw Wolf use Dragon Dance 3 times in some of those games where it was just, I'm going to surpass your Tailwind, and now I'm just going to really put on the pressure with this spread attack and with that added bonus of being able to maybe stop the opponents in their tracks with that flinch.
I'm just wondering what music Wolf had selected going into the battle.
Random.
Random.
I'm pretty sure it would have been rock music. He likes it. That's rare to get a laugh out of anybody. I've never seen, in my time with competitive Pokemon, I've never seen rock damage be so prevalent. It's not often, I feel like, that we have to tech so much for rock moves, to the point where we're seeing, like, Charty Berry, for example, on Pelipper to be able to resist those super effective hits. And I think a really important thing to bear in mind is that rock does not resist rock. So Aerodactyl is still going to be taking a huge amount of damage from those rock slides, and you see an Arcanine as well. So it's so powerful. It's such a strong offensive type.
Yeah, and I think when you're in a format where there's a lot of flying types or fire types in particular, it always makes sense. We've seen in previous ones with Oedipon, oh my lordy, Oedipon Cornerstone. Yes, thank you. With Ivy Cudgel, actually it being quite niche going into certain picks. But of course, we have got Aerodactyl everywhere as well. Let's not mistake that for a minute for good reason. However, I want to find out what 6 Pokemon we all would be bringing. Okay, I guess I already know for myself. But what you 3 would be bringing. Oh my God, maybe not Ben because I don't care as much. What you and Charlie are bringing. So, Lee, what have you got for us?
Tried and tested, I think. I just feel this weekend I haven't really deviated away from probably what is arguably one of the strongest 6 selections in the format at the moment. And I think we've just got such strong Italian players here that will probably use this 6, and they're just very good at using the kind of the best Pokemon in the format. I think it's going to be, even if you're going up against teams that are built and designed to kind of counter this 6, they're going to have ways to play around that. And I think, at the end of the weekend, Charizard Y, Mega Floette, again, is going to secure its 2nd championship of this championship reign.
That's not been decided yet, Lee, but moving on to Charlie.
I saw a placeholder version of your picks yesterday, Lee, and it was like Altaria and Ampharos, and I was like, this is amazing.
There's an Arbok on there
exactly.
as well.
Then I realized that it was all A Pokemon, it was just a placeholder, but yeah, sure. This is quite a bit less interesting, but still fun. For me, I have been having a lot of fun with a team that a lot of people have been really raging against, which is Choice Scarf Vivillon, which of course has the Compound Eyes ability, boosting its accuracy. That means those sleep powders are about 98% accurate. You just neutralize the threat, put it to sleep, Shell Smash with Blastoise, Mega Evolve, blast through with those water spouts. It's so much fun, but I sympathize with the frustration. I often don't even need to ever bring the Frigoroth or Torkoal. It's just the Kangaskhan and the Basculegion in the back. Focus Sash Basculegion feels so strong, those last respects. Oh yeah, if you want a team to ladder with quickly, I recommend this one.
So Charlie, you're who I keep coming up to on ladder.
Oh yeah.
No, for me, it's I think Charizard X has got to have a little bit of love here. It's very, very good against Charizard Y. Mega Floette does not enjoy taking a Tough Claws boosted Flare Blitz at all. And behind it, I think it can do a similar thing to what these Mega Tyranitar have been doing, or just normal Tyranitar as well, with Dragon Dance, getting those boosts up. I've been really enjoying playing this composition on ladder, and it's a special kind of feeling as well when you get that first Dragon Dance up, Choice Scarf Basculegion comes in, you click the Dragon Claw button, and the Basculegion goes back home. And, I think it's a really underexplored Pokemon. Did very well, actually. There's a couple of great placings at Indianapolis, and I think it's something that should be on the rise.
Yeah, and I did note, you talking about Basculegion there, your preferred water type, as opposed to like a Milotic, as we've seen in similar compositions being brought back because, it's a great deterrent to intimidate and a cycling and stuff like that. But my 6
What about your 6?
objectively the best 6 that I think would be winning this tournament.
Old set. Costa, do you want to go out there with the players?
You know what? I've got my Switch. I just might.
All right, deal.
But no, Mega Gengar, I think, is... it gets a lot of hate, in comparison to the current meta, but I think that it can actually outpace a lot of the meta, and it's got multi-mode functionality. You've got a base 170, raw special attack coming out from it, outspeeds most of the meta. You've got Perish Son shenanigans, essentially, if you've got the right Pokemon by its side. And Incineroar, Blastoise have a lot of fun, and Alola Ninetales, another Pokemon which a couple of people, I think, here already brought. Something that I think is missing in the current format.
Costa, I've got a question for you.
Here we go.
I've got a question. No, it's a serious question.
I have a question.
Serious question.
I'm sure it is, mate.
When the Mega Tyranitar that you said outspeeds Pokemon like Mega Gengar gets that
Correct.
first Dragon Dance up,
Yes.
and you've got your Mega Gengar, and you're in
Correct.
front of a Dragon Dance boosted Tyranitar,
If I've let it, yes.
how does that feel?
If I've let it, yes.
How does it feel?
It feels not too bad because I've got options in the back to be able to deter it.
How are you stopping it?
I've got options. I'm not going to reveal it. I'm about to go and compete.
Yes, you did. It was on the screen just then. We saw you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
One of them.
I've got another question for you.
Mega Tita. Is it about Mega Tita?
Question time.
That's what I'm being told.
No,
Mega
it's not about Mega
is
Tita. My question is, you battled Lee yesterday. I'm just trying to remember who won that when you were with your Mega Gengar team. Do you remember?
I remember there was a lot of hacks involved that unfortunately was against me. But it's not about me, it's about Mega Tita.
There's one turn.
Which
In a best of 3.
One turn on turn 3 of game 1. Anywho.
Let's not derail this too far. Let's talk about Mega Tyranitar. Let's talk about the better objective Mega in the format. Seeing so many great placements. Wolf, of course, getting to the finals of Indianapolis. Michael Zhang getting to top 4. But we've also got a couple of trainers in the Korea Cup that did very, very well. And I'm loving seeing the combination of Mega Tyranitar and Mega Scovillain. Normal Tyranitar plus a Mega Scovillain, getting that spicy spray. A lot of Tyranitar's weaknesses are on the physical side. Think close combat. Think all of those big, powerful earthquakes that come out. If they get neutered by half, Tyranitar's in a really great spot.
Yeah, the spicy spray is such a strong ability and such an annoying one to face as well. And when you look at Mega Scovillain, you say, okay, well, everything that threatens you, really, all those fire types that can hit safely into you without having to worry about the burn, well, T-Tar just deals with those very, very effectively. And the composition there, Ben, in particular, just very strong. I'm not going to be surprised if we see more of that as we get deeper into this tournament, maybe going into this weekend, into next weekend. But yeah, I think the Corviknight as well is something to call out here because we saw how effective Michael used that last weekend in Indianapolis. And I really think, as effective as it is, it's still a little bit slept on. And I would expect a lot of players to maybe have watched last weekend and think, maybe that's the one that I'm going to bring in this weekend. All you need is that protection from the Charizard in particular, and Tyranitar does that perfectly.
Yeah, and like we said, Mega Charizard Y, is essentially enemy number 1. A great Pokemon to go up against when you get the Mega Tita, but we've already covered in quite a lot of detail why it is the
Mega Gengar is not the best.
most popular Pokemon in the current meta, not the best Pokemon.
I love your pin. I'm just going to mention Charizard Y.
This could be Charizard Mega X, actually.
You could at least have worn a Gengar pin, couldn't you?
I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it. That was the problem. That was the problem. But no, Mega Charizard Y. Arcel Puri being able to win it out, but with the Venusaur accompanying it, like we said, with Chlorophyll as an ability. So being able to outspeed and get the shenanigans going with the sleep powders, as long as they connect 75% of the time. But yeah, I think we covered it slightly, but Venusaur was there at the very beginning of the meta, but then it started essentially petering out in favor of other Pokemon as well. And then just Charizard Y being on its own, essentially, just with a couple of its good buddies, Garchomp, Mega Floette, and Aerodactyl.
Yeah, I mean, I love the core incorporated here at the Arcel's with the Floette, the Incineroar, and then the Sinistcha. So the double grass type ones on this team, because one really complements the Charizard and the Venusaur, and then one really complements that Floette, and you've got that really good cycle of being able to fake out, drop an Intimidate, parting shot into Hospitality, rinse and repeat with that Calm Mind Mega Floette, which is so strong in this format. And, it's not just the Charizard that you can lean into in those situations. If it's not favorable, then you've got that other mode that you can go down as well.
Yeah, and like we said, it's going to be the question of if you're going to be able to have your matchup checked for this Pokemon and generally the archetype. I do want to call out MJ Rogers there for that cool Mega Garchomp, which is so underrated at the moment. It has such a big boost in its physical attack, especially when paired up with its partner Pokemon there. But regardless, I think we are approaching the time to get the matches going on stream. But before then, you need to make sure that, of course, you are tuning in to our broadcast. We have got Pokemon.com/broadcast, of course, where it's essentially a bit of a hub where it's got so much detail. And, of course, make sure that you do not miss a beat in terms of all of the upcoming events that we've got official throughout the season. Of course, it's at the end of the season, but it's not over just yet. And our current streaming platforms are Play Pokemon on YouTube and /Pokemon on Twitch. Make sure that you're tuning in if you are already right now live. Hello, thank you very much. We hope you're enjoying the preview so far of this tournament, but make sure to tune in if you have not later on. The VODs will be available. And, of course, last but not least, we've got the social media platforms. We've got X at Play Pokemon, #Play Pokemon. Generally speaking, just spam it because we want to see all of your posts, comments, photos. If you're in the event right here, right now, please make sure to reach out and get that going because we want to share all of the love and passion that we've got for this game and follow on with the other channels that we've got below. But with that being said, this is the moment we have all been waiting for. The first EU Champions event and the last one for the season is underway, and we are going to get things rolling. So make sure to get your refreshments as we're going to be going straight to our first stream match. Don't go anywhere.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokemon champions to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for booster packs, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open teamless format. In this format, each Pokemon's ability, held items, stat alignment, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
We are just moments away from getting into our first ever EU Pokemon Champions match on stream right now. It couldn't be a more exciting time for competitive Pokemon. I couldn't be merrier. I'm Charlie Merriman. I'm joined by my partner in crime, Ben Kiriakou.
Hello, Charlie.
Hi, Ben. See ya.
It's so exciting. It's so exciting. On a very serious note, I mean, it's not very often that we get a new game, and this one looks like it's here for the long haul, and it's so exciting to be able to see all of the different changes. It's so exciting to see Mega Pokemon coming back. When I were a wee lad, Mega Pokemon were around, and seeing them come back, it's a great mechanic to be able to feature here, and I'm so excited. Back-to-back regional weekends, seeing exactly what our players are getting up to.
When you were a wee lad, approximately 50, 100,000 years ago, is that what we're?
50, 100,000 years
50,
ago.
100,000, yeah, exactly, yeah. 50, 100,
Yeah,
well, that'd be...
carry the two. That's about right.
5 million. But you're so right to call out Mega Evolution there, because it works so differently from terrestrialization in an obvious sense, but also in terms of team building. When you're looking at a team, these days it's very much more, okay, what's the Mega Pokemon? And then you sort of fill out the rest of the team from there. What are the 2 Mega Pokemon? Whereas, of course, with terrestrialization, any Pokemon on the team could terrestrialize if its back was against the wall. So it makes for a very different way of playing the game, and that's what keeps things so fresh and so exciting. And I wonder which 2 trainers will be the first that will feature in Pokemon Champions here in our EU region.
And which Pokemon are they going to be using? Because we got a sneak peek at the usage statistics for our day 1 trainers. What Pokemon are they going to be using this weekend? Here's the top 12. Basculegion!
Yeah.
Coming up trumps here.
Basculegion, I just think, as we were saying in the couch, it's a Pokemon you can run so many different items on and they all just feel so good. Fundamentally, the big selling point, of course, of Basculegion is its last respects move, getting more powered up the more of its allies are KO'd. So if it's lurking in the back and it's the last Pokemon you bring in, that last respects is hitting for massive damage, boosted by the fact that Basculegion is a native ghost type, and of course that ability giving a further boost to same type attack moves.
And I think the one thing that I'm looking at in these usage statistics is actually Garchomp being up at number 2. It's somewhere that Garchomp has never really managed to find itself over the usage charts in many of the formats that it's played in. It's one of the premier ground-type Pokemon, certainly, that we've had across all of its history in the competitive game. But seeing it there, I'm wondering how much of this is an adaptation to Charizard being able to win in Indianapolis last weekend, and how much trainers are like, well, regardless of whether it's Scarf and going really fast like Arsehole was running, or whether you're going those slower, bulkier variants, maybe MJ has put a splash into the metagame. Maybe some of these are holding the Garchomp ice as well.
100%. And I think, with Garchomp, it's not just Rock Slide that it could be running. I've come up against some Rock Tomb Garchomp as well, which, of course, will get that speed drop on top of the massive damage. I want to give a big shout-out to Sinistcha here as well. Never has Sinistcha been more viable than in Regulation Set MA of Pokemon Champions. Hospitality is so nice. There are so many Pokemon that just want to become this unmovable object. Floette, that it's right next to, is a prime example of that. Getting set up with Calm Minds. Sure, it can heal back a little bit with Draining Kiss, but why not just on the switch in at the start of a turn, get that immediate matcher gulped down?
And I think a lot of these Pokemon are Pokemon where there are less options that we have available for us in Regulation MA. And a lot of Pokemon's success and viability in a format is based on what else is there. Sometimes what else isn't there, and there isn't a lot of redirection Pokemon. There isn't Amoonguss. Amoonguss isn't in the game for the first time in I don't know how long.
Millennia.
Like. And Pokemon that can redirect, that can have another purpose in setting up Trick Room. It's a really nice way of compressing all of those roles down into a very good, very well-rounded Pokemon. It's not all about those Pokemon.
Oh, no.
It's also about our Mega Pokemon this weekend. And
Oh, very exciting.
Charizard leading things yet again.
Yeah, of course it's going to be Charizard Y, but just behind is this Mega Floette. I've got to say, though, Ben, they are dominating the share here. Look at that, 34 versus 30%.
Yeah.
And then the third place, Mega Aerodactyl, 11%, a huge drop-off there. So be prepared for a lot of Mega Charizard Y and a lot of Mega Floette this weekend. We've got Mega Dragonite as well, which, of course, becomes more of a special attacker. So you've got to be really careful about how you run this Dragonite. It could even be a mixed attacker. You could have a nature that doesn't reduce either special or physical attack in order to make your physical and special attacks hit more hard as well. Mega Frostlass, which was really, I would say, the big winner of Indianapolis last weekend. It was so well placed in the metagame and really rose to the fore. Mega Venusaur as well. Sometimes we see it without the Venusaur, right? Sometimes we see it just there to provide sleep powders and a bit of damage, but Mega Venusaur stepping more on the gas.
But I think, like, Mega Venusaur is usually more of a dedicated Mega. It might be a secondary Mega, but it's more often the primary Mega in a lot of compositions where they want to take things a little bit slower, either use maybe Leech Seed has been pretty popular on Mega Venusaur. Even just playing free attacks on it can be pretty viable. It's got a lot of options. We see Earth Power as its main sort of third move, as well as the same type of attack bonuses. I've been seeing Aerodactyl and Tyranitar there, no surprise whatsoever. Usually secondary Mega Pokemon. Aerodactyl most notably, I think, especially with all of the Basculegions in the field. A good proportion of those are probably Choice Scarf, but Choice Scarf Basculegion male cannot ever be faster than Mega Aerodactyl when Mega Aerodactyl's trained to be as fast as it can. So it's one of those Pokemon that's like, well, I want to guarantee that I get the Tailwind up against these faster Basculegions, and this is one of the ways that I can achieve that. And then Delphox, of course, really, really strong when Champions first released. It was all over the Japanese tournaments when we started playing in Champions, fallen off just that little bit. I think a lot of players feeling like Charizard as a fire type is a little bit more useful overall, a little bit more consistent, and certainly with the Rise of King Gambit coming into the fore, the Delphox is actually a little bit tougher to bring to a match where it goes down to a Sucker Punch pretty easily.
Exactly that, yeah. Delphox is a pretty soft Pokemon, so of course is that Aerodactyl. But tell you a Mega we didn't see there, Ben, and that's Meowstic. Did you hear about the Mega Meowstic that lost its ability?
I didn't.
Disappeared without a trace.
Yeah.
And that's why we don't see Mega Meowstic too much, because Trace isn't the best ability. That Mega Alakazam, that also gets Trace. Copies the opponent's ability. I think people were really scared of Mega Meowstic for a while, depending on the ability it could get.
There was definitely some fear, I think, in a lot of people's mind that it would get Psychic Surge as an ability. Mega, get the terrain, expanding force with a base special attack that high and a base speed that high would have been pretty difficult to deal with. But I have seen some Mega Meowstic running around with like Alakazams and other fast Psychic Pokemon being able to set up the Psychic terrain for it, so that it can go for expanding forces. But it's a lot of eggs to put in that basket. Kind of works well with Espathra as well. But there's other things that Espathra is running around with that Baton Pass set that's been doing very, very well, top-8'd in Indianapolis.
Yeah, a lot of eggs. Eggs. No Executor in the game yet, is there? That's a shame. One day, though. One day. Sidebar. What's your favourite method of preparing eggs, Ben?
Over easy.
What does that mean?
Just, fry it up a little bit, flip it over.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Make sure it's cooked all the way through.
You kids with your newfangled terms. Calling you a kid.
Slip it on a plate.
You know you're 25,000 years old. Yeah, just whack it on.
Whack it on.
Since you ask, poached. I don't think you can beat a poached egg. Very nice. Yeah, it's not something you have so much at home.
What do you think?
Yeah, use hashtag play Pokemon. From jokes.
What are you cooking up?
Exactly. From jokes to yokes to pokes to Pokemon. And we are here at the Turin Special Championships, nearly ready to kick off our first ever Pokemon Champions match on stream. And it's going to be so exciting, Ben. I've got to ask you. We were talking about Charizard X before on the couch, and obviously how strong Charizard Y is. What's a Mega Pokemon you think is underrated? I guess Charizard X covers that, but another one.
I think we'll go through this quickly, but I actually think Mega Meganium.
Oh yeah,
one of the Mega Pokemon that I think is underexplored. Maybe this isn't the right time for it. Yeah, but Mega Solid's ability is so strong, and there's so many different things that you can do with it. Synthesis. most notably is the one that I'm
absolutely.
excited about. I don't think Mega Meganium gets growth as a move.
Ooh,
that would have been pretty cool.
Yeah, double
pretty
boost.
spicy. So I think maybe it's not the right time for it now, but I think that's the Pokemon that I'm most excited about.
What it is the right time for is to look at our notable matches. What matches are going on for Swiss Round 2 here at the Turin Special Championships, and what we'll be bringing you. And we've got some spice, everybody. I nearly joked to you yesterday, Ben. Oh, what if we see a field full of weird deer? And that's exactly what Jamie Boyt is bringing with his all-time favourite Pokemon, Serperior. But that's not the only Serpent on Jamie's team. We've got a Milotic there too. Ceruledge, of course, piloted also by Dawei C at the Indianapolis Regional Championships last weekend. This is such a cool team. But then we look at Lorenzo's team, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, it's going a little bit closer to home. It's looked like actually the composition that Lee was talking about on the couch with us earlier versus Alessandro with the Mega Skarmory.
So cool.
Mega Charizard. Why? Davide there, Charizard Floette, Matteo with the Delphox and the Floette as well. Thomas Gravui.
Yeah.
I'm actually excited. This is another one that I wanted to call out with Mega Meganium. Mega Gardevoir, definitely stronger than Mega Meganium in the current format, but really nice to see that one paired with the Mousehold. Hyper Voices, you've got all of the Mega Floettes boosting up the power of the Hyper Voice with Fairy Aura. It's not just your fairy moves that it boosts up, it's the other side of the field as well. And against Daniele with Mega Lopunny, Mega Venusaur. What a great combination.
Yeah, fantastic. Mega Lopunny, one of the fastest Pokemon we have access to in Regulation Set MA. With the Scrappy ability, it's able to affect Ghost Pokemon with its normal and fighting type moves. So they're not immune from those fake outs, and that can really put you in a fantastic position.
Also, Charlie,
yes,
it's
Ben.
happening.
I know, Ben.
It's the format where Sablei's good!
Sableye is decent in a lot of formats, but certainly here, and we've seen this Sableye and our Chaldon composition rise to the fore. There's a lot of Protect the President style teams right now in Regulation Set MA. Be it boosting up Calm Minds, your Floette, for example, but here with our Chaldon, if you set up a light screen with that Sableye, get that our Chaldon nice and unremovable as well. This is so cool, but look at the diversity of all these teams, and we're going to be able to bring you one of the most diverse out there trainers, make no mistake, because Jamie Boyt is one of the most creative team builders in the game. What an honor for Jamie and Lorenzo to be our first two featured players of the Pokemon Champions era here in EU.
I wouldn't have it any other way, Charlie. I'm really looking forward to seeing how these two teams operate because there's such a different style of play between the two of them. I'm really interested to see what this Wordeer is doing. So Pokemon had a little bit of access to playing like some draft tournaments where you don't have access to everything. You've got to kind of pick your team. Everyone else is picking a team. Once the Pokemon's gone, it's gone. Those tournaments are where the crazy stuff happens. Usually the crazy stuff doesn't translate into our regional and special championships, but this time it's coming in. And if there was a time for one of those lesser used Pokemon to shine, now at the start of the format, new game, not many Pokemon available to us, not many items available to us. This is it.
100%, and no better place than Bellissimo Turin with the sun beaming down, and there'll be plenty more of that with the Mega Charizard wise. What a fitting way to round off the 2026 season by kicking off a brand new chapter with Pokemon Champions as well. And we're about to bring you this thrilling matchup very shortly. What a way to kick off a Saturday, eh?
Yeah, I mean, and it can only go up from here, right? I mean, we're going to see so many different ways of all of these trainers bringing all of their Pokemon together. And one of the things that I love about the European region is the fact that there are so many different communities building in different ways, bringing their own spins on the game, right? And you see this so much variety from all of our trainers coming in. Not to mention, and we didn't really talk about it on the couch, right? This is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, regional or special championships that we've ever had. There are so many players here this weekend, and not only is it exciting to kick off Pokemon Champions, but doing it in style with so many of our players.
Yeah, it's about double the normal number of people we'd have sign up for one of these tournaments, so could not be more exciting. And look, we are getting ever closer trainers. There's Boyt with, of course, that Serperior plush ready to go on the stage. Got a little Starmie there as well. I wonder how many Mega Starmies there are out there running that huge power ability. Thoughts on Mega Starmie's design, Ben?
Really cool.
It's fun, isn't it?
I love it. Just walking along. It's good to see.
At first, I was like, oh, I'm not sure Starmie's this ethereal, magical Pokemon, and we've just given this Starmie legs. But it's certainly a lot of fun. And it will certainly give a lot of trainers a run for its money as well with that huge power ability, doubling the attack stat. We don't have any plushie metagame to speak of on Lorenzo's side of the table. How very sad, but we'll see plenty more coming out. Superior, there's a bunch of Pokemon here that I'm sure you're not overly familiar with what they do and some of the moves they have access to. So we're looking forward to breaking that down in just a moment's time. One of them I want to call out here, Ben, of course, is Bitter Blade on the Ceruledge. Now, how's that working?
Well, it's a pretty powerful fire-type move.
Yeah.
On the physical side, which, most fire moves that we see, heat waves, overheats, things like that, they're normally on the special side. But Bitter Blade on the physical side, along with moves like Flare Blitz, and it recovers half of the HP in damage that it does to your opponent. So the more damage you do, the more recovery that you get. And especially with the usual sets that run Bitter Blade on Ceruledge, it's usually those sort of bulk up sets, the ones that trade a little bit of health away to get a bit more powerful, and then Bitter Blade to recover all that HP back, just like all the Floettes, a lot of the Floettes out there. Calm Minding up, trading away some HP, Draining Kiss comes along, and the Floette's back up to full.
I mean, you say the more normal set we see on Ceruledge. Make no mistake, Ceruledge is not a Pokemon we normally see, and that's why it's so exciting to see.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is now. Maybe it is now.
Coming into Turin, it will be. But I'm looking at the Frostlass on Lorenzo's side, as well as the King Gambit, and I'm thinking, Ceruledge is going to soak up all of that super effective damage with its fire move into those Pokemon. Now, Superior as well is one of the Pokemon, of course, in Jamie's team. It's his favorite Pokemon. First ever cast I did live was with Jamie Boyd, and we were talking about how green is his favorite color because Superior is his favorite Pokemon. Contrary is an ability that gets access to.
And boy, oh boy, does our resident Jamie Boyd like to be contrary.
Yeah, well, should it be Boyt? Oh, Boyt, because, contrary, of course, any stat drops become boosts and vice versa. Yeah. Now, Superior is more of a special attacker, but, it means that an Intimidate would give it a physical attack boost, for example, but, of course, Superior wants to be indexing more on that special attack side.
And slightly foreshadowing here, Superior's got a lot of great moves that it has in its support toolkit that it can use to help things out. Screens, glare, most notably. Yeah. But then it can just go on the offensive with a Leaf Storm. That's where it uses its contrary ability to be most effective, because instead of dropping your special attack, in fact, it raises it by 2 stages, and it's a powerful move to boot.
100%. Here we have these trainers squaring off against each other. Jamie Boyd is someone who's been around for arguably around as long as you, Ben. That's approximately a few thousand years at least. But he's someone with such incredible experience in competitive Pokemon. He's someone who, because he's been around for so long, he just knows inside and out what Pokemon do, what the tools are at Jamie's disposal. And that means that he can catch his opponents off guard. And early on in this format, as you were saying, Ben, that could be the play this weekend. Look at this, 3-time regional champion, 2 times in the top 16 of the World Championships, looking for another major win.
Lorenzo, though, on the other side, looking to have a little bit more of a breakout performance. They've already done really, really well over the last couple of years. Top 16, top 32, top 64. Nothing to shake a stick at there. Looking to add another one of those to their accolades this weekend. And you know what? I think this is the time for some of our newer trainers to come and give it a go, because everyone goes back onto that sort of level playing field, especially with a new game, with a new format, with a new mechanic going on. Everyone's got a little bit of a clean slate to start fresh.
Absolutely. Pokemon Champions, it could be easier, free to download on the Nintendo Switch. So get playing, get joining along. And I have no doubt we will see you at one of these tournaments very soon indeed. So, Lorenzo, something that Jamie has in his advantage here is, of course, Lorenzo will never have gone up against this composition before because it's so uniquely Jamie Boyd. And that's something that Jamie can use to their advantage. Fantastic that we can see the stat alignment on these Pokemon as well. So to give you the rundown once more, we've got Floette, Eternal Flower, Ceruledge, Milotic, Superior, Weirdeer, and Kommo-o. Now, let's talk about this Weirdeer first, Ben, because this is Rogue.
Gravnosis going on there with the Trick Room. A little bit of modality to Jamie's team. Typically, Jamie likes to play a little bit faster, so having that option at his disposal. Gravity going up will increase the accuracy of all of the moves on Jamie's team. Jamie is relatively famous for not wanting to miss moves. And Hypnosis, although not fully accurate under Gravity, is as close as you can get. Psychic Bash, for those that don't know, is a Psychic-type physical move that will also lower the target's defense. And so a really good way to sort of scale your damage across a match. The composition, though, overall, free boosting Pokemon, free Pokemon that stop their opponent, Jamie's opponents, from playing Pokemon with two lots of Hypnosis and the glare and the screens coming out from the superior.
Now, this Mega Scovillain set is exactly the pesky, nasty kind that we were referring to on the couch. With that spicy spray ability that Scovillain gets access to once it Mega Evolves, any incoming damage will burn the attacker. And then setting up with the Giga Drain as well, you're able to heal up so much more. We've seen some sets with Leech Seed too, which will sap that health all the more quickly. Rage Powder set becomes the center of attention. This Scovillain is here to be a nuisance. Frostlass is here to provide that blizzardous energy, bringing all of that frost to the field. And of course, once it Mega Evolves, gets that snow warning and the snow going as well. I've got Basculegion with a Citrus Berry here. King Gambit boosting up its dark moves with Black Glasses. Sneasler with Gunk Shot. And we have Lycanroc as well. Not a Pokemon we see so commonly. And at that, definitely not a Pokemon we see so often without Tyranitar.
Yeah, so real adaptation to the format coming out from Lorenzo here. Gunk Shot on the Sneasler is able to knock out Mega Floettes in one, usually depending on how everything's trained, but more likely than not. And then you've got that Accelerock boosted by the Tough Claws on the Lycanroc, as well as Tough Claws boosted close combat there. Tyranitar, Charizard and Floette are well covered by that duo, and I think that's like half the battle done, maybe more than half the battle done in a format like this, where you've got the other Pokemon around you to support, and then open the door for Mega Frostlass to just Mega Evolve and click the Blizzard button, which is really what it likes to do.
Should we do this, Ben? Should we kick off the first Champions EU match ever? Here, heralding in a new era of competitive Pokemon, it's time for King Gambit and Frostlass to hit the field over for Lorenzo, and we've got Weirdeer and Milotic for Jamie, and an immediate Defiant boost as well from the Intimidate on the Weirdeer.
That's another thing that Weirdeer does give you, the ability to have a little bit of power control. What I'm interested in now is the training between Weirdeer and Milotic, although there is Trick Room on the set. Seeing this lead composition from Jamie makes me think that Weirdeer is trained to be faster than the Milotic, a combination Gravity, then Hypnosis on the Milotic, so that it doesn't have to take a turn going for a coil, getting that accuracy up. And so, yes, there is a Defiant boost on the King Gambit to its attack. That's kind of scary, but actually, if what I suspect is true, Milotic is going to be stopping that King Gambit in its tracks.
Really nice that the Weirdeer has access to the Colbur Berry here. That's going to be weakening super effective Dark-type damage, which you want in the face of this King Gambit. Now it's boosted all the more so. Mega Frostlass is becoming the Ice Queen that we all know and love thanks to Pokemon Legends EA. It's going to get that snow coming down on the field, and everyone is going to be looking a whole lot frostier. Shadow Ball now into the Milotic. Let's hope it doesn't get a special defense drop, boosting the competitive, but no, it's going to be just the Gravity, no boost to speak of on that Milotic. Gravity, and now Milotic can go for an immediate Hypnosis, neutralize the threat of that King Gambit that was reigning supreme, but now it's supine.
We have new mechanics in Pokemon Champions as well, so this King Gambit will sleep for one less turn than in Scarlet and Violet overall, so it does have to take. It has taken its mandatory turn of sleep. Could wake up this turn, could wake up next turn. After next turn, it will definitely wake up rather than having the chance to sleep for another turn there. So Jamie trying to play on the offensive with the sleep, stop Lorenzo in their tracks, and then bring something in from the back. And it's down to Lorenzo to fight through that.
Yeah, it's important to know as well that King Gambit has already burned its first turn of sleep here, so it could even wake up on the very next turn, so you still need to deal with it sooner rather than later, and this Weirdeer, for example, cannot touch it. Another Shadow Ball right now into the Milotic, just rolling that dice, hoping you don't get another competitive boost, but you don't. What Jamie does get off is yet another Hypnosis, this time coming out from the Weirdeer. Both of these sleepy time Pokemon love to see the napping on the other side, and Milotic can now get boosted with these coils, boosting its accuracy which will help with future hypnoses as well as its defense, crucially.
And getting some HP back from the leftovers as well. And I think this is what Jamie's team is really trying to do. But I think Lorenzo is playing this really well in the fact that sleep doesn't last as long as it used to. And so one of the ways, especially when someone's using hypnosis or sleep powder or any of these other effects against you, sometimes it's best, especially when the King Gambit cannot be attacked by the Weird Ear, to stand your ground and try to just wait out the sleep.
I really like this play from Jamie here, getting the Floette in order to try and get boosted up as quickly as possible, going for these Calm Minds. So you boosted up, this Milotic is all of a sudden looking like his hypnosis will never miss. King Gambit wants to take a leaf out of Jamie's book and get some boost going of its own. Swords Dance, that magnificent blade gleaming atop its head, and it's channeling all of that energy. Milotic, on the meanwhile, is going to be channeling all of those leftovers.
Now, this King Gambit usually would be really threatening to the Floette that's just been brought in by Jamie, but Lorenzo has opted for the Swords Dance instead of Iron Head or Low Kick as a coverage move. And so this Floette is actually looking really safe in front of the King Gambit, where normally, yeah, it's kind of a little bit dicey, right? And so, although Lorenzo has been able to wait out the sleep, has been able to get themselves in a slightly better position, it's actually Jamie that's really on the front foot in this match and can now start putting on the pressure, not fearing that his Milotic is going to be taking too much damage from the King Gambit that is boosted up.
Well, speaking of front foot, that's exactly what Lorenzo wants to get on, switching in their Sneasler, which is going to be threatening this Floette all the more. Floette has gone for its Mega Floette in the first round that we stream of Pokemon Champions here in Turin. Who'd have thunk it? King Gambit is going to be keeping itself safe from any damage, going for its Protect now. Meanwhile, Floette can get a Calm Mind up, but on future turns, that Sneasler is going to be threatening so much. So Jamie's going to want to be dealing with this Sneasler sooner, so much sooner rather than later. Going to be a Hypnosis targeted once more down into this King Gambit. And it's worth noting, with the Swords Dance and holding the black glasses, this King Gambit will still be threatening really decent damage into the Floette.
Yeah, it's right. Lorenzo's done a really good job here of getting the fake out in, putting the pressure on, trying to slow Jamie down. But Jamie's been able to get up 2 coils already, and that Milotic is looking very, very difficult to take out. Lorenzo targeting it down early and aggressively with the Shadow Ball has really made an impact in Milotic's health. Really nice that it didn't get the competitive boost as well. But the question is like, with that leftovers recovery ticking away turn after turn and no more damage, and all of this positive pressure that Jamie's putting on with the Milotic Hypnosis, how is this Milotic not going to be back up at full HP in a few turns and going to be taking away all of that good progress that Lorenzo got early?
Yeah, you might be waking up sooner now in Pokemon Champions, but if you keep being put back to sleep, it doesn't really matter, does it? As Milotic will be flinching as the result of that fake-out Moonblast. Tied into Sneasler, it's a neutral hit being a part-fighting Pokemon, and with that boost, there's that one-hit KO. Sneasler is down. That's 1 Pokemon down for Lorenzo. Of course, Milotic flinching from the fake-out. The count-out clean, though, that's enough just to neutralize the Serpent and send it slithering back to the depths.
Wow, not even a critical hit as well. I wasn't sure whether or not that would actually pick it up. This King Gambit does have the Black Glasses item to give a bit of a boost to those Dark-type attacks, and so Swords Dance and 2 coils cancelling each other out, and it looks like the Milotic maybe trained to be a little bit quicker, maybe a little bit more trained in other areas than its physical defense. But a really good progress there for Lorenzo. Had to give up the Sneasler in the process, which is a little bit scary when that Floette has got a Calm Mind boost up already. But this Defiant, with the Intimidate coming in from Word Ear, is really starting to stack up.
So this King Gambit is now, I believe, at +4.
It's +4.
+4. Swords Dance with a previous.
Yeah, because of the Defiant going away previously. So I was a boost behind. So yeah, not surprising actually that King Gambit picked up the KO.
Unsurprising to be a boost behind on this old timer, isn't it, Ben? Nah, he's very much in the present. Don't you worry, traders. Now, of course, this Frostlass is still snoozing. That doesn't prevent it from getting its Snow Warning ability activated all the same. Weird Ear is such a cool adaptation into something like a Sneasler because it takes double super effective from Psychic moves.
There it is.
But this time the Sneasler's down and the Aurora Veil is up, mitigating the special and physical damage coming out from Jamie's side of the field. The Dazzling Gleam, let's not forget it's boosted, but you can see the dividends that the Aurora Veil is paying here. A Hypnosis will be connecting onto the King Gambit, and let's not forget the gravity has expired now. That's not to say all the Pokemon are now floating. It's just to say that this Weird Ear is feeling accurate. This King Gambit is put back to sleep. It might be at +4, but if you're snoozing, you're losing.
The so-called blind hypnosis there, Jamie going for the outs that he has in that position, because the Floette is really now under pressure. It's like the Cowtail Cleave with 4 stages of increased attack on the King Gambit has turned into an Iron Head.
Yeah.
Overall, taking away the resistance that it has to that move. And now the Floette's really on the back foot here. Blizzard coming out, not doing too much damage. These Pokemon very, very bulky on Jamie's side. Ooh. Dazzling Gleam, though, with the Aurora Veil, not quite enough to pick up the KO. Gravity goes back, so Jamie getting that advantageous position, but King Gambit can wake up this turn.
It can, but will it? That's the question. The Dazzling Gleam just chipping away and away and away here. Let's not forget this weird here cannot touch the King Gambit. Its only damaging move is Psy-Seal Bash. That's a Psychic type. King Gambit is a Dark type, but slowly but surely, Jamie is removing that +4 threat from the field.
The question is how much damage does Sucker Punch do? And does Lorenzo want to go for that alongside a Blizzard or a Shadow Ball? You're absolutely right. This King Gambit is a big, big win condition for Lorenzo. If that Floette goes down on this turn, then whatever Pokemon that's in the back that we're finding out, Ceruledge, isn't necessarily going to have a good time.
I really like this play, though, from Jamie. You can't go for a Sucker Punch if you're going to be switching out. I know it does damage into a damaging move, but it's no Sucker Punch to speak of. The Dazzling Gleam! Frostlass, of course, protected, but King Gambit is on such low HP, and this Floette is boosted. It's going down. That's a key Pokemon for Lorenzo removed there, and down to just their final 2. No more switching can happen. Once this snow is gone, it's gone.
And the question is what that last Pokemon is for Lorenzo. If it's a Basculegion, actually, it's in a pretty good spot to be able to just launch itself into Jamie's Pokemon with Wave Crashes. Getting rid of that Milotic is actually kind of key in that scenario where you want to remove the Pokemon that's resisted you. You can't lock in, you can't go for Last Respects turn after turn after turn because that Wurdeer is part normal type. But because its Basculegion is carrying a Citrus Berry, it does get the option to be able to change its type. And now it comes down to the speed training. Is that Floette faster than the Basculegion? Is the Ceruledge and its Shadow Sneak going to be able to put a lot of damage onto the Basculegion, maybe allow with the Aurora Veil up, or even with the Aurora Veil up, the Moonblast to be able to knock out the Ceruledge as well. So there's a lot of questions in this turn. It's really, really all up in the air.
It's so exciting. It couldn't be a better kicking off of Pokemon Champions here in EU. Now, this is a Basculegion carrying the Citrus Berry. No Focus Sash to speak of, but just how quickly will Jamie be able to remove it all the same? The Moonblast now through the Aurora Veil. That's going to get that Basculegion munching as well. Recovered, but now that berry has been spent. And where is the Last Respects going? It's into the boosted Floette, and this is what Basculegion does. I see your boost, but my Last Respects is powered up basically as much as it can. Save that Frostlass being knocked out as well. And just neutralizing that threat in the Floette, forcing Wurdeer back out onto the field.
Wurdeer's going to get that Intimidate down onto the Basculegion as well. And there's a nice little mechanic here in terms of damage. The Shadow Sneak goes into the Frostlass. Not that the Basculegion needs it, by the way. The Basculegion's Last Respects after the Frostlass would go down to a Shadow Sneak is going to be boosted up even more in power and become as powerful as it possibly can. I suppose there's a big thing about targeting, the big thing about double protects here coming out from this Mega Frostlass.
There you go. You can see the trainers couldn't quite believe it themselves. A double protect, meaning that Shadow Sneak cannot get the KO there. Last Respect, super effective into Ceruledge. That's, of course, going to be the one-hit KO. Let's not forget that this Wurdeer is not immune to the other moves that this Basculegion can go for. The critical hit here, I don't think that mattered. It's been so powered up, but the Hypnosis does connect. The gravity is still strong with this one, but can this Wurdeer be the deer that takes us all the way through to a victory for Jamie? I did not expect that in our first Pokemon Champions game in EU, we would have a solo Wurdeer having to be the strongest soldier.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a strong Pokemon overall. It's got a lot going for it. And actually, you know, aside from the ability for it to go for Trick Room, the ability for this Gravnosis sort of strategy, it's actually just quite powerful in the attacks that it can go for. Now the Basculegion taking its mandatory turn of sleep, the Psy-Shield Bash going into the Frostlass.
Nice.
But is it? Oh, it's defense boost on the Wurdeer.
Defense boost. Psy-Shield Bash is such a rare move, so don't blame me there, Ben. This Wurdeer is only on 20. The defense boost probably isn't going to save it here, even though this Basculegion also has an attack drop. The Basculegion is snoozing, but can this Wurdeer get the win before it wakes up? It's going to be such fine margins here.
I think it's an Aquajet range, honestly. Even,
Even if that's the case.
Husky Legion wakes up, goes for the Wave Crush, doesn't even need to worry about the damage. Weirdeer goes down, and it is Lorenzo taking our first game in Pokemon Champions here in Turin.
My goodness, wouldn't you just want to be on one of Weirdeer's stag doos? That's going to be Lorenzo claiming the victory here in round 2 of the Turin Special Championships. Now, that could not have been a more thrilling way to kick off our Pokemon Champions season. I mean, with Jamie Boyt, what more could you expect? I'd love to see this Superior coming, but I think in the face of a Mega Frostlass team, it's unlikely.
Pretty unlikely. And yeah, I think Weirdeer is actually... You're in a pretty odd spot with it, right? If you're Jamie, because you want to bring it to set up the gravity so that the hypnosis stuff is working.
Yeah.
But against that King Gambit, you saw how much of a difficult time that Lorenzo was having against the constant barrage of hypnoses, which is not something that I expected to see in our first championships match, but here we are. And then you look at Pokemon like Komodo on Jamie's side, you kind of want to bring it as well, but if you remember from Team Preview, its stat alignment was naive, which means that it has a downside in its special defense, and that's again not something that you want to see going up against a Mega Frostlass, because those blizzards are going to be hitting that much harder.
It's worth stating the obvious here, trainers. There's no terastallization, okay? If you're watching this thinking, well, why can't they just terastallize? It's because they can't terastallize. That was very much locked to Scarlet and Violet. Right now, it's all about Mega Evolution. For now, we have left terastallization in the past. It was very close there for Jamie, and it could have become a win. Jamie is rolling a lot of dice with the team that they're playing, hoping for multiple turns of sleep, hoping that Hypnosis connects, and of course, going for Gravity and Coil is going to help that cause.
I was going to say, it's like, it's rolling the dice, but the dice are kind of loaded.
That's true, absolutely, but there's no loaded dice in Pokemon Champions. So, there you go. Another item that we don't have access to. What are you thinking, Ben? What do you think Jamie should do?
I think Jamie's strategy was actually pretty good, getting the Floette in a nice period to get the Carmine up and start dishing out the damage. I think one more attack with the Floette would have put Jamie into a position that it was really hard to take back from. But here we are, getting into game 2 here.
Okay!
And the Superior coming out. Sneasler and King Gambit for Lorenzo.
And it's the shiny Superior as well. I'd expect nothing less given that Jamie's favorite Pokemon is Superior. So cool to hear this retro Pokemon battle music from previous generations too. Shout out to Hoenn. Right, so both Floette and Superior are really threatened here by the Sneasler. Going for his Gunk Shot. Let's not forget, it's not Dire Claw on this Sneasler, just that Gunk Shot. And it's a move that can very much miss.
Unless Gravity is up, in which case it would be flawless accuracy there. But I really like this start for Lorenzo, not wanting to let Jamie start setting up in the same way that he did in game 1. Still using that King Gambit. Of course, notably the White Herb on the Sneasler would stop any Intimidate drops from the Weirdeer as well.
Mega Floette now is radiating that Fairy Aura, but it's not going to be able to do anything this turn. It's going to be flinch, so no super effective Gunk Shots here. Superior going for the Reflect. Pokemon that can be run supportively, but once it gets those Contrary boosts with Leaf Storm, can be very much offensive as well. King Gambit is going to be setting up as well. Both of these trainers want to get their Pokemon set up. Let's not forget this King Gambit reached +4 in the last game. Let's see if it can go even further this time.
And unlike in the last game, it feels like Lorenzo's really on the front foot here, being able to boost up faster than Jamie can neutralize the damage. I mean, Reflect you can only use once. It doesn't stack if you use it again. And Swords Dance on the King Gambit is getting more of a boost than the Reflect is stopping. So that King Gambit is still more powerful than when it started at the start of the battle. Not just that, as you said, the Sneasler, Gunk Shot down into these 2 Pokemon that take super effective damage from it. Difficult spot to be in.
Another difficult spot to be in is paralyzing your Sneasler. It might not be able to move. There's an 8th chance that it won't be able to move. That's another change coming to Pokemon Champions. There's Moonblast now. With the boost from Mega Evolution, no Carmines yet, brings this King Gambit down to about 1/3 of its HP, and the Sneasler is fully paralyzed. So again, rolling that dice, and it's in Jamie's favor. Now, with the Swords Dance, the Kowtow Cleave, you can see how well the Floette takes that through the Reflect. There are so many modifications to bear in mind.
And it does look like this Floette wouldn't go down to a Sucker Punch. So Jamie kind of in a good position to be able to start dealing some damage and compounding the chances for that Sneasler to not be able to act on this turn. Not only is it the Gunk Shot that could miss, but also that paralysis chance. And also the fact that the speed has been dropped on that Sneasler now that the Floette or the Floette hasn't got a boost up, but it's still going to threaten quite a lot of damage into either target, and it can go first.
Yeah, and Superior with the Citrus Berry, so healing up that damage. The Superior only has access to Leaf Storm as a damaging move, which, look, it's pretty pitiful damage there and into both of the Pokemon over on Lorenzo's side of the field, but this is the thing. With the contrary ability, you get a boost to your special attack rather than a double drop. Oh, the King Gambit takes the Dazzling Gleam with just 5 HP. It's less powerful than the Moonblast, but the Gunk Shot lands. That Floette is down. Both of these trainers are hoping for a bit of luck, and so far, it's kind of going in both of their directions.
You got to give it to Lorenzo as well. It's like, it's really tough in that situation where the odds are stacked against you. It's like, well, have the resolve to click the button that if it goes off, gets you into a really nice position. That Floette being down is really, really big because there's still 2 Pokemon in the back. And arguably one of Jamie's strongest Pokemon has been felled already.
Oh, absolutely. Floette is the Pokemon with a target on its back coming into our early Pokemon Champions tournament. Ceruledge is going to be coming out here, though. So, yes, there are 4 Pokemon remaining for Lorenzo, but just look at those health bars, and Ceruledge will feast on this King Gambit in particular. You don't even need a bit of Blade. I was about to say bit of Blast. That sounds like a cool move as well, but Shadow Sneak enough is going to do it, even though it's resisted. King Gambit is down. So, holes punched in both of these teams. Now, this Leaf Storm is going to be hitting much harder. Look at that. It gets the KO on a Sneasler. Again, not a sentence I thought I'd say in our first Cars of Champions. But now this Superior is +4, and Jamie Boyt is going to be delighted right now to have their favorite Pokemon shiny boosted up. Could it sweep through Lorenzo's team?
Well, there is a Frostlass standing in the way.
Yeah, that's an issue.
Would probably be able to get the KO here. And in fact, the Basculegion coming in now, this is a strategy that a lot of players are just need to be really aware of. It's like, do I take the KO or do I not? A double KO looks really nice on paper initially, but then when it gives rise to Mega Frostlass and Basculegion at full, and you know that the Basculegion is faster than the Ceruledge because we saw that in the last game. Last Respects is boosted up to a place where it's powerful enough to knock out the Ceruledge. We saw it being able to do that to the Ceruledge last game after an Intimidate. Reflect is kind of the same sort of modifier going on there, and so this Ceruledge is really under a lot of pressure. Not only that, it has to take the Blizzard beforehand, right? So there's not even the sort of fine margins to play with there. And now where Jamie has taken a double KO, actually Lorenzo has got an advantage out of it.
3 ghosts and a snake. Snake's on a plane. Let's hope that this snake isn't on the wane. But in the face of a blizzard, it looks like it may well be. Basculegion will just be keeping itself safe. Where has Jamie targeted? Calling it. Gave me a super effective Shadow Sneak onto the Frostlass. But now, next to move will be the Superior. It's +4. It's a Leaf Storm. And it's going to be enough to get the KO there onto the Mega Frostlass. And now the Superior's at +6. Jamie Boyt giving us a masterclass into how to win with your favorites.
Well, okay, that is absolutely down to the training of the Superior versus the training of the Floette. Mega Frostlass, because the Mega Frostlass is naturally faster than the Superior, but clearly Lorenzo has trained it to be a little bit more defensive, maybe a little bit more offensive in its special attack.
Yeah.
But at the...
Jamie did have a Pokemon unrevealed in the back there as well that could still have swung the match in their favor. Absolutely fascinating. You love to see it. We're going to a Game 3 between Jamie Boyt and Lorenzo Antognoni. If you're just tuning in, what are you doing? You need to have set an alarm trainer to get here for our first EU Pokemon Champions regional level event. And yes, all of those icons on Jamie Boyt's team, you're seeing them correctly. It is such a fast and funky and fun one. And at one-on-one, it could be Jamie Boyt claiming the victory here. But Lorenzo could use his potentially a little bit more tried and tested team, but with some fun text there as well, in order to claim the victory. It couldn't be a better way to kick off our Turin Special Championships.
Do you reckon that the Scovillain could be the bring?
Oh, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. I mean, it's obviously a fantastic play into the Superior that looked so dominant for Jamie Boyt in that previous game. It's tough, though, with Scovillain, because it's what we were talking about eggs in baskets before. It's one of those Pokemon that you kind of feel like you're putting quite a lot of eggs in that basket. It's there to be a punching bag almost, to redirect and soak up those hits. And sure, dish out some spicy sprays, but could be risky.
But this one is one that has Overheat and Giga Drain. So
true.
A few other... there it is. Called it out here.
Nice.
It's the Milotic and the Weirdeer. So Jamie coming back to the Weirdeer after leaving it in the back in game 1, kind of trying to condition Lorenzo to maybe not bring King Gambit in the lead. Got that right. But equally, this Scovillain, I think, looks like it's in a really strong position to start putting on some pressure. Unlike the Shadow Balls in Game 1 that were hailing down onto Milotic, Giga Drain is super effective. And even though Scovillain typically is using Spicy Spray, redirecting attacks into it, it's easy to forget that it's actually got a really, really high base attack and special attack stat.
Scovillain is going to be getting all the more peppery, and there is that Mega. Spicy Spray is one of the best new abilities we have access to, and Lorenzo wants to give us a showcase as to why. Fake Out means that Weird Ear is not going to be acting at this turn, meaning it's just the Giga Drain from the Scovillain. Milotic will be able to take that at least 2 more times, which is really useful for Jamie to know. Having said that, we could have a higher roll on a successive turn, but the Hypnosis without any coils will just be connecting now. So all of the eggs in the Scovillain basket, and Lorenzo's looking like, oh dear, I didn't bet on the sleepy Spicy Spray.
I mean, there's one thing hitting a lot of sleep powders in a row. Hypnosis is less accurate than that, but Jamie committing to it. I mean, it's part of his core strategy, right? It's trying to maybe call out that the Fake Out wasn't going down into either of the Pokemon on Jamie's side and saying, well, I either get Gravity or I get a Hypnosis, or I just attempt to go for a Hypnosis. But nice seeing the stat alignment there for Milotic coming out. Is Sassy being boosted in its special defense, one of its highest natural stats to be able to play with. And so Milotic actually shrugging off that big Giga Drain very, very well. Now Lorenzo, I think, has to go back to the drawing board a little bit, unless he thinks that the Sneasel's close combat might be able to finish the job on this Milotic. Cannot protect itself.
Rolling that dice, but no, the Milotic is going to be brought down very low, but it's going to be hanging on. And now this Weird Ear is in such a fantastic position. Side Shield Bash easily enough to get the one-hit KO onto Sneasler. Sound effects provided by the one and only Ben Kiriakou, and a defense boost to boot onto this Weird Ear. Again, another reason to run this very, very niche Pokemon in this format. So good into Sneasler. Double super effective damage against Poison and Fighting, and Life Dew. Wonderful to have access to that, and it's going to stack with Milotic's leftovers here. Ben, I can hear you chuckling.
It's one of Jamie's favorite moves. He really, really loves setting up these board positions, boosting up, maybe trading some health for it, and then going for a Life Dew and just recovering all of that back. Now it's the turn for Basculegion to come in a little bit earlier than it did before. Let's not forget, it's only got 1 boost to its last respects, and it's going to be able to put some pressure onto Milotic and the Weird Ear. I think the biggest question is when this Scovillain is going to be waking up, and I think that's what Lorenzo really needs to bank on in this spot.
Basculegion's putting on some pressure, but let's not forget this Weird Ear does have a defense boost as well, and obviously Last Respects isn't doing anything, so even a Wave Crash wouldn't be doing as much damage as Lorenzo would have liked.
And you think it's like, whether or not Lorenzo's got King Gambit in the back as well is a big, big deal in this board state. Here's Last Respects getting the KO onto the Milotic, and I wonder if Lorenzo's overall strategy is try to knock out every Pokemon that is not Weird Ear so that the King Gambit can clean up in the back. That's going to be very difficult to do when Jamie is just landing Hypnosis after Hypnosis. No Gravity on the field either.
I don't think we've seen a Hypnosis miss yet over the course of this 3-game set. It's unbelievable. These Pokemon love their trainers, and we love to see it. Komo, the first time this Pokemon has been brought for Jamie, begging the question as to what is the Pokemon in the back. One would expect the Mega Evolution-capable Floette, but Komo is a Pokemon that can get boosted up with its Clangorous Soul and then sweep through with Clanging Scales, and that's exactly the opportunity that has been afforded to Jamie Boyt here, with a couple of snoozing targets over on Lorenzo's side. But this Scovillain, I believe, is guaranteed to wake up this turn.
It is.
And that's exactly what happens. The overheat targeted into this physically defensive Weird Ear, but it can still shrug that off. And now let's not forget that Scovillain is eating up a double drop to its special attack. Basculegion staying asleep, meaning that the Weird Ear can now make its Hypnoses all the more accurate, as if Jamie needed it.
As like, now Jamie's like, no, honest, Gravity was in play the whole time.
Exactly.
It was definitely, you just weren't looking properly there. And now the Komodo, this is the thing about having all of these Hypnoses, and it's like back in Regulation Set C in Scarlet and Violet, where players were using Tinglu and Fisher. You click the button enough times, it's going to land. And okay, Jamie landed it early in all of those button pressing fiascos that he's doing, but actually, like, he's got so many options to use Hypnosis turn after turn after turn. All he needs is for 1 or 2 of them to hit over the course of a set, and then it opens the door for Pokemon like Komodo, like the Ceruledge, to come in and boost themselves up, and then take the advantage that way.
Okay, Scovillain's going to be switching out, and it will be Kingambit coming in, so well called here, Ben. So Lorenzo wants to get this Weird Deer isolated, so the Dark-type moves are going to be all the more powerful. The Clanging Scales, they take it pretty well, and this Basculegion will be healing up as well with its Citrus of course, Kingambit resisting that Dragon-type damage. Basculegion is staying asleep, much to Lorenzo's frustration. The Side Shield Bash whittling away, and one more Clanging Scales, and that Basculegion should be down.
The downside of the Komodo here is that in order to do all of that lovely spread-type damage that it does, it has to drop its defense, and there's two physical Pokemon on the other side of the field. The Basculegion has taken its mandatory turn of sleep and now could have its chance of waking up. And so I'm wondering if a Black Glass's Sucker Punch, even resisted, plus an Aqua Jet with the adaptability boost that Basculegion has, is enough. Worth noting again, if the Wurdir is the last Pokemon remaining and Kingambit is still on Lorenzo's side of the field, there is nothing that Jamie can do.
Yeah.
As many hypnoses as you like, Side Shield Bash is never going to do any damage to it.
I guess you could whittle away all your PP and then go for Struggle on the Kingambit, but that's still going to be quite the struggle to try and get the KO. It's the Wake Up. It's just the Protect, actually, on the Basculegion here, so no damage heading that way. At least it's not snoozing anymore. The Drain Punch, though, double super effective, of course, into the Kingambit. And now this combo is healing back all the way up to full. Jamie is giving us a masterclass as to how to run these setup teams, and teams that, of course, can recover HP as well. Jamie loves them, and we love to see it. Side Shield Bash, of course, going into the Protect Shield now. And now, the forfeit just going to be locked in. It's going to be Lorenzo forfeiting there, and Jamie Boyt claiming our first ever Pokemon Champions match here in EU.
Yeah, well played from Jamie there. It's like you can. I mean, there's a tendency to think about dismissing some of those matches, or some of the turns in that matches is just like, well, I clicked the hypnosis button because that's the funny button. But actually, you can see how effective that can be, especially if you manage to hit some of the early ones. But as I said before, even if one of them hit and the other one missed, at some point you're going to get some Pokemon to sleep and open up the door for the Komodo. I think the thing, especially in that game 3, to really pay attention to is the fact that Jamie was unflinching in targeting down that Kingambit. There may have been an option that Lorenzo was trying to cover, actually, of Jamie just going for the Clanger of Souls, expecting the Komodo to protect. So Lorenzo's like, well, hey, I'm going to protect the other Pokemon instead. And Jamie just playing it straight, not taking any risks whatsoever, knowing that that Kingambit was the main threat that he had to deal with.
Got to call out Jamie's little shoulder superior there at the end. Very much his partner Pokemon, and it feels so good to win with your favorites. Even though they had access to this Mega Floette, which is a Pokemon that everyone has been fearing coming into Regulation Set MA, it was ultimately the superior that looked so unstoppable in that Game 2. Didn't even need a Mega Evolution in Game 3. Jamie just had the raw tools at their disposal. Large respects for putting in damage. Let's not forget that it was Lorenzo that won that Game 1. But yeah, coming out on top ultimately was our very own Mr. Jamie Boyt. I love to see the Weird Ear here. Such a fantastic play into something like a Sneasler. Komodo as well, being a Pokemon that deals special damage, doesn't mind so much about something like the Spicy Spray over on Lorenzo's side of the field. Burning only reduces damage from physical attacks. It's a Pokemon with a whole lot of opportunity cost there as well. Overheat being its most powerful fire move means that, of course, it's going to get that double recall, double drop to its special attack. The Mega Frostlass was benched for the Game 3, and it was the Mega Scovillain coming out in its place. And yeah, not a single hypnosis missed over the course of all 3 of those games.
Whatever Jamie's got there, bottle it up and take it into the next rounds, because yeah, really nice to see Jamie being able to be successful there, and yeah, finding a way to put so much pressure on Lorenzo. But you got to call out Lorenzo here. Played a really good game, and gave the opportunity when he was on the back foot for Jamie to misplay, or to try to maybe be a little bit greedier in the way that he was attacking into Lorenzo's Pokemon in those end games. Seeing this training of the Superior and the Frostlass in Game 2, really big in this matchup too. And I think Jamie made a really nice call there. We've kind of implied it but haven't said it directly. Once you see that your Superior is faster than the Frostlass, it's a big indication to Lorenzo. It's like, hey, maybe this Frostlass ain't such a good idea. Even though it looks really good on paper, maybe I need to try my Mega Scovillain mode. and then you bring out the Dragon-type Pokemon and try to use that to sweep instead.
I wouldn't be surprised if Jamie has done the damage calculations or speed calculations and worked out that his superior should outspeed Mega Frostlass. That's a calculation that he has run specifically for this team because, of course, there's going to be a lot of Mega Frostlass this weekend. Naturally, and, of course, just given Indianapolis last weekend, my Frostlass, we saw more of them than maybe we were expecting.
Definitely popped up. It was really, really nice to see, actually. I think it's one of the most versatile megas that we have. It's kind of, I described this early along in the format when I was speaking to friends about the Mega Frostlass. It's like everything that Alolan Ninetales wanted to be.
Right.
Like, it's a little bit faster, it's a little bit more bulky overall. It's got that ghost typing, so you don't have to terrestrialize or use a covert cloak. Not that either of those things are an option at the moment, but yeah, later on they might be. And it's got a really high special attack stat. If you think back to Alolan Ninetales, even back as far as 2017, in all of the formats that it's played, it's been pretty prevalent in like Blizzard, 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 Blizzard. But those Blizzards coming off such a weak special attack stat really aren't doing too much damage. Frostlass, on the other hand, has got another thing to say about it.
Yeah, and of course setting out the Aurora Veil as well. But listen, I am so excited to talk to our winner from that previous game, running, I would guess, the most unique team out there. It's going to be an utter delight to hear from Jamie Boyt.
Thank you very much, Charlie and Ben. Well, I'm here with our round 2 winner and a familiar face to the couch and to the streams, Jamie Boyt. Welcome. How are you doing? How are you feeling after that? That was
a match.
It was definitely a match.
Definitely a match.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, I guess the strategy that I'm going with, like, Gravity Hypnosis is the main strategy of the team, and I am opening up a little bit of volatility. Maybe not triple protect volatility, but you know.
Yeah, I mean the hypnosises were on target.
It equals out, right?
Yeah,
that's how it works.
Let's talk about the team, because I think the team has got your fingerprints. It is Jamie Boyt blueprint all over, and I love it. I really do. I don't love it as an opponent, but I do love it as a spectator. I think it's so innovative, and you've got some of your favorites there as well. Do you want to just talk us through your thought process putting the team together and how it kind of functions and operates into this current meta?
So, yeah, I've already mentioned Gravity Hypnosis. It is my favorite strategy. I don't know why, it just is. And it was back in the Sword and Shield era in Dynamax. Clefable Milotic was one of my main leads in just across the series. Also, Clefairy Lapras as well could also go for Gravity Sing. And those were my favorite ever leads. And it's like, wait a minute, Clefable and Milotic are available in Champions. Let's try this out. It was fine. It was great. Like, Clefable Milotic was still doing its thing. But I was never clicking Follow Me on the Clefable. And it was always Moonblast, Follow Me, Gravity Sing. And I was never clicking Follow Me. And it's like, okay, so if I'm not clicking Follow Me, it doesn't need to be Clefable. Let's have a look at the other Pokemon that get Gravity and Sleep Move. Oh, the only non-Mega Pokemon that gets both is Weirdeer. Well, it's a Weirdeer. What's it going to do? I'll try it out, and oh, wow. It's amazing with Milotic. If you get the Sleep, and if you get the Sideshield Bashes, thank you to whoever buffed it to 90 base power. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
As soon as you get rolling, there's some teams that can't break it. You get Defense Boost stacked on the Sideshield Bash, you get Defense Boost stacked on the Coils, on the Milotic, and then some people just can't break it, and if you can, well, then suddenly I'm just going to bring in a setup Pokemon because you're probably asleep after you've broken me. So, yeah, the Weirdeer Milotic is the central point of the team. I didn't think it would be Weirdeer. I thought it was going to be Clefable Milotic, but Weirdeer is so much better on the team than Clefable is. So, yeah.
I love the training as well of those two Pokemon in particular. I think the speed interaction you would expect when you see naturally the Trick Room on the Weirdeer is an option for you to utilize as well. You would expect that to be the slow, but the beauty about that pairing is you outspeed your Milotic with the Weirdeer, so you've got that really flawless like synchronicity between the gravity and then the hypnosis on the Milotic, and then that just, from that point on, it makes things so difficult for your opponent to kind of get any sort of momentum in game. But like you say, the Sideshield Bash, so good in this format at the minute. There's so many real problematic Pokemon that have those big physical attacks. The defense boost is free, and it's good against a lot of those poison types that are really kind of running rampant at the minute, especially that Sneasler that just, can't really deal with it that effectively. So, yeah, really, really innovative combination. The other part of the team is the superior. I think after game one, The triple protect, we'll talk about that. That was, it looked like, oh, is this going to be one of those days? And I'm sure that did cross your mind at that point. But then the adjustment going into game 2, and it really got to showcase Superior as a Pokemon, and it really just ran the show in that game 2.
Yeah, like I had the other 5 for ages, and it was just working out the 6 Pokemons. Like, you would assume, oh, I have Superior, it's my favorite Pokemon. Of course I just put Superior on the team. It actually came on as the perfect 6th Pokemon, which I'm very happy with, because I wanted that slot to still be supportive. It needs to be, because I've got my 3 set up, that's sorted. But I need extra support in case Weird and Milotic will fail, as we saw in the game 1, got out of hand a little bit too much. And I wanted screens, and it gets screens. And I also needed something that could actually somewhat deal with a Basculegion now and then. And it's able to one-shot Basculegion if it's just got a Leaf Storm up. So yeah, it naturally came onto the team. It was between that and Sableye, because Sableye could also get screens, and then it was going to be like Disable Encore or maybe Foul Play to deal with Basculegion. But if it was a toss-up between Sableye and Superior, sorry, Ben, it's always going to be Superior.
I think you'd have to probably agree on this occasion as well. Although you would say you wouldn't, but we all know the truth. But yeah, I love the adaptation of the Superior here. I think the ability to just abuse that contrary ability with the Leaf Storm, it just makes it so strong. And then going into game 3, Jamie, I think it just shows how versed you are with the team, how well you know it, because the adaptation there, bringing the Como.
Yeah, I knew Scovillain was coming.
Scovillain was coming, and I think the adjustment there, and that really sealed the deal there. You landed some blind hypnosises, but you need those along the way.
Hey, the opponent forces me into it turn 1 if they fake out the gravity. I was going for gravity. It's their fault that I hit a blind hypnosis rather than a perfect accuracy hypnosis. That's how I view it anyway.
Yeah.
The second one, I forgot gravity was up. I just assumed it was going to connect because I'd forgot. I Sideshow Bashed rather than gravity. But we did pulled it off, so.
We do. But no, the team itself is just brilliant, and I think it's going to give a lot of players a lot of problems this weekend. And I don't expect to see the last of you this weekend. I'm going to let you have a break because we know you've got around 3 to prepare for, and gather your thoughts, get some rest. Any shout-outs for anyone here at the venue, at home?
Yeah, this is where I get told off if I don't shout out the right people, because usually I shout out the casters because you guys do such a great job. But yes, shout outs to my family, hopefully watching at home, my fiance also as well. And now I won't get told off anymore.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Jamie. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. Thank you for such a great showcase of some very unique Pokemon. We're going to throw to a quick break now. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with round 3 very soon.
Hey, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokémon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokémon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokémon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, plus 3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense plus 3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z-move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All-out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z-move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit! It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and then crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Why does Mega Greninja eat so much meat?
Why does it eat so much meat?
It's fueled by protein. Welcome back, trainers, to the Turin Special Championships. Don't have Rillaboom in the game, but we do have Lee providing the badumch. I'm Charlie Merriman. I'm so merry by name, merry by nature, to be joined by the one and only Lee Provost. And what a way to kick off our Pokemon Champions era here in EU.
Yeah, it was amazing, wasn't it? I mean, we probably didn't expect to start the broadcast with a team quite like that, did we? And I think, yeah, great way to do it in such fashion. And highlighting the possibilities, the diversity that's still here in this format, even though there is some big hitters and a lot of popular Pokemon that are consistently used across the board, there are still Pokemon out there that are undiscovered, and Jimmy Boy doing a great job to showcase that in game, well, round 2. I mean, for us.
As ever, that's what Jamie Boy always does, showcases the Pokemon that we could and potentially should be using. I love the weird ear there, because it's such a nice answer into Sneasler. It takes double super effective damage from Psychial Bath, being a poison and fighting type Pokemon. He was saying there, Widir is the only Pokemon in Champions that gets, was it access to Gravity and Hypnosis?
Yes, there isn't a Mega.
There isn't a Mega, yeah. Well, I mean, and it's a strategy that's working out very well for him.
And you've got the added bonus. It didn't really help out too much there, but the added bonus of that Intimidate.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, it was a bit of a double-edged sword where you want to bring it, but if the King Gambit comes, the Defiant, boosting it, it's already...
They just put it to sleep.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what Jamie did, really.
Exactly that.
Yeah, exactly
No Hypnoses missed at all in that 3-game set. Yeah, Jamie clearly got his lucky charm raring to go. And now we can have a look at some of the other matches going on in the venue right now. Let's take a look at the players and the teams and the matches going on after we focus on the players first. So Victor Medina, number 9 in terms of championship points. We're keeping our eye on Victor. We saw Aurelian Sula finally claim that win after so long. Victor Medina's next up, a trainer who's had such incredible achievements, has never actually won a tournament. Could it finally be their time this weekend?
It would be a really, really great way to kick off our first Champions tournament here in Europe if Victor was the victor this weekend.
Exactly that.
But yeah, just such a strong, consistent player. It'll be great to see what Victor brings to the party this weekend, what they think is going to be the team that could potentially win. But we can't ignore the other trainers on either side. We've got Nico Cognetta, who is just such a decorated trainer from Italy, and another one of those strong Italian trainers that has a very good record here in Turin and has been getting very good results in grassroots tournaments in the lead up to this event as well.
Absolutely. Hangwei Zhang on the other side of the screen there. A player who, again, is waiting for that big breakout performance. We've certainly seen Hangwei provide incredible performances on stream and achieve some very top results.
Running an Azumarill this weekend. Which
nice.
Really, I loved seeing that. So hopefully we get to see Hangwei on the broadcast. I'm sure we will this weekend. But yes, piloting the Azumarill, it's a bit of a slept-on Pokemon in previous formats where it's been, you know, able to come to the floor and have a bit of time set up with that belly drum. It's been quite effective in scenarios in this closed Dex formats like we have here with Champions. So hopefully Hangwei has a lot of success with that and the other Pokemon that they're piloting this weekend.
Yeah, very exciting. It's worth noting about Nico Cognetta. They only have 15 championship points so far this season, and that means that really they have to win here in Turin this weekend in order to guarantee their spot at the World Championships in August. So all eyes on Nico Cognetta. I believe they won the Turin Special Championships last time in 2023. Could they do it again? Because this time they need to.
Definitely a player that is capable of winning this sort of event. Like we've said, you know, in 2017 was one of the best players worldwide, and that was a closed Dex format. So Davide is so good at just identifying Pokemon that can really capitalize in these sort of environments, and then got the skills as a player to just outplay anyone, you know, if the situation's right. So definitely a player that could come in, claim that golden ticket and stamp their place at the World Championships, because they are just a world caliber level player. So yeah, going to be difficult for the rest of the field, but hopefully we see how they get on this weekend.
What an amazing storyline that would be, to come in with your last chance to be in this tournament. You have to win it in order to go to the World Championships, and then you go ahead and do it. But it's something that could happen. It's something that could happen. Stranger things certainly have happened, such as seeing Jamie Boyt's superior Cerulege team that we featured on stream before. If you missed it, you definitely want to go and check it out, especially if you're feeling like, I need some inspiration for my own team building. That is a fantastic place to start. One of the most creative team builders in the game worldwide. But that was Swiss Round 2. We'll bring you Swiss Round 3 very shortly, and I wonder which players will be featuring.
Yeah, it'll be good to see a little bit more variety going deeper, and I'm sure, you know, we've kicked off with a lot of variety, so will we get to see a little bit more of that meta trend? Will we see some Charizard Y, maybe some Charizard X? That was a call of Ben's, of course, as well. But getting on to your pick for this weekend, Mega Blastoise. I do think it's got a lot of potential in this format. I know a few other casters across the pond have it as their earmarked favorite Mega, and I do think it has the potential to quite literally make a splash. I'm sorry.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
Very good. Don't apologise. What are you doing? Imagine if I apologise.
This is your thing,
everyone like it. No, own it, my friend. I love it. We love to see it. Yeah, Mega Blastoise, one of the few Pokemon that gets access to Shell Smash and Water Spout in Pokemon Champions. And once you get one of those set up, again, Water Spout does more damage the more HP you have remaining. You can just sweep through the competition. Partnered up with something like a Vivian, Choice Scarf, all the better. Putting things to sleep. Compound Eye, Sleep Powder, like 98% accurate there. And then all of a sudden, yeah, you can win games very quickly. So I'd love to see it. Vivian has definitely had some fantastic showings at Indianapolis last weekend, so we'd love to feature it this weekend. But shall we take a look at some of the matches that you can choose from in order to feature on the stream right now? Get on over to Twitch if you're watching on YouTube now and cast your vote in the chat there. We've spoken into existence, Lee. There is a Vivian run by Arash Ommati, a former world champion, going up against Roy Gomez. We've got Jannik Koch going up against Federico Masu, Kusha Kanani with Angel Servetto, and Jay Ballester with William Basilino. Jay is a trader who did so well at the Lille Regional Championships with a Weavile. Potentially Weavile's strongest soldier. I think they would be fair enough to say that, so let's see if they can do it. We've got such a fantastic choice and such diverse teams here, so get on over to Twitch and vote for what you'd want to see.
Yeah, what a selection. And where do we start when we talk about the team specifically? We've got the Mega God of War, something I absolutely love. I think, again, has got a lot of potential in this format. Jay running that, and alongside that Weavile as well for that faster fake out support, and then those dark type attacks that get access to knockoff as well, low kick. So it's got an array of options it can utilize to support those partnering Pokemon. Going up against William, who has that kind of tried and tested kind of Charizard Y Mega Floette team with those solid core behind it. But let's not get away. Arash running quite a diverse team here, the Delphox and that Mega Floette team. Like you've said before with the Vivian support there, got lots of redirection there, and we've seen this kind of concept have a lot of success. Sejun running a very similar team to this one in the Korean Champions.
Yeah, absolutely, and finished third there. Fantastic result. Of course, Sejun, a former world champion, and that famous Pachirisu trainer. But it's all in your hands, trainers. Please get on over to the Twitch channel and cast your vote in the chat. I think, frankly, you're onto a winner with any of those.
I mean,
we say it every time, but it's true. Look at the diverse Pokemon and the names that we had. It's so exciting, this stage of the metagame.
And I think we're at that stage as well where we're quite happy. We're early into be kind of featuring champions, where anything at this point is going to be really good to feature, to see how our trainers have trained their Pokemon, what variations we've got from other variants that are similar. So I think we cannot lose, but it is in your hands. Get voting, and we will be imminently able to announce which match we will be able to.
It's about the Pokemon and the players, of course, and all of these players that are just on the cusp of getting enough championship points in order to qualify for the World Championship. So everything's on the line for them this weekend. So many of them won't be going to the North America International Championships next week. Let's take a look at some of the very tail end of the cutoff rankings and those trainers who are just on the other side. You might recognize Kusha Kanani from what we showed you just there, a match that we could feature. He is literally just outside of that qualification zone for the World Championship. So if you want to see that match, then get on over and vote for Kusha in the chat now.
Yeah, and it just goes to show, I think, how fierce the competition is to get these World Championships. You're looking at the back end, the bottom of the qualification here, and you can see the top players that we've got here who are still duking it out for those World Invites, and everything on the line this weekend. Any amount of points, small or large, will be maybe enough to get you over the edge here, and this is why every match, every set, every move matters this weekend.
Yeah, Federico Masu, that's another trainer whose match we could see, and William Basilino. So it's so exciting, this tournament in particular being our last regional level event across NA and EU, to be able to be in this position to show you the trainers who are in their last chance saloon for qualifying for the World Championship. So if you want to see one of those matches, get on over to the Twitch chat now and vote for what you want to see. And running such fantastic Pokemon as well. What's a Mega Evolution you think is slept on, Lee?
Probably Mega God of War, to be honest. Nice, I really do have a lot of faith in Mega God of War in previous formats where we've seen Mega God of War be available. It's always done quite well. It's never been a top pick, but it's always performed well with the trainers that have that belief in it, and I think it does have a place in this format. So that's probably top of the list.
Yeah, very nice.
I do like Mega Charizard X as well. I think that is another pick. What about yourself, though, Charlie?
Imagine if you said Mega Charizard Y. No one is bringing it. I'll tell you what my select on Mega is after we take a look at the results of that community choice. Who have you chosen? Okay, we've got former world champion and Italian, of course, Arash Ommati, going up against Roy Gomez. And this is really cool as well because we get to see the Aegislash in action, which is a Pokemon we haven't had access to in Scarlet and Violet, as well as what looks like a Mega Aerodactyl there too. The diversity in a Mega Delphox, what a cool one. And the Vivian, I admire your taste.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup because, especially because you've got that dual Mega and Roy side where you've got the Charizard Y and that Mega Aerodactyl, but the Mega Aerodactyl here going to be very good into that Vivian, into the Delphox, naturally outspeeds those, provides that speed control as well with that fast tailwind that you can help support those other members, like you say, the Aegislash, the Garchomp, that can be quite detrimental to a lot of the Pokemon on Arash's side of the field. But you do have a lot of support for Arash, a lot of those Rage Powder, Follow Me options there, and then there's Trick Room probably on that Sinistcha that can flip the dimension. So it's quite a diverse matchup where both players seem to have options for the opposing teams, but it's going to be how they lead out, how they present their game plan going into it.
Absolutely, and a Friend Guard Mousehole as well, my favorite Generation 9 Pokemon. So, while those trainers get set up, yeah, the Mega Revolution I think is slept on, or a Mega Revolution I'd like to see. I would like to see more Mega Kangaskhan, actually.
That's
and
a
obviously,
really good shout.
It's got a lot of potential, and it's a Pokemon that... Obviously, it's less powerful than it once was, but still, I mean, on the 6 Pokemon that I'd be bringing this weekend, Kangaskhan is there, and it has the ability to Mega. Of course, Fake Out, you get a 25% version of the move you've just used follow-up because little baby Kangaskhan hops out of the pouch. Here we go. There's a little Kangaskhan here. In order to provide more damage, and it can just be so threatening. Of course, you immediately break through those Focus Ashes and get another follow-up hit. And Fake Out coming off a normal-type Pokemon, massive as well, double-edge, bosh, you know, and the follow-up damage too. So, yeah, maybe I'd say Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, and it's incredibly good defensively as well. I think surprisingly good defensively. It was one of the top Megas the first time round.
Yeah,
Megas first burst onto the scene, and was just really the place of what Mega Charizard Y is now. Kangaskhan was that kind of pinnacle Pokemon, but never really got off the ground running. But I do think it's got legs. I think you're right. I think it's definitely a slept-on Pokemon, and there's definitely a lot of options there where players can integrate it into the teams, because you don't necessarily need to always Mega Evolve it. It can be utilized as a supporting Pokemon as well. It's got that scrappy ability where you can fake out ghost types. It's very useful, and getting those kind of speed control conditions set up, and then allowing maybe your secondary Mega to perform like you want, like the Blastoise, you know?
Exactly that, yeah. So exciting. You said there were 59 Mega Stones, is it, available in Pokemon Champions now?
59 Mega Stones.
Yeah, wow.
A lot more than what I thought, so...
We just have so many more Megas now as well.
Yes,
the back
so
of
many
Pokemon
more
Legends
to add as well. And
exactly.
It's also exciting.
So exciting. And Mega Z Pokemon as well. Mega Absol Z, Garchomp Z.
Speedy Mega Z Pokemon.
Yeah, so exciting. The world really is our cloister heading into Pokemon Champions as our competitive game, and we really hope that you're along for the ride. If you haven't downloaded Pokemon Champions yet, what are you doing? Get on over to your Switch, download it. It's free to download, and enjoy experimenting with some of these teams. And that very useful little tutorial Pokemon Champions gives you as well if you're totally new to competitive Pokemon. You can just soak up so much knowledge from there, and before you know it, maybe you'll be climbing to that champion rank. And I've no doubt we'll see you at one of these soon too, because it's all about having fun taking part.
Yeah, and it's not only for Switch users as well. In 2 weeks' time, on the 17th of June, it will be releasing on mobile. So Android and iOS users will be able to have champions on their phones. So if you haven't got a Switch and you really want to get involved, then this is another option. And even if you've got a Switch, it gives you a way to have it out and about with you on your phone or, mobile device, wherever you are. So really, exciting. And that release, 17th of June, 2 weeks' time, is going to just be incredible. And a new format on the way as well.
Oh, it's crazy. Oh, couldn't be a more exciting time to get involved. And the fact that it's going to be available on mobile too, Pokemon Champions, just makes it so much more accessible. I can't wait to just, be on a bus journey or something and be able to do a little battle on my phone and Pokemon Champions. It's so cool. From cool to hot, though, because one of the Megas we'll be featuring in this next match, of course, Mega Delphox, and one of the best designs there is, surely. I mean, look at this.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's a very strong Mega. I really have a lot of love for Mega Delphox. I think with that levitate ability, taking away its ground weakness when it does Mega Evolve, and it gets a huge speed increase as well. So putting it above things like those Gengars, those Aerodactyls, and just putting it in a place as well where even outspeeding things like Sneasler quite easily, and then threatening with that Psychic attack and fire type attacks, and it's got some really useful tools and it's under its belt, where it's got Encore, it's got Substitute, which we've seen very commonly used, where it can, in front of those threats, just set up the Substitute, and then it's got that little extra security blanket to allow it to get those big attacks off. And even Nasty Plot has been used in a lot of scenarios where if you leave it unchecked, it gets a Nasty Plot off, it becomes a real big threat. Obviously as well with Psyshock, it can get around anything setting up Calm Minds because it's hitting on the defensive, physical defensive side rather than that special defensive side. So a lot of different options Delphox has gotten. We saw Joshua last weekend in Indianapolis have an absolutely phenomenal run. I mean, their opponents that they had to go through in that event to reach that record was just incredible. So a big props to Joshua with this innovative build of the Mega Delphox and Mega Floette team.
Yeah, really cool. But of course, there is one Fire-type Mega Pokemon that is dominating Pokemon Champions thus far, and that is, of course, Slugma. No, sorry, Charizard Y. It's between the two. Charizard Y. Let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into why Mega Charizard Y is so powerful. Of course, the first thing to say, as soon as you Mega Evolve, you get that Drought ability activated, setting up the sun.
That's probably its biggest selling point, I would say. The weather control that you get with Mega Charizard Y and it boosting those fire-type attacks is just such an incredible ability to have on a very strong Pokemon. And it's got a nice speed stat as well, so it can position itself quite well into the format. And even if you want to drop that speed down, which we see a lot of players do, you can give it the defensive capabilities it needs to function and at least take some of those big threatening attacks, namely Rock Slide from Garchomp. That's normally one of the main attacking options that you would try and calc against. Double damage, of course, not that single target, but just an incredible Pokemon and an enabling Pokemon where it allows other Pokemon to thrive and flourish like the Venusaur. Even Incineroar really benefits from the sun, and it quelling those water type attacks as well helps out there. But not only that, it's own Weather Ball, and it's still got access to Overheat. We don't see that used too much, but it is another option that players could lean into, and it's just devastating damage when it is hitting those targets.
My Mega Blastoise hates to see a Mega Charizard Y coming. Normally, it would be fine, but of course with the Drought ability, mitigating the water damage, it's tough. Yeah, the fact that
Solar Beam as well.
Oh, Solar Beam. Oh, tell me about it. Yeah, of course, that really nice coverage it gets access to, and the Solar Beam goes off in one turn. But the fact that Charizard Y has already claimed a couple of champion titles with Arsenal last weekend in Indianapolis, as well as the Korean Trainers Cup champion, I believe, there too. Just incredible, and it really is the Pokemon with a target on its back coming into this weekend. It is the one to beat. But I'm gonna go ahead here, Lee, and say that Mega Charizard Y is not winning this weekend.
I don't think it's a bad call. I think it's it's got the biggest target on its back, I think, coming into this event. Everyone knows that. But you would say the same about all of these other tournaments that we've had previously, where I think it is the Pokemon that everyone is trying to counter and have answers to. But these players are just so well versed with it, no ways around those counters, and still manage to have that success. And this is why I've picked it this weekend, because I think we've got top caliber players coming in this weekend that are going to be playing, have that reliance, the confidence in Charizard Y, and are going to be able to get it over the line. But I won't be surprised if you're right, and maybe we see something else take the champion title here this weekend.
I'm going to say Mega Frostlass, you know. I know it's so weak against Mega Charizard Y, but I could definitely see it going all the way, especially after we saw so many more of them than we were expecting in Indianapolis. It's got so many tools at its disposal. As Ben was saying earlier, it's kind of just like, it's everything that a lot of Ninetales wanted to be, but of course you don't need to run a covert cloak on it, for example, which you don't even have access to in Pokemon Champions. Being a ghost type, you can't flinch it, you can't get a fake out off, and it can get the Aurora Veil up and get the Blizzard up, and with the Snow Warning too. Yeah, very cool.
And if it's got that Weather Ball and you've got a partner in Tyranitar, then you don't need to worry about Charizard at all, do you? You just rock Weather Ball it and say,
exactly,
sayonara.
Exactly. See you later. Alligator. It's not an alligator. But anyway, Arash Ommati was the first ever Turin Regional Champion in 2016. So we have a couple of previous Turin champions coming to the event this weekend. Arash is a player who, if you don't know them yet, you certainly should, and we're about to take a deeper dive into their achievements. But someone who's been around for such a long time and has such an incredible repertoire of accomplishments that they have in the game already.
Yeah, 2013 World Champion Arash Ommati. because, yeah, he's pretty much won it all, really, at this point. Arash is just one of those trainers that has been around for a long time, very familiar with Mega Pokemon. In particular, was there the first time Megas appeared, so knows all about them, and I'm sure is enjoying this format as well. But yeah, there's not really much else to say from Arash. Great to see them back competing here, and off to a great start in a familiar venue for them as well, where they've had so much success in the past.
Absolutely, and Turin, what a beautiful city it is as well. I love seeing that chunky Pikachu on the desk there, Lee, for the 30th anniversary. Let's go back to where it all began. You remember encountering your first Pikachu in Viridian Forest?
I do, yeah, and thinking, I am Ash Ketchum. I am actually Ash, I loved it.
I remember not leaving Viridian Forest until I got a Pikachu, you know, just knowing it was there.
And very low encounter rate as well, so it can take a while. Needle you have to...
Totally worth it, though.
Yes.
Well, in my case, I was playing blue. It was more Caterpie. Yeah, absolutely. So excited to get into our second ever Pokemon Champions tournament. I love that little Rotom earpiece on the Pikachu as well. That is such a nice touch, which of course our traders are rocking in Pokemon Champions as well. Rory Gomez going up against Arash Ommati, and I can't wait to see if the underdog here, which we could say is Rory, a trainer who doesn't have as many accomplishments as Arash, can flip the script here and become our Turin Special Champion, or indeed win this very round, because we've got to take it round by round. That is how the grand finals are ultimately built.
Yeah, and I think round by round is how our players always have to approach it, especially with so much on the line this weekend, with the championship points being so pivotal and the outcome of who gets a World Championship invite and not. But let's have a look, hone in on the achievements of these two trainers. We talked about Arash, 2013 World Champion, Turin champion in 2016, as well as that German national champion in 2016. What a hot year they had then. And then a top 8 finish in 2018 there.
Rory Gomez, a very recent accomplishment there, top 4 at the Querétaro Regional in the 2026 season. So this is a player who's maybe just hitting their stride now. Some fantastic achievements from the past as well, going all the way back to 2016 there with Madrid. EYC, a good finish there too. But it's 2024, 25, 26. This is where Rory seems to just be finding their momentum right now in competitive Pokemon, and there could be no better momentum swing than taking down a former world champion.
Oh yeah, I mean, that would give you all the confidence you need going forward in this event as well. And I'm sure Rory's probably quite familiar with the team that Arash is piloting, because we've seen the success of it. It is being popularized by Sejan in a lot of ways, and Arash kind of maybe making some slight adjustments here or there, but we can take an overlook at it. Again, we've got that Mega Delphox, we've got the Mega Floette as the two big centerpieces on the team, and then the supporting cast. We've got the Incineroar, the Fake Out, the Intimidate. It's going to be great to just quell those physical attackers on the opposite side of the field. The Mousehold, you've talked about the Friend Guard there, giving an extra layer of protection. I love the Feint. It can get around any protecting on your opponents. If they're trying to stall turns out or reposition, then you've got the Sinistcha. We've seen how useful that has been in previous games. The Hospitality to top up any lost HP. The Life Dew as well, the Rage Powder, the most important thing to redirect those threatening attacks. And the Vivian, your star of the show here, Charlie. The Scarf on that, the Choice Scarf item, being able to put it at a speed advantage of most other things. Sleep Powder, so disruptive.
Yeah, especially given its 98% accurate stacking with that Compound Eyes ability. Really fantastic team from Arash. And when you're running 2 Mega Pokemon, it's such a different approach on the other side of the table versus if you're just running 1. Because all of a sudden, you don't just have the 1 linchpin that you have to form your game plan around. It's 2. You've got to prepare for both eventualities. So let's see how Rory is going to be able to do that. Of course, Rory is also running a couple of Mega Pokemon themselves with Mega Charizard Y and the Aerodactyl. The Fist Bump exchanged. The Pikachu looking delighted about it. And now we'll be able to take a deeper dive into Rory's team. And I'm so glad that also, as I mentioned, we get to feature this Aegislash.
Yes, we do. And alongside that, the Mega Pokemon on this team, the Charizard and the Aerodactyl there, they're both going to be very good against the Vivian in particular. And the Mega Floette, the Charizard has no trouble sitting in front of that and firing off those big fire type attacks, whilst able to squelch up those fairy type attacks pretty easy. But the Aegislash, a big player here, has got Shadow Sneak, so if you can hit that Vivian, you've got a way to maybe chip off any remaining damage if you miss the knockout. The King Gambit, interestingly, no Protect here, has that Focus Sash, going with Iron Head or Low Kick. Normally you have to kind of choose between those two, but saying, okay, with the Focus Sash, I've got that layer layer of security. I'm going to go with both of these very useful moves in different scenarios.
True.
And then the Sylveon there, pretty standard, that Hyper Voice, Hyper Beam combination, taking advantage of the Pixelate ability. You've got that one big attack in the Hyper Beam. You do take a recharge turn, but it hits so hard, it's normally picking up knockouts, and great to take advantage of the Fairy Aura that's on the opposite side of the field. And then the Garchomp. What's more to say about Garchomp? Just a solid pick in this format. I think, though, when you're going up against the Vivillon, if you're really worried about that, if you're Roy here, I think you've got to split the decision of your opponent, where you say, okay, I'm going to lead two Pokemon that are going to be very effective into the Vivillon, and you kind of sacrifice one of them to potentially get put to sleep there. Maybe I'm looking at the team here. I think something like the Aerodactyl Charizard feels like a pretty good lead into this team, where you've got the offensive options of the fire type attacks on the Charizard. They're going to threaten the Vivillon. Then you've got the Rock Slide as well from the Aerodactyl. So you've got that spread option. There's no Wide Guard on Arash's side of the field. Yes, you've got Intimidate that could cause the Aerodactyl a few issues, and the Intimidate support there. But then you're leading Incineroar and Vivillon, and it's not a really effective offensive threat. So I think that is a way of approaching it, but it's really reactive. Roy's got to be into this team because of the disruption that Arash has access to.
Let's get into it, trainers. Our second ever streamed Pokemon Champions game from the EU region, and it's Incineroar and Floette in the lead for Arash, so no Vivillon to speak of, as well as the Garchomp and Charizard. And let's not forget, you chose this matchup.
Yeah, really great choice from our audience at home, but we've got the fake out here from the Incineroar. It's at least going to give the Floette a little bit of room this turn. I mean, it's not too worried about probably what the Garchomp's got access to here, so do you go for the fake out into the Charizard here just to prevent any big potential weather balls that could come into your Floette early and do damage that you kind of prefer to avoid here. If you do that, you do leave the Garchomp open to get in maybe a Rock Slide. If it does outspeed the Floette, depends on how it's been trained, there is a potential of a course of a flinch from a Rock Slide.
Charizard is going to be switching, and coming out in its place will be Aegislash and the Shiny as well. What a fantastic Shiny it is. Mega Floette is hitting the field. It might be from Generation 6, but we've got the Generation 1 battle theme playing in the background. Lovely throwback back to 30-odd years ago. Now it's Fairy Aura activated, and all of its Fairy moves are hitting all the harder as well. Floette is just going for the Calm Mind here, actually. It's sort of had a very free damage into the Garchomp, but it will be boosting up. Playing the longer game, wanting to deal with Rory's Pokemon lurking in the back. Going for the Rock Slide, it will be dodging on the Incineroar, which would have been super effective. Again, it's mitigated by the Intimidate, and Floette can take that for days. Not super effective there at all. Incineroar, meanwhile, goes for that parting shot onto the Aegislash, not hitting quite as hard.
Yeah, really nice parting shot. Nice turn one from Arash here. And some interesting information here that we get. The Floette is outspeeding the Garchomp on Roy's side. So this next turn, after that Calm Mind boost, the special attack there is increased. It is going to be threatening the Garchomp pretty heavily. The Aegislash as well is not going to appreciate that -1 attack drop either, because now it relies on the Poltergeist to hit for super effective damage. It's not going to be hitting as hard, probably not going to be able to pick up a knockout, and you've also got a really nice pivot into the Sinistcha now that is going to be taking super effective damage, but it has the Rage Powder just to give that Floette a little bit of extra protection if needed.
And Aegislash doesn't have access to a damaging steel-type move here, so the Floette is a little bit safer. Sinistcha switching out in order to provide more matchup hospitality in a future turn. Incineroar coming back in for yet another Intimidate drop onto this Garchomp and dropping the attack further of the Aegislash. Floette setting up a Calm Mind. This is classic from our EU players, just cycling in these Intimidates and parting shots from the Incineroar, making this Floette unremovable from the field. Aegislash is attacking here, going for its stance change, getting a big old boost to its physical attack, and now it's using its Mega Stone against it. The Floette type into the Floette, but it can take that so well.
Yeah, it's going to be able to Draining Kiss, heal off any of that damage. You can see how pivotal the Intimidate drop is, and also that parting shot. Now, the Aegislash is going to be susceptible to getting hit now in this stance form, where if Floette comes into it, it will knock it out, of course, so it probably has to revert or switch off the field to undo these drops that it's taking. Garchomp in a vulnerable spot, so this is why we're seeing it switch out, reset those drops that it's taken, and Kingambit come back onto the field.
Double Steel and Double Sword on the field right now. Kingambit and Aegislash. It's not going to be very effective, the Draining Kiss, but look at that. It heals so much damage. The Aegislash takes so much thanks to the double Calm Mind boost. Okay, but the parting shot into the Kingambit here. It's got this Define ability, so now it's at +1 in its physical attack, and this Kingambit, unlike in our first game, does have access to Iron Head.
Yeah, and that is the thing that was missing on that that Aegis Slash there. You were hoping it comes onto the field. It's really positioned well, but not offering that steel-type threat. But now you've got the King Gambit. Has taken that Defiant boost and really putting a lot of pressure on. It did dodge the Draining Kiss that turn as well, so it is pretty fresh coming in. And Poltergeist here, you can see again, just not anywhere near impactful, especially when you've got that Friend God coming onto the field from the Mousehold. So really great pivot again from Arash.
The King Gambit now actually is +3, right? After the parting shot there, dropping the special attack as well. It's very boosted up either way, and so it's very threatening with access to low kick and Iron Head as well as the double dark moves.
+1 at the minute, because it took the Intimidate drop, and then it gets the +2 boost from the parting shot. So at the minute, so it's still very threatening, and in a position where it can threaten, you know, with the Iron Head into the floet. If you don't follow me here with the Mousehold, it will pick up the knockout. Of course, is King Gambit trained enough to take the double up here? Because you've got the feint potential, which we're not going to see here, and then the Draining Kiss into it to break that Focus Sash that is giving it that little bit of protection going into this turn.
And this is why Sinistra is more prevalent now in Pokemon Champions than it's ever been. Hospitality just topping up that Floette all the more. Meanwhile, the King's Shield coming out from Aegis Slash. Keep yourself safe as the Sucker Punch is a lot, but it's not going to be enough to claim the knockout onto the Floette here. A Moonblast, though, is neutral damage into this King Gambit, and up +2 in your special attack. The King Gambit hangs on with that Focus Sash, of course. It's not nice, and we see 2 commonly on that Pokemon. Would have been enough for the KO, but Roe is going to want to do all they can to keep those boosts intact.
Yeah, you can see how valuable that Focus Sash is here, just to allow the King Gambit to stick around on the field. Now, it is going to be picked off by this Floette this next turn. It does have the option to go for another Sucker Punch, but the problem now is you've got that Rage Powder on the Sinistra that's going to be able to just detract that and keep that Floette nice and healthy for another Draining Kiss to be able to fire it out. The problem is everything on the field now on Roy's side, it's pretty low health, so you're not going to be getting that much health back each and every turn as we get more and deeper into the battle.
So Charizard has made an appearance once more. Sinistra now the center of attention, is not going to want to take any Dark-type moves, but of course the Floette can neutralize that threat before the King Gambit can come into play. The Floette's looking a whole lot less healthy now, but it's been able to claim some good ground for Arash here. Charizard coming in, it loves to stare down. Yes, low health Floette. Of course, the Sinistra's already on the field, so it can't provide an immediate hospitality top-up of HP. It could, perchance, get a Life Dew off, though, but this Aegis Slash will have something to say about it.
Yeah, this is a much better position for Roy now, where you've got the Charizard onto the field. It's not really worrying about this Fairy-type attacks from the Floette and can hit back with a big offensive Heat Wave here. Even after the Calm Mind, you would say a boosted Heat Wave in the Sun, probably enough to get the remaining health on the Floette and the Sinistra here, but a really nice switch in response to that into the Incineroar. Gonna once again drop an all-important Intimidate onto the Aegis Slash, which is also leaving the field post-haste.
Immediately switching, both of these trainers playing this revolving door, just trying to claw the advantage. And here comes Mega Charizard Y. Oh yes, it's got those big wings beating fast, and could it be beating its path through to a victory here in Swiss round 3? There's that drought activated. Floette doesn't like the look of that sunlight bathing, it's basking down in as the Charizard goes for this Heat Wave. The Incineroar, of course, will be resisting it nicely. Oh, okay, Incineroar is actually going to be dodging here, but it still would have been really nice chip for Rowie to claim.
Yeah, the problem now is Arash has positioned themselves so well where they've got the Fake Out. It's easy into the Charizard, prevent that from moving this turn. And we know the speed interaction between the Floette and the Garchomp. It is going to outspeed. It is going to be able to land a Draining Kiss into that Pokemon this turn. And off the back of it, why we're seeing it switch into the Aegis Slash. It's taken so much damage already, though. Is it going to be able to take a Draining Kiss this turn?
We've seen just how much damage Draining Kiss has done to the Aegis Slash in the past. And yeah, exactly that. That's going to be it down. Its shield and its sword put to one side. And now this Floette is able to get back to around half HP. It's still not going to want to be taking a Heat Wave from the Charizard, but having burned the Fake Out turn, now Rowie can just go on the offensive and click Heat Wave after Heat Wave, but Arash has so many tools at their disposal.
You've probably got one opportunity here if you are Raw Heat Wave. You want to protect the Garchomp this turn and try and pick up the knockout onto the Floette. Hope that the Weather Ball is enough. But of course, you've got Arash in the position where they can potentially just protect the Floette, parting shot into the Charizard.
Yeah.
It's whether or not Roy kind of sees through that, because if expect the Protect on the Floette. It means it opens the door for the Garchomp to at least attack this turn, but it's very risky because if that doesn't play out, you lose your Garchomp to that Floette.
Arash is backing this Floette that has a double boost to its special defense, let's not forget, thanks to those Calm Minds. Of course, the Sinister is taking one for the team here, potentially by switching in. Floette is actually going to be protecting itself anyway, as the Earthquake comes out, resisted by the Sinister, but of course, this Charizard Y is threatening that massive Heat Wave damage. Let's see just how much this Earthquake does for Sinister. It's all useful calculations to bring in to future games, and now the Charizard is going to be opting for that Heat Wave. Is the Sinister going to dodge just like the Incineroar before it? No, not this time around. And in that sun, that Sinister has drunk its last matcha.
Yeah, I don't think you mind this too much of your Arash because the Sinister kind of doing its job there, coming onto the field, activating the Hospitality, giving that extra, a little bit of additional health to the Floette. And not only that, now you can bring the Incineroar back into the field. You get another Intimidate onto the Garchomp, taking it down to -1. And you've got that active Fake Out, so you've got that position again where you're almost forcing the Garchomp to protect here. And if it doesn't, it's going to go down to a Draining Kiss, and you're also topping up that Floette. It feels very difficult, and we've not got many turns of Sun left. You can see there's 2 left. So Charizard hasn't got many opportunities to try and get that all-important Weather Ball that it's going to need to get off to get that big damage into the Floette and try and remove it. Once that piece is removed, though, you can remove it. Garchomp has a much easier time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just that mouse hold in the back, and it's not known for its offense. It's certainly a supportive piece. Charizard is going to be protecting this turn as well, so stalling out his own Sun is a really tough position for Roy here, recognizing that Arash is in just such a strong place, and of course, protecting against that Fake Out. All eyes on this Charizard heading onto this next turn, if they're going to be able to benefit from this Sun that is a dwindling.
Yeah, we're going to see a double protect, I think, from Mori on the Garchomp here. If you can get the double protect here and then maybe try and get that big, powerful attack off with the Charizard, it's still going to be questionable whether or not the Fire-type attack will be enough into the Floette. It depends how it's been trained, of course. But yeah, Roy not in the best of spots here. Especially after protecting the previous turn with the Garchomp. It feels almost pinned at this stage.
Mousehole coming back in, providing that all-important Friend Guard boost to the Floette. This Floette has just sat on the field for the entire game, just preserving those boosts and trying to get in the best position possible. The Draining Kiss into the Protect from the Garchomp. Here comes the Weather Ball. How much damage is it going to do? This is the crucial one. This is Arash's damage dealer, and look at that. Wow. It shrugs it off thanks to that Friend Guard. I wouldn't be surprised if Arash in most games brings this for a Floette, Sinister, Mousehold, and Incineroar, because they support each other just so well. So well, in fact, that it's going to force Rory to lock in the forfeit. And Arash is 1 game up.
Yeah, what a well-dictated game from Arash with these 4 Pokemon. And yeah, you saw the value of that Friend Guard there.
Unbelievable.
The Weather Ball was quite a whimper there, where you were thinking it's the one last chance you've got to remove the Floette. But you can see the power of that Calm Mind special defense boost. And then on top of that with the Friend Guard, what a great switch as well. Kind of suspecting, well, the play could be the Garchomp not attacking here. Just to get around that, I'm just gonna switch in my Mousehole, get the Friend Guard, and then I've also got that Fake Out Intimidate that I can cycle back in a future turn if need be. But yeah, it's a really hard wall for Roy to break down. And just the way that the Intimidate cycling was there, I think Roy needs to take a bit more advantage of the King Gambit to kind of prevent the Intimidate cycling so much. Maybe something like King Gambit, Aegislash feels better against those 4 immediately, but it's a lot easier said than done, of course. The Floette, anytime it does attack, it is doing a lot of damage, of course.
But hopefully, if you can just neutralize it before it can get any of those boosts up, then that's certainly a way through. Of course, the thing is, Rory also has to contend with the fact that Arash could just lead Vivian, and anything could be put to sleep immediately, and then all of a sudden Arash once more is in the driver's seat. It's such a fascinatingly well-composed team from Arash, and I cannot wait to see how they pilot it in Game 2. Is it going to be a different playstyle? It's going to be the Sylveon in the lead, exactly that, just that massive burst damage into the Floette. Fairy doesn't resist Fairy, but with that Friend Guard provided by the Mousehold, could be in for a tall order, and that King Gambit threatening down an Iron Head too.
Yeah, I really like this lead from Roy, saying, I'm going to go back on the offensive. Not going to lead with that Charizard. We'll maybe keep that for a little bit later on, but the Sylveon here is a Pokemon. If that Floette does Mega Evolve here, get that Fairy Orb activated, it is going to be able to take advantage of that, and those Hyper Voices, and in particular the Hyper Beam, if it can land, is going to be doing devastating damage. Nice that the King Gambit here kind of puts off that switch to the Incineroar, because you don't really want to be giving it those free Defiant boosts that we've seen it be able to be so effective with. Now the Floette, especially in the front of an Iron Head King Gambit, is pretty threatened, but probably making a quick, decisive switch here into the Aegislash from that King Gambit.
Yes, foretelling this Protect coming out from the floor on Arash's side of the field. Meanwhile, this Mousehold is left free to go for a Super Fang, but it was targeted into the King Gambit, and that Aegislash is a Ghost type, taking no damage from normal type moves. That would have halved the HP bar there. It will be on the receiving end of a big Fairy Feather, Pixelate, boosted Hyper Voice, and a critical hit to boost. And that Mousehold, whereas it could pivot in quite happily in the previous game, unintimidated, undaunted, this game around, it doesn't have as much HP to work with to provide the frame guard for Floette.
No, a great switch there from Roy to just kind of quell what the Mousehold was attempting to do, break the Focus Sash on the King Gambit, and now you've got that preserved in the back for later on, which will be very useful against this Floette. The Hyper Voice there, taking advantage of the opportunity just to get that damage off onto the Mousehold, and now it's in a position, is it going to be... It's going to be very close. The quick attack's probably not going to be enough to pick up the knockout, but you can quite reliably here just click the Hyper Voice button, hoping that the Floette Mega Evolves. You can see it is forced off the field here as Incineroar makes its way on to the field.
That's the first time Floette has left the field across both of these games so far. The Super Fang is going to connect into Sylveon. Really nice way to deal guaranteed half damage into that threatening offensive Pokemon. Aegislash on the offensive now as well. Pasha Berry working against the Incineroar, but of course it's resisting this Poltergeist being a native Dark type, and look at that. It takes it oh so well here. Now you have an active Fake Out on the next turn, but Mousehold will of course go down to this Hyper Voice. Sylveon is screaming away, and that Mousehold, those big ears, just means it's hearing it all the more loudly.
Yeah, one of those defensive pivots though being lost for Arash. It was so decisive in that game. One now not going to be able to be leaned into to help that Floette in its game plan to overcome Rohi. So in a much better position, the Aegislash here is -1 attack, so its Poltergeists aren't going to be hitting as hard going into this turn. We already know the Floette takes about 50% from those, and it is threatened from the Incineroar this next turn. The Sylveon as well probably wants to get out of the way here and make way for the Charizard. It's an easy switch into this Pokemon here. It's not really going to be affected by any of the offensive threats on Arash's side right now.
Going for the not terrestrialization, the Mega Evolution onto this Floette. Still getting my head out of Scarlet and Violet and very much into Champions now as Fairy Aura is activating as well, boosting the power of those Fairy moves. The Fake Out into the freshly switched in Charizard, of course you can't Fake Out an Aegislash. The Carmine coming out from Floette, and the boosted HC to its special defense already through going for his Mega Evolution, just capitalized on by the Carmine here. The Poltergeist, of course, using the Mega Stone to deal damage to this Floette. It got a special defense boost, not a physical defense boost, and look at that. That Floette is brought down oh so low. I would not be surprised if it's Sinister in the back, so you can at least switch that in for Hospitality boost, but now it's threatened all the more by the Charizard that could just go for its Mega and then go for the Heat Wave.
Yeah, it's a really nice spot that you're in if you are Roy. I mean, you do have to be a bit careful with the Aegislash. It is full health, but of course the Floette has boosted its special attack, so it can Draining Kiss into you, and especially in that stance form, you will be taking more damage than you would like. But you've got the play where you can Heat Wave here and then go for a Sacred Sword into that Incineroar. Even if the Incineroar switches out to the Sinister here, you're going to get good effective damage off onto it. Or do you just go for the Poltergeist here to say, okay, well, I'm just going to go after this Floette? The problem is doing that. Maybe it protects, but is that better than it actually attacking and gaining any health back with that Draining Kiss in this spot?
Mega Charizard Y is here, trainers, and it's Pokemon we're likely to see a whole lot this weekend. But how much is it able to achieve here? Of course, Incineroar is going to be resisting these Heat Waves so nicely. Floette is just going for his Protect here. This is something Arash did a lot in Game 1 as well, keeping it as safe as possible, because really putting all the eggs in the Floette basket. It is that Heat Wave. Incineroar was able to shrug it off in previous games, and the Incineroar, you know, every bit of chip damage is going to add up there, and that would be an active Fake Out off the field, the more damage that Incineroar takes too. Speaking of getting off the field, that's exactly what it's going to do. It's going to hurl that parting shot Charizard's direction, so at least the Heat Wave isn't hitting as strongly now. Now forced to reveal that fourth and final Pokemon, and it's unsurprising that it is indeed Sinister.
Yeah, now out of the way of those fire type attacks, getting that Hospitality HP onto the Floette going to be really useful, and the Sacred Sword there going after the Incineroar. Nice. And a really great switch. Arash catching that perfectly. Now the Sinister in that spot where it is going to want to probably switch out here into the Incineroar, but that's not a bad thing, right? You get another Intimidate onto the Aegislash, weaken that even further, and you're also not really too worried about the potential Heat Waves. Why you've got the opportunity now to lock in. You need to go for a Draining Kiss into something on Roy's side to try try and gain some of that lost health back and put Floette in a better, more commanding position than it is right now.
Yeah, and we saw how badly an Aegislash took a boosted Draining Kiss in the previous game. It's Pokemon that has a very low HP stat, so it's something that Arash can use to their advantage. Here it is, that Draining Kiss into the Aegislash, nearly doing 50% there, and it's going to be healing up this Floette all the more. And look at that, just 1 HP shy of being at full health. Heat Wave now. How much will it do to Floette? Oh my goodness, it can take it oh so well, even in the sun, thanks to that parting shot on the previous turn from the Incineroar and an active Fake Out coming into boot. Arash giving us a masterclass as to how to pilot this team, but the Poltergeist did so much damage on a previous turn. Floette is still sticking around. It's such a thorn in Rory's side, and what a treat to be able to feature such high-level play in just Swiss round 3 of the Turin Special Championships.
Yeah, and Roy doing so well here. You can see the resources on Arash's side really dwindling. You've got active Fake Out now, so you can prevent this Charizard from going for one of those Heat Waves or Weather Balls this next turn. And we don't have many turns of the sun left. You know, we've got 3 left for this Charizard to take advantage of it. It's in a healthy position. Aegislash here is going to be open to potentially get another attack off. It's going to be touch and go, whether another Draining Kiss, though, is going to be enough to take that down. If you miss the knockout and it gets another Poltergeist onto that Floette, there's a good chance it could pick up the knockout, and it could potentially even go for a Sacred Sword if that Incineroar is tied up this turn, faking out the Charizard and its attention diverted.
Exactly that, Lee. The Charizard isn't going to be acting. That's where the Fake Out is headed. Draining Kiss, Charizard brought down to around 50%. And again, just going to be able to heal up this Floette all the more. Another Poltergeist, though, should seal the deal on this Floette. It's a move that can miss, though. It looks like it's going to be hitting this time around the Floette. And this one should be the finishing blow for the Floette, for Arash. Oh my goodness, it's not! It's 7 HP! Rowie saying, why are you not fainted yet? I'm putting so much energy into removing you from the field, but this Eternal Flower is called Eternal for a reason.
Yeah, and it is sticking around a little bit longer. The threat now is the Shadow Sneak that the Aegislash has, so it can try and pick it off, but you've got this play where the Incineroar can come out. The Hospitality might just put it out of reach from a Shadow Sneak with those Intimidate drops that it's had and put it in a position where it can Draining Kiss the Charizard again and get that health back that it's just lost.
Oh no, it's going to be protecting this turn. It's going for its King's Shield here. No damage, headed in that direction. So let's see where Arash was targeting. The Moonblast, it was just going into the Charizard, just going for the KO here. Doesn't want to be healing up any HP. The Draining Kiss probably wouldn't have got the KO, but a Moonblast certainly will. And that is the Mega Pokemon down for Rowie. It's fascinating because heading into this game too, Rowie had so many more tools and showing us how to counter potentially Arash's team. But again, Arash just a master of playing this composition, showing how it's done as King Gambit now joins the fray.
Yeah, and King Gambit in a place. It's still got that Focus Sash intact, so it is going to be able to take at least one attack from this Floette. And it's got a great partner next to it, the Floette, in the ability with the Sinistcha to pull away those potential Iron Heads, those Sucker Punches that could come out. And you're going to have to sacrifice your Sinistcha, but I think it's worth it. You need to really prioritize taking this King Gambit down as quickly as possible. And you can't as freely switch in that Incineroar anymore, because if you do, you're activating that Defiant ability, which you want to try and avoid at this stage with the Floette being so low health.
But it is the Pokemon that Arash is relying on for the damage, and it's stuck around for so long already, and with the Rage Powder now, it's meaning that the Floette is all the safer to get off a big old Draining Kiss into that King Gambit. The downside of running the Focus Sash is you're probably not as invested in your defenses, and that's something Arash can use to their advantage, healing up all the more with Draining Kiss. The Iron Head redirected now into the Sinistcha. Aegislash, I don't blame you, my friend, is going the offensive as well, but just what can it do against the Sinistcha? The Cassid Berry weakening the damage from this Poltergeist that is super effective Ghost-type damage. Is it going to be enough to take it? Oh, for days, my friend. That matcha is all the more topped up.
Yeah, and as close as this is right at the end here, we see the sun fading finally. I feel like Arash has got it in the bag. I think one of the things that you would say is, oh, the Incineroar comes in and it activates that Defiant ability, but the one problem that this King Gambit has, it doesn't have Protect to get around it, so the turn that the Incineroar does come onto the field, you've got that combination Fake Out, Draining Kiss into it, and that Floette in a really healthy position now where it can just go for that Draining Kiss pretty freely into the King Gambit, knowing there's no Protect there. Rage Powder again just to keep your Floette healthy, and then you've got the Floette Incineroar against that remaining Aegislash, so it feels a lot to do for Jorge, but never say never. We might see a comeback, but it feels very slim right now. Of course, they do have the Sylveon in the back.
Have the Sylveon in the back, and it's Hyper is the name of the game here. Hyper Voice, Hyper Beam, and it's dealing hyper offensive damage. But again, Sinister can redirect for days because going for the Sucker Punch as well, now it's just a sitting target for even more HP recovery. The Moonblast targeted into the King Gambit, easily enough to secure the KO here. I mean, your Floette's basically at full health at this point. You may as well just go for all the damage you can with the Moonblast. I'd love to see this Sylveon have a hurrah here, get a big old damage, get a whole load of KOs as well. But with this Floette, which, let's not forget, has one Calm Mind boost up as well, it should be able to take those attacks all the better. Just 2 Pokemon remaining for Rowie.
Yeah, now the Aegislash comes onto the field, it does free up the Incineroar to kind of pivot back onto the field if you want any damage that it does take. It's so low at the minute, it probably will go down, but then you activate that Hospitality boost once again once the Sinister does enter the field. It is probably threatened now by the Shadow Sneak on the Aegislash, so you could probably remove it quite easily, but if you suspect a switch there, do you go for a Sacred Sword? It's a real 50-50 call here, but you've got nothing to really lose.
Yeah.
Do you go Hyper Beam as well into that Floette to try and get that Fairy boosted, Pixelate boosted attack off into the Floette? And under threat from that, we just see the Protect on the Floette this turn.
And the Fairy Feather as well, as Sinister gets that Protect off as well. So Arash just stalling out here. Aegislash is now in its attacking form. That stance change, but of course not doing anything here. Exactly as you said, Lee, calling Sacred Sword, predicting an Incineroar switch in here. Now Arash can use that information to their advantage. Wow, incredible play from Arash, and this is the quintessential protect the president style of play that we have seen so much in Indianapolis and this weekend.
Yeah, and this Floette just feels like in such a dominant spot right now. It will take a lot from that Hyper Beam, but I think because of that Calm Mind that we saw set up earlier, probably going to be able to just about take that attack. And then in response the next turn, you're going to be able to Draining Kiss off that damage, of course, and then you've got the recharge turn to deal with. So it's a real risky play for Jorge to click that and hope that it is enough to get it. Moonblast into the Sylveon.
How much damage is it going to do? Easily enough to secure the KO there. I love the Incineroar switch in as well, because Poltergeist is the move that is the most threatening to Floette here. But of course, with the Intimidate, it means that it's not going to be hitting quite as hard. There could be a critical hit to speak of, though. Let's see. But no, that Floette, I feel like whenever it's been in the orange, it's mainly been on around 43 HP. It must be a number that Rory hates to see coming now. And this Aegislash hates to see coming the inevitable here, because it looks like our 2013 world champion is going to be champion of Swiss round 3.
Yeah, you've got to expect this next Draining Kiss or just a Moonblast here is going to be enough. And a Shadow Sneak now -1, not going to be nowhere near enough. And if you go for that, then you've got the Incineroar to deal with. The Sinister could switch in as well once again. Activate that Hospitality once again. But what a masterclass by Arash Ommati to show how well this team can perform in this current meta.
Yeah, there it is. Now at 50% HP, the Shadow Sneak, even that isn't enough to KO the Sinister, and it already had it Cassid Berry consumed. A Moonblast now, it's resisted damage, but Aegislash is not the bulkiest of Pokemon, and it's a boosted Floette, and we are boosting all the way through to Arash Ommati claiming Swiss round 3 here at the Turin Special Championships.
Wow, what a way to do it. So early on this tournament, starting as you mean to go on, and done so well by our former world champion, Arash Ommati. Just a masterclass in how to utilize that really oppressive team and how it can be so oppressive in the right hands. And you've got to give credit to Rohi there, where they did everything right in that game too, just didn't have enough. The Charizard, you can see after that Calm Mind, just... You know, with the time when it got those big fire-type attacks off, just weren't effective at all. And then how annoying to deal with the Sinister, the Incineroar cycling, and just keeping that Floette in a position where it was just hanging on by a thread, Draining Kissing back to health, hanging on by a thread, and all the time just whittling down the resources on Roy's side until it was just... GG.
I think the lowest it got was 7 HP there. It's so galling. Close. It's just like, I do not... If I had been in Rory's position in that game, I don't think I'd have been able to keep my cool as much. Just all those 4 soldiers.
Down.
Exactly, yeah. They so perfectly complement each other. Every single one, when you switch it in, provides value for the Floette, and that's what you're going with here. That's what you want. The Intimidate from the Incineroar, the Friend Guard from the Mousehold, and of course the Recovery from Hospitality from the Sinister. I'm a bit sad that we didn't get to see Delphox come to the fray. Such a cool Pokemon, but I mean, Arash showing that you don't need it. You don't even need the option to put your opponents to sleep with the Vivillon there.
Yeah, and I think that the Delphox makes a lot of sense here when you look at the team, because you say, oh well, I've got all this support to help protect against the Aegislash. I can threaten that with my Heat Waves. I can threaten the King Gambit as well. So it's just the Aerodactyl that you would, and the Garchomp that you would really be worried about, and especially some maybe positioning of that King Gambit at times. But the Floette just was so overwhelming. It just didn't give Rohi a way back into the game, and you saw even at the Carmine how powerful the Floette can be once it gets that +1 to its special attack. It's 2-hit KOing Charizard that resists those. So you know, it will always vary depending on how the Charizards have been trained, but it's, in one sense, it's a great Pokemon to have in front of Floette because it is taking the resisted damage. But in another respect, it's just not got the offensive capabilities to deal with it effectively in the scenarios, and you need better resources next to it to really put the stops on that sort of team, and the functionality and the support that those 3 Pokemon in particular offer that flower that's just so powerful.
Goodness gracious me, yeah, you can see now why Mega Floette has been hailed as the one to watch coming into Pokemon Champions. But it was a tale as old as, well, I say as old as time, Champions is still very new, but Mega Floette going up against Mega Charizard Y, that is the tale that's being written, certainly from Indianapolis last weekend and the Turin Special Championships this weekend. It'd be fascinating to see how that continues to develop. Of course, also, one misplaced critical hit for Arash there, and totally the game plan falls down, because once that Floette is down, Incineroar, Sinistcha, and Mousesaur, they don't have much they can offer. You've got Super Fang, sure you get some Flare Blitzes, and Incineroar can take advantage of the Sunset Up by Charizard Y, but yeah, it's all in on that Floette.
Yeah, that's it's one of the drawbacks, I think, of a team like that. It is very centered around that one Pokemon, and if that piece does fall, then the rest of the team just falls apart because you haven't got the offensive capabilities to kind of overcome what's on the opposite side of the field. So that's why Rohi was so centered on trying to get rid of that Pokemon and any opportunity, but just you can see the Intimidate just stopping that, the Hospitality stopping that. It was just a very, very difficult job to contend with, and just unfortunately falling that tiny bit short, 7 HP short of doing it. But if you're sitting at home
wondering if you want to take part in one of these tournaments, World Champion, Special Champion, sure, but what about where it all begins? How do you practice? How do you get that experience in? Maybe dip your toe in the water. What do they do, Lee?
Well, you need to get out and find out where your locals are and head on over to them and get involved. Take a look at this quick video here to give you all the details you're going to need to get involved. Start your Pokemon journey today.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye.
See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Great game, guys.
Great game.
Like how I grew there. Suddenly I'm the paternal figure of yeah, there we go.
Mega Evolves.
There we go.
There we are.
I'd like to think that my Mega Evolution has more to offer than just a bit more height, but you know, Mega Merry for sure.
Mega Merryman.
Yeah, well, we can unpack that a little bit more in a moment's time, but yes, locals is where you need to go and scan that QR code to find your local. Get involved, everybody. It's so much fun, and it's also just, you know, maybe you just want to try out a team. You don't back it totally. You just want to dip your toe into Pokemon Champions. Local is the perfect place for you. And then, you know, no matter how well you do, sooner or later, hopefully we'll see you at one of these regional level events. And of course, also at a local, it's just all about the people you meet and the team compositions you come up against, and that will inform your own team building all the more. It's just good vibes all round.
It is good vibes all around, and it's a great time to make a start. If you've recently just picked champions up and thought, I love competitive Pokemon, how can I get involved in these sorts of events? Well, it's a great time, even though at the end of the season here in Europe for our regional circuit, we still got NAIC, we still got Worlds to come, to some great opportunities to spectate the best players from around the world, but it gives you the time to kind of prepare, get warmed up, starting next season, because we're going to have it all to come again come September. So it's a great time to get involved, and especially with all of the hype around champions, new megas that are going to be hopefully introduced going forward. So do get involved, and I think we've got our interview ready. Arash is
100%.
ready and waiting to tell us all the ins and outs of that phenomenal round 3 game.
Thank you very much, guys. We have got none other than the 2013 world champion himself, Arash Ommati, who has been able to go on a 3-0 winning streak here in Turin. Arash, it's such a pleasure to see you here competing, my friend. You were also the very first Turin regional champ as well back in 2016. How does it feel?
Ago at this point.
Yeah, well, I know, but still, you're here, my friend. How are you feeling going into this?
Pretty good, good. Like, this is a very chill tournament for me. My very first tournament of the season, including locals. I'm entering because like Turin is my hometown, so yeah, I mean, I'm having fun. It's been a fun match.
Yeah, I mean, that was an amazing match with a lot of back and forths as well. And there's a lot of strategy too. So I guess before we talk a bit about the game, what gave you the inspiration of rocking this team? I think it was a like-to-like with Sejun.
This is Sejun's nationals team.
Yeah.
So like I was trying a bunch of teams and I felt like everything like lost pretty hard to something major in the format. And so I just thought, like, when I saw this team, I just thought it looked fun, and I didn't really think it too much. Like, Sejun is a great builder, and so like I thought it would be fun to play his team.
Yeah, and I mean, it's sort of like protect the queen, the king kind of game plan when you got so many redirectors and, of course, the big megas for all the damage. So we saw your match against Roy there. Essentially, game one, there was some really good board manipulation in terms of being able to bring the Sinistra in at the right time. So was that just predominantly your strategy when you go up against a sort of hyper-offensive team composition like Roy brought?
I mean, there are different lines, of course. In this case, I think, the plan was to support the Floette. And I think I could do it well because, like, I could basically intimidate a lot of times or parting shot his Pokemon, so they weren't doing a lot of damage. I was able to set up 2 Calm Minds, and then I was able to sweep through the team. Game 1 was super funny. Like, I couldn't stop laughing during game 1 because like there was like one turn, like the game was basically sealed for me, although we were like 4 versus 4 or something. And like he had this King Gambit, a +1 on the field, and I had to feint and Moonblast it. Because like it had the Focus Sash, and I didn't read the Focus Sash on the team list, and I switched out the Mouse Hold, and I was like, oh my god, I really hope it doesn't Iron Head. But it went well, so...
Well, it worked out. Fair play. That is, I can imagine that was very nerve-wracking when you saw that interaction. But game 2 then, we saw a slight bit of adaptation, a bit more offense from the get-go from Roy's side. So when you saw that sort of lead as of its own, what was your initial thoughts?
He was putting a lot of pressure on my Floette there, especially because I didn't start with Incineroar again. Like he started with Aegislash and Sylveon, and so like I couldn't really set up quickly as I did in game 1, so I had to do a little maneuvering. Game 2 was fun too because like he had this Sash King Gambit in the back, and I didn't really know how to break it because I had taken a lot of damage on my Mons. But then, I found a way, like, I guess.
Well, and there's some really crucial survivals as well, with really good interactions of being able to bring Sinistra in. It survives on like 7 hit points, and then you bring it back up. So it was a real masterclass.
That Aegislash was doing a lot of damage with Poltergeist. Like, it was like -2, and it was still doing 50. Like, I really just, I was like, why is he doing so much?
It's that strong, I guess, in the sword stance. But with that being said, I have been told that we're essentially wanting to make sure you get some more rest going into the next round, which will be commencing very, very soon.
So, I appreciate that.
Yes. With that being said, do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give to anybody in the tournament area, at home, wherever they may be?
Not really.
Okay, well, there you go. You heard it here from your 2013 World Champ and our first ever Turin Champ as well. So we're going to wish you all the very best, Arash, going into your next round.
You too, for commentating.
Hey, I will take that. I need all of the luck when there's so much high-pressure action going on with our first ever EU Champions Tournament. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I started playing competitive Pokemon in 2009, so this is my 15th year. I was at Philadelphia Regionals back then. Luckily, I got into the lottery, got to play. Unfortunately, I went out in like round 4. I got handed to Mudkip, one of my favorites, but I'm really a Johto guy, so Totodile is my favorite. I mean, I guess I kind of have a motto, gentle, patient, kind, because I think I sometimes forget to be all 3 of those things. So it's just sort of a reminder for myself. Yeah, lots of people. I think it's amazing that Wolf Glick can play as consistently well as he does at every tournament that he attends. I'm excited to see how he does. Pokemon, for me, gives me this opportunity to engage with people. So I love how I can see so many facets of a person from playing the game. It's also a competitive outlet. I mean, there are parts of me that like really love going to battle with people and competing with them and challenging myself, and it gives me such a great way to continue to find ways to improve and explore. So it's kind of multifaceted, both towards others and towards myself. I stay out of the convention center stuff because I'm pescatarian. So I don't eat most of the meat and like chicken tenders and stuff like that. My favorite convention center meal that I've had, or well, regional meal that I've had, was in Knoxville. There was a falafel place. I went and got a falafel salad at lunch, and it was lovely. And I felt so energized the rest of the day. My girlfriend, we make cookies a lot. We make lots of different varieties of cookies. And she calls me a cookie vacuum because we have to small batch all of the cookies, because if not, I just eat too many of them too quickly. I can't help myself. So I would say warm cookies are definitely my favorites. Charlotte, because I'm from North Carolina. I also I have a lot of fond memories of Athens, which most people watching this won't even know has ever hosted a Pokemon tournament. That's Athens, Georgia, just to be clear. But it was really quaint, a little college town, and just a pleasant experience. I've been listening to a lot of electronic music, especially because I'm a PhD student, so I have to work and listen to music while I do it and keep myself from getting too bored doing the data analysis. But usually I listen to alternative and folk and that kind of stuff. Maybe. Why are you asking?
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships. This was the final event before Worlds, so it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple phrase: Believe in Eevee. For the entire 2017 season, Gio played a team revolving around Eevee and its exclusive Z move, Extreme Evo Boost. But at the start of Game 3, Gio's Eevee plans fell through as Tobias gets a perfectly timed poison.
Will knock out the Eevee.
And it would only get worse for Gio, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A situation so dire, even 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
Yep, so that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Gio had to place his faith into one Pokemon, Dragonite, his favorite Pokemon of all time. Dragonite was added to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC, and now it was time for Gio to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
So Smeargle maybe fake out Spore.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
Put it to sleep, and Tobias now completely free to just relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
and taking a huge amount of damage from Nihilego, things were looking dire for Gio.
Not a one-hit knockout, though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
Dragonite wakes up and goes for an Earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage. What just happened?
Wow.
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked out 2 of Tobias' Pokemon with a powerful Earthquake.
The Life Orb Hidden Power Ice from the Nihilego, waking up using Earthquake.
Tobias was down to his last Pokemon, Smeargle, who still couldn't knock out Gio's bulky Dragonite. The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
Wow.
I don't think Smeargle's able to pick up that victory. So, wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man. Okay, Gio defying all the odds. He believed in Dragonite.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history. Gio proved that truly skilled trainers can win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in competitive Pokemon history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Swiss round number 4 is upon us, and what a delight. This day has been so far. I am Costa, this is Lee. We are so excited to be here, of course, and we've just seen a 2013 world champ go on an undefeated streak so far, and also the first ever Turin major event champion, 2016 too.
Yeah, Arash, having a great start. I'm sure very, very pleased with how it's gone up to now, and hoping that that continues. And I'm sure playing like that, it probably will as we progress deeper into the tournament. But yes, one of the players to definitely watch out for this weekend. Great to have them on the broadcast early. But not only Arash have we had on, we've had Mr. Jimmy Boyt as well. Yes. With that very spicy selection of Pokemon. What was your take on that, Costa?
It was classic Boyt madness, like in every single way. I think we were discussing a bit about it before, that the first ever time I went up against Jamie was back in in a tournament, was 2016, I think, and he was running Mega Alakazam Gravnosis shenanigans back then, and he still had a Gengar on the side as well, so it was like so disruptive, let's say. Toxic is what I would genuinely say.
I think I said it to you, and I said it to Jamie before the interview.
Oh, yeah.
I get this almost, when I saw his team today, I get this almost like a feeling of despair.
Yes.
And I remember as a player going up against him with that sort of team and thinking, why now?
Yeah,
why now?
Why this matchup? I don't.
Why have you brought this, Jamie?
But no, that's the classic Boyt being able to play to his comfort. And Gravnosis right now is actually pretty strong.
Yeah.
And it's underexplored, hence why Mr. Jamie's gone ahead and brought it. And yeah, I mean, so far, so good. I think he was undefeated as well, 3-0.
Yes.
Last I checked too. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. But we saw Arash, on the other hand, bring Sejun Park's top 4 Korean Nats team, and that is sort of like protect the king queen sort of strategy with the Mega Floette or the Mega Delphox. And then you've got the 3 redirectors, disruption with the Vivillon, as we saw with Scarf, etc.
Yeah, and lots of diversity within those supporting options as well for different scenarios, different Pokemon that you might come up against.
Yes.
So yeah, there's a lot of... it makes it very difficult as an opponent to lead well into it and sort of capitalize in those scenarios. But I'm pleased you mentioned that, you know, going just back a comment with the gravity hypnosis being underprepared for. I feel like that's something that the Vivian is probably a little bit underprepared for as well, where if you don't have options of Overcoat on your team, an ability that gives you immunity to sleep move, well, powder moves,
yes,
not sleep. But are we gonna? It's a thought I've had in the back of my mind with the restricted items that we have. If sleep becomes a prevalent force, we saw it how impactful it was at Indianapolis. Is the Lumberry or the Chesterberry going to be an option to start to look at and think, okay, well, this Pokemon here, it can shut down those options, maybe Taunt, Lumberry, and it gives you a way to get around those disruptions a little bit easier than what you've got at the moment currently without much at all.
Yeah, and general status conditions that are quite prevalent, right? Let's not joke around, even though there were a couple of nerfs that were introduced with Pokemon Champions to previous mechanics in terms of, let's say, you know, sleep now having reduced amount of turns, and paralysis also having reduced percentage of it actually triggering a full paralysis. Lumberry is a really, really good shout and may even be here amongst us at the tournament. We're gonna have to see. And yeah, but a great way to be able to see that and interact is to check out additional matches that we have got available, and matchups, generally speaking, with everybody in the building.
Oh, what a match we've got next up. We've got our notable matches from the next round. You can see the players that will be facing off against each other, but the match that will be featuring Flavio versus Giulio, and this is going to be an incredible game. And look at the teams that will be going head-to-head here. But not only that, we've got some incredible players across the board, and there's a Mega Camerupt in there running that with the Vivian, with the Farigiraf, another Pokemon I really, really value in this format.
Yeah, I mean, after my heart with that sort of hard Trick Room-esque vibe, this could very well be a Tail Room because of the Vivian potentially having the option of going for the Tailwind as well, but it depends on the set. But Flavio versus Giulio, we're already going to see a head-to-head bout against one of the very best duos in terms of the Italian community. Flavio, a previous EUIC champion, and Giulio, a multi-time Worlds qualifier, and he just in terms of consistency, you always see him in the upper echelons of nearly every single major event.
Yeah, you do. And Giulio, just one of those very consistent players that has an art to being able to play this game in whatever format they kind of landed in. So going to be a great match, of course. We've got the Mega Venusaur, we've got Mega Lopunny as well on Flavio's side, which is going to be great to see those Pokemon that we don't regularly see, but I think have a lot of potential in this format. But getting away from that match, which we'll be able to jump a little bit deeper into in a moment, we've got Francesco versus Lorenzo there, and that is a match in particular where we've got Charizard X going up against Charizard Y.
Wow, okay, so I mean, we discussed it on the couch in the intro of the show today that Mega X is underexplored and has an amazing matchup going into Mega Y. Now, that tends to be the case where Lorenzo, for example, in that matchup, has to try to rely on the other Pokemon, and that Glamora is one of those key pieces. Depending on if it is, actually it's not a Mega because we've confirmed on these the graphics, if it's going to be Mega prevalent, it's going to have the Mega Stone, it is going to have the silhouette of the Mega Pokemon too. So that's most likely going to be the Focus Sash variant that we've been seeing actually rise in popularity over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, which makes it more difficult to deal with because you've got to really kind of dedicate 2 attacks into that slot, which sometimes can be taken advantage of by the player there, where they know you have to go for it and they can protect and allow a partnering Pokemon to get a little bit of a room there, get some really key damage off beside it, because it is such a kind of an attention hog right when it's on the field because of the threat that it provides. And yeah, against Charizard, it loves going up against Charizard. Doesn't like seeing Garchomp too much, but any Charizard variant, it's going to have probably quite a nice, easy time against.
I mean, because it's surely going to have Dragon Dance, right? Like, I mean, Dragon Dance, at least on a Mega X, Charizard tends to be very popular because then you're able to outspeed most of the meta, essentially, after that one setup. And then, all of a sudden, because of the Tough Claws ability coming into Impact, you've got Flare Blitz at +1. I feel like there's like, isn't there a chance that it could pick up the one-shot onto Charizard Wise?
Probably in the sun, yeah.
In the sun, depending on how it's trained. But no, I mean, I wouldn't put it past it because it is that powerful. However, of the 2 trainers we are featuring, we have got Flavio first, where we're able to go ahead, have a bit of a deeper dive in terms of his recent accomplishments as well as the legacy one.
Yeah, you can see starting off a regional and special championship champion. Just incredible accomplishments on their own, but not only that, 2019 EYC champion. What an accomplishment that is to have on the accolade. And followed by those Worlds finishes as well, you know, Worlds top 16 in 2022, and then more recently, top 32 finish at EYC earlier this year.
Yeah, and I had a bit of a chat with him before as we were just about to kick off Swiss round number 1. He's looking very excited and pumped, and clearly that has been able to translate into his current form. Mega Lopunny is such an interesting bring that we saw sort of having a bit of ruptures in terms of interest and popularity, but clearly Flavio has been able to identify on that sort of solid core of Sableye and 3 Rain Pokemon to be able to maybe fight against the bad matchups in particular, and it outspeeds essentially the fastest fake out user, if I'm not mistaken, in Champions regulation set MA.
It is, and it's got a lot of disruptive tools to its arsenal as well, with things like Encore with After Me as well, which is another one.
Triple Axel too.
Triple Axel, very fast. So yeah, it's a very hard-hitting Pokemon, got that scrappy ability as well, so Ghost types can't rest on their laurels in front of it. So yeah, and it's just one Mega on that team, whereas the Mega Venusaur will really thrive in that rain environment where it doesn't have to worry about those fire type attacks, namely from Charizard Y, and you've got a way to quell that drought ability with your own Drizzle ability or Rain Dance on the Sableye.
Exactly, but on the other side of the stream table, it's going to be Giulio Tarlao rocking, I would say, a couple of interesting, like very popular Pokemon, don't get me wrong, but actually you don't commonly see them paired up with one another, a couple of these different pieces.
Yeah, you would normally see maybe the Charizard alongside that Mega Floette, but I do like the combination of that Mega Floette and the Mega Aerodactyl. Mega Aerodactyl puts itself ahead of pretty much everything else once it does Mega Evolve. It has access to Tailwind, has access to Dual Wing Beat. double hit flying type attack, which is great into a lot of those opposing grass types. Namely, Venusaur's not really going to want to sit in front of that too often in this next game. And it has obviously the rock slide as well, which is so, but also utility moves like Wide Guard as well, which can be very valuable in a lot of different situations. But the accolades Giulio has under their belt: Lille Regional finalist, Bremen Regional top 4, EUIC top 8 in 2023, and then more recently top 32 finish at LAIC. So never quite got that championship title, but been very close. One of those trainers that is very consistent across the board, got a very good high skill level, but just has never managed to get that championship title. Could this be the weekend?
Well, we've seen, especially from the last EU-held major event, Aurélien Soula being one of those category trainers, always reaching the top of higher echelons, but not quite being able to nab that first place title. And I feel like Giulio is definitely in that category. He is one of the most prolific Italian trainers in recent years. Ever since we saw him quite on form in terms of the Sword and Shield era, that's where he started rising in prominence. Yeah. And he's got a lot of experience under his belt, so I wouldn't be surprised to absolutely see him go on a riot this weekend.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, if you keep being consistent, there is going to be a point where you do take that step across the line and you do take away the champion trophy, and maybe, like we've said, maybe this is the weekend. Giulio, a very tough opponent for any player here this weekend to come up against. And running a very interesting team as well. Obviously, some very big, popular pick Pokemon, but in a combination that we don't see together so often. So I'm looking forward to seeing the interactions of how these Pokemon play against what they've got to go up against, which seems very tough on Flavio's side.
Yeah, exactly. And it being an all-Italian bout between both of these trainers, I know there's a lot of different parts of the Italian community. You got all of your recent team organizations as well, and all of the team-building focus groups, and being able to sort of have one focus group go up against another, or even the same, is so interesting on a sort of lower level if you want to try to, examine the details of the Italian VGC community, because we've seen them go on absolute riot the first 5 events. Will this be a lock-in for a 6th one out of 9 this season for one of the Italian trainers? We're going to find out.
It's going to be very hard for the other areas around Europe to come here and take the title away from them. Because I think this is the one, if you would have said, which one do you want? If you can only have one, they would always probably say their home.
That's it.
Home region. So Turin, the Italians are going to be hard to beat this weekend. As they normally are. But yeah, they've got such a knack of just, been very, very dominant competitively with that winning attitude that they have. Winning is everything, and they really show it in their camaraderie that they've got in their community, and also in their ability to innovate their own teams and also take the best Pokemon and play them to such a high level.
Yeah, truly being the case. So get ready for what is going to be a high-stakes battle between both of our well-decorated trainers. Flavio in focus mode. On the left-hand side, you see Giulio is following suit too. Now, there's a lot of pressure going into this. I know that we're still early rounds, Lee, but Swiss round number 4 right now, one of these 2 trainers are going to lose their winning streak. And that can sometimes be such a defining point in the tournament run.
It can be, and it's something that in day 1 in Swiss, you want to stay as flawless as possible, but it's not always the case. And sometimes those defeats actually are more valuable in a tournament than you might think. Obviously, no one likes losing, but sometimes it can be a galvanizing factor where that is the turning point for the rest of the tournament for you to say, okay, I'm not going to make that mistake again, or let's put that behind us, let's move on. And that's the difference between a high caliber trainer and maybe a trainer that's a bit newer to the environment, where they really take advantage of that, whatever the outcome, and use it as a positive to go forward in the tournament.
Yeah, it's well put, Lee, and that's essentially what we're going to be seeing right now, as we do have the reveal of the team sets. Flavio rocking a Venusaur with that Mega Stone accompanied by itself. It's got the classic Sludge Bomb Earth Power coverage, but Leech Seed in order for it to be able to have a bit of a battle of attrition when you've got the certain matchup that comes up, and it pairs so nicely into that Sableye.
Yeah, it really does with that screen support. Mega Venusaur, known for its defensive capabilities already able to just soak hits up with that thick fat ability, halving the damage of fire and ice type attacks once it has Mega Evolved. And then you add on the rain and then those screens that Sableye can provide on top of it. You've got the Encore there as an option on the Sableye, so you have to be careful in front of it if you're the opposing trainer, not to try and set up in front of the face of that Sableye, because you could also well be locked into that last move that you used. It's nice to see the rain dance not only on the Sableye but on that Lopunny as well, that once it does Mega Evolve it can support that Archaladon. That is another important piece to the team and can take advantage of the rain. And not only that, the Basket Legion as well. Choice Scarf there is going to outspeed a lot of the things on the opposing side of the field without any necessarily speed control set up and hit from huge damage. You've got that play where you can go for the Prankster, Rain Dance, Sableye. Nothing can fake you out, and then a huge Wave Crash which is boosted by the sun, and that can be the difference early on in a game of taking down a key piece, which can make it so difficult for an opponent to get back into a game. So lots for Giulio to consider going into this, and a lot of variety in different leads as well.
Yeah, and it does have the stat alignment of Jolly in order to be able to maximize its speed with that Choice Scarf item behind the rain support. Now, Giulio, on the other hand, has got the Mega Floette. It's going to be the classic modest stat alignment, and it just goes for the damage. It just needs to make sure it's got the right pieces supporting it on its side. You got the Incineroar with the Pasho Berry, which might actually pair up quite nicely into this matchup with the Rain Focus core that Flavio has got. And then, of course, the Sinistcha. You've got the Redirection. It is, I'd say, arguably the best grass type of the format.
Yeah, and I can't disagree with you there. I think Giulio's going to have a really hard time dealing with this Venusaur if that is what Flavio kind of leans into, because the Floette hasn't really got any damaging attacks that would be able to hit it for super effective damage. If the rain's up, the Incineroar is going to struggle. The King Gambit, yes, it can. It hasn't got Protect, though. You will notice that it's got a Chople Berry, but no Protect, opting for the Iron Head and the Low Kick there. So that is going to be vulnerable in those situations where it might feel pinned. Sinistcha, again, is a great Pokemon to help top up that HP, but is it offering much offensively against the Venusaur? Not really. No. And both trainers have a lot to do. So it's almost like Giulio needs to really take advantage of that Aerodactyl, protect it at all costs, but it is going to be susceptible to things like the Basket Legion. Yes, you can intimidate it, but is that intimidate going to be enough to get away around the rain-boosted Wave Crash, even at -1 attack?
Yeah, it may actually force Giulio's hand to potentially lead with a Sneasler in order to be able to directly threaten a potential Archaladon on the other side of the field, but we've got the reveals, and it seems to be the Venusaur and Basket Legion over on Flavio's side, and Giulio's brought the Incineroar and Mega Floette to start things off.
Yeah, so Giulio has the Fake Out, which can be used to at least stop this Venusaur acting this next turn. But and overall, it is going to be threatened from this Basket Legion. At least it has got that Pasho Berry we've talked about. It is going to reduce the super effective damage from the attacks coming out from this Basket Legion this next turn. It can't be faked out, so it has a pretty free target into the Floette. Floette might feel pretty threatened here, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Giulio maybe just switch it out or either go for a Protect here to get around the damage that could be outcoming. You could also take the opportunity to take advantage of your Fake Out and just try and get a Calm Mind up early on and fake out that Venusaur.
It may actually be the case because you just want to be able to not only get the offensive prowess going, but also the special defensive one, especially when this Mega Venusaur is staring you down with that oh-so-scary Sludge Bomb option. Also opting to go for the Mega Evolution. Shiny Venusaur is looking ever so glorious. Now, Fake Out seems to be the typical turn, I would say, initially. However, doesn't seem to be the case. Flip turn into Incineroar. Pasho Berry is activated, dealing negligible damage onto the Incineroar, who is most likely going to try to get that parting shot action going.
Yeah, and that's a nice play to get it off the field, because get it into a preferable position without the Intimidate later in the game with maybe that rain set up as well. Now, the Venusaur hasn't been faked out yet, so it has the option to go for that Sludge Bomb you talked about, or it could start laying down those Leech Seeds to have that relentless recovery each and every turn as that Floette, as you quite rightly said, takes the opportunity to go for that all-important Calm Mind.
Yeah, and it does outspeed the Mega Venusaur as well. Both of them have the modest stat alignment, and because of the special defense boost, it's actually not going to be able to get dealt half or barely the amount of damage. Parting Shot now in effect means, in combination with the special attack drop on the Venusaur, it's not going to be able to pick up a KO onto the Mega Floette, especially because Sinistra has quite eloquently switched in right now. Gets that Hospitality HP recovery online.
Yeah, very well played there from Giulio, taking advantage of the tools that they have at their disposal and the opening that was there to get that all-important Calm Mind. Now the Parting Shot has weakened that Venusaur even further, and you're in a prime position to start putting damage onto the field in front of that Sableye now that can go for that screen support, give that Venusaur a little bit of extra buff here. Now, does Flavio decide, I'm going to keep the Venusaur on the field and go for the Leech Seed into the Floette, or do I switch it out here, reset those stat drops so I can get it back in a more preferable situation where I can hit a little bit harder later on as we see that light screen set up?
That may very well be the case because it's trying to go ahead and get as much defensive buff as possible, especially against this +1 Mega Floette. Roselli Berry proccing Sableye, being able to handle that quite nicely because of the additional buffer of the light screen. Though, we've got the Leech Seed confirmed. This is a great way, like you were talking about, Lee, being able to start slowing down its progress. However, the problem is, Giulio having Life Dew right next door is going to be able to counter that, essentially, when it's able to get that move going.
Yeah, and you've got to be quite careful here because there is the opportunity now where your two Pokemon on Flavio's side are quite passive in the fact that they're not really going to be offering that much damage, right? The Venusaur's -1 and the Floette's +1. So if it goes for another Calm Mind, that Sludge Bomb's going to be doing less damage again. There is always a threat of getting a poison there, which you would not want to see. But at the moment, the Sableye not really offering too much. It is pretty much going to go down to another Draining Kiss this next turn. So do you want to... what do you value here? Do you value keeping that Sableye around to maybe bring back in later, utilize those screens once again, because it feels like it's going to be a long, drawn-out battle, this. And both players going to take their time. So Sableye might switch out. Is there an opening there? Or does the Sableye stay in? Low seeing.
Oh, here we go. Rage Powder is now active, which means the Sableye is not going to be able to encore lock the Mega Floette. However, it's going to be able to do that directly onto the Rage Powder. Calm Mind, second one now set up. It is going to be a battle of attrition in order to make sure you can out-damage your opponent's Pokemon recovery, essentially. At the end of the turn is what I would say, but we see an audacious critical hit. One shot onto the Mega Floette. Giulio is shaking his head in dismay.
Yeah, if there's one way to go about getting rid of that big threat, it is a critical hit. Really unfortunate for Giulio, but Flavio taking full advantage of the opportunity there to get that Sludge Bomb off. And fortunately for them, that one big threat has been removed.
Yeah, and I could even argue right now that may be game deciding, because even though you got Aerodactyl online, it doesn't have access to the Mega Evolution anymore. It's not going to be able to directly threaten that Venusaur as much as it once could, especially because the Sableye also has Reflect support.
Yeah, and with that Prankster ability, the Reflect going up, you're not really worrying so much about those dual wing beaks as you would be normally. And yeah, you've got the option here where you've got 4 Pokemon still. You can just switch around to your heart's content and get into that preferable board state. You've got weather control now, so if something like the Archaladons and the Basculegion comes in, we know it's going to be able to just start picking bits of the team off that Giulio's got remaining.
Yeah, and this is just essentially setup and resource management from Flavio's side because you don't have much to lose. Pelipper is such a good bring here as it's so physically bulky, it's crazy, especially when hidden behind a Reflect.
Yeah, and it doesn't really have to worry so much about the rock slides as well. It does have access to Eye Guard, so you can block those out, maybe switch Sableye out if you want now into that Basculegion, so it really isn't threatened. There is obviously the threat of the Machigacha when that Encore does end, but for the moment, you're in a position where you can Wide Guard, get Basculegion in pretty seamlessly, and then start putting a huge amount of pressure onto that Aerodactyl or even the Sinistcha this next turn.
Yeah, and it's quite tough because we don't know the final Pokemon in Giulio's back. It may well be the Kingambit or Sneasler, depending on how much respect wants to be given to the Archaladon. But we've got Basculegion now on the field. Sableye has gone, but feeling more confident being able to bring the Basculegion in due to the Reflect that's been set up. Pelipper on 61 hit points. It's going to be able to ignore the potential of a flinch. Goes for the Weather Ball there, perhaps anticipating the Incineroar switch in, wanting to be able to cover that rather than going for the Hurricane.
Yeah, and it makes sense there, the Incineroar coming in to drop the Intimidate onto potentially the Basket Legion that was coming onto the field, but not seeing it there, just going to stick around and allow this Aerodactyl just to fire off attacks in a valuable Rock Slide there. Pelipper isn't in the greatest spot this next turn, so maybe it does now go for that Wide Guard while you can last respect with your own Basket Legion into the Sinister, and that probably will remove it. But there's always the threat of a Wave Crash there, expecting maybe an Incineroar switch in, so it's not so easy.
Yeah, because it no longer has the Pasho Berry and has actually been dealt a bit of chip damage as well, maybe about 10%-ish to 20. But the Sinister does switch out. Sableye also switched in for Flavio's side, and there it is, the Incineroar wanting to be able to get as much damage, nerfing dealt as possible onto the Basket Legion. Wave Crash, it's not enough to survive even at -1. The Aerodactyl is down. Giulio has got 2 final Pokemon remaining. That critical hit Lee is feeling oh so crucial right now from earlier on.
Yeah, and we've said it before, with these Floette teams, once that centerpiece falls, the rest of the team really struggles to get that momentum swing that you're looking for as a player, because that is the piece that allows you, enables the rest of the team to function so well. And now that going down to the unfortunate critical hit on the Sludge Bomb there makes everything else also more difficult. And now the Basket Legion in a spot where you can say Wave Crash going to be enough to get the Incineroar in the rain. It doesn't have to worry about the Pasha Berry, doesn't worry about the Fake Out. It does have to worry about potentially a Rage Powder here that could be pulled in and give the Incineroar a little bit of room, and maybe that's why we're seeing it switching out, so you can deal with the Sinistcha and then bring that Basket Legion in to finish off the Incineroar.
Yeah, you just need to make sure you're playing correctly, I'd say, to the point where you're not leaving any openings for Giulio to find a way to get back into this. But we've got Darkest Lariat onto the Venusaur, dealing so little damage. It's bonkers as Sinister does set up Trick Room. Wanted to go down the route of at least having speed advantage, maybe even scouting out certain speed interactions too.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult to deal with this Venusaur, though, because once that Leech Seed is laid onto the Incineroar, you've got that constant line of recovery, and then you can slowly start to chip away at the Sinistcha with the Sludge Bombs. And as you can see now, you've got a way to get around the Trick Room with the Encore. You just Encore it into the Trick Room, and it's going to undo that speed advantage that you've got for this one turn only.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because the Sinistcha doesn't even have Protect, so it's not going to be able to essentially defer itself away from that locked potential. Incineroar now has been seeded, and it's going to be giving away a bit of its HP to Venusaur, sapping it away. But Trick Room now, all of a sudden, just locked in, essentially. The Sinistra's not going to be able to do much at all. There could have been a chance of Giulio going for Rage Powder, which would have had higher priority bracket in order to get locked into that, but Giulio wanting the Sinistra available to be able to threaten the Basket Legion and Pelipper in the back. Under Trick Room, maybe, but it's tough. You're not going to be able to essentially outbolt or defeat the Mega Venusaur, which your Machagotchas quad resisted to, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's an impossible task, really, at that stage, I think, what the numbers game. And yeah, it's a very tough matchup for Giulio, I think, in a lot of regards, especially when you lose a key piece with the Floette like Giulio did early on, because you could see what they were doing. They were doing everything right early on in that game. I think without the critical hit, it would have been a completely different game. Not saying the outcome would have been different, but I think the turns following that would have been very different, because you've got that Floette that can then start putting damage onto the opposite side of the field. And eventually, even though it had been leech seeded, it is going to get to the point where those Calm Minds that it was able to go for, stack them up, it will be able to do considerable damage to that Venusaur, even though it is resisted because of the Fairy Aura boost that it has access to.
So, going into game 2 then, Giulio's side, what are we thinking? Do we try to change that up in any way, or do we feel like his plan was working, he had an idea, it just unfortunately fell to the victim of being variance in that case, of getting the unlucky RNG?
Yeah, I really don't see anything wrong with the game plan. Giulio approached that match, I think, as they probably should, with the options that they've got going into this particular matchup. I think, yeah, you've got... Because they had that bold position with the Floette, with this Sinistcha, it was locked into Rage Powder. So you had a pretty seamless way to just stack those Calm Minds for the next turn or two and not worry about getting Encore locked yourself, because the Venusaur was in no stage threatening that knockout onto the Sinister. So it was pretty free to protect the floor in the scenarios and allow it to get set up. So Giulio probably could go along a similar sort of line there and just hope that they don't fall victim to the mercy of RNG like they did in that first game.
Yeah, because in the end of the day, you want to be able to outstack as much as you can, both special defensively and special offensively. But there was a Leech Seed onto the Floette that obviously the Sinister couldn't be able to redirect due to Powder moves not being, because it's grass typing actually, not of Venus or not being able to essentially fall victim to that redirection. But there is a change-up actually. Sneasler, King Gambit from Giulio's side. You got Fake Out available, you've got Coaching available, and this King Gambit has no Protect available. It is for attack.
The other Pokemon that doesn't have any Protect available is the Basculegion, so it is going to be susceptible outside of Aqua Jet to a Sucker Punch, which is a really great adjustment here. And that Kingambit being on the field deters the impact that Incineroar is going to be able to have, and freedom that Flavio is able to kind of pivot it onto the field, which would otherwise be quite useful in this scenario. The Venusaur is going to be susceptible to a Fake Out here, so has to be slowed down maybe by that Sneasler. But yeah, are you really worried about an Aqua Jet from the Basculegion when you're in a position with your Kingambit to do some big damage and potentially take down a key piece of Flavio's team?
Yeah, it's just going to have to come down to which target the Basculegion's going for and if it does respect the Sucker Punch, because this is Adamant Kingambit, which could pack a very strong punch. Doesn't seem to be the case. Flip Turn will be breaking the Focus Sash on that Sneasler and essentially giving itself that free pivot.
Yeah, no Fake Out there, so maybe the double up is into the Venusaur here. Maybe a Dire Claw and then a Kowtow Cleave into the Venusaur to try and remove that threat early on. But no, it is a Coaching. Another route taken by Giulio.
Yeah, and wanting to be able to stack up as much as you can. Earth Power is going to be powerful, but it's not going to be enough to be dealing with the Kingambit. Wait for it. We've got drama ensuing on the battlefield. This is a +3 Kowtow Cleave into the Mega Venusaur. It's able to survive on 28 hit points.
Wow, shows how bulky this Venusaur is. Really unfortunate there that Flavio got that special defense drop, but great for Giulio now after combining that with the Coaching +3. He's hitting so hard. Now in a position where the Sneeze are going to be able to pick up that Venusaur. The Sableye doesn't have Fake Out to disrupt anything on the opposite side of the field, and the Kowtow Cleave's still going to be hitting that Sableye for good damage. Do you go for, well, what do you go for if you're the Sableye? Do you prioritize the screens? Maybe a Reflect here could be really beneficial, but that Venusaur on a spot, any attack into it is going to take it down, so maybe protect that or switch it out into something that could come in a little bit favorable. What do you have in the back that can come in on a Kowtow Cleave?
And this is awkward as well for Flavio because you don't have a redirector available on your side of the field with the 6 that you've got. So just going to be able to have to manage expectations and what Giulio's going to try to go for as a read. And we've got the Sucker Punch failing. Seems to be Leech Seed as an option. Encore trying to lock in the Sneasler with the Coaching, but is met with a Sinistra, and the Leech Seed does connect. It's going to be able to begin sapping all of the hit points away from the Kingambit and avoid getting KO'd. And you got a scenario where you can play around now with the Mega Venusaur bit with Protects.
Yeah, Protect is the one option this next turn where you can say, okay, I get a little bit more health back, but it's not really helping you out against the immediate threat of the Kingambit right now. You're going to need to switch that Sableye out and get something back onto the field because the Sinister has great protection to that Kingambit that is threatened by those Earth Powers, but the Rage Powder isn't going to be effective here. So it is still a sitting target right now from the Venusaur where it can target into it, but if you... The Earth Power is going to be enough. So the Kingambit in a position where it is going to go down the next turn. So that Leech Seed was a nice way to get around it. But you've got the threat of the Sucker Punch, like you've talked about. There's no redirection there to give the alleviation from the Venusaur. So you need to get something in to help that Venusaur out, and why we're seeing the Sableye switch out this time.
Oh, here we go. Is there going to be any sort of switch out from Giulio's side? He's going to commit with the Sucker Punch. Oh, we're about to find out. Pelipper's on the field. Protect is online for the Mega Venusaur, not wanting to mess about there. Get a bit of recovery. Sucker Punch is the move of choice from Giulio. He's actually opted to go for the Trick Room, and this is such a beautiful play.
Yeah, especially now that the Sableye's off the field. There's no access to that Encore to lock that Sinister in like we saw in the previous game to reverse the dimensions back to normal. Now the Kingambit in that spot where it can just go Kowtow Cleave doesn't need to go for the Sucker Punch into the Venusaur slot, and could even go after the Pelipper because how many boosts it's got under its belt. It's going to be close with Kowtow Cleave to picking up that one, but the Venusaur protected last turn. It can't consistently protect again this next turn. It is a sitting target, and does Flavio have anything in the back that they could switch in to comfortably take that? I would say no, with a Basket Legion and a Sableye active in the back.
This is such a good pin from Giulio's side. Obviously, there was a luck in that special defensive drop that brought the +2 Defiant from the King Gambit, but this is such a good situation for him. He's got redirection available if he's scared of the Pelipper, but he picks up a KO if he focuses down into the Mega Venusaur slot, which is now a Sableye.
Yeah, and that Rage Powder there, very, very useful there. Going to just protect the King Gambit from a potential weather ball as that Kowtow Cleave comes in, picks up a clean knockout, and this is exactly what Giulio wants. You're taking advantage of these Trick Room turns while they are active.
Yeah, and the Hurricane is not quite enough to pick up the KO because the Sinistras are built very special defensively in order to be able to get away and forego any disruption from Pelipers in particular, actually. But now, still Trick Room online. There is a Pelipper that can, rather than go on the offensive, maybe opt to go for like a wide guard if it's anticipating a read of a read with a Matcha Gotcha going into that slot. But the Mega Venusaur's back on the field, and it's still being threatened, Lee.
Yeah, and does Giulio make the play here? I think if you suspect the Protect on the Venusaur, could you then double up into the Pelipper? You know that the Sinistra, the King Gambit are going to underspeed the Pelipper, so Matcha Gotcha and the Kowtow will guarantee the knockout there. But it is risky if you go for that. Then the Venusaur has the opportunity to not protect, expecting that play and get that all-important Earth Power into the King Gambit, and then things become a lot more difficult for Giulio. Do you take that risk, or do you just go for maybe that Rage Powder and then Kowtow into it? But no.
Here we go. Kowtow Cleave, enough to pick up a Pelipper. Like we said, folks, Pelipers are very physically defensively bulky, but not in front of a +3 King Gambit. Matcha Gotcha dealing thereabouts 11 hit points, but the most crucial thing here is Venusaur. What are you opting for? You're going for the Earth Power into the King Gambit, finally being able to get rid of it, but is it too late at this point? We've got the Basket Legion with 2 turns of Trick Room remaining locked into a Choice Scarf, and the Matcha Gotcha being able to directly threaten it.
Yeah, it's not a great scenario to be in if you are Basket Legion right now. Yes, you've got the Rain up, but you're in front of a Sinistra and then an Incineroar with that Pasho Berry as well. It is going to be able to deal with those Water-type threats a lot easier than it would be without it. So it's going to be able to drop an all-important Intimidate. So even the Basket Legion outside of Trick Room, if it can get through these 2 turns, not going to be hitting as hard. And this Venusaur in a position now where, yes, it could get a Leech Seed off into the Incineroar, but it is going to be susceptible to a Fake Out this turn, and then an easy Matcha Gotcha from the Sinistra into the Basket Legion. And not only that, the double up potential from the Incineroar with that Darkest Lariat, the Matcha Gotcha, is going to be enough into that free slot that is Basket Legion on the field.
Fake Out into the Venusaur slot. 50 hit points remaining. Matcha Gotcha double connects. Deals so much damage onto the Basket Legion, guaranteeing a 2-shot, whilst, more importantly, being able to heal up very much, not from the first hit, but insanely from the second.
Yeah, really, really useful as the Venusaur does flinch there, and now that last respect is chosen. It is going to be enough to take down this Sinistra here, so now that is the move of choice. It is locked into that. It's not going to be very effective into that Incineroar, but it is going to be effective into this Sneasler that is remaining in the back for Giulio. So will be enough to take that Pokemon down. It has got the Fake Out once again, but remember, there is 1 turn of Trick Room left.
Yep.
This Incineroar in prime position to just deal with this Basket Legion quite effectively, while the Sneasler can go for a Fake Out and slow down that Venusaur 1 more turn.
Yeah, it does feel very perfectly timed with the right pieces being on the board at the right moment for Giulio. There's not much actually that could go wrong in this scenario. Darkest Lariat from the, I'd say, around 40 to 45% HP range on the Basket Legion surely should be enough, because we know that the Incineroar, it doesn't have actually a stat alignment giving it the 10% boost on its attack. It is Impish. The Fake Out going into the Venusaur only met with the Protect. Darkest Lariat Can you pick up the KO? Can you give this lifeline to Giulio? And it seems to be the case. Trick Room now undone at the end of the turn. Giulio gonna be able to outspeed, get the Dire Claws going. He'll have the Incineroar. There's no double target potential from Venusaur's side. This looks wrapped up, and it looks like we're going straight into a Game 3, Lee.
Yeah, really well played here, and the adjustments that Giulio made, in particular with that King Gambit, paid dividends for them there to pull this game back from the ether to the edge of where they could be going and claiming victory.
Yeah, and you know what? We saw RNG having influence in Game 1, but then we saw it get returned in Game 2 for Giulio's favor. That Earth Power special defense drop is so crucial because you're able to essentially guarantee one-shots. Maybe there could be some Pokemon that could resist, you know, like getting knocked out with a Reflect setup, but the Sableye never had that momentum available for itself to get it essentially used.
Yeah, and the key turn, I think, for Giulio was identifying the time when they could set the Trick Room up with that Sinistcha. Once that was enabled, it took away the reliance on the Sucker Punch from the King Gambit and made things so much more difficult where Flavio had to react in those scenarios. And that's when Giulio really piled the pressure on, got that momentum swing, started picking off those Pokemon one by one. And, you know, even when the King Gambit went down to that Earth Power in the end, it had done its job by then, and it was just too far gone with the remaining Trick Room turns left. This is something that Flavio is going to have to really think about a lot going into this next game. You can't give the King Gambit as much room as what you did in the last game, and you're going to have better answers for that Sinistcha that you just seem to lack in that game.
Do you think there's any world that Archaludon makes it through as a choice for Flavio?
Potentially. I think you've got good ways to kind of deal with the Sneasler and keep it in check, right? So that's the one thing that you would say really threatens that Archaludon more than anything else. The Floette you can keep in check with the Mega Venusaur. We've seen that and how effective that can be. You've got the Sableye as well with the disruption there that it can provide and the support with the screens. And then you've got the Rain Dance as well that can help just enable the Archaludon to get those special attack boosts with the Electro Shot. And then things like Dragon Pulse and Flash Cannon can be really effective.
Oh, well, we're going to find out. Game 3 is upon us. We've got Venusaur Basculegion from Flavio's side versus Giulio's Mega Floette and Incineroar making a debut once again.
Yeah, the Intimidate, we've said it before, really useful onto the Basculegion, especially because you've got that Passion Berry, so Incineroar doesn't really have to worry about anything there. The big fish is going to throw out this turn, and you've got the ability to stop that Venusaur in its tracks. A simple fake out into that Pokemon, and then a Calm Mind on your Floette starts the ball rolling, and we saw this in Game 1. No fake out in that Game 1 version, but maybe we see it this time around, just to stop the Venusaur from laying down any damage and getting away around those Leech Seeds. It can be over time are really detrimental to your game plan.
All right, well, we're going to have to see how the run back is going to ensue, although the Venusaur actually switching out directly now. Turn 1 for the Pelipper, going for the damage. This feels like a focus into the Mega Floette in hopes of being able to deal enough damage that it essentially either goes down or it's too little of a resource remaining for it and it will just go down from any hit.
Yeah, that's it. We see the fake out. It comes and lands into that Pelipper. Is it Wave Crash into the Floette? It looks like it, boosted by the rain. Adaptability, is it going to be enough? No!
42 hit point survival, but it's going to have to force Sinistcha to come back in and get that HP recovery going. May even actually open up the board for Flavio to focus down on the Incineroar slot with both of his Pokemon.
Yeah, but this is an incredible play from Flavio, putting him a pin on the board now. The Wave Crash going to pick up the knockout onto the Floette. Like you say, if you want to get the Sinistcha onto the field, yeah, you can do that to get some Hospitality boost. That Hospitality boost isn't going to be enough to put the Floette out of range from the Wave Crash, but if Flavio goes for the Hurricane into the Incineroar slot, then that will get some detrimental damage. The next turn, really locking down the ability for Giulio to get any sort of functionality out of their team this game. So really well done by Flavio and really putting the pin on this time around.
Yeah, hyper-aggressive when it counts, and this seems to be the moment. Flavio actually switching the Basculegion out, bringing Venusaur, the shiny Peckish, back onto the field, but Incineroar swapping out. Sort of what we're saying right now has to be the Sinistra. Will we see Pelipper going for the Hurricane, or maybe even the Weather Ball, anticipating Giulio not to go for the Protect onto the Floette, but doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, I think with how important the Floette is, you have to protect it in that scenario, but not going for any attacking options, going for the Tailwind, but a really nice timing here for Giulio to get the Sinistra onto the field where it can, really threaten with the Trick Room the next turn. Now the Venusaur's back in on the field, and it is in a position where it can start putting out damage with the Sludge Bombs. Leech Seed into the Floette, it doesn't have to worry about the Rage Powder, but you don't really want to see a Trick Room go up just after you've set a Tailwind, so you double into the Sinistra here to try and remove it, but doing that, you're taking all attention away from that Floette, and it's already got a Calm Mind set up. It's going to be able to hit very hard with those Draining Kisses and restore some of that health lost.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Sludge Bomb from Mega Venusaur minus +1 special defense Mega Floette is actually enough from that range to pick up the KO, because obviously he could ignore the Rage Powder due to its grass typing, and Giulio's already protected with Mega Floette the previous turn, so may have to either opt to go for a double protect, or they're confident they're gonna survive.
It's a big question. It's going to go answered very soon here as we do see the Mega Evolution appear and that Rage Powder procced from that Sinistra.
Here we go. Sludge Bomb onto Mega Floette. It's enough! Flavio is able to get rid of such an important piece. You could see Giulio's dismay there, hoping that it was going to be able to survive because of its Calm Mind boost. Not today, not in this round and game, my friend. 44 hit points. Sinistra is too much damage, especially when you've lost your pivotal Mega Evolution sweeper.
Yeah, and you can see how good Venusaur in particular is against these Floette teams that are so centered around it, where you've got these pieces like Sinistra, the reliance on Rage Powder is so heavy, where the Mega Venusaur is just like, I don't really have to worry about that at all, because I can just constantly target into what I want to hit, and I'm going to land those attacks. And time after time, we see there. And the Sludge Bomb's so powerful, even on +1 special defense.
Modest.
Just enough to get it. And now King Gambit on the field, yeah, great. It hasn't got Protect. It is not protected by that Rage Powder. The Sinistra so threatened now from another Hurricane from that Pelipper is switching out off the field. But it's an easy target for the Venusaur to go just Earth Power into that King Gambit right now.
And that's exactly what it's going to do. There may well actually be a double up there of the Weather Ball to take advantage of the rain and pick up a KO, but it's just going to be the safe Hurricane, wanting to ensure that there's no future hospitalities left on the field. We got a confusion of the Incineroar, so there's going to be a small chance that it's not able to get the fake out going for itself. But King Gambit, even at not essentially getting a boost off of Defiant, deals so much damage onto Pelipper.
Yeah, but just not quite enough, and the Pelipper trained so well from Flavio here, proccing that Citrus Berry, getting the health back, and now going to be in a position where it is going to be threatened by another Earth Power. The one saving grace you've got is a turn where you can fake out that Venusaur, but not doing that puts you vulnerable to the Weather Ball from that Pelipper, so it is one of those where do you just ignore the Venusaur here, hoping that it protects and go after that Pelipper, but no, Flavio not giving an inch here, switching that out, and the Archalodon coming in. Can it catch a fake out?
I think that may well be what it's trying to do. Sinistra switching in right now. You see Giulio actually taking his headset off here. He's thinking this may actually be the end. Incineroar, oh my lord, he predicted it himself. Hits itself in confusion, not able to get any move off, but the Earth Power is not going to be able to pick up the KO onto the Sinistra. The rain has stopped, the Tailwind has petered out, and the forfeit has been given in. Flavio going undefeated.
Wow, after such an explosive game one with that big critical hit, and then Giulio adjusting, coming back in game two, you thought everything was on, running down that line. It was even right to the wire, but Flavio making some incredible adjustments. The switch out to the Pelipper in turn one to get that rain onto the field and say, I'm just going to use this Basque Legion, take advantage of it, get the damage I needed, and then putting that pin in place with the Mega Venusaur. The switch as well, when the Tailwind was set up, just masterfully done. And yeah, all credit there to Flavio, knowing that once that Floette falls, everything else falls around it.
That's it. It's a domino effect, and what better way to be given a masterclass from El Maestro himself, Flavio Del Pidio. And yeah, I mean, it was genuinely high stakes pressure. Going from game 1 to game 2, sure, it was a bit more passive. There were the RNG related, you know, like impacts of the crits, and then of course the special defense drop in game 2, but it all came to the wire of Flavio recognizing he needs to go on the aggressive. If he's going to be able to dwindle the resource available on Giulio's side at the right time, turn 1 in particular, he'll have so much more of an advantage. And let's talk about that exquisite switching of the Mega Venusaur the subsequent turn in order to match the Sinister being brought in for the redirection and completely ignore it with the Sludge Bomb KO.
Yeah, the foresight there was really, I mean, elegantly put. But yeah, the foresight in that scenario was just on show for everyone to see, and why Flavio is such a top player, because it would have been so easy to just stay on the field in that scenario with the Basque Legion and just keep on that pressure with the rain up with the Basque Legion that wasn't threatened by any immediate fake out. It was -1, yeah, but you still pressure the Incineroar if it does want to come back onto the field, but thinking, no, I've got an opportunity where the Sinister could be a bit disruptive and it could give that Floette a way back in. But with the Venusaur in the Tailwind setup, and you've got that almost pinned scenario where the Floette's taken a lot of damage already, Sludge Bomb, and that's where knowing your calcs comes down to it as well, knowing that the Sludge Bomb, you've got the confidence, it's +1 special defense, but yeah, I'm going to be able to knock it out. And then the Pelipper really handles that Sinister so well with that Hurricane, and then from there it was lights out.
And not only does it handle the Sinister, it's got the option of going on the Water type offensive with Weather Ball, anticipating maybe any Incineroar switching. So he really had the board state pinned and locked in such a way that he just had overwhelming advantage with all of the momentum he built up from that very first turn. And Giulio just wasn't able to match it at the right time, and he was always on the back foot. And he just needed that one really good turn, but Flavio didn't give him any options.
No, and I think it comes back to the team choice that Flavio's made coming into this event, and it's a really smart one, because we knew Mega Floette would probably be quite popular this weekend, and one Pokemon that deals with it, and it's common partnering Pokemon pretty well, pretty effectively, Mega Venusaur. And if you can support that Pokemon well, like Flavio's done in this current build, then it's going to give a lot of players a really hard time this weekend. Just credit to them, and what a masterclass in being able to do. Yeah, there was a critical hit in game 1, but if game 1 changes the outcome there, then game 2 is completely different. So it's all part and parcel, but I think you've just got to say the adaptation in game 3 just made... It gave Giulio no option to kind of get into the game and just close the door.
No, it did feel really locked in, the fact that he had that hyper-offensive lead where, Giulio just wasn't able to match it, like we said, and rebound all of the momentum. But we have got your 2019 EUIC champion, Flavio Del Pidio, ready for an interview to break everything down. Take it away.
Champion in 2019, champion in this round of our Turin Special event. Welcome back, trainers. We're here with Flavio Del Pidio, the winner from our round. Flavio, that was a crazy match between Giulio, who I'm sure you've played a lot of Pokemon with in the past. How was that match for you?
Yeah, I feel amazing and sad, because Giulio is my good friend, okay? So I'm so sorry to beat him in stream, okay? The matchup, I think, is even, okay? Because he has his play with the Kermine, Fake Out, Parting Shot. I have the Mega Venusaur for this matchup. It's very good to avoid the Rage Powder, Snitch, to push Sludge Bomb, or Shit on Floette, okay? I got lucky in game 1, because I created the Sludge Bomb on Floette, okay? If he lost Floette, he lost the game, basically, okay? So very lucky in game 1. So in game 2, he changed his plan with the King Gambit. I would do the Air Power and Wave Crash to 1 on King Gambit, but I changed the move in Flip Turn Sneeze in the last second. Okay. At game 3, I used another plan, okay? Against Floette, because I thought that probably he brought Floette again in game 3, okay? So I have basically two moves, or a Sludge Bomb on Floette and Light Screen, okay? Which, or Flip Turn to Sublime to put the Light Screen, okay? or switching Pelipper for fake out on Veno and wave crash directly on Fouet.
Yeah, and I love that game plan as well, because in game 1, it looked like Floette was going to be really dangerous until the Sludge Bomb crit. But then you managed to find a different game plan. It's like, well, actually, if I attack rather than play defensively, you just don't have to play that mind game.
Basically, I searched to stall Floette with a Ditch Seed and Poison with a Sledge on push.
Turn after turn after turn. Yeah. But then you managed to...
And the support with the light screen, obviously.
Of course. It makes it easier, doesn't it? But it's not always guaranteed, and it takes a long time. You have to play lots of Pokemon.
Yeah, obviously.
So that's something that you always have to be thinking about, certainly. But then, like, talking a little bit about Megas, you've got Mega Venusaur.
Yeah.
But also Mega Lopunny. And I haven't seen any other composition that uses these two Pokemon. And you're really great at using, like, the Pheasantipity from last season.
Do you like the Lopunny?
I love the Lopunny. I love it. The Rain Dance as well. Tell us a bit about that choice.
Okay. Basically, Venusaur is the main Mega of the team, okay? Mainly, I use Venusaur in almost matchup, okay? But Lopunny is very good in some situation, especially against Frostless matchup, because I can click a close combat on Frostless, King Gambit, and I have Ice Punch to hit the version with Garchomp, Dragonite, okay. And the last move, obviously Fake Out, okay? And Rain Dance for some matchups against Charizard.
Yeah.
Very certain. I don't bring Lopunny so much times, but in some matchup is very, very important.
When it comes, it's really important.
Okay.
So, again, moving on from Megas, we've got some new Megas. You're using some of the less popular Mega choices, and clearly that's working out for you very, very well.
Maybe next time in stream I show Lopunny.
We got our fingers crossed. We got our fingers crossed. But back in the good old days, back in 2018, you won the Leipzig Regional Championships with Mega Metagross. Is that something that you're going to be looking forward to coming back?
Yeah. I want Metagross coming back. Yeah, I love Mega Metagross. Yeah. I won that regional very, very hard because I remember I played a great final against Markus starter. Wow. Very emotional. Okay, I remember that final. Okay, I love Mega Metagross. I hope to come back here if possible.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed for you and with you for your next rounds. Before we let you get back and get ready for your next match, have you got any shout-outs for people
Obviously. The shout-out, obviously, for all my friends who support me and helped for the tournament, like Francesco Piopero, Cicciotto, Daniele Spuntarelli, Zenzero, the Mr. Micaletto, okay? And I will shout out my team, Team Aqua, okay? And my family. And obviously, all people who support me, obviously.
Flavio, thank you so much. Congratulations on making it this far. We're wishing you the best of luck. And until then, we're going to be getting back to our Swiss round. So don't go anywhere, trainers. We'll be right back. And Davide Miraglia is going to be your second finalist here at the Dortmund Regional
Davide Miraglia is going to be your Dortmund Regional Champion.
Hi, I'm Davide Miraglia and I'm the champion of the Dortmund Regional Championship 2025. The event was really great. I had a lot of fun with my friends and I am really happy that the team worked because it was we built with my friends, so it was we work together on this. I think that the most important Pokemon in the team that we had in the end was Clefable, because he completely changed and improved the matchup against King Gambit. That is one of the most popular Pokemon in this format, especially the one that sets up with Swarstance. And having a Fairy type and Unaware, able to ignore him and to hit him, it's really important. Also, is a massive help for Goldengo, that is one of the strongest Pokemon ever. So with a little bit of help, it becomes even stronger. So today was really, really relaxed and brainless. I just wanted to enjoy and to see how far I could have get with the team, and apparently I won, so that was my feeling today. In the final, I realized that besides some particular positions, my opponent didn't have much for Annihilate. Between safety goggles and the fact that to touch him properly, he should have either Shadow Ball with Goldengo, so position Goldengo well, but I also had the Terra Water to defend myself. Annihilate was really good also against Sneasler, and with Porygon, because with the main stabs he cannot hit me very hard, so I figured it out in that way. And next to Annihilate there was also Goldengo that you cannot ignore him, so with that position I thought that I could have won, and I won. Pokemon means a lot to me, and since when I was a child. I love Pokemon, and thanks to Pokemon I made a lot of friends also, and the motivation comes from my self-confidence and the friends around me and people that love me.
The 2025 North America International Championships were exciting times down in the Big Easy. However, the event would be anything but easy for the trainers trying to qualify for the World Championships in Anaheim. New Orleans was the last opportunity to earn championship points on the season, so much more was on the line than who would win the title. For the first time in VGC International Championship history, not a single home region trainer was represented in top 8. With 4 of the final 8 trainers remaining in the field, Italy paraded their way into the finals, thanks to Marco Silva taking down former IC champion Eric Rios and Federico Camporesi defeating Kazuki Kobayashi. But Kazuki still went home a winner by earning that direct World's invitation from top 4. As friends, teammates, and fellow countrymen, Marco and Federico wanted to prove that the Italian VGC talent is unmatched. And with a 4th IC win, Marco could make his claim not just as the best player in New Orleans, but the best player in the world. Federico caught Marco off guard in Game 1 with a perfectly timed wide guard, stopping Astral Barrage. Then in Game 2, after another well-timed wide guard, Marco landed a critical hit for a KO and forced to Game 3. With the championship on the line, Federico relied on his trusty Lunala for Trick Room. He would find his championship moment under those twisted dimensions.
He goes for the Moonblast! Federico Camporesi is your 2025 North America International Champion.
In the junior division, Joaquin Roquette used the power of the sun to shine through with Fluttermane and Koraidon, winning the set 2-0. And in the senior division, Brazil's Isaac Marrero neutralized the competition with Galarian Weezing. As Poison Gas ticked away at Lunala's health, Isaac secured the championship. What will happen in Anaheim? Will EU ride this momentum and continue their international dominance? Will NA defend the throne? Or will another region take home the title of World Champion? Check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information and see if it could be you as our next Pokemon champion.
Mega Venusaur, Mega Lopunny. On the same team, did you ever expect to see that, Costa? No. Good. Right, moving on from there. Ben Costa here, taking you through our next round of Swiss here at the Turin Special Championships. And what a great time we're having so far. Oh, yeah. I am blown away looking through all of the notable matches, the matches that we've had on stream so far. Just how much variation that we've got coming through, how much our trainers are really pushing the boat out or setting fire to the kitchen, depending on how well they're doing at the weekend. Little column A, little column B.
And depending on whose kitchen, either their own or their opponent's.
I don't mind burning down the kitchen if it's Costa's.
Okay, that's a bit rude. but I'll accept it. But no, you're absolutely right. The variance has been so good to see and refreshing as well.
Definitely.
Especially when we've been seeing, you know, a couple of people theorizing, oh, okay, it's going to be Mega Floette, Mega Charizard Y everywhere and all that. And then we have all of these sort of interesting takes in order to be able to tackle what most of the meta is. And obviously we saw it in Indy last week with the finals, Mega Steelix, Mega T-Tar versus Mega Floette and Mega Charizard Y. But so far, it has been such a delight. And we've seen a variety of things. What was it? Like Mega Delphox, like you said, Mega Lopunny. Even though it didn't come to the last match right now, it was still there.
Yeah,
it's a threat.
There's some Charizards there, there's some Floettes there, there's the things that we expected. And we're going to see more of them across the weekend. But let's see what else that we've got to feature this round. We've got our notable matchups ready to go. So let's see who else has been in the kitchen. And it is Davide Cognetta versus Bruno and Marotta that we're going to be featuring this round.
All right, our previous and technically current Turin champion last, I think, was it, when was it, Ben? Was it 2023? Yep, that's it. Making a comeback right now, running undefeated and bringing a very interesting team, a very strong team, being Mega Gengar Perish.
Okay, we're gonna look back at that a little bit later, and we'll explain the backstory as to why Costa is so invested in this match. Santiago versus Matteo, a Charizard Floette versus a Frostlass Mega Scovillain team. You got some more Delphox there from Antonio Sanchez, a previous regional champion in his own right, versus Hamman, bringing that Mega Tyranitar, but on its own, which actually is pretty uncommon as far as Mega Tyranitar goes. It's usually paired up with another Mega Pokemon. And of course, Justin and versus Giuseppe.
Yeah, and like we were sort of saying, there are some prominent key pieces that are appearing in the meta, and I think Mega T-Tar is definitely one of them. Matteo Ghizzini, in particular, having the sort of Mega Frostlass, you've got the snow capabilities, but also the Lycanroc.
Yeah, Lycanroc.
Something that it's not the first time we featured on stream today, believe it or not, and it's got some good stuff going for it. Obviously, speed tiering, rock typing, super good offensively in the current meta, but you've got the Excel Rock signature move, being able to be boosted by Tough Claws and getting some really audacious damage calcs.
It's quick attack, but more pointy.
More edgy.
More edgy. A rock type damaging move, priority, so it doesn't matter if your opponent's in Tailwind or not, you can just pick off. And of course, it's... Now, I'm gonna question this, Costa, because I'm not 100% sure which moves are and aren't contact and therefore boosted by Tough Claws ability.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure Accelerock is a contact move, as is Close Combat that's usually run alongside. It's just Rock Slide that isn't a contact move.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a great way to be able to, you know, bolster all of those offensive damage calcs with a Pokemon that not a lot of people are going to be seeing coming into the meta, especially if it's got like that Focus Sash variant, which I would assume it is, but that's left to be seen. More importantly, we've got Davide Cognetta, our current Turin major champion from 2023. This is going to be such a delight to see him back in the fray. He's been there at the biggest stages. OCIC back in the day as well, being able to be a finalist, if I'm not mistaken.
EUIC.
EUIC.
Like our first IC ever.
That's right. Yeah, of course. He was up against
here we go. Second. Yeah.
Come on.
Come on. The words are going to come.
He'll be very disappointed.
Miguel Martí del Torre.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. It took me a second. The brain pathways are rewiring, just like all of our traders are rewiring into Pokemon Champions coming out of the Scarlet and Violet era. But yeah, that was a great finals between those two trainers, and Miguel was able to come out on top. There he is, Davide Cognetta. So many. Oh yeah, of course.
I told you. I told you.
Okay,
I knew what I was saying.
Right, because I was top 4 in both of those.
Oh, here we go.
Tournaments, right? So
you were.
Yeah. So my memory of EUIC is much clearer than my memory of OCIC, which maybe the jet lag had something to do that with going halfway around the world. But of course, I was Turin Special Champion back in 2023, as you mentioned earlier, getting top 4, of course, in the Players' Cup in 2020 when we were in our online era.
Yeah, and Davide actually taking a bit of a break over the past season, and essentially, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he's also supporting with judging as well at tournaments, so he's been quite active in that essence in terms of being able to help others and essentially get things going for newer generations, but clearly making a comeback right now, 4-0, undefeated, clearly coming to make a statement from the looks of things.
And he always does. I mean, he's such a consistent player, and every time that he's taking the game really, really seriously and coming back, he's always, almost coming back with a vengeance every time. If he has a little bit of a break, he normally comes back very, very strong indeed. I'm so excited to be able to feature him on the broadcast and to be able to see, especially this composition of team. I know that Mega Gengar is one of your top picks across the regulation set MA, but this composition is very, very tough to be able to pilot. Usually has the Perish Trap mode, and it's one of those team compositions that has such a high skill cap because you have to see so many turns into the future in the way that you pilot that kind of team archetype to get those Perish songs off, to get yourself into the right position to be able to win the game.
And if I'm not mistaken, that core in particular, the composition, was actually popularized by Eduardo Cunha as well, so I'm not surprised to actually see it running amok and clearly in very capable hands with Davide being the pilot. But we have got his opponent, of course, on the other side of the field. And what we saw was a couple of key pieces that are very common in terms of what they're bringing to.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things where you see a team like Divi's with lots of different options to try to stop your opponent playing Pokemon. You've got the Shadow Tag stopping switching, you've got lots of fake outs, you've got lots of protects that stop any sort of damage. And then from Bruno's perspective, you gotta figure out, okay, what's in my toolkit to be able to actually be able to start landing some damage off onto Divi's side of the field, and to be able to either break the trap or attack into the Gengar before it uses Perish Song in the first place, or break down all of those support pieces so that you can actually get at the Pokemon that you want to get at.
Yeah, and Mega Gengar in particular is one of those Pokemon that you can run in a bit of a multi-role mixed set, where not only are you there for the amazing special offensive prowess that it rocks with that base 170. However, it's also there for the Perish setup, disruption setup as well. Most commonly back in 2016, it used to be running a tear in terms of having Whimsicott by its side, having disable encore shenanigans, locking your opponent in, which I use quite often, and I will tell you it was very, very fun.
2015, 2016, 2017.
Yes.
No, sorry, not 2017, 2018, in fact. Yeah, really, really strong Pokemon to be able to use. We've got some great results for it as well. Finalist in Thailand, top 8 in Malaysia, different team compositions. And I think this is one of the strong things about a lot of the Mega Pokemon that we have in Regulation Set at MA. You look at everything past Mega Gengar in those teams, and it's all different. It's all different ways of trying to support that Pokemon. In the case of Tyler getting top 32 at Indianapolis, it's the same composition that Divi's running, but then and going for that sort of Perish Song mode. But the other teams there, if they have Perish Song on the set, they're not overtly trying to set it up. In fact, they're trying to play the more typical kind of play patterns that we have in Pokemon.
Yeah, and there is a common thread between these three different teams being Incineroar, where it's such a potent teammate in order to get that fake out disruption going, the parting shot, pivot action as well, on top of the Intimidate ability, being able to essentially nerf the incoming damage output from your opponent's side of the field and get all of those little cheeky shenanigans on the way.
In a world where Incineroar usage is so far down compared to what we're used to seeing. I mean, how often do you get it like so low down, like 6 and 7 in our day one usage statistics?
Never.
Like literally never. This is probably the the lowest lowest utilization of Incineroar that we've had in such a long time. And I think that's just the state of the format, the state of the game at the moment, what Pokemon are really prevalent, what Pokemon are doing well. Milotic and King Gambit, I mean, there's not many formats where both of those Pokemon are as prevalent as they are, and so there's lots of different reasons why Incineroar does sort of struggle in this metagame, but still an Incineroar.
That's true.
And it still has its place in the format. And so I think a lot of the teams, especially watching the high level of Indianapolis last weekend, you saw just Incineroar doing Incineroar things at the top level. And if you train it well and you know how to pilot it, it's still got that niche.
Oh, easily. It's just about trying to make it fit onto the team composition and essentially take advantage of the role of which it has in that particular strategy that you got, whether it's going to be hyper offense, which most likely isn't going to be the choice of role that it wants to be able to fulfill. It's going more for the balance, disruption, pivot action going, the usual stuff that Incineroars do.
You know it.
You know it.
You know it.
Yeah, we all do. However, what we also know is that both of our trainers are getting prepared right now. We've got Bruno on the left-hand side of the field. We've got Davide on the right, and they are both undefeated. Let us make a point to that. This is the first Champions event of EU, and of course the last, so this is going to matter.
It's going to matter a lot. These trainers obviously having a fantastic performance already so far. Whoever goes undefeated got a good shot of getting into our phase 2 of the tournament.
Yep.
But whoever doesn't come out on top, yeah, still got a pretty good chance, right? 4-1 going into round 5, I think, is something that if you asked a lot of trainers going in, they go, yeah, I'll take that. You know, I'll be absolutely happy to be in that position and have a little bit of a buffer coming into those last rounds that are just so difficult. The battles only get harder as you go through the day.
Oh, easily. And the exhaustion as well, both mental and physical, does ramp up over time. And that's why it's so crucial to make sure that you're getting the necessary breaks in between rounds, your refreshments as well, and you're being essentially laser eye focused to make sure you follow the lines, follow the preparation that you have undergone in order to rock up to this tournament, especially when there's so many varieties of team compositions you need to prep for.
Yeah, it's like, especially when the format is so unknown and the format feels just so wide open at the moment. I think it's quite easy to think that maybe our players are closer to solving the format after even just such a short time because there's so many less options available. But there are our achievements. Bruno, no achievements to put on their roster as yet, and that is really very important to note. This looks like the opportunity for Bruno to get some scores on the doors.
Oh, exactly. And the fact that they're at 4-0 right now against the current title-holding trainer, Davide Cognetta, so well known, is such an accomplishment in of itself. And I'm sure it's going to be able to let them get through, maybe with less pressure than Davide.
That's a big deal.
Well, yeah, it's a big deal. And that's sort of the importance and the sort of marginal differences that can result in you making it through to phase 2, and who knows, maybe even getting the title.
Well, maybe Bruno can give us the upset that we're looking for here. Floette, Aerodactyl, Basculegion, King Gambit, Mousehold, and Sneasler. This is a very solid composition. This is all about protecting that Mega Floette so that it can do what it does best, get a Calm Mind up, dish out that damage onto the board. But I think, for me, my eyes are drawn to that King Gambit and the Focus Sash Basculegion in the middle. Those are going to be such big tools in this matchup to be able to put some pressure onto that Mega Gengar. Not going to want to take a Kowtow Cleave to the face by any stretch of the imagination.
I would imagine not, because it would be quite painful and something that you need to factor in when you see that black glasses set, and especially when it's got Mousehold by its side for that support with the redirection. It doesn't have Feint that other sets are currently running, but the Taunt is such a nice little tech in order to essentially slow down the momentum on the other side of the field.
And of course, it's difficult to take out with the Chopper Berry as well. So I'm sure that's something that Bruno's been leaning on. You want to be able to switch in the Mousehold to take those attacks, get the Friend Guard on board. We saw Arash Ommati having a similar sort of strategy in a previous round of our broadcast. So if you didn't catch that, go back and watch Arash giving us a little bit of a masterclass there.
Yep.
But getting back into this match, we're going to go over and see what David is bringing and this Trick Room... Perish Song.
Thank you.
Perish Song.
There we go.
Mega Gengar team. Costa, the Gengar expert, takes us through it.
Here we go. So, Mega Gengar, it's got the Shadow Ball. It doesn't have the Disable, something that is so crucial when you've got the lead partner being Tinkaton, where it can lock Pokemon into Encores if it doesn't go for a Fake Out, anticipating an opposing Fake Out into its slot. It's such a great utility to be able to lock things in, but it's not the only important Pokemon on this team. Politoed is the second Perish Song user, just in case there's any sort of weird interactions where the Mega Gengar either is anticipated to go down or it might not be the right bring. Politoed is. And then you've got the setup potential with the Como-O. So essentially what we've got is 2 Perish users, we've got to set up Pokemon with the Como-O, and the remaining 3 slots are there for support.
Speaking of the Como-O, the soundproof ability is one of the things that glues this team together. It doesn't get affected by Perish Song, where most other effects in the game are affected by Perish Song. It'll go through Protect, it'll go through Substitutes, it'll go through pretty much everything except for Soundproof. That's something that David is going to be looking to take advantage of. Not only that, but look at all those defensive items on his team.
Yeah, exactly, and they're going to be so crucial because it does really come down to the wire in terms of the different interactions. And there's the lead that we were just discussing, Ben. The Tinkaton next to the Mega Gengar versus some, let's say, a lead that is very well prepped going into this. Basculegion Male and the Kingambit.
How much damage do you want to do to this Gengar turn 1? Yes. I would like to do a lot of damage to that. And I think this is a great start off for Bruno, really putting the pressure onto it. You do really want to stop this Gengar from setting up a Perish Song, and if you don't stop it from setting up a Perish Song, then you want to at least make David trade for that Perish Song going up. So that's the overarching story of this game, is going to be, can the Perish Song go up? Can David support this Gengar, keep the trap on the field? Because once it's up, once the Gengar's in a good spot, then it's very, very difficult to break.
Yeah, and the only thing that can will be the Basculegion due to its Ghost typing, if Bruno wants to do so in the subsequent turns. Fake Out into the Kingambit, making sure it cannot move. Shadow Ball actually being opted in, bringing the Basculegion down to its Focus Sash, clearly being a key point in making sure the Basculegion is kept under wraps. As, sure, special defense drop doesn't matter. The question is, which target does it go for? Liquidation into the Tinkaton will be able to guarantee that 2-shot. So now the question is, where do we go from here?
This is a really nice way for Bruno to try and break down David's side of the board. You've got 2 options. You either try to break down the Gengar, but on that turn 1, it could have protected itself. So attacking down into the Pokemon that can't protect itself as easily, wants to go for the Fake Out into the Kingambit to stop that Kowtow Cleave, means that the getting the damage on the support pieces is the route that Bruno wants to take through this game. And I think now, given that the Tinkaton is so low, it's the time to switch it out. Como-O looking very good in this spot.
It really is, as Basculegion, due to the interaction, like we said, the Ghost typing, allowing it to leave the field and not get trapped in, brings the Sneasler for the Fake Out pressure. Gengar, on the other hand, opting to go for the Protect, as Bruno is going to take advantage of that, goes for the Swords Dance, which puts him in a good spot, but Como-O on the other side of the field doesn't feel as good.
Well, with Gengar protecting on that last turn, now the Fake Out and Kowtow Cleave looks really, really good into the Gengar. David is really looking for those opportunities for a Kowtow Cleave or a Sucker Punch to come out so that they can be disabled for next turn. David sees this coming and then wants to switch out the Gengar into Incineroar. Doesn't matter if the Kingambit gets any more boosts, it's already powerful enough.
Exactly. Now at +3 of its attack stages. Sneasler actually having the White Herb procced right now, so it's going to be able to outspeed basically everything, including the Mega Gengar in subsequent turns. But Como-O, very receptive of the situation, goes for the Protect, knowing that the Incineroar is going to be available for Fake Out in the following turn. Kowtow Cleave, the +3, deals too much damage onto the Incineroar, but Davide has got the spot he wants. He's got Fake Out online, whilst Bruno does not.
And this is the pivot from Perish Song team into a team that just wants to play whatever Pokemon is in front of them. And so now we're pivoting from the Gengar setting the Perish Song into let's boost up the Komodo, put some damage down on the board. Perish Song is still a good option once you've knocked out 2 Pokemon. And certainly without a Choppleberry, this King Gambit is looking very, very scared from the Aura Sphere from this Komodo.
Yeah, and for good reason. Hence why we actually see the Floette making itself on the field. It wants to be able to threaten it in the subsequent turn, but Davide matching that momentum with the board state, having the Mega Gengar now on the field at the right time, meaning both Floette and King Gambit will be locked in. They have no way out from the Shadow Tag.
Yeah, that's a really, really nice switch in for David, and this is just textbook of being able to use that Shadow Tag to its full effect. This is where Mega Gengar is at its strongest. Coming in on the board state that you find favorable, maybe it's not turn 1, maybe it's turn 3 or 4 as you're seeing here, and then after that you take too much, your opponent takes too much damage, and then you can sort of perish to finish things off. So David doing a really good job, but there is still that potential for a Sucker Punch. That Sucker Punch stops the Sludge Bomb into the Floette, and so the Floette can get the damage down onto the Komodo, and the Floette could even, in its Mega form, be faster than the Komodo to boot.
It's going to come close because the Floette is at modest stat alignment versus the Komodo modest as well. It does truly come down, like you said, Ben, to the training in speed investment. Mega Gengar has the Protect, the Dazzling Gleam, does move now first, and actually picks up the raw KO onto the Komodo. Oh, my lordy, too much damage. Davide not really liking that from an initial point of view. The fact that the King Gambit is essentially still on the field and having to see the interaction of the Mega Floette outspeeding is so crucial. And this may now force Davide's hand in order to look for a strategy via Perish, since clearly the Komodo mode is out of the window in this game.
Well, this is a challenging thing in that situation. David is really having to be on the back foot because of the Sucker Punch pressure, but then having to find a way to get the Sludge Bomb down onto the Floette that cannot switch. And Tinkaton is a really good way of doing that, because not only does it offer the fake out this turn, but also allows for the Encore Disable shenanigans to go down into the King Gambit to stop it from being such a threat, and then to be able to act from there. And Komodo may be the worthy sacrifice in that case.
And that's why this core of Duo works so well. You see the Sucker Punch failing, of course, because you got Disable and Encore on the line. I'm not going to be surprised to see the Tinkaton trying to focus down.
Oh, it is faster.
And it does confirm that the King Gambit got absolutely ignored. Floette locked in, not only with a Shadow Tag, Encore Disable on the line. It is doing zilch and taking damage for it.
Yeah, massive, massive turn there. The Tinkaton training is so big. Floette being naturally faster than Tinkaton, but clearly Tinkaton being trained to be as fast as possible so that it can take advantage of that Floette. And I wouldn't be surprised to see the same sort of sequencing happening against this King Gambit. And once both Pokemon are neutralized, they cannot attack for a few turns on Bruno's side of the field, then David can go on the offensive. The question is whether to call that Protect or not.
Gonna have to find out. I feel like Bruno's sort of forced in a scenario where he can't help but make the obvious play. Perish Son now on the field from Gengar. Encore trying to make sure the King Gambit, like we said, does get locked in. And in this scenario, Floette, sure, the struggle can now damage a Ghost type with the normal base typing, but it's going to be taking so much damage for it. And like we said, Ben, it really feels like this 2 Pokemon, there's no way that Bruno can get out of this scenario with them still on the field.
And it's not like, even so, it's not like David can even go on the offensive this turn just yet. The Encore Disable has to kind of come again, just in case the Sucker Punch is locked into. There it is coming out. So it is going to be the Perish Song actually to stop the to stop any damage from the Sucker Punch, and now the Encore locks the King Gambit into the Sucker Punch. You can disable it next turn, and well, Floette's kind of doing the work for David in this spot, using Struggle, ending its Encore, and dropping down that Perish Song.
Yeah, and I think it's something to note. Perish Son being chosen there rather than Disable might be Davide wanting to try to get Disable the following turn in order to take advantage of the additional amount of turns remaining for that effect.
Definitely, and yeah, even if Bruno is able to get away from the pin, which there's very limited options to do so. This is exactly what David is wanting to set up in this board state. Even if there's not actually a lot of time to do so. Like, you can say, well, okay, we'll be here for 5 or 6 turns, but when you lose all the PP, then you can actually change moves away from the Encore Disable, and you can kind of get around that situation a little bit easier. But not only the fact that Floette is now at half HP from the recall from Struggle, but also because that Perish Timer is counting down, you've only got a couple of turns. The question I've got actually is how David is going to position in the late game. What pieces in the back is he going to try to use to finish off the last 2 Pokemon for Bruno?
And in order to do that, you need to make a conscious decision of which Pokemon is going to go down to Perish, because there's one final turn remaining right now, and you've only got one switch in the back from Davide's side. So, are you going to sack the Mega Gengar, or is it going to be the Tinkaton? And do you think that you've got a way to get around the Sneasel and the Basculegion in the back with the remaining 2?
Yeah, so I'm not sure.
Has to be Gengar switching out.
Yeah, it's got to be Gengar switching out. I think that's pretty obvious. I think like the question I've got is like whether or not Bruno's got enough. We know what 2 Pokemon are in the back. We know that the Incineroar is going to switch in, take a little bit of damage, but actually have Fake Out on the board. But now, after the Perish Song comes into effect, Floette and King Gambit get taken down. Is the Fake Out from Sneasler plus the Basculegion going for a last respect enough? That's a lot of damage.
Just a bit.
Wow. Fair play, Floette.
That's +4 for you at that point.
+4 King Gambit,
yeah,
of course. King Gambit. Well, there we go. These 2 Pokemon getting knocked out. It was almost Gengar and it's lonesome, and actually, at the point where it's Gengar and it's lonesome, actually, maybe it beats the Sneasler one-on-one, but it's getting a little bit closer to comfort than you'd like.
Yeah, especially because Diaclaw has that secondary effect of potentially picking up the status conditions.
Yeah, I think that's it.
And that's the only way that Bruno can force that. So let's not sort of joke around. That was a very important survival from that Incineroar in order to allow Davide a few more resources available to essentially dispatch of Bruno's Pokemon, because Gengar has to get rid of the Basculegion now, right?
And also there's Aquajet on this Basculegion, right? So that's going to knock out the Incineroar this turn, and then to be able to allow this sort of Sneasler, Diaclaw versus the Gengar endgame. There's no opportunity. Actually, it would be quite nice for Bruno if there's an opportunity to get the White Herb activated, but there's no such joy. There's just a Fake Out going into the Incineroar, taking that little bit of damage. The Gengar is forced for David to fire off a Shadow Ball into the Basculegion. That's the only Pokemon that's threatening a one-hit knockout on the Gengar this turn. But now, because of that Protect, Bruno actually putting themselves in a great position to get maybe enough Aquajet damage to allow the Diaclaw to win the one-on-one.
Yeah, and that's what he has to target, as well as a status condition in order to make things a bit more easier. Aquajet bringing the Gengar down to 82. Diaclaw actually outspeeding naturally versus this Gengar. Might be quite crucial, no jokes aside, dealing thereabouts 20-ish hit points. So it's going to have to be the next 3 turns, if not 4, dependent on rolls, for it to be able to get around this.
It's only going to be 2 Shadow Balls that are going to be...
That's it.
And there's another niche interaction here going on. If the Shadow Ball drops the special defense on the Sneasler and activates the White Herb, it's going to go first instead of the Gengar.
No, I think the White Herb was actually procced earlier on in the game prior to the switch out because of the Incineroar that came onto the field.
Yeah, right.
But regardless, like we said, it is going to have to come down to the Diaclaws and the interaction of it. Oh, but we saw close combat actually being the move of choice there, not wanting the special defense to be dropped. But Davide took advantage, went for the Perish Son. He is the faster Pokemon.
Yeah, it's like trying to stop the Disable from actually ruining the Diaclaw option, because if you go for the Diaclaw first, then the Disable comes out, you've got no way to hit that Gengar whatsoever. But most importantly, right, if the Perish Song, if both Pokemon stay on the field until the end of Perish Song, the Sneasler is going to faint probably after the Gengar.
Gengar, exactly. That's what we saw with the interaction, right? And that's why Davide's focused down saying, you know what? Perish may be my way out here in order to avoid an awkward scenario, because even if the Unburden hasn't been procced, it just seems like the training of this Mega Gengar is that of being slower than the Sneasler. Second time confirmed there.
Yeah. So is the...
hello. Okay.
All right.
Uh-oh.
One turn, though. One turn. This Diaclaw probably has to crit.
It does.
If it's going to have a hope and a prayer of being able to knock out this Gengar. And the fact that the Gengar is slower than the Sneasler is so crucial to how this end game operates.
Unless there's a Protect with the Wake Up, it doesn't seem to be the case. Diaclaw, not enough. And I don't even think with that range of damage, it would have been enough, probably resulting around 10 to 11 hit points. And what a turn of events. Davide winning through the end game Perish. Game 1 win. Wow.
That's a masterclass. That's a masterclass in Perish. Like, when to go for it, when not to. Really tempting when you're playing a team like that to think, Perish Song is my strategy. Therefore, I must get Perish Song up at all costs at the start of the game. But no, not at all cost. You have to pick and choose your moments. I want to call out there, actually, the fact that the Gengar, Mega Gengar, is so slow in comparison to the Sneasler is also how it was taking... excuse me, so little damage from the Diaclaw coming out from the Sneasler. You must know yourself, Costa, of being an aficionado of Mega Gengar, that you can train it to be really bulky in a way that regular Gengar isn't.
No, exactly. And that's the beauty of being able to always have the accompanying, let's say, Incineroar to further bolster the pseudo bulk that this Pokemon normally isn't trained for. It's usually fast and powerful, but not when it comes to the variety of modes here. So going into Game 2, it feels like there shouldn't be a change-up, but could that be the case with Bruno on the hyper-offensive?
Oh, well, I mean, that's the thing that Bruno has to make the decision on. You think the impact of maybe even targeting into the Gengar on turn 1 instead of targeting into the Tinkaton, right?
Yes.
How that would change that end game. We'll have to see how these trainers are adapting for Game 2.
Here we go. Leads with the Incineroar and the Gengar over on Davide's side versus the Sneasler and the Kingambit. So, once again, we've got Defiant activated. +1 Kingambit dealing so much damage. White Herb also now proccing, giving Sneasler the Unburden boost. But that's a smart way of being able to at least burn it for the future turns from Davide's side.
Now, I can't count the amount of times I've watched an Italian player bring Incineroar in the lead, threaten Fake Out, and then just switch it out.
Yes. And I think there's good reason for that too.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see the Gengar going for a Protect here and a switch out into maybe the Tinkaton for David, just trying to reposition their Pokemon, because that Kingambit with a bit of Fake Out support is definitely going to be able to knock out the Gengar this turn. With a Protect, you open up the opportunity for Disable. There it is, Incineroar leaving the field.
In favor of the Sinistra now. Maybe for a subsequent redirection potential in the future turns, willing to be able to essentially control the Kingambit. And there's no Tinkaton at the moment, so Protect makes sense. You want that lasting, staying power. Fake Out trying to catch out the Incineroar, but Kingambit going for Swords Dance yet again. Now at +3, clearly both of our trainers here understanding the lines, and Bruno, in all appreciation, going for the gutsy moves where he has to.
Well, you just need to make sure that your damage output is enough to break through all of these Pokemon. And given that David's Pokemon are trained so defensively, it does give rise to the need to just go for those Sword Stances on turn 1 and take advantage of those more passive turns where the Perish Song is getting set up.
Yeah, and that's why we see the Sinistra essentially being the sacrifice in this interaction. There was a Kasi Berry, for example, but like that doesn't factor in at all with this interaction of the Diaclaw actually dealing a lot more damage than I expected, Ben. And then the Kingambit, of course, picking up the KO. This allows the free switching of either the Incineroar or potentially the Tinkerton, maybe Como being opted out in this game too.
I think it would be a wise adaptation as well, because the Floette being in the back in game one, even though it doesn't look that good into the matchup, it's respecting the Komodo. And so David probably respecting the Floette a little bit more than maybe he wanted to in game one. But now the fake out coming back onto the field, another Intimidate, drop onto the Sneasler, but this King Gambit at +4 now is definitely going to put some holes in whatever it goes for a Cowtail Cleave in. I think the key factor here, the Perish Song is up, of course, is whether or not the Sneasler can get a little bit cheeky with the Dire Claw and allow for a little bit of shenanigans on that Gengar.
Yeah, and because the Whiteherd had already been essentially used up prior turn, close combat not quite enough to pick up the KO onto the Incineroar, but let's take a note there. The King Gambit was left alone. No fake out into it. There was a Sucker Punch attempt, obviously being essentially ignored because of the disable there. Maybe trying to position a point where the Sneasler is just locked in and cannot touch the Tinkerton that comes in, because close combat no longer online. Dire Claw, it's actually not able to hit the Tinkerton due to the steel typing.
Yeah, so like So now the Sneasler is locked into just trying to get the status effects onto the Gengar if David allows it to happen. With the Perish counter 2, this turn is a nice, easy protect turn. If you want to go for it, there's an Encore Disable ability. There's just a straight-up Encore ability to go that you could go for into the Sneasler if you wanted to. So many options that David has, but in this case, it's just Pokemon playing defensively. And then, just like in Game 1, there's the ability for David to swap out the Gengar and form an endgame on the last turn of this Perish.
But you do need to be cautious on the timing, and that is why we see the final turn of Perish is upon us. Gengar is ever so free to switch out right now. Close combat had been disabled, so there's no way outside of Dire Claw for the Sneasler to be able to threaten a KO onto the Incineroar that has to come into the Gengar slot.
And I think this is the turn where, again, we get the option for the King Gambit and the Sneasler to just try to get some damage down onto that Incineroar that we know is likely waiting in the wings. It's already at low HP. Yep. So the Encore coming in here, that's going to lock the King Gambit into Sucker Punch. The Sucker Punch is going to fail because there was no offensive options opted for. Oh, the Protect, of course. It doesn't really matter what it is. Not doing any damage is the point in this situation. Now the Sneasler and the King Gambit faint. But I feel like with the Tinkerton fainting as well at the end of this turn, oh no, it was after, it came in after, didn't it? Yeah. I was going to say that Bruno feels like they're in a little bit of a better spot to come on the offensive on this turn. But actually, I still think that's true, right? Because the focus actually is still intact on the Basculegion. And as long as Bruno can maintain that, the Basculegion is going to cause Daure so many problems.
And that's why Bruno's focus has been try to get the big damage hitters on the field at the same time to threaten and break down the foundational legs of this core system. Perish Son, Fake Out, Switch Out, etc. Mega Floette going for the Mega Evolution, of course, the Eternal Floette, apologies, but now you really need to focus down on what are the correct moves to lock in. Incineroar, I could easily see it being essentially a sacrifice to bring that Mega Gengar in at the right time the subsequent turn, and that seems to be the case.
Yeah, Incineroar going down here to the Dazzling Gleam. Wouldn't be surprised to have seen a Last Respects coming out into the Tinkerton trying to take that Pokemon out. So it's only Mega Gengar that is being stared down into. And now we get to a really interesting part of the game, right? Where the Gengar comes in, there's no Perish on the board, Basculegion can't be faked out, it can be encored, but I'm not sure you want to encore that into Last Respects unless you're also disabling it on the same turn. And the question then becomes, like, can the Floette do enough damage to make that endgame a little bit more palatable, maybe in combination with an Aqua Jet?
I feel like this is quite tough because all of the spotlight is on Basculegion. Surely Bruno's going to go for the defensive protect here, acknowledging that, because Floette it's going up against two Pokemon that it needs to deal damage to that are resisting its Fairy-type moves. The Steel typing on Tinkaton and the Poison one on Mega Gengar. There's not much that it can do. It's being threatened by a Gigaton Hammer, so I'm curious to see the speed interactions of this Tinkaton versus the Floette. No Protect, Shadow Ball, bringing the Basculegion down to 1 HP. Focus Sash procced.
No Aqua Jet, no Encore Disable at all. And is it going to be a Gigaton Hammer that's going to follow up into the Basculegion?
It is!
Knock it out.
Lead. And there it goes, Basculegion, the last Pokemon, in order to try to force a Game 3 in Bruno's favor. Seems to have been failed. Dazzling Gleam will be doing pitiful damage, and Davide has more than locked this up right now. Too much damage. Floette on its lonesome soul, eternally now gonna have to face down its two biggest threats.
Yeah, it's like we've already seen that Tinkaton is faster than the Floette, so maybe not this turn because Gigaton Hammer can't be used 2 turns in a row, but Dazzling Gleam being disabled, Encore locking in that Floette to the Dazzling Gleam. The struggle is real in this situation, and Davide is taking our win here.
Still running, undefeated. 5 wins, 0 losses for our current champion of Turin. What a way to go about it. That was genuinely a masterclass. I know that we've literally used that tagline a couple of times today.
Yeah, but it is.
But it is. But like when it is, we kind of have to, right? We're forced to do it. And that's essentially what Davide put on. A fantastic show. Obviously, commiserations to Bruno, but the fact that Davide lost Como O the way that he did in Game 1, which we're going to cover in a bit, but still found a way around it. It is a true virtue of such a phenomenal trainer.
Yeah, it's like, it looked in Game 1 like Bruno really took the advantage, getting the early damage down into Davide's side of the field, but then being able to come back, get the Gengar in the right position, force that end game where it was only Sneasler and Basculegion, but Basculegion was down to its Focus Sash. And this Perish song at the end of the game was just perfect to be able to guarantee it, regardless of conditions, regardless of critical hits. It would have been very, very difficult for that Sneasler to win in the end game after the Perish song had gone down.
Yeah, and it feels like Davide just had like a checklist, right, Ben?
Yeah.
He was like, okay, what are the things that I need to cover? You got the King Gambit, obviously just being absolutely throttled with its defiance with all of the additional attack stages, but you need to make sure there's a Sneasler, fake out potential disruption, sure, whatnot. But like, once you get rid of that mode, you have to contend with the Basculegion, Focus Sash after that, and have enough pieces to outspeed, but also out-damage and get rid of it. So the fact that he managed his board and resource so phenomenally, I feel is why we saw this set end with a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, it's like, it's so difficult when you're against a team that is designed to control the way that you play, both not allowing you to switch, but then also locking the Encore Disable strategies. There's not many Pokemon that can do that in combination. And while Whimsicott is kind of squishy and easier to knock out, Tinkaton I don't think falls into that mold, but also it's able to offer that fake out pressure. Let's take a look at a couple of key moments in Game 1 where we saw this Mega Floette and King Gambit with the Como-O and the Gengar locked in. This Gengar had just come in, and so when you're looking at this board initially, it's really easy to think, it's like, okay, there's a Sludge Bomb going out into the Floette. That's probably going to either KO it or get very close. That protects this Como-O from being able to be knocked out. So the Como-O can go for a fighting type move down into this King Gambit. But because the Sucker Punch was on board, because there was so many boosts with this King Gambit, actually what it looks like is King Gambit stopping the Gengar from moving, and then Floette gets to target down into the Como-O to be able to knock it out. And so you get this situation where both sides are forming this pin. But Davide made a really great choice here to get rid of the Como-O, get that knocked out, and then protect onto the Gengar, stop itself knocking out that turn to bring in the Tinkerton later set up that fake out pressure, set up that encore disable so that he was able to control the board and knock out these key threats.
So it's sort of in a way where if I'm able to get the Coma O to have a move dealt and pick up a KO onto King Gambit, sure, that's amazing, great. But you've got the fallback. Like you said, you're able to get rid of that slot on purpose, bring in that additional Pokemon. So it sort of feels like there's no downside to taking advantage of that split opportunity that's given to you in that scenario.
And now looking at this, the Kowtow Cleave comes out. And actually, this is a really great position for the Gengar to be in because that disable just stops the Kowtow Cleave. The Encore comes in and stops all of those moves. The Floette actually isn't producing any offensive damage. It's just sort of sitting there on the field against Tinkerton and Mega Gengar. And you're like, well, kind of don't care about Mega Floette, which is not something that many team compositions can say very much.
Yes.
Let's move on, if we've got a little bit of time, to Game 2.
Yes.
And have a look at that turn where we saw the a sort of similar position, a similar sort of pin going on. And do you know what?
Go on.
I'm waiting. I need to see the visual, Costa.
Do you?
Going on. Yeah. Here we go.
There it is.
This is the setup of the end game that we had. Those two supportive pieces out, and Mega Gengar is sitting in the back. And so, because this Basque Legion has its Focus Sash intact, that's Focus Sash for anyone looking
it's very
at home. And this Incineroar is on such low HP. Let's bring it forward into where the Floette goes for its Mega Evolution and is trying to lock the Incineroar out of playing this endgame while maintaining the Focus Sash and the Basque Legion. That allows the Gengar to come back in the later turn and then put this Shadow Ball pressure onto the Basque Legion, the Gigaton Hammer pressure onto this Basque Legion, or Encore Disable. Both of them work. And then once you scrub out the Basque Legion, when there's a Mega Gengar sitting in place where the Incineroar is there, the Floette again is looking at this board state thinking, hang on a second, how do I get any damage down onto
Well, I mean, yeah, because Floette, sure, it does have Calm Mind for setup potential, but the thing is, Davide did not leave any opportunity for the Floette to be able to get a Calm Mind going because he had so many moving pieces in his favor. So let's say, for example, Dazzling Gleam doesn't come out, right? From the Mega Floette, it's a Calm Mind. That Incineroar is going to be able to go ahead and get a parting shot onto the Mega Floette. There you go, perfect, thank you. And the Mega Gengar is coming back in. So essentially, it's a no drawback scenario for Davide because of how masterfully he set the board.
And the problem is this Floette, you have to bring it in this matchup because there, waiting in the wings, is that Komodo that didn't get brought to Game 2, but Bruno doesn't know that in team preview, and so you have to respect it. Even the Politoed there as a secondary setup for the Perish Song or the Encore could be really important. Like there's a world where there's some sort of trick room with the Sinistra and the Politoed comes back in, and maybe not for this matchup, but there's certainly that mode on the team, and so there's a lot of different ways that Davide is trying to get the control in their favor, but Bruno just has to respect this Komodo.
And like we said, there's so many pins that can be created, and one of the biggest MVP scenarios or combos in that case is the Encore Disable. The fact that you have that second fake out user, and then you've got all of this beautiful illustration from Ben, you got all of the momentum in your favor where you just, it's such a full control strategy that didn't have any drawbacks because Bruno kept on bringing the Mega Floette. I wanted to ask you, Ben, is there any room that another Pokemon could have been brought from Bruno's side, the Mousehold or the Aerodactyl?
The Mousehold looks interesting in the way that it redirects any damage away, but actually, so the Mousehold here is redirecting any damage away from the King Gambit. That would actually be kind of big in this board state, or also the Basque Legion. If the Basque Legion maintains its Focus Sash and just target last respects here, there, and everywhere, it's going to be taking those big KOs, right? The Aerodactyl looks really nice for the ability to go for a Tailwind, and that Tailwind, again, it allows this Basque Legion to go, let's go some zoomy lines behind it. This Basque Legion's going fast, and therefore if it is going fast and outspeeding the Gengar, then it's putting pressure on that way. But it's so tough in this situation. Like, Aerodactyl does not want to be facing down when it doesn't have Protect. Most importantly, it has Wide Guard, Tailwind, Rock Slide, and Dual Wing Beat.
All of the disruption of the Fake Out, right?
All of the disruption of the Fake Out. Doesn't want to take a Gigaton Hammer to the face.
And that'd be a bit awkward. It would become another Corviknight, essentially.
Sometimes,
and another hammer.
Sometimes Tinkaton wants to put the hammer down. And that's the situation that you get into, and I think it'd be a little bit awkward. So I think, on average, especially that Komodo needing to be respected, because if Davide doesn't want to use the Perish mode and instead just go straight on the offensive with the Komodo, gets those boosts up, gets the Clanger Assault going, then it really could tear through Bruno's team.
Yes, and that is what we saw from none other than Davide Cognetta. And guess what? We've got a great opportunity to be able to hear straight from his own mouth. We got the interview. Please take it away.
With one of the scariest megas around, we've got chills and they're multiplying, but I've got the thrills to welcome in Nico Davide Cognetta to our winner's couch. Congratulations, Davide, on winning that previous round. How'd you feel?
I feel great. Liking the team. I was not expecting to go 5-0, but here we are. Like, I didn't test much for this event, but I was very confident about the team I wanted to bring.
Sure. Okay, and what was it about this team that spoke to you?
So it's a Perish team, which the main strategy involves using Perish Song with Gengar, and you have some support Pokemon like Incineroar, Tinkaton, who helps stalling the turns with Fake Out, Parting Shot, and also I have Sinistra for redirection. And the another very important Pokemon in the team is Como, because it gives you another mode, like a more offensive mode with Clangorous Soul, which can help against more aggressive teams.
Sure. Okay. It's a team composition that requires a lot of practice to play well. Is it one that you've had to practice yourself, or do you have prior experience with a Perish Trap team?
I had prior experience with Perish.
Okay.
I played Perish at Worlds in 2018, and also I made Top 8 during... no, it wasn't Perish during Top 8 in Sweden International 2018, but it was a Mega Gengar team. So I'm... a fellow Gengar player.
Yeah, fair enough. And you were talking to me just before we started our interview. Who was it who encouraged you to compete this weekend?
So I was supposed to judge or to ask to judge this tournament, but my girlfriend really wanted me to play. Also, my friends wanted me to defend the title since I'm the Turin Special Event Champions. But I don't count that as defending the title, because we had the special event in Italy, in Bologna, in the last few years.
But you are the defending Turin champion.
Yeah,
so
I'm defending Turin.
It'd be very exciting if you're able to do it. But your season thus far, you said you've only played one local, I believe, and that's it. So it's kind of all in on Turin.
Yeah, I was checking my championship points yesterday. I also discovered that we have... application for the smartphone. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I saw I had 20 CPs, and I was trying to remember where I got them. And I think it was a local event. It was my only tournament in the season.
That's so funny. You're trying to remember where you got your championship points from. So obviously, this team that you're running with, Mega Gengar, is not a team that we've seen too commonly in Pokemon Champions yet. Do you believe it could go all the way this weekend?
I believe the team has a strong matchup against Floette Calmine teams, which are quite popular right now. And it can play well against Charizard thanks to Politoed. And also, disable Anchor if Charizard is slower. Is a very good option against the common teams in the meta right now.
Yeah, and you gave us a masterclass in that previous battle, exactly that, going up against the Floette as to how you can beat them decisively in a 2-0 victory. So fascinating. We'll let you get ready for your next round shortly, but any shout-outs you want to give?
Sorry?
Any shout-outs that you'd like to give?
Yeah. Of course, I'm going to shout out my girlfriend, Nicole. And also Sarah, my best friend, he's here in Turin participating. Also all my friends from the Italian community, El Server, my brother who is also playing. He was 4-0 before this round. I hope he won. And also, I don't know, my family, everyone basically.
Congratulations and thank you to everyone. If you're watching, thank you to you as well for helping Davide with that win. Fantastic. Well, we'll let you get ready. Thank you for speaking to me, Davide. So, Davide is the winner there, safe and sound, and very shortly, we'll bring you our next round.
You know what's coming. Woodhammer goes down into Rillaboom. That's a knockout. And Simone Sanvito with Rillaboom by his side with Alone and Ninetales in the team is your 2026 Gdansk Regional Champion.
Hello, my name is Simone Sanvito. I'm your 2025 Gdansk Regional Champions, and honestly, winning feels amazing. My biggest obstacle for this tournament was, if I had to pick one, it's probably my top 4 match, as I played my opponent in Swiss. I also won there, but the game was super close, and even after my win, I didn't feel as good about that win, because I think that if I had to play him again, I would have lost. So winning there in top 4 gave me a big confidence boost. To prepare for this tournament, I just tried different kind of teams, and when I landed on this one and when I was practicing, I felt like I could play this team better than the others. So I said, okay, this is gonna be my pick for the tournament, and I went with it. Oh, Ninetales, the Pokemon that helped me in every situation this tournament, despite not appearing in finals, was Ninetales. With Anchor, Disable, and Blizzard, if you get what I'm saying. She bailed me out of a lot of very difficult situations. I just played versus my friends and versus other people just to get a better feeling of the team. Learn how to approach different matchups, how to win them. Also, it's important how to lose them, so you don't repeat those mistakes or those positions in tournament. My advice to one day win a regional champion or even something bigger is to get out there, play, lose, learn from your mistakes, try harder next time, and if you still lose, then try harder the next time, and so on, until at one point you got it. The community is amazing, and Pokemon VGC is a beautiful game. Also the other TCG and GO as well. But I've been a mainstay in the Italian community for VGC for a very long time. For more than 10 years, I saw the community be born and grow, and the community is amazing. I'm happy to be a part of it, and I'm very grateful for that.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league, because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm going to have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. For Wolfie, it's a lot of help, and just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help, and you know, find a friend that can play. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete at home is really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally how I started as well. So I know GO's big on community, so that definitely would be the #1.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it.
I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
Ben, that after months of searching, I finally found Frostlass's Megastone.
No, I didn't. Welcome back, trainers, to the Turin Special Championships. Go on, Charlie.
It was a Frostlassite for sore eyes. Oh, we loved it. Wow.
Oh, we loved it.
I wasn't expecting that big a reaction.
Ben and Chaz here, taking you through our Turin Special Championships, and that was a great match that we just saw. I didn't expect to see Perish Song being actually working so well with only one Pokemon in the format, learning Shadow Tag, but Davide really showing us why it's a powerful strategy to use.
Was Costa insufferable about it? I bet he was.
He's going to be insufferable later. He was okay on the desk, but a little secret for the traders at home, on the desk is where usually we're at our best behaved.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Costa's been making a big noise about Mega Gengar all weekend. Well, I say all weekend, it's just the total weekend. All of yesterday. So we'll see if it goes all the way. And listen, I'm impressed, call me impressed by Davide's performance with it. He was telling me in the interview just then that this Mega Gengar team really is geared towards shutting down the Mega Floette teams. So yeah, maybe it is the Metacool heading into this weekend, but it's a strategy that's, notoriously tricky.
Yeah,
to utilize.
It definitely is. There's a lot of powerful Pokemon out there. I feel like the discrepancy between most of the Mega Pokemon and all of the rest of the supporting cast is so high overall, especially with this limited Pokédex format where we don't have all of the best tools available to us, and so there's always going to be, between the best and the strong Pokemon in the format, there's always going to be a little bit of a difference there, but I feel like that's exaggerated with the fact that we've only got so few Pokemon to choose from.
Exactly that, and I do think it's really exciting to be able to... What it forces you to do is really explore all the ins and outs of the few Pokemon that we have available, and that's where those really niche picks that rise to the fore come from. Exhibit A, of course, Jamie Boyt, and the very first featured match of Pokemon Champions in EU ever that we featured in Swiss Round 2. Definitely go and check it out. If you didn't see it, then I'm afraid to say you definitely missed out. Superior, Ceruledge, Milotic, we had Komodo, we had... there was Mega Floette, and then the sixth one. It was also a random... It was Weird Deer. It was
Weird Deer. I can't believe that
why didn't I
was
start
the one.
with that?
Exactly. That was the most fascinating Pokemon. Really setting up the gravity, using those Hypnoses, setting up the Milotic to be able to get itself set up on the board. A few set up Pokemon, and stopping your opponent by letting them take a little bit of a nap.
Yeah, and Jamie's Pokemon loved him. There were no missed Hypnoses in Swiss Round 2. It was unbelievable. But from our first round of the day to the present trainers, it's Swiss Round 6 already. And we're going to be able to show you the notable matches happening in the venue right now and what we're going to be focusing on for you lovely people at home. So why don't we roll that in? Ooh. Alex Soto with Mega Charizard X-Ben. There it is for you. Versus Francesco Magerno running that Mega Skarmory. This is so exciting.
Okay, Mega Skarmory. Really looking forward to that. Let's look a little bit down the pairings. Giuseppe sitting again on our notable matchups, as well as Matteo below him, using those more tried and tested teams for Giuseppe, but Matteo using Scovillain with Mega Frostlass. Really excited to see that. Davide Carrera, a trainer that we know very well. Top trainer using a tried and tested Charizard Floette composition.
And I believe Davide Carrera won a grassroots tournament recently in Pokemon Champions, so really coming off the back of a strong finish, heading into our first ever EU Pokemon Champions event. Roberto Parente is running Mega Scizor and Mega Tyranitar, synergizing so nicely with that Sandstream. Samuel Pereira going for this Mega Floette, Mega Charizard Y team, which is exactly what Pierluigi Berardino is running as well. Apologies for any mispronunciations. This seems like one of the tried and tested teams to beat heading into the Turin Special Championships. Championships.
I love that combination on Roberto's team of Mega Scizor as well as Komodo.
Yeah.
And the Signature Incineroar as a kind of mode to be able to set things up. Usually you see Incineroar and Signature paired with the Mega Floette to be able to get those Carmines off and just do Mega Floette things overall. Kind of the Xerneas from back in the day, but reliving its glory days through Floette's eyes. But Komodo is a really great Pokemon to be able to set up, and especially when you support it by those Mega Scizor strong bullet punches, those big steel type attacks. There's very few things that can take Komodo down very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Really nice synergy there. Yeah, of course, Sizzle with its steel typing dealing with the fairies that Komodo hates to see. Alex Soto versus Francesco Magerno, though, that is very much the match that we will be starting with. We'll obviously take a deeper dive into the teams in a moment's time, but Mega Skarmory gets an ability called Stalwart, everybody, which you might not be too familiar with, but it's got a really unique way of activating, ignoring any redirection. And of course, we have a Sinister over on the other side of the field that loves to dish out those rage powders. But oh no, my friend, Mega Skarmory says, I see your matcha. I don't even like it. I'm more of a latte person. And it goes, Pokemon, it's not a person, goes into the other target instead. And potentially just knocks him out with a big old Brave Bird. Yeah, there it is. Look at that. Look at that sky-high attack stat as well. Now, the trade-off for Mega Evolving your Skarmory is you lose some of your defense. It's still a very high defense stat, but it gets channeled into the offensive prowess instead.
But that speed as well that Mega Skarmory gains is really, really crucial. And most notably, taking it past Pokemon like Mega Floette. And it's kind of like if you took Corviknight and made it a little bit more offensive, a little bit more speedy, right? It can still take those big hits. It's still got that great defensive typing of Steel and Flying, but actually it kind of hits like a truck in a lot of respects, especially some of the early adaptations of Mega Skarmory. We'll see if this is the case as well here. Ran Sword Stance instead of Tailwind to be a little bit more offensive with its Brave Bird and Iron Head. And especially like, normally you have to be a grass type to be able to ignore Rage Powder, but Stalwart being able to target down Pokemon like Incineroar or Sinister with those big attacks and not be able to be redirected, but also Pokemon like Mousehold, which may be paired with a Floette or a Mega Gardevoir or something like that you want to get those big Steel-type moves down into, you'll be able to do so.
There's definitely a premium on Steel-type moves in the format right now with all the Floette, and Skarmory is such a fantastic way to get around it because, again, another Pokemon that we've been hyping up all weekend is the Sinister. It's a Pokemon that's never been more viable than right now because of that hospitality ability topping up HP, and there are so many protect the VIP, that is very important, Pokemon strategies out there right now, whether you're getting your Floette boosted up or whether you're setting up a Soul Dance and Kingambit and all sorts of other things. Sinister is such a useful Pokemon to replenish your HP and then redirect.
Yeah, it's like, and especially when we're in a format that doesn't have like a Moongus or any other of those options that we're used to using for Follow Me. Clefable and Clefairy, kind of the premium redirectors, but when the Pokemon that you're protecting is the same type as you and you can't go for a Terrestrialization anymore because that mechanic is not in Pokemon Champions, at least just yet, the ability for your Clefable to be able to redirect any attacks is certainly neutered. You have to use it with different type of offensive options.
Also, you're probably not going to be wanting to redirect with your Clefable a big Iron Head from a
right, exactly.
So,
exactly.
Yeah, very tough indeed. I can't wait to bring this match to you. Oh, they've been in the kitchen, haven't they, Ben? All these trainers. Now, Mega Charizard X is one of the Pokemon that this Mega Skarmory is going to go up against. Now, Ben, tell us why you're so excited about this after we take a look at Alex Soto and take a deeper dive into who he is.
Yeah, it's like, I feel like Alex has just spent a whole season just getting second place at regional championships. A couple of 2023s, one in 2020 as well. Before our online era, getting top 32 at the World Championships in 2022 as well, has been known in the past to be the Trick Room guy.
Yes.
The hard Trick Room guy, but deciding to go a little bit differently on this occasion and maybe play a little bit more into those sort of speedy Pokemon, getting that set up. Usually these sort of Mega Charizard X teams run a Dragon Dance and then a bunch of ways to support it, and Milotic stopping or at least disincentivizing Intimidate to come in to slow it down.
Exactly that, with its competitive ability, getting a double boost to its special attack with any stat drop that it gets. Could it be Alex Soto's time here at the Turin Special Championships? And what a hallowed victory it would be. I feel like there's a particular premium on winning the Turin Championships this weekend because, of course, it is our first ever EU event in the new competitively focused Pokemon Champions. Do you want to tell us a little bit more now, Ben, about why you love Charizard X so much?
Yes, I think Fire and Dragon as a defensive typing is really, really good against a lot of the Pokemon in the format. Not only that, but unlike Mega Charizard Y, it gains a lot to its defensive stats, which means that it can take moves like Dire Claw, Close Combat, Flare Blitz certainly, and a lot of those big physical threats that little bit better. But also, if you can support it getting a Dragon Dance up, which I feel like, especially watching this weekend with all the setup that we've seen already, all the setup that happened in Indianapolis last weekend, it's very clear that there is the tools, the capabilities to get Pokemon set up. Once Mega Charizard X is set up, those Dragon Claws hit so hard, and Flare Blitzes as well. Mega Floette, most notably as an overall matchup, like, it does not want to take a +1 Flare Blitz. Like, there's no way that you can train Mega Floette to be able to take that. Same with Sinistcha, and so Mega Charizard X for me becomes a little bit of a core breaker as your Mega Pokemon, alongside the support that the rest of the team can offer.
Core Breaker, let's see if it can break through the Mega Skarmory that Francesco is running. Let's take a look at this player profile, Francesco Magerno. This is a trainer who's still going for that first big win, but look at how recent these achievements are. Going back to just 2025, we've got a couple of top 32s, most notably top 8 at the Stuttgart Regional Championships in this very season. And now all bets are off. Of course, the Scarlet and Violet era is behind us. We're all on Mega Revolution and Pokemon Champions now, running the classic, tried and tested Mega Charizard Y alongside this more niche pick of the Mega Skarmory, because it has to be said that the other pieces on that team, they kind of fall into a fairly recognizable position.
There's a lot of the core that looks pretty familiar, right? The Whimsicott Glimora would be the typical pairing on these sort of teams. You'd have maybe the Mega Floette or the Venusaur going on, but instead Francesco's decided to take a little bit of a different route to trying to knock out the Mega Floettes in contention. So Mega Charizard Y typically has a little bit of a difficult time breaking through Carmine Floettes, and so wanting to have a couple of different options for that mirror, and specifically a lot of the tools that these Mega Floette-based teams use is redirection, and so Skarmory kind of makes a little bit more sense than Glimora in lots of ways, because Glimora can be redirected away, those sludge bombs can be redirected away from the Floette where an Ironhead cannot.
Of course, you can only Mega Evolve one Pokemon per battle, though, and this is something that Francesco is going to have to consider carefully. Are they going to go for the offense with the Charizard? Of course, Skarmory very offensive as well, but you need that Stalwart in order to pick off pieces at your discretion. Well, our trainers are getting ready on stage. Is that a little Tatsugiri that Alex is rocking on the desk, or is that just a Pokeball? We'll find out as we take a closer look at the desk here. Oh, actually, it's a Voltorb. There you go. I fell for the oldest trick in the book, trainers. Thought it was a Pokeball. It is, in fact, just a Voltorb. Hello, Alex. We see you. Lovely to have a grin for the camera there. No plushing metagame to speak of over on Francesco's side, but oh well. We'll continue to monitor how it develops over the course of the Turin Special Championships. If you're just tuning in, it's Swiss Round 6, and it's our first ever EU Pokemon Champions event, so you're coming in at just the right time. All of the hype is kicking off.
Love to see how calm these trainers look. They've already got themselves warmed up. We're deep into the phase 1 of our competition, and these trainers are locked in and ready to go, just waiting for that match to get themselves started. Here's a little bit of a recap of both of these players' achievements. It doesn't... These trainers have got great achievements for sure, but what's most important is that they're on a 5-0 run. Whoever wins this match is going to be guaranteed into phase 2. Whoever doesn't win the match is going to have to win one more after this, but has a great chance of being able to make it into our phase 2 Swiss. And clearly, both of these trainers are on form.
I cannot get over this cheeky Voltorb just staring at us in the face, Ben, just looking out from beneath our Special Championships logo. Hello, mate, how you doing? Of course, the previous achievements of both of these trainers, they have no bearing on this particular tournament. It's all about how you perform on the day. These trainers, whoever wins this next game, will get a guaranteed spot in our Phase 2, kicking off later today and continuing through Sunday tomorrow. So, Definitely the stakes are high here, but whoever loses this game will still have one more opportunity to lose a game before they are out of contention. Well, a couple more actually for Phase 2. Let's take a look at Alex's team. Let's remind ourselves. So we do have this Mega Charizard X alongside the Eternal Flower Floette, Incineroar, Sneasler, Sinister, and Milotic.
We've seen this Milotic set before with a live duo over the recover from our resident JB Boyt, but this one is the Coil Hypnosis set, trying to give this Charizard or the Floette a little bit more space to set up, depending on how the matchup is. The other notable little details of this team, Poison Touch, Focus Sash, coaching on the Sneasler with a jolly stat alignment, so trained probably to be as fast as it possibly can to make sure it's getting those fake outs first. But also, you've got Life Dew over Trick Room on the Sinister. Not a decision that I expected a trainer like Alex to make. Just, no Trick Room entirely, preferring the option to play defensively with the Sinister, keep it around where he needs it, but then also get that HP back, offset some of the recoil that you get from Flare Blitz.
Yeah, Alex Soto very much known as a Trick Room trainer, but not this time around. And Francesco is staring Charizard X down with their own Charizard Y. Both brothers, and which one is going to go down in a blaze of glory? We do have this Mega Skarmory here as well, running Rock Tomb as a nice tech move, another great way to get around. Mega Charizard Y is on the opposing side, which otherwise it would struggle to do. Basculegion, King Gambit, Whimsicott, and Garchomp.
It's an all-in-one solution to Mega Charizard Y Floette teams, isn't it? Ironhead, Rock Tomb, good job.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's it, done. Don't need any other Pokemon on your team to help out support that Skarmory. The other notable things going on here, the Banberry on the Garchomp,
Nice,
Dragon-type coverage, most notably the Dragon Claw from Mega Charizard X is not going to be as effective into this Garchomp to be able to knock it out. You've got the Mystic Water boosting up those Wave Crashes and Aqua Jets. Aqua Jet could actually come into play if Pokemon just take these hits and live with just a sliver of HP, but also you've got no Protect going on the Choppleberry King Gambit. Not the Focus Sash one that wants to go a little bit faster because Whimsicott is taking up that slot, but still trying to keep a little bit of defensive prowess to its name while not being able to protect.
Defensive prowess is the name of the game in Pokemon Champions. Many of the items we have access to are the super effective type reducing berries like that Haban Berry, reducing the power of dragon type moves. Let's dive in with this gold and silver battle theme in the background. Shout out to Johto as Skarmory and Basculegion hit the field alongside Sneasler and Charizard for Alex.
I love to see the Skarmory here, turn 1, game 1. Sneasler threatening an early fake out, and one of the other advantages of Charizard is that it loses its weakness to water when it goes for its Mega Evolution, as well as increases its defensive capabilities. So even though this Basculegion is boosted up with its Mystic Water, I wouldn't be surprised if the Charizard in its Mega form, Mega X form, would be able to take that attack from the Basculegion, get a Dragon Dance set up, crucially outspeed the Skarmory, and then to be able to put some pressure on that way.
Sneasler's going to be retreating as it is first and foremost for Alex here, and Incineroar coming in instead, dropping the physical attack of both of the physical attackers on Francesco's side of the field. Francesco is going to be switching in kind. Skarmory is roosting in its nest of thorns. Whimsicott is going to be rising like the gleeful cotton puff it is into the arena. Now, Mega Charizard X has got those blue blaze flames a-glowing, and it's ready potentially to get set up with one of those cheeky Dragon Dances, Ben. But no, just going all in on the offense, calling it into the Whimsicott, down to 1 HP. Of course, that was once a Skarmory that would have been super effective either way, so a bold switch there from Francesco, but of course with the Focus Sash, you have so much more room afforded to you to be able to do that. Yes, Flare Blitz causes that recoil damage, and now with a follow-up Wave Crash, of course, neutral into Charizard, but it takes it just 11 HP.
Definitely an Aqua Jet range there, so there's some decisions to be made. Love the switch out for Alex here, getting that Incineroar in, not falling for the Whimsicott switching in that Francesco wanted to catch maybe with the ability to Encore in this turn. Instead, Alex is like, well, I see your Encore coming in. I'm going to be one step ahead of that going into the next turn. Incineroar getting the fake out, but notably cannot fake out the Basculegion being a ghost type, and so isn't able to properly protect this Charizard on this turn. But that's probably okay for Alex in this spot, because the Charizard doesn't necessarily need to go on the offensive in this turn.
Whimsicott isn't going on the offensive either. It's going on the defensive, switching out for this Skarmory. If it's another Flare Blitz headed in that direction, then things are looking bad, and it certainly is. The Basque Legion wasn't even going for the Aquajet, but that's going to be 1 HP on the Skarmory. There's no focus out there. Of course, it's the sturdy ability coming in, and Charizard just takes itself out from the Flare Blitz recall damage. Yes, it's Stalwart the ability once it Mega Evolves, but sturdy beforehand as Wave Crash now super effective into the Incineroar. We're down to 9 HP. These traders mean business.
Like, just attack for all of these turns. Now Incineroar gets to munch on its Citrus Berry and get a little bit of health back. It's the Darkest Lariat. Wow, Alex just committing to all of that damage down onto Francesco's side of the field, keeping Francesco honest. And I think this is something that may come back in the later stages of this game, where Alex has just demonstrated, like, I'm not afraid. He's like, Aquajet me. Go on, Aquajet me. And then if you don't, then my Incineroar gets a free Darkest Lariat into the Basque Legion and is able to knock it out, and then you can play from there.
Yeah, bish, bash, bosh, splish, splash, splosh, and that Basque Legion is back down to the death. Sneasler is coming out in its place. There was so much damage dealt all round on that turn. Look, both 2 1 HP Pokemon over on Francesco's side, but what do we always say, Ben? 1 HP is infinitely more than 0.
Than 0, absolutely. It's like the Whimsicott coming in does pressure a little bit of Encore next turn, and notably the Skarmory and the Whimsicott are able to protect themselves from any of the fake out from the Sneasler that Alex has brought in. It's going to be quite difficult for Alex to just get a little bit of repositioning going. There's a few like cheeky ways that Alex can get some advantages here with like side parting shot to activate the White Herb, the Unburdened, but this is the Focus Sash Poison Touch variant.
It's going to be Garchomp coming in as the 4th and final Pokemon for Francesco, and that's going to be Sinister as the 4th and final for Alex there as well. This time, Whimsicott is going to be protecting itself. How much can this Garchomp achieve on this turn? Coaching into the Sinister. Of course, crucially, coaching will be boosting the defense of that Sinister there so it can take more hits. Lovely play.
Yeah, really nice. It's not often that you see Sinister as such an endgame piece, but when both of your opponent's Pokemon are at 1 HP, I mean, Magikarp only has to hit those Pokemon once. Damaging moves can never do any less than 1 overall damage. And so this Garchomp is being on the physical side is going to have a real tough time knocking out this Sinister. You need that Mega Skarmory Brave Bird to be able to do so, but that's only at 1 HP, so you only get one opportunity to do that. And if another coaching comes out from this Sneasler before that happens, then it's going to be really tough for Francesco to break through it.
And the momentum is blowing from behind Francesco now. The Tailwind and now the Earthquake super effective into the Sneasler, but of course Sneasler is a Pokemon for Alex that is holding that Focus Sash. So it's going to be able to hang on here. Sinister takes it for days being a Grass-type Pokemon, and you're KOing your own Whimsicott, sure, but being on 1 HP anyway, it wasn't long for this match. Besides, and so now it's just this 1 HP Skarmory that's lurking in the back, and there's another coaching. And who'd have thunk it, Ben? Sinister looks like it's going to be the defensive wall that Alex needs here.
Yeah, getting a little bit of HP recovery back from the Garchomp as well. Do pretty significant damage. Okay, critical hit. That makes a little bit more sense there. The extra damage is definitely nice. Might accelerate this game by a turn or so going into the next few turns. And that's really important, actually, because this Skarmory is only going to get 1 opportunity to Brave Bird. We are in the Tailwind environment. The Sneasler doesn't have the opportunity to protect itself. So either the Incineroar comes in, it's at low HP. Yes, it's going to get some Intimidate down onto the Skarmory and the Garchomp, but it is going to go down on the switch into an Earthquake, and there's nothing stopping this Garchomp going for an Earthquake this turn.
At least you have the Intimidate with Incineroar in the back, but as it is, it's going to be Sinister staying in and protecting itself. This is now the linchpin for Alex. Earthquake now, again, it's going to be easily enough to secure this 1 HP onto the Sneasler. Incineroar is forced back out, and, you know, it's looking kind of close here with this Garchomp, but with that crit matcher gotcha, potentially that could be what seals the deal for Alex.
It's like Incineroar gets to come in here, get the Intimidate off, get another Fake Out going. And there's a pin here from Alex being able to just make sure that the Fake Out is always in play. Whether or not you switch the Incineroar in and the Sneasler comes back in, or you just bring the Incineroar in clean and to be able to Fake Out for this turn. With the Skarmory having just protected itself, that move is likely to fail on this turn as well.
Ooh!
But Francesco goes for it, knowing that that is their out, getting the double protect there, fake out going into it, trying to do that last bit of damage, but the Earthquake is going to come out from the Garchomp.
And Incineroar's just a sitting duck on the field now, but let's see if this cat has 9 lives. Here comes that Sinnoh Dragon type, and the Earthquake easily enough now to secure the KO onto the Incineroar, such low HP as it was, and now we really are putting all of our tea into the Sinistcha basket here. It's going to be able to fire off another Magic Gotcha. Of course, what it can also do is cause a burn on the Garchomp, and that would mitigate its damage output even further, but let's see if that will come through. It's going to be healing this Sinistcha right back up to full HP, but no, the Garchomp is safe.
Yeah, now we're in a situation where the Sinistcha has two boosts for its defense, and the Skarmory has been intimidated as well as the Garchomp. So this Garchomp can change tacks, go for maybe a Rock Slide in this position to stop the Sinistcha going for the Machigotcha doing that little bit of damage, but also, maybe it's the Iron Head Rock Slide, get some damage down on the field, stop any more recovery, and then the Brave Bird later.
Oh, but it's going to be a Brave Bird now, going for the Mega Roll, 1 HP, is it going to be enough? This goodness me, the Sinistcha, let's not forget it, +2 to its defense, thanks to the coaching boost. This China has been fired all the more hard as the Skarmory returns to its trainer. Garchomp is left, going for a Dragon Claw, its best move here, but look at this. This Sinistcha can take that for days, and now another Machigotcha into the Garchomp, neutral damage, but it's going to be enough. The little teacup that could. Sinistcha is going to be taking Alex Soto through to a victory in this first game of Swiss Round 6.
Yeah, it's a really nice end game that Alex formed there. Was a little bit susceptible to any sort of critical hit that came through from Francesco. That's probably what he was going for there. Maybe an Iron Head Rock Slide would have, if you managed to get a couple of flinches in that situation, might have been able to give Francesco the opportunity for a win condition, but you can miss a Rock Slide. There's no guarantee that you're going to get a flinch, and so I think maybe the more likely scenario for Francesco in his own mind is like, well, I need to crit, let's just go for it.
Yeah, exactly that, yeah. And listen, sometimes it pays off. Unfortunately, though, in this case, Alex was able to use that coaching really, really well, and that Sinistcha was the one that was able to clean up. Now, really interesting that Alex ended up winning that, because early on in the game, it looked like that Charizard X, mainly what it was doing was just dealing damage to itself. Sometimes you've got to go all in and go for that risky play of taking the recoil damage in order to get the big Flare Blitz off. But, I mean, what do you think about that, Ben?
Well, I think, like, if Francesco had gone for the Aqua Jet there, not taking the damage on the Skarmory on the switch in, but then also for the It was the Whimsicott first, wasn't it? And then the Skarmory took the secondary Flare Blitz. Francesco probably thinking like, hey, I'm kind of safe here. I don't need to risk that. I can get some damage down onto the Incineroar while the Charizard protects itself, and then I can go for the Aqua Jet next turn, right? And Alex really, I said it in the match, it's like keeping Francesco honest in those situations. Now Francesco has to like second guess every offensive or defensive play that Alex may or may not make, and right? And so going into game 2, I think Alex has created these mind games that Francesco has to try and navigate, and it's really hard in these situations, especially when you're on stream, when those lights are beaming down. It's hard to keep your mindset straight and just play the objective Pokemon in front of you.
Well, are they going to be able to do that? Let's find out as Basculegion and Garchomp hit the field now for Francesco, and hitting us for Alex, it's going to be the Charizard and Incineroar double fire. Once again, this Mega Charizard X in the lead as that Champions theme serenades us.
And it looking like the, again, the same combination of Fake Out plus the Dragon Dance looks really, really nice. But I think one of the reasons that Alex was not really wanting to go for a Dragon Dance in those spots in the last game was actually just because of what Francesco did in turn 1 of game 1, where switching the Whimsicott in and catching the Charizard trying to go for the boost and locking it into that so it can't get any attacks off.
I really like this lead for Francesco, because if you stay as your regular Charizard, you take super effective from Basculegion, you could Mega Evolve away from that to take neutral damage, but then of course you're taking super effective damage from the Garchomp. So Francesco really trying to pin this, but maybe it's a bluff because Basculegion is switching to the back. Whimsicott is coming in its place, ready to provide a cheeky encore on a successive turn. The Charizard will be going for his Mega Evolution here, and becoming a Fire and Dragon type Pokemon. Now, how well will it be able to take a potential Dragon Claw from the Garchomp? It's not going to be able to act because, of course, the Incineroar targets it down with the Fake Out. The Rough Skin activating, of course, a little bit of chip, but it's all going to add up. Dragon Dance, though, is the play this time for Alex. We are bopping along right with you, my friend.
Yeah, now this is the turn we were talking about where Francesco has brought in the ability to encore, so trying to stay a turn ahead. And now there's an opportunity here, and this is where the mind games come in, right? So Francesco can just click Encore into Charizard. If Charizard protects itself, then the Encore doesn't do anything, while Alex gets the opportunity to switch in the Sneasler that may be in the back, maybe passing shot into it. One way or the other can get a Fake Out going on the next turn, stop the Encore, and then the Charizard can go on the offensive. But Whimsicott taking the advantage of that. Francesco seeing it coming, sticking to his instincts and going on the offensive against this Incineroar.
Ooh, but you can see the dividends that the Intimidate pays. The Incineroar takes the Dragon Claw so much better. Let's not forget that Francesco's Whimsicott is holding the Focus Sash, so it wouldn't just be able to KO it with one big Flare Blitz. Parting Shot mitigating the offensive prowess of this Garchomp even more now. The Sneasler is indeed coming in, ready to provide an active Fake Out so that this Charizard cannot be locked in.
And without Covert Cloak being an option that we have access to, this Whimsicott is going to be susceptible to a Fake Out, which will allow the Charizard to get off a key Dragon Claw, most likely into the Garchomp to put some pressure on it. But this Garchomp is holding a Banberry.
Yes.
So Francesco is still in a good position to try to retaliate, do a little bit of damage back to Alex. But because of the Parting Shot, because of the Intimidate from turn one, this Garchomp is going to be doing a lot less damage than I think Francesco was want to in this situation.
Yeah, potentially would have to switch it out, but then, of course, you could be on the receiving end of some big Dragon Dance boosted damage. Looks like a disco right now in the Pokemon Champions Arena there for this Mega Charizard X. It will indeed be the Garchomp going for the switch out now. As Charizard, the 112 train comes in. Let's not forget, this is a Mega Charizard Y that Francesco is running. Not that it can go for its Mega Evolution right now. Whimsicott is protecting. Yes, and it was the Fake Out targeted down into that slot. Alex did not want to be encored into any Dragon Dancing or indeed protecting, but now Charizard has gone for another Dragon Dance, meaning it's susceptible to an encore on the next turn.
Yeah, and this is the cycling going on, right? So one of the big strengths of Mega Charizard X is that it can look at a Mega Charizard Y and be like, so what? You know, you can launch those big fire type attacks into me. I'm absolutely not worried about that whatsoever. Interesting to see that Francesco has switched up the strategy in the face of a Mega Charizard X to the Charizard Y, but now Alex gets to protect, switch in another Fake Out, and we can go round the merry-go-round again.
Exactly that. Alex is staying multiple turns ahead, which you have to do if you're running one of these setup Pokemon. Francesco's having none of it. He just wants to step on the gas. And now this Charizard Y is going to get the sun beating down from the sky like a disco ball for this bopping Mega Charizard X. Sunlight is harsh. The heat waves are going to be hitting all the more harshly as well, boosting up the power of something like its Heat Wave. Charizard protecting from the Encore there. Of course, you don't want to be Encored in to protect either, but that's why this Incineroar can hopefully go for a Fake Out on the next turn. A Weather Ball in the sun. The Incineroar is going to be able to take it, but every little bit of chip damage adds up here. Of course, the Whimsicott can just now protect as well. This really is the battle of Charizard X and the Whimsicott here, cycling in the protects at the right time and indeed the Fake Outs. Who is going to end up with the upper hand? Of course, Francesco has to win this to take us to a Game 3, but if Alex wins this game, they are going through undefeated and stamping their ticket into Phase 2.
Yeah, it's so difficult for Francesco to be able to break this pin as well, right? Looking at the Pokemon that he has in the back, there's a Basculegion that isn't going to be appreciating a Dragon Claw coming out from the Mega Charizard X. And after the Fake Out and into the Whimsicott and an attack into the Charizard slot coming out from this Charizard X into Charizard Y, proving once and for all what might be the better Charizard overall, at least in the mirror match. Now the Encore can come into the Mega Charizard X and lock it into doing Dragon-type moves, which means it's not going to be able to damage Whimsicott ever in the battle. Unfortunately, it's going to be able to damage everything else.
Exactly.
And so, yeah, I'm struggling to see a way that Francesco can break this pin that Alex has been able to manufacture.
And of course, you've got Incineroar and Sneasler lurking in the back that can so easily deal with this Whimsicott anyway. So it could well be that Alex is just going to target everything around the Whimsicott with this Charizard X, even if it is Encore. Alex giving us a masterclass as to how to play this team and showing us that they are very much not locked into playing Trick Room teams, my friend. Oh no, Alex has the legs.
And maybe the wings and the
wings.
The burning fire out of the mouth as well.
And the Boogie Nights too.
Boogie Nights. I wonder what music that Alex has picked going into this game. Maybe we'll have to ask him later on in the day. Garchomp going on the defensive, wanting to protect itself from any more damage. There is the Encore into the Mega Charizard X, locking it into Dragon Claw for at least the next few turns. Not going to be able to do any damage to the Whimsicott, but Garchomp not going to be liking that, even with her Banberry trying to defend it.
Nice, so the Whimsicott is finally down. Alex has finally got the upper hand against the Cotton Ball, and now it's been scrunched up. Just Francesco down to their final two Pokemon. It will be the Garchomp and the Basculegion, and the sun beaming down from the sky is going to be acting against the Basculegion that, of course, Francesco himself set up with that Mega Charizard Y and its Drought ability. Alex Soto playing this oh so well, and all 4 Pokemon to their name.
Yeah, it's like... Now there's some choices to be made as like how you target and how you protect. The Dragon Claw is going down onto Francesco's side of the field, so this is Francesco's opportunity to come back into this game. If you can block the Dragon Claw, or at least make Alex trade for it,
here we go.
then maybe you've got a little bit of a chance, but even with the Banberry, Garchomp is not hanging on.
I mean, that was a critical hit as well. I wouldn't be surprised if the critical hit didn't matter there, but there you go, just the odds in Alex Soto's favor, and now it's Basculegion against the world. I mean, at least this Last Respects is hitting as hard as it possibly can.
Yeah.
This Charizard is very much down and out, but you do have a Dark-type Incineroar. Truth be told, the Incineroar's on pretty low HP, so it's tough, but at least the Basculegion now hitting all the less hard thanks to that parting shot. We haven't even seen the 4th and final Pokemon for Alex here, so let's see if it will make an appearance.
There's a temptation there as well to go for the Darkest Lariat into the Basculegion, try to put it at low HP, but actually I quite like that parting shot to mean that once you've got the parting shot attack drop down onto the Basculegion, you can come back in with the Incineroar. It's on low HP, it's not going to be surviving any attacks, but after 2 Intimidates with Last Respects at full power, there's a chance that Sneasler or whatever else is in the back may have an opportunity to survive some attacks from the Basculegion. But if it is that Sinister, like it was in Game 1, and you kind of like to think that it is overall, this Last Respects actually could do what it needs to do against the Incineroar, Sneasler, and potentially the Sinister in the back, if that's what Alex has chosen.
Another critical hit and the Poison Touch. Again, very much in Alex's favor. Now, the Last Respect's easy enough for this Incineroar, but especially with the Poison, this Basculegion will surely be swimming its last. At least we get to see what Alex was thinking as the final Pokemon in the back. Is it going to be the Sinister, or is Alex thinking along a different line? Well, they just have to switch it in, and it is indeed that Sinister, and it will, of course, recover the HP of this Sneasler if it had taken any damage. The Sneasler's holding the Focus Sash as well, and that means that this Basculegion really cannot deal much at all to Alex's team. So it looks like Alex Soto is progressing with an undefeated record through to Swiss round 7.
Does look that way, but it's not quite over yet. The poison does mean that the Basculegion isn't going to sleep from a Dire Claw there. But it does mean that all of that damage is going to be racking up so quickly. Basculegion going for the Last Respects. There's the Kasib Berry coming out from the Sinister. Wow. It would have gone down if not for the Kasib Berry, and then the next turn, if the Basculegion was able to take the Dire Claw, it would have been able to maybe come back, take us to a Game 3. But as it stands, Alex Soto in Phase 2 of your Turin Special Championships.
Look at that, cool as a cucumber there, Alex Soto, just taking it in his stride. Well, I think that's what it's all about. Just going to keep that mental resilience heading through these 2 long days of competition, knowing that any bit of energy expended that you don't need to, that could come against you, because it really does rack up, and it's all about just keeping your mental stable, staying hydrated, staying well-fed as well. So Alex just keeping things calm there. Commiserations to Francesco, of course, but they did play so well and did everything they could. I mean, what did you identify on Francesco's end that they could have done?
It's really tough in the way that Alex set up all these little mind games, right? In Game 1, playing very aggressively into Francesco's team and just going for Flare Blitz after Flare Blitz, not worrying about the Dragon Dances, just put some damage on the board. There's like 2 Focus Sashes on Francesco's team, right? With the Sturdy on the regular Skarmory, as well as the Focus Sash on the Whimsicott. But because of all of those offensive moves in the early part
game 1 when Alex just changed things up, and in game 2 went more on the defensive with getting those Dragon Dances up, not once but twice. He was able to pull on through.
And the Sinister was so crucial in the early game, just soaking up so many hits, and the Magic Gotcha was ultimately what was Francesco's downfall. Fascinating. I'm really looking forward to talking to Alex Soto shortly. Can't believe we've already wrapped up Swiss Round 6
Yeah,
here.
it's crazy, isn't it?
The Turin Special Championships. Pokemon Champions, it keeps you on your toes, doesn't it? Such an exciting game to get involved in. Download it if you haven't already. Why not? It's free to download. Have fun with competitive Pokemon. If you're brand new, there are plenty of tutorials to take you through proceedings as well.
Yeah, let's get you started, get you a few VP to go with as well, so you can start crafting your own teams, get a few battles under your belt, and then to be able to, make those little tweaks as you play through the game. That's the thing I love the most about Pokemon Champions, is that you just, that wasn't quite working. Maybe I do want Iron Head on my King Gambit. Boop, done.
Yeah.
Got it on there. You can get straight back to battling.
I regret to inform you that Ben didn't provide the sound effects for the game, much as we'd love to hear that. Make the noise again. Boop. Every single time you change a move. Beautiful. The Foley artist as ever, Ben Kiriakou. So you think Alex gave your mate Charizard X a good show in there?
I think so.
Yeah.
6-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't argue with that, can you?
No, definitely not. I think it's such a strong Pokemon, especially uncontested. Those Dragon Claws really do hurt when you get those Dragon Dances set up. Even one is enough. And actually, we can have a quick go back to that critical hit on the Garchomp there. Can confirm that Garchomp was going down even with a Banberry in play because of those 2 Dragon Dances, setting it up so that effectively the 2 stages of increased attack cancelled out the half damage that the Banberry afforded the Garchomp, and therefore this is like, would you expect a Mega Charizard X to knock out a Garchomp in 1?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
There you go. Critical hit just for style points.
Exactly that, with the Tough Claws ability as well, boosting up the power of contact moves. It's interesting, isn't it? Because in Scarlet and Violet, no way did we see as many type resist berries coming out. And so all of a sudden, trainers really have to brush up on their Pokemon lingo. You see a Cassib berry, and you have to know that that reduces the damage of super effective ghost type moves. But it's something that many trainers out there, especially if they're new, maybe aren't so familiar with. So it's an example of where the open team sheet actually doesn't help you that much. You see a Cassib berry, but you still have to know what it does. So yeah, you've got to do your homework.
Yeah, definitely. It's like I always get confused between Cassib and Colberberry. Yeah, because Sinister definitely wants to take less damage from both Ghost and Dark type attacks. Colber is the Dark type berry of choice. And so, yeah, you can see both of those, as well as Citrus Berry. You could see an Ochre Berry. You could see so many different variations on Sinister. And let's go back a little bit to game 1 now.
Please.
And there was that kind of critical turn at the end of game 1 here, where you've got the Sinister and the Sneasler there for Alex, and you've got that Skarmory going for the secondary protect with the Garchomp next to it. And now, I really just want to talk on this turn about how the Sneasler is setting up the Sinister for winning this endgame here, right? That's meant to be an arrow there. Yeah. Getting the +2 on the defense with the coaching boost on the Sneasler is really, really critical here, because if you're looking at the Pokemon that were there before, you've got the Basculegion, you've got the Skarmory, you've got the Garchomp, and none of those Pokemon can knock out, even if they go for a double target into the Sinister, they cannot knock it out very easily with those boosts to its defense. And so you get into this situation where very easy to think it's like, oh, coaching, we're going to be using that again for a Pokemon to increase its damage potential. Make sure, like a Palafin, for example, that we saw last weekend, is boosted up, ready to go, ready to get those wave crashes going. A Basculegion, in this case, a Charizard X as well, just kind of getting those intimidates neutered down. But in this case, Alex was able to use it as a really great defensive tool, so that when there was this double target of the Brave Bird plus the Garchomp into the Sinister, it wasn't able to go away, but that was only because the Skarmory there managed to get its double protect against this second fake out on the Sneasler and open up that opportunity as Garchomp was able to knock out this Sneasler with an Earthquake.
Wonderful analysis, Ben. I think your arrows might need a little bit of work, but that was fantastic to hear from you there. Thank you for breaking that down for us. Yeah, I mean, again, Alex just gave us a masterclass as to how to run this team, and it was ultimately, of course, Alex that came out on top in the end. Couple of the double protect not mattering at the end of this 2-game set featuring Alex Soto and Francesco Magerno. So really well played by both of our trainers there, of course. Francesco has lost a game, sure, but they can afford to lose at least one more before they are getting a little bit nervous about whether or not they make Phase 2. Trainers with a 6-2 record will progress to the next stage of the tournament.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Get the opportunity to play in Phase 2 and go from there. Always nice if you go ATO. That gives you a little bit of a buffer, potentially going into the top cut. But X&2 is all you need all the way through the event. If you go to X&3, you're probably out. In fact, you are definitely out
100%.
Of the event. But if you can just maintain that and give yourself as much of a buffer as you want, that's always the thing that all of these trainers are striving towards.
Absolutely. Benny boy, I think it's time we hear from our winner of this previous round. So a couple of dragon dances to go. Let's boogie on over to Alex Soto.
Thank you so much, Ben and Charlie. Well, I'm here with our round 6 winner, Alex. How are you feeling? Congratulations on a masterclass of a performance in that last round.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm very happy to do day 2 on the first major tournament on Pokemon Champions here on Europe. So I'm very happy to have the opportunity to do it on stream. So
yeah, you can rest a little bit easier now, knowing that you're progressing a little bit. Yeah, still a long way to go, but what a phenomenal start! You've got to be feeling great about the team choice that you've decided to land on coming into this event. A lot of players probably looked at Charizard Y, but you chose Charizard X. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your decision there?
I have been testing Charizard X for these weeks, and I felt super comfortable with that because we are on a format where Charizard E are dominating. So that's why I thought that Charizard X can do it great, because Charizard X is Dragon and Fire Pokemon and counters the fire moves from Charizard E and the Solar Beam too. So it's doing great. I have some bad matchups, but I'm not facing them. So I'm happy to be here.
Brilliant. And the other thing I want to ask you about the team, because you've got the dual Mega, so you've got the Charizard X and you've got the Mega Floette as well. And the one thing that really supports that Mega Floette is the Sinistcha, the Incineroar core that you've got, but it really complements the Charizard X as well. So it's such a good combination. Like, the team's molded together in such a good way where you've got so much flexibility with either Mega that you've got, where sometimes you feel like the team complements one Mega more than the other.
Yeah, Incineroar and Sneasler has Fake Out, and Sinistcha with his ability has Hospitality. So this 3 works super great with Charizard X and Floette. The reason why I'm bringing 2 Megas, Charizard X and Floette, is because Charizard X has bad matchups against some Pokemons like Archaludon that has stamina and boost his defense. And I need to break that with something that it's Floette with Calmine. And Floette has bad matchup against Steel Pokemon in general. That's why Charizard X is super great. And I decide what Pokemon pick in the team preview.
Yeah, well, it's been working very well for you. I think that I always immediately think about yourself as the hard trick room player as well.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, and I don't want to pigeonhole you as a trainer, but it's nice to see you being able to come in with another team and just have such a great run with it.
Yeah.
And you know, you've got other balls to your fiddle, and it's awesome to see. With the team itself, it's performing extremely well. You feeling confident for the rest of the tournament going in? Is there anything in particular you think, I hope I don't kind of bump into that throughout my run?
Yeah, I'm feeling great with the team. I think the team has bad matchup against some Whimsicott, Glimora teams that can be difficult, but the team in general is very, very great, and I'm feeling very comfortable with that.
But getting into the match itself, because I think how you piloted the team in that game 1 in the end game, where you had the Sinister, and then you decided to coaching the Sinister, something we don't really see that often at all. But it was the game-winning play.
Yeah.
Was there any point in the end game where you were hoping not to see, was it nice not to see the rock slide Ironhead from the Garchomp Skarmory?
Yeah, it was mind games on every turn, but at the moment that he has Skarmory with 1 HP, because he has Sturdy and I used Flare Blitz with my Charizard X, I noticed that Sinister only needs 1 Machagocha to get the KO. So I thought that spamming coaching on Sinister, it's totally broken, because at the end Machagocha can recover HP when you do damage, and against the team that my opponent has, it works very, very great.
Yeah, and if you got the burn at any point on the Garchomp as well, and it just seals the deal. Yeah, I talked to you before we started the interview about your plans for the World Championships this year, and can you tell the audience at home, are you planning to be attending or?
This year I'm not pretending to go into Worlds, especially because I'm focusing on other projects. But if I want to win, I get the invite to Worlds, so maybe I will think about that, but only if I won.
The golden ticket. So, well, good luck with it, Alex. Before you let you go and have a rest, get ready for round 7. Have you got any shout-outs for anyone here at the venue, anyone at home?
Yeah, shout out to my girlfriend, that it's Marina, is here seeing me, and all people that has supporting me during this tournament, especially on my Twitch viewers. So if you are seeing this, thank you so much for being here always. So I appreciate it a lot.
Thank you so much, Alex. Good luck in the rest of your rounds, and we will hop to a quick break, and we'll be right back, so don't go anywhere.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Started at the bottom and you worked your way. You showed me we're awesome and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah, you showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push, you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions, they've joined the best. To every single trainer, we give our respect. We all have a story, we passed the test. Yeah, we become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push, you're the only one. Finally show the world today, legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Never be the same.
very rare treat here now, trainers. We are on the balcony in order to oversee all of the action here at the Turin Special Championships. Look at all of these Pokemon fans gathering, celebrating their love for the series that has brought them so much joy. These red tables, that's where the video game players are competing. Everything's on the line at the Turin Special Championships. Last chance for many of them to qualify for the World Championships in August. And take a look at this. We've got the stream watching area. We've got video game on the left, the trading card game in the middle, and Pokemon GO on the right. That's right, it's not just the VGC action that people are getting involved in this weekend in the beautiful city of Turin. But it's also not just the competition that's going on. Oh no, we've got our side events and the prize wall where trainers can accumulate those prizes in order to exchange them to return home with some wonderful goodies. So many trainers are here with their parents as well, just supporting each other and making sure that the event goes smoothly. Yes, taking part in those side events, you can do some more casual battles with your friends, and that way you can come home with some plushies, some squishmallows. We've got cards as well, binders, playmats, the works. There's so much to get involved in here at the Turin Special Championships, and these activities will be running at all of our regional level events, so there's so much for you to look forward to. It's wonderful just to soak up all of the joy and the atmosphere of everyone here at the Turin Special Championships, and the last chance for so many of them to gather in the European region before they head off for a summer break with the World Championships happening much later in August. So thank you so much for joining me, everybody, and we'll get back to the action very shortly. Lee, what's the favorite game of fighting-type Pokemon?
Ooh. I feel like I've got like this on the tip of my tongue, but it's definitely not. I have no idea. Charlie, hit me. What is it?
Chestnuts and Heracrosses. Welcome back, traders, to the Turin Special Championships. I'm Charlie Merriman. Hope that little joke made your day merrier. Merry by name and merry by nature, all the more so to be joined by Lee Provost. Well, what do you think of that one?
What, the joke?
Yeah.
It was great.
I mean, I'm not getting the most sincerity from you.
No. It made me merrier.
Okay, good.
Definitely cracked a smile, so it delivered.
Okay, good. Well, I hope you enjoyed it as well at home. Let us know.
I'm always a bit guarded because I feel like, well, you know, when I'm on the desk with Costa quite a lot, I've got to be on guard. But I know when I'm with you, I'm in safe hands, so it's, I shouldn't be. But no, it was great. I love the one-liners. They're brilliant. I'll not tell you any mine.
The more you protest. Anyway, trainers, hope you enjoyed it as well. We're nearly into round 7 of the Turin Special Championships. Goodness gracious me. It's going so quickly, and it's because we're having so much fun. There's so much experimentation out there in the field here at our first ever Pokemon Champions regional level event for EU.
Did you hear the last I know, there was a Mega Bomber Snow.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
6-0.
6-0!
So,
Very cool.
that we might have a treat in store for us.
Oh,
but,
I'd
who
love
knows?
to see that. We'll see.
But yes, there is so much diversity here this weekend, and we've had so much and so many examples of different Pokemon, how they can function so well in this format. And it was great to get to speak to Alex for a moment on the couch after that match. What a masterclass that was. But that team in general, with the Charizard X and the Mega Floette, I really do love. I think it's just gelled together so well. So to Alex about it, where I think you've got the key components to supporting that Mega Floette that actually complement the Charizard X very well alongside it. And the Sneasler with the coaching, it can be adapted onto many other things, not just that Charizard, as we saw with the Sinistcha, really benefiting in that end game from those coaching boosts. And yeah,
so
very,
cool.
very good.
So cool, yeah. Ben, as you can imagine, was thrilled about the Mega Charizard X, and I know that Costa was thrilled about the Mega Gengar, who we saw on stream earlier.
Need a Mega Blastoise now.
Yeah, exactly. I'd be thrilled to see that. What about you?
I went really straight down the line, didn't I? I had Mega Charizard Y and Mega Floette, so we've seen plenty of those.
You can go off the cuff now and say, what Mega would you love to? We saw his Mega Skarmory as well. That was really cool.
Oh, yeah. I do love Mega Skarmory. I think it's really great. What would I like to say? I think if there was a wild pick, Mega Crabominable would be a fantastic one to see. I think, I would really like to see it. I think it's got a lot of potential as well. It gets some interesting moves. Obviously, Ice Hammer, very strong. It's good under Trick Room. Also gets, I think, Crab Hammer as well, which is a water type attack. So you could play it almost in a rain team as well to take advantage of that with the ability Hyper Cutter to, before you Mega Evolve, to get around any sort of Intimidate issues. So yeah, I think it's got a little bit of a
Speaking of Intimidate issues, an item that we don't have access to in Pokemon Champions, of course, is the Clear Amulet, which has been so prevalent ever since it was introduced in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. And, you know, even that to one side, there are so few items generally within Pokemon Champions. You did the math, didn't you, Lee? So it's 59 Megastones.
58 items.
58 items, which, actually, you know, that sounds like a lot. But a lot of those will be, for example, the type-resist berries, and you can see them right there now. It's a great opportunity, as I was saying with Ben earlier, really to get to know what types these berries equate to. Kasib and Colbur, they get confused a lot. Kasib, that resists Ghost type super effective damage. Colbur, of course, the Dark type. And there are so many more items that we've seen so commonly in VGC over the years that we don't have access to in Champions yet.
Yeah, and I think it puts a bit more emphasis onto the items that we do have and the utility that they can play. That's why, you know, we see a lot more usage of items like the Fairy Feather that we might not have really seen too much in the past, and things like Mystic Water. I think they're two of the more common ones that we would have seen have utility, but they play a huge part in this format. Leftovers as well. Not something we've really seen too often in the video game format over the years, because it's just superseded by the citrus berry, by those kind of bigger berries like the papaya and things that we don't have access to now, but that recovery each and every turn with the leftovers really, really valuable. And then we have things like the white herb as well, which we've seen such a mainstay on things like Sneasler to activate that unburden ability, which you would struggle to activate otherwise, because there just isn't the item choices to activate so often on that Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely take a screenshot of the screen now, trainers, because it's a really useful handy reference guide for the items that we do have access to. Imagine running an orange berry over a citrus. I guess there could be a scenario where if your citrus berry is used, in a pinch, the orange berry might just be able to help you out. Of course, the orange berry
tiny bit of
just recovers like 10 HP, so yeah. We've got, of course, these move boosting items as well, type boosting items, Mystic Water and so on. But something like, you know, the choice band, the choice specs, they're not here. The only choice item we have access to is the scarf. And the Assault Vest as well, which is an item that can really, you know, for example, with our Chaladon, it just transforms that Pokemon.
Yeah, it does, and I think they are a big miss, and it does change the dynamics of the format, but I think it's healthy for us as players to be limited to these items, because it not only allows us to explore these items a lot more deeper than we probably would have ever done before, I think it really it encourages a bit more innovation as well with team building, because we have those restrictions, which I actually absolutely love. I really do enjoy that. But yeah, I think there's some items that we have here that we haven't really seen make too much of a splash. I think Scope Lens is an interesting one.
Yeah.
To boost critical hit rates, especially because we have Dragon Cheer now.
Yeah.
And there is quite a lot of dragons. We don't have that many fairies. They are pretty predominant, the ones that we do have. But I feel like that could be something that's lean into. Lots of Focus Energy users as well.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And then other items that I think a lot of us are probably happier not to see, like Bright Powder. And we haven't really seen much of that. You know, the Sandville, Bright Powder Garchomp, stuff going around, which is just not nice, is it?
I mean, it could synergize quite nicely, couldn't it? If you've got your Mega Frostlass, so you have the Snow Warning, then you have a Snow Cloak Pokemon next to it with the Bright Powder. And Frostlass is certainly on the rise, so maybe. But yeah, I love to see the Scope Lens there, and I love that you call out Dragon Cheer. Hydrapple we do have in the game. Get a Dragon Cheer off next to one of your Focus Energy Pokemon, and with that Scope Lens, you're guaranteeing all of those critical hits. Just bash through. You don't even matter about, for example, special attack drops from Draco Meteor, for example. No, they're just hitting right through and hitting as hard as they possibly can every single time. So really cool. There's so much experimentation to be done. I couldn't agree with you more, where actually with a more limited pool of not only items but also Pokemon, it forces us to find creative solutions.
Yes, it does, and I expect to see more and more of that as we get deeper into this tournament. But talking about this tournament, we do have the notable matches ready to look at for this next round. So we're going into round 7 here. I can't believe how quickly we're getting through all of these matches, but it's very exciting each and every round. And I'll see how our players have been progressing and who will be up next.
Oh, nice. Okay, Jannik, Koch going up against Sali, Resuli, and Lee. Another Mega that you think has been slept on, Mega Gardevoir. We're going to get to see it right now with that Pixelate ability. Jannik, of course, is also running Palafin, which is a Pokemon that did so well at Indianapolis last weekend with Mega Venusaur too. But we'll take a deeper dive into those teams in just a moment's time because we've got so many others. There is that Mega Abomasnow.
There, I mean, I love a Mega Abomasnow anyway. I never expected it to have such a good run early on to this tournament, especially when you consider how much Charizard's out there in the field. But it is doing very well, and you've got that nice Trick Room support with the Farigiraf potentially on the Gallade. And then Mega Kangaskhan is a secondary Mega, which is really interesting, which I think is probably another Mega that hasn't had the usage that it deserves or could have, you know, coming into this kind of close-knit format. But yeah, other teams there, we've got more Mega Frostlass that's going up against the Mega Charizard Y and the Mega Floette with Matteo and Eduardo there, and then Luca playing. That is a Mega Scissor and Mega Dragonite Rain team going up against the kind of standard Mega Charizard Y, Mega Floette.
Run by Paolo Superbo. Yes, that certainly is the call to beat this weekend. Mega Charizard Y and Eternal Flower Floette Mega. I'm looking at that Gallade on Charalampos' team as well, Lee, and recalling the time when you likened your running style. The Gallade and Scarlet.
Right.
You're going to have to give us a little taster of that in a moment's time. But of course, the match that we'll be bringing to you is Jannik Koch versus Sali Resuli. I love to see the creativity of these team builders. Love to see the Weavile as well as the Serena over on Sally's team as well.
Yeah, you know, the tools that Sally's got access to, I love it. With the Gale Wings Tailwind to give you that initial speed control if you need it there. The Serena preventing all of those priority attacks as long as it's on the field to you and your partner with Queenly Majesty is very, very useful. Works a lot like Armatil on the Farigiraf if you're unfamiliar with Queenly Majesty. And then that Weavile as well, which is faster than Sneasler. It has the Dark typing, has access to knockoff, it has access to a lot of really strong tools and that Ice typing as well. So things like Garchomp, they're not only threatened by, you know, your own Gardevoir, but it's so much faster. It just puts it ahead. It can threaten Garchomp, Basculegion, King Gambit, because it can get access to Low Kick as well. So it's got a lot of things that little Sneasler.
Crucially not that.
Yeah, not that one. The Weavile can do, and it gets feint as well. So it does have a lot of things that it can help support with, as well as be an offensive threat as well.
Really cool. Go on then, Lee. Show us your Gallade running.
Gallade running. Well, it's got very...
Yeah, it does, yeah.
I can't really do it.
That's true. We can't see your hips here, but yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
But I don't actually run like that.
Do you not?
No,
that's a shame. I know you go for.
I'm going to say I
runs,
do,
though,
just for the broadcast.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Next time I see you on a treadmill through the window, I will keep an eye out to see if that is your.
We do it at the hotel. You can.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a gym there, so.
Very nice. I can't wait to get into this Swiss round 7 here at the Turin Special Championships. What do you think of all the action? Do you know what hashtag you need to use? I think you do. It's Play Pokemon. Let us know what you think of the matches you've seen and what teams you're running currently in Pokemon Champions. We'd love to see some of your spiciest picks, the megas that you have been trying to make work. I personally can't wait to see Mega Phalanx in the game. I'm going to try. I'm going to try and make it work. It's my favorite of the new Megas for sure.
It is very cool. I do like it a lot. I think Mega Golisopod is what
Mega
I'm really
Golisopod,
looking forward to. Yeah, going from that water bug into a steel bug is very cool, and it's slow enough to hopefully function well under Trick Room, and maybe we get some more Trick Room supporting Pokemon as well. But we'll see. But that's definitely one that I've got my eye on when the format updates, but we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves,
absolutely
because we've got a treat in store for us next. And I feel as well, I don't know if anyone at home thinks the same, but now we've had a sneak peek of that Mega Abomasnow. I'm desperate to, I really, really want to see that now.
Fingers crossed, it's going to have to keep on winning out. And hey, they're clearly doing very well so far. It was 6-0 just a moment ago. So yeah, maybe we've got a Froakie and a Score Bunny on the stage. They're beaming out at us, and a Starmie, not a Mega Starmie, unfortunately. But the plushie metagame is certainly evolving, and I can't wait to see how these fascinating teams will match up against each other. A Mega Gardevoir, yes please. See if Palafin can pull its weight here as well. Of course, there's no Urshifu Rapid Strike yet in Pokemon Champions. That water and fighting type Pokemon is not around exactly. Maybe it'll come back. But even then, Unseen Fist, of course, works differently now and only does 25% of the damage it normally would through Protect. So will that have a massive bearing on how Urshifu plays with the emphasis on Bear? I can't wait to find out. But again, back to the here and now. We are getting our trainers ready and squared up to go. Jannik Koch versus Sali Resuli. And of course, we apologize for any mispronunciations of our trainers' names.
Yeah, we're going to just let our players get themselves set up for this match. We'll be able to get into the accolades and then cover the teams and then maybe talk about the matchup itself as you go into it, because there are quite a lot of interactions here.
Yeah.
It'll be quite interesting to see which player eventually comes out on top.
Sali Resuli is our Turin champion from 2023 in the seniors division, now in the masters division. They're going to be wanting to convert that, of course, into a masters division win in Turin as well. Could we have a repeat Turin champion in different age divisions? It'll be so cool. And at a 5-1 record, that is something that could well be on the line. Let's not forget, whoever wins this next game is stamping their ticket safe and sound into Phase 2, happening later today and continuing through tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a really big match for both of these players. And of course, not only that, all of the championship points that go along with it that could be pivotal in determining whether these trainers will progress and maybe achieve a World Championships for that World Championships in San Francisco later this summer.
Frostlass, Venusaur, Sneasler, Kingambit, Palafin, and Garchomp. And the Venusaur is holding the Venus right. It can Mega Evolve. And just like last weekend with Arcelpuri's Venusaur, even though that didn't Mega Evolve, it has access to Sleep Powder rather than any damaging grass-type move. And otherwise, Sludge Bomb and Earth Power for coverage here. You've got the Aurora Veil on the Frostlass so that Jannik's team can take hits all the better, give them a little bit more longevity. Exactly what you want if this Palafin wants to set up some bulk ups and then hit all the harder through.
Yeah, you've got a nice selection down in this bottom right-hand corner with the Kingambit, the Garchomp, and the Palafin that are all going to really enjoy the coaching there to boost that attack and the defense and become real big physical threats, especially when you combine it with maybe the Defiant ability getting activated on the Kingambit or a bulk up being chosen by that Palafin. And interesting, there's no weather control outside of just that snow that the Frostlass has. So interesting to see. Normally Palafin has rain support with it to go alongside it, and it helps that Mega Venusaur, but not active there.
Let's take a look at this incredibly innovative team from Sali Resuli here. Gardevoir, Serena, Weavile, Kingambit, Talonflame, and the Garchomp. There's no item on the Talonflame there, you'll have noticed, trainers, because, of course, Acrobatics deals more damage if the Pokemon isn't holding an item. Gardevoir, once it Mega Evolves with its Gardevoirite, gets the Pixelate ability, so Hyper Voice will become a Fairy-type move. I really want to call out the Psycho Cut here on Weavile as well. Really nice way to deal with those Sneaslers that otherwise really threaten the Weavile with big, super effective damage.
Yeah, I really like this team a lot. When you look at it on face value, you got that double dark combination of the Weavile, the Kingambit. That's going to put a lot of pressure onto the Frostlass, make it difficult for Jannik to bring that. And then the Venusaur has a hard time against the triple axle on the Serena as well with that Choice Scarf. And then not only that, the Talonflame as well. It's got that Acrobatics that's immediately going to threaten with that Gale Wings boost. So a lot of things to kind of deal with those big megas on that side of the field. And then you've got the Sneasler, doesn't really like the Talonflame. It has got that fake out support there. And the Palafin is going to have to be a little bit careful around taking too much residual damage and too many attacks from things like that God of War that can just hit so hard if it's in the right position. And interestingly, the God of War as well got that Aura Sphere attack that we don't regularly see there. You normally see something like Trick Room, but Aura Sphere as an option to hit those opposing dog types and going to be really useful in the face of opposing King Gambits in particular.
Now, the King Gambit for Jannik is holding the Choppleberry, so at least it would take mitigated damage from an Aura Sphere there, but still, it's double super effective. And it's going to add up very quickly, and very quickly we'll be getting into our Swiss Round 7 game here at the Turin Special Championships. Good luck, have fun, trainers. Let's kick things off here as we head towards the end of Phase 1. King Gambit and Weavile on the field, going up against Palafin and Frostlass for Jannik.
Yeah, a nice lead here from Sali in particular there, putting a lot of pressure like we talked about from both of these dog types into that Frostlass. You've got the knockoff that can come in, do big damage to it straight off the bat, and also the King Gambit can pressure as well with a follow-up. The knockoff isn't enough to pick up the Frostlass turn 1, and it will follow up and knock it out after that. Palafin is well in that position where it wants to get off the field to activate that 0 to hero ability, so it gets those stat boosts and can come back onto the field and be a bit more oppressive. So at the moment, you would say that all of the momentum is with Sali. Can they capitalize on it? That's the big thing here. Can you maybe predict a switch from that Palafin out and catch something on the switch in while also keeping pressure on that Frostlass that looks like it is in a really hard spot?
You could Mega Evolve, get the Snow up, and then the Aurora Veil, but it would still take a whole heap of damage, even with the defense boost from the Snow and that Veil. But the double switch, in fact, King Gambit and now Sneasler joining the field for Jannik as well. This means we have the reveal of all 4 of Yannick's Pokemon. King Gambit has the Choppleberry knocked off too. So that means it's not going to be resisting any fighting type damage coming its way, and that could be a big old one-hit KO. And the Kowtow Cleave into Sneasler now, bringing it below half.
Yeah, and the Choppleberry being lost on the King Gambit from Jannik's side is pretty huge now, because if you look at Sali's King Gambit, they do have access to low kick, so now we'll be able to remove that pretty quickly depending on the speed tiers of both of these Pokemon. You've got the active fake out now, so Jannik does have a little bit of room to maneuver here to slow down the threats on Sali's side of the field, but if you stop one, then you don't stop the other, and that Weavile is something that you have to sit up, take note of, because it does have that Psycho Cut, and it is going to pressure a knockout onto the Sneasler if it isn't checked here with that fake out.
I wonder how many Psycho Cut Sneaslers Jannik's gone up against before. Sneasler is leaving himself vulnerable, faking out the King Gambit for Sali here. Psycho Cut is exactly the play. What a cool animation as well. Double super effective into the poison and fighting type Sneasler. That Sneasler down. This is why, for example, we saw Jamie Boyt with a weird ear earlier on today. If you haven't seen that, definitely go back and watch Swiss Round 2. Iron Head now into the Weavile. Super effective. That's going to be enough for the one-hit KO onto Sali's Weavile, but it has put in so much work already.
Yeah, and I don't think that's a trade you really mind taking there, the Weavile for the Sneasler, in all accounts, especially when you've got the value of being able to knock off that Choppleberry already. Now we're seeing the Palafin come back on. 0 to hero ability has been activated, so it has undergone that transformation. Going to be a lot more threatening, but what a positive response here from Sali, bringing out that Serena now that has got that drop kick. It is going to be able to hit for super effective damage, and every time it does that, the residual effect of that is dropping the attack of the Pokemon that it connects with. So Palafin not in a great spot right now, especially with the threat of the low kick from the King Gambit on Sali's side as well into the opposing King Gambit.
Serena does have the choice scarf, so any move it chooses, it's locked into until it switches out and back in. Palafin is going to keep itself safe from potential drop kick here. Frostlass is a nice switch in as long as it's safe from this King Gambit, which is quite a tall order. Takes super effective from Dark and Steel. Here comes the Assurance, and that's just going to be the Frostlass down in 1 for any Mega Evolution. Goodness me, Sali is definitely with the momentum swing now.
Yeah, knockout out cleave there, the Assurance, a really nice option, especially when you pair it with a Pokemon like that Choice Scarf. Serena is always going to hit before the Assurance goes off, but catching the Frostlass on the switch in really, really does pin Jannik here, because now you've got the drop kick. It's going to come out onto the Palafin, and then an easy low kick from your own King Gambit into the opposing one will be enough to pick up the knockout. So everything to do here for Jannik looks in a really awkward spot where they may go down to a Game 1 loss.
Sucker Punch into the Palafin. Every little bit of chip adds up, of course, but this drop kick is super effective. It might have undergone a heroic transformation, but now it's KO. That Palafin is back to its Pokeball. Now it is all eyes on this Kingambit. That's all that's left. The Cataclysm into the Serena here. Really interesting, because now it's knocked into that Trot Kit, which is actually pretty good for Kingambit. Of course, getting a Defiant boost if it gets the attack dropped. And the Kingambit for Sali, of course, does have access to the Low Kick, which is double super effective. And there's no Chopper Berry anymore.
Yeah, we do see the Low Kick there. You might have thought maybe you want to switch that out rather than activating that Defiant ability there for free. But it's fine, I think, in the end, knowing that you've got your own Low Kick to come out and finish off the game and clean it up. And I just have to call Sali's response in regards to that Frostlass switching, because the Kingambit was on the field. So easy to go for a Low Kick there, but really identifying, I can capitalize, I can lock this match down if I go for the Assurance into that slot, and just catches it and really reaps the rewards there.
For trainers who aren't so familiar, Lee, can you just give us a rundown on what Assurance is, how that works?
So it is a base 60 power Dark type attack. If it hits after your opponent attacks, so if you attack into a Pokemon and then you attack second, its power is doubled. So
exactly that.
120 base power.
So deciding not to run the Kowtow Cleave, the signature move on Kingambit, and going for Assurance instead. But of course, as you say, it can deal so much more damage, going up to 120 power. So Sali gets the win there. We didn't even see the Mega Gardevoir come out, unfortunately. But hopefully in a future game we will, because it's such an interesting pick, and I wouldn't be surprised to see so many more of them. What do you think, heading into Game 2, Lee, that Jannik should do to adapt?
That was I think that game was very one-sided, and it was all based on the leads there. I think Jannik was in a really tough spot going up against those two Dark types straight off the bat with the Frostlass, in a position where you really can't operate. Yeah, you want to go down the Palafin route, but of course that makes it a bit easier for your opponent to know it's going to switch in and out. I think you're going to have to really change up what you're doing. Maybe Sneasler coming out does give Sali something else to think about, where you've got to contend with a potential fake out if you don't check it. But it is very, very difficult. I think Venusaur as well is one of those Pokemon that you kind of want to bring, but you've got to be able to check that Weavile in the first place, because if you leave that on the field, it's going to threaten you with those big ice type attacks. Although you do have the ability to Mega Evolve, do you commit it there? Because if you do, you get Thick Fat. It does give you a little bit of alleviation, and you might have a better chance of getting around the obstacles on the opposing side of the field that way. But then there's the Psycho Cut as well. All bases are covered. The matchup feels very hard, but some adjustments have been made.
Crucially, of course, Weavile is, as you say, faster than the Sneasler as well, so it's nice, such a nice tech Pokemon to have here. Adjustments indeed, though, Lee, with the Venusaur in the lead that could go for its Mega. Alongside the Palafin, you want to get that out nice and early so you can switch it out and back in for that heroic transformation. Weavile and Kingambit for Sali.
Yeah, you've got the immediate pressure of the Sleep Powder here on the Venusaur, so you can target into something like the Weavile now, or even the Kingambit while you reposition your Palafin. You can see the Kingambit not in its most preferable position right now as the Gardevoir attracted onto the field with those Psychic type attacks that are going to be so good against this Mega Venusaur that has just landed on the field.
Absolutely. It has got that flower blooming, and let's see if it can blossom into a victory for Jannik here. Would have to win this to take us to a Game 3. Otherwise, Sali is going through to Swiss Round 8 with just the one loss. Palafin is going to be keeping himself safe. Both Pokemon, in fact, going for the Protect here. Just scouting out. The Palafin will still have to switch out to undergo the heroic transformation. It was Psycho Cut into the Palafin there, even though it would have been super effective into the Venusaur.
Yeah, and now you're in that really awkward position. A great switch there once again from Sali, just to keep that pressure on Jannik's side of the field, where now you've not only got the Psycho Cut that might miss the knockout because it isn't same type attack boosted, you've got the Gardevoir now that can come on and really pile on the pressure and really threaten a knockout into that Venusaur. It's just protected. It's going to have to switch out. So do you go into something like the Kingambit here? Well, you could cover that to a point by going for the Hyper Voice and then the Psycho Cut into the Venusaur as well. It's risky because if the Venusaur stays in, it's going to potentially get a Sleep Powder or a big attack off.
Here we go. It's time for Mega Gardevoir, everybody, to hit the field, and a shiny at that. So many unique Megas we've been able to feature for you today, and indeed unique Pokemon. It's such a treat to be here in Turin. The triple axle, though, each of these hits is going to get slightly more powerful, and a crit with the second one, and it looks like that third one is going to be dodged anyway. So Venusaur just above half HP here, of course, with the Thick Fat ability, taking less damage from the Ice-type moves. Hyper Voice, neutral into this Kingambit. It's a very rude, well welcome here. Finally able to get the Sludge Bomb off. Super effective into the Gardevoir. Not enough for the KO. Brought down to 17 HP. Wouldn't be surprised if that's a calculation that Sali knows well, but it does get the poison. This Gardevoir is now on a timer. In fact, its timer's up already. Just that was enough to secure the KO there. So such a crucial poison for Jannik.
Yeah, really brave play there from Jannik, and one I feel I had to make to get themselves back into this game. You see the triple axle, maybe if that third one had hit, it probably would have been enough to put it in range of the Hyper Voice to take it down, but thankfully not. Got that Sludge Bomb off. He was brave, didn't switch it out when it was so threatened, and took advantage of the turn. They're now in a spot where the Gardevoir's gone, the Mega's gone from the opposite side of the field, but you've still got to deal with this Weavile here. And is your own King Gambit going to be in a spot where it can? Normally the Choppleberry is great because you can take those offensive fighting type attacks, but because you've taken so much damage already, you feel like you're probably in range, even with the Choppleberry, of a low kick picking up the knockout. A Psycho Cut or a triple axle going to be enough to get the Venusaur on the back of that threat. That's why we're seeing the protect here.
Absolutely. Venusaur is done a lot already, but you don't want to push it too far, as now the Sucker Punch into the Weavile at least is able to get a bit of chip. It's no Focus Sash, it's a Never Melt Ice, boosting up the power of the triple axle. Low kick into this King Gambit. Let's see if it's enough to get the KO even through the Choppleberry. Yes, it certainly is. And now the King has fallen. Jannik is down to 3 Pokemon, just like Sali.
Yeah, the Palafin going to be able to come back onto the field now. Is that Sucker Punch damage enough to put the Weavile in range of a Jet Punch? That's the question, because if you can get the Weavile now with the Jet Punch, then it frees up the Venusaur to go for a Sleep Powder potentially, or an Earth Power into that King Gambit, and you can slowly start to pull yourself back into the game. But it all hinges on, I think, whether or not this Weavile can survive the turning and maybe get an attack off. I think it's going to be very close. Weavile, one of those Pokemon though, it is quite squishy. It's not able to take attacks very well, but Jet Punch, it is one of those stronger priority attacks, so it's going to be very close here, I think, to being able to take it. And Venusaur, of course, now cannot protect it, just protected that previous turn, so will be susceptible to an attack if Weavile goes in that direction.
Absolutely, and of course it's got access to the Psycho Cut as well. Completely accurate and super effective into the Venusaur. You don't have to rely on the triple axle. Well, actually, Weavile is going to be hibernating for a turn, as the Serena is going to come in its place again, holding the Choice Scarf. So whatever move it chooses, it's going to be locked in. The Jet Punch. Of course, Queenly Majesty from the Serena acting a little bit like the Armor Tail there. And the dodge from Sleep Powder onto the King Gambit here. The Iron Head, is this enough for KO? Yes, it certainly is. So that's both Megas down for both of our trainers here. That was a crucial miss of the Sleep Powder on King Gambit.
Yeah, really unfortunate there. One of the drawbacks with Sleep Powder is it does have that little bit worse shaky accuracy, where sometimes it isn't always landing where you want it to. Now the Sneasel coming in, so there is a little bit of support there. Has a Dire Claw, can threaten that Serena. Super effective attacks in that direction. Can't utilize the Fake Out here, but again does pressure that King Gambit on the opposite side with those fighting type attacks. But you gotta remember that the King Gambit on Sali's side has a Focus Sash, so they've got that layer of security where you're gonna have to attack twice into it, and you've got no priority you can take advantage of as long as that Serena's on the field, and it is pressuring that Palafin at the same time with those Trop Kicks.
And that means no Fake Out from this Sneasler either. So a really well-positioned Pokemon right now. We often see Farigiraf more commonly than Serena, but Serena offers so much, especially, for example, with all the Basket Legion running around. Getting super effective damage into that is very nice indeed. Palafin wasn't able to be a hero in the last game. Let's see if it is this time around. Certainly not on this turn, just going for its Protect. The Serena Trop kicking into the Sneasler, crucially dropping the attack stat there on that Pokemon, meaning it's not going to be hitting as hard, even though the hit was resisted. The White Herb, fortunately, able to restore its attack stat to its former glory. The Dire Claw now, how much into Serena? My goodness me, is just enough for the one-shot.
Yeah, huge knockout there, and a really nice pick there from Sali to go after the Sneasler in the first place, detecting the Protect there, but the double up not quite enough to get the Sneasler. But you've got to imagine now it's probably in range of a Sucker Punch here from that King Gambit, so whatever it chooses to do next, it's going to be threatened. And now you've got the Weavile to come back onto the field. You've got a turn where you can take advantage of your own Fake Out, stop that Palafin from acting this next turn, and then hopefully get rid of that Sneasler in time to have a 2-on-1 situation where you've got the Weavile, you've got the King Gambit to deal with this Palafin.
Can this Palafin turn it around? It is at full HP, but so is the King Gambit that has access to the Focus Sash for Sali. That means it can take at least one attack and stick around on the field. Fine margins again. Jannik has to win this one in order to take us to a Game 3. Best of 3 is how it works around here. Sali, our Turin Special Championships senior champion from 2023. The last time the event was here, looking to convert that into a Masters win. It's going to be the Palafin flinching, but the coaching now onto this Palafin, meaning it's going to be soaking up all of the physical damage that Sali's Pokemon can dish out so much better, and that could be what is needed. Sneasler takes one for the team there, getting the coaching off, putting all of the eggs in the Palafin basket, but let's see if they're going to crack in Jannik's favor. Now the leftovers there, nearly back up to full HP.
Yeah, now the Palafin becomes a big threat because how are you dealing with it? With the Weavile, yes, you've got knockoff, but it's not going to do anywhere near as much damage. The King Gambit is still going to be a bit of a threat to deal with, but I do love that Sali didn't commit to that Sucker Punch, knowing that the coaching could be there. We are just going to see a Protect from the Palafin, though. Just wants to see what the opposing side of the field locks in with.
And a little bit more recovery, of course, at the end of the turn, thanks to the leftovers. The knockoff followed up by the Assurance, which, again, as we saw, deals double damage if it moves second. So that means this Palafin is really under the thumb here. It's a good thing it has that coaching boost. Where do you target first here? You've still got to get through a Focus Sash on the King Gambit for Sali, remember?
You might want to go Jet Punch, hope that that +1 Jet Punch is going to be enough to get a Weavile, which it should be.
It is, yeah. The Weavile is very squishy, as you say, Lee. So that is down and out, and now it's the King Gambit versus the Palafin. What can it do in its place? The Assurance, how much doing, I can take that so well. Maybe Jannik has found the answer to stamp their ticket into Game 3.
Yeah, definitely. And I think now you could go for a bulk up here just to kind of seal up the deal. I think you're already going to be fine anyway. Removing the Weavile, not having to contend with that double damage Assurance is going to be enough for you to hopefully close things up with a Jet Punch Wave Crash combination.
Playing things safe, getting even more leftovers recovery here, just as you say, Lee, to seal the deal, absolutely. Don't want to leave anything to chance, especially when every win makes it all the more likely that you'll be progressing to our top cut tomorrow. But these trainers still have to win this game in order to secure their spot in Phase 2. Jet Punch is really nice damage, and it's just going to be a 2-shot. Crucially, the Focus Sash broken. Now the Assurance. Yeah, Palafin's taken that so well. And whereas Palafin really didn't have a fantastic showing in our Game 1, this Dolphin is going for the win in Game 2.
Yeah, really nice to see it left to that final moment and come in front of those two physical attackers, get the crucial coaching off, and then be able to close this up. We're just seeing another Protect from Jannik, not wanting to take any risks, I think, at this stage of the game, although the Jet Punch is going to supersede the Sucker Punch that could potentially come out and get an attack off before the Palafin can move. But we know the Jet Punch, one more will do it and take this game to a tie. So we'll be going to Game 3, and then it's all on the line for our trainers to do to progress into the next stage of this tournament.
Really exciting stuff. The Sucker Punch just for glory to try and seal it. Just the Wave Crash now, just in case you had a lower damage roll on the Jet Punch, and that's going to be enough to secure the KO onto the King Gambit. And so Jannik is going to be the one reigning supreme in this Game 2. Really well adapted by Jannik there, heading into the second game. But now, of course, it all comes down to essentially a best of one. But it's a best of one where the trainers have so much more information about their opponent's team.
Yeah, the adjustment to the Mega Venusaur didn't really pay off. Well, it did pay off for Jannik, sorry. It didn't pay off for Sali. I think a really nice adjustment from that Mega Frostlass that was so pressured from all of the dark threats in that Game 1. So if you go down that route again, and another scenario where that Sleep Powder hits, I think the end game would have been a lot easier to tie up, of course. I think a really nice use of the Sneasler as well from Jannik, being able to dispatch of that Serena that would have otherwise been such a thorn for that Palafin to deal with, especially with the Trop Kick, because just weakening it each and every turn, and we saw the initial damage doing about 50% each time. So it wouldn't have been able to last very long on the board if that Serena had stuck around any longer than it did.
The Mega God of War, unfortunately, Sali was really not able to get any mileage out of that at all, and it's certainly something heading into Game 3 that Sali would like to index more on, just trying to get more value out of the only Mega Pokemon they have access to, whereas Jannik, of course, has access to both the Mega Venusaur and the Mega Frostlass.
Yeah, and I think if you are Sali, maybe you do readjust here. Do you maybe look at the Talonflame as an option to bring in this next game? Because it does give you a lot better options against things like the Sneasler, things like that Mega Venusaur, and even the King Gambit, and any additional damage that you can get into the Palafin before it eventually goes down. Not to Talonflame, it's not going to be doing massive amounts of damage, but it can get really crucial damage off in those times when you need it, where it all adds up at the end.
The Palafin, it was so good to see it rise to the top in that game 2, but can it do it again in game 3, or can the Serena neutralize it before it becomes a threat? Let's find out. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Palafin in the lead. It's going to be the Gardevoir in the lead this time as well, just indexing all the more on that Mega Pokemon that was under the thumb by the time it came in. So Weavile and Gardevoir over for Sali, and Palafin and Venusaur for Jannik.
Yeah, we know that the Palafin is probably likely going to protect here, or more better, probably switch out in this scenario. It's threatened by Fake Out. It really doesn't want to waste a turn protecting here. You want to get off the field, so when you bring it back on, we know that ability is activated. And the Venusaur as well, really threatened, because Fake Out's likely to go into that slot. And if you get faked out there, and then the Gardevoir attacks into it as well with a Psychic, then you don't want to get caught out like you did in that game 2, where you left it unchecked and give the opportunity for the Venusaur to attack. You want to go after it here. But going after the Venusaur so heavily could open the door for the Palafin to maybe even just not switch out. It could go for a bulk up, or just an all-important wave crash into that Weavile.
As it is, Palafin will be retreating to the depths as Sneasler is going to emerge. Both these rabbits cheekily grinning at each other from across the field. Of course, both of them different evolutions of Sneasel as the Venusaur is retreating and King Gambit is coming in its place. So, time for this Mega Gardevoir to step on the gas. It's attending the prom, and let's see who it's going to be dancing with. It's got that Pixelate ability active. Its its normal type moves now dealing fairy damage. Triple Axle soaked up so nicely by King Gambit here. Does hit 3 times this time around, and all that chip is going to add up ultimately on to this King Gambit. Now we turn our attentions over to the Hyper Voice from Gardevoir. Is that going to be enough for the KO? No, the King Gambit is hanging on. Sneasler, even though there's neutral damage, it's down to about 1/3 of its HP.
Yeah, really good coverage there, because you go for the triple axle, hope that you hit the Venusaur, and then the Hyper Voice covering any of those switches that you know are going to come from probably the Palafin, but also that Venusaur that was so heavily threatened there. And the King Gambit now taking so much damage. That Sneasler was so effective in that game too, where it was able to deal with that Serena that probably is lurking in the back for Sali, is in a position now where it will go down to Psycho Cut from the Weavile or any attack from the Gardevoir, although it does have at least this turn to utilize Fake Out to stop one of these targets from attacking, and maybe freeing up the King Gambit to get an attack off if it can. But it is going to be hitting last. If the Gardevoir is left unchecked and a Hyper Voice comes out, it's not going to be in any great position.
My goodness me, that Psycho Cut and the Sneasler's down. Jannik is looking so frustrated about that. Just look at the health bars over on Sali's side of the field. Not a jot of damage done, whereas this King Gambit is now down as well. And all of a sudden, Jannik is brought down to their final 2 Pokemon. Sali is saying, okay, I see your game plan from game 2, but I can come out 1 on top of that. I know how to adapt.
Yeah, we're almost back to that turn 1 again. The only difference is now the Palafin is in its transformed state, so it is going to be hitting a little bit hard. Unfortunately, the Weavile hasn't taken any chip now, so it's not going to be in that spot where it is going to be threatened to be knocked out by a Jet Punch. It's going to be able to at least get 1 attack off here, and if you target into the Palafin with that knockoff, get rid of that leftovers item, that's going to be so valuable. The Gardevoir can then follow up with a Hyper Voice here. But again, do you want to leave the Venusaur unchecked? Because I think you begin conditioned maybe from that game 2 to not leave it unchecked, because if you do, there is going to maybe be a consequence for it. And I think Jannik at this stage, you've got to say, has got nothing to lose. So do you do Mega Evolve? Just go for that Sludge Bomb. Does Sali allow it to go for it this time around? Because the double up is there potentially.
The Venusaur alongside the Generation 1 battle music. You love to hear it, but it's bringing us into the future rather than going all the way back to Pokemon Red and Blue. It's become Mega Venusaur now. But Gardevoir is going to keep himself safe from any incoming Sludge Bombs here. So where did Jannik target? First of all, the Palafin is going to be protecting. If this Venusaur happened to target down the Weavile, then that's going to be great. But the knockoff into the Protect onto the Palafin. So free damage here, but yeah, it was just the Sludge Bomb going for the super effective damage into that Mega Gardevoir.
Yeah, now you've got the option where you can do the same thing again. You can double up into that Venusaur with your Weavile and your Gardevoir, but there is the potential there of a Protect on that Pokemon. But the freer option is going for the knockoff, double up into the Palafin, or just switch your Gardevoir out and keep it for a little bit later on when it's more preferable. But you've got a free knockoff into that Palafin, which is going to be useful to get rid of that leftovers. It was so vital to its longevity in that game 1 and game 2.
Absolutely. If there's one Pokemon that could have turned this around for Jannik, but without the leftovers, it's so much of a taller order. Venusaur wants to channel its poison energy into what was the Gardevoir, but of course the King Gambit freshly switched in, taking 0 damage. It's just dissolving off that steel.
Yeah, now the Kingambit in a great spot where it can put pressure on both of these Pokemon with its Dark-type attacks, especially when you have that combination of attacking first and then following up with an Assurance. And to try and salvage this match, we're seeing a bulk up from that Palafin, but it might be a turn too late. But the Sleep Powder this time around does connect, Charlie.
And that was crucial for Jannik in one of the earlier games where the Sleep Powder missed. It just was the nail in the end of the game. But this time, the Kingambit is snoozing. Venusaur with its Sleep Powder, as long as it keeps connecting those, it could be what takes Jannik to a victory here, even after such a devastating start to this game.
Yeah, there is a lifeline here. I think now that the Weavile has to probably put all its eggs in one basket, go after that Venusaur, like you quite rightly like to say, Charlie. I think because if you get put to sleep here, it opens it up for this Palafin to stack another bulk up and get into a position where it is going to start threatening knockouts with that Jet Punch, and even the Wave Crash that now probably will do enough. Pick up a lot of damage, but it's Sucker Punch Wake Up here.
Interesting. The immediate Wake Up, but it's going to fail. The Weavile attempting another knockup into Palafin. It's doing less damage, of course, now that it's lost its item already. Another bulk up here from the Palafin, so getting a boost to its attack and its defense. The Earth Power, though, into this Kingambit. Super effective. It's not enough for the KO. Do we have a special defense drop and a Defiant boost? Because, oh, here we go. We certainly do. And that's something that's really going to act against Jannik here. I mean, your back's against the wall. You've got to go for it.
Yeah, I think the Kingambit now with that damage is probably in Jet Punch range, so you can Jet Punch quite safely into the Kingambit. You know that there's not really a safe switch in the back either. Knowing that at least the Mega Gardevoir's in the back doesn't want to come in on a Jet Punch. And it again leaves this Weavile in a spot. Can it take a +2 Jet Punch? And go after that Venusaur? I think Sali's been hesitant because of the potential protect each and every turn that's gone past, but at some point you're going to have to go after it.
Jet Punch into the Weavile now. That's going to be enough for the big one-hit KO here. So Jannik is slowly but surely clawing something back. The Dolphin going for the win, attempting another Sludge Bomb here, but of course Kingambit takes no damage there. If that had been an Earth Power, it would have been so nice for Jannik. Venusaur is crucially hanging on though, and a sliver of HP, infinitely more than 0. So let's see if Jannik is going to be able to turn this around against Sali, with the Gardevoir coming back in.
Yeah, the Gardevoir now. Can it take a +2 Jet Punch? That is the question. You can't Sucker Punch the Palafin just because the Jet Punch superseding it. It will be first and then the Sucker Punch will... But you can check this Venusaur almost with your Kingambit and say, well, if you are going to lock into Sludge Bomb, I can check you with my own Sucker Punch here. The problem is you'll not be able to get your Sucker Punch off if you get Jet Punched first, but then it does open the door for the Gardevoir to get an attack off. But maybe why we're seeing a Protect here to see if you can sneak some damage in from this Kingambit.
Protect from the Venusaur, who's going to be moving. The Wave Crash, actually, and it was targeted into the Gardevoir. So where has this Kingambit gone? The Assurance into the Venusaur. So, okay, Jannik is just trying to claw everything that they can into what was such a terrible position on turn 1.
Yeah, and you think if that Assurance had just been into the Palafin, you seal up the game, but not how it went. So Jannik's still in this here. The Gardevoir now is pressured, of course, by that Jet Punch, and the Kingambit in that spot where it has to really go for a Sucker Punch, really, but it is risky. You have to go for it into the Venusaur.
Okay, but Kingambit is going to be switching. Could be a very free Sleep Powder, or did Jannik go for the damage? Serena is coming in instead, so Jet Punch, of course, going to be blocked here. Perfect Pokemon for Sali to have in the back, and with his Hyper Voice, it's going to be both Pokemon down and out. Sali Resuli, your Turin Special Championship Senior Champion, is on course to potentially become your Masters Champion as well in Pokemon Champions.
What an incredible game, right down to the wire there, and Sali taking it right at the last minute and preserving the Serena so well. Didn't know what that last and fourth and final Pokemon was, but yes, I think conditioning Jannik to think, okay, I'm going to have to go for this Jet Punch. I don't think the Serena's coming in. I don't think it's in the back. It would have come in if it was there by now. But the timing was perfect for Sali, and to lock it up so convincingly with that Mega Gardevoir to progress on in the tournament. So huge congratulations to them.
So cool, and what a fantastic team to do it with as well. With that Weavile, with the Psychic Cut, and Mega Gardevoir, a Pokemon that we really haven't seen too much so far in Pokemon Champions. Let's hope that this paves the way for a lot of future appearances of Mega Gardevoir, and hopefully some success as well. So exciting.
Yeah, and you got to credit Jannik there for bringing the match back from what felt like such a deficit after game 1. They were able to readjust, bring the Mega Venusaur, have a lot better of a time in game 2. And I think, you know, the Sleep Powder miss was unfortunate, but it showed in the end the coaching, that critical turn, getting the coaching onto the Palafin and closing the game up. Just cool, calm, and collected in that stage. So you thought everything for Sali to do going into game 3, but again, it just felt very difficult from the offset. I think Sali adjusting a lot better decisions, move choices throughout that early stage of the game just made it very difficult for Jannik to get any sort of footholding in that match. And the assurance, something that we don't see so often, but it is such a strong option on something like King Gambit.
And being able to just remove the Frost Blast before it even did anything in that game, just targeting the assurance in that slot, saying I could get really far ahead if Jannik goes for a cheeky switch there. So Sali just staying one step ahead. These seniors, Lee, they're really giving our Masters a run for their money. Of course, Sali is now one of our Masters Division players. Serena, such a lovely tech there as well. I really like it on Sali's composition over something like a Frigoroth, because of course, again, with Trop Kick, you're threatening those Basket Legion that are running rampant in the regulation set MA format.
Yeah, it's got a lot going for it, especially with that Scarf, because you've got the triple axle, which is great because you're outspeeding the Aerodactyl, so you can knock that out, get through its sash. Like you say, the Basket Legion's another one that you can get rid of. And it's got many options that it can utilize. The Trop Kick's great. You have to be careful around those defined competitive Pokemon. Melotix, one in particular, you have to approach a different way. But then the fast U-turn, the fast pivot is really useful. And these sort of teams where you can get out of harm's way and preserve the Serena for later on. And then come in a more preferable situation and just clean up.
Yeah. So cool to see God of War get something achieved as well.
Yes.
Game 3. Getting the big pixelate boosted hyper voices off. Great to have the Aura Sphere tech on that Pokemon too. I think this is the thing, when you're running a team with Pokemon that don't tend to be seen very often, you just tend to have that little surprise advantage, right? Maybe you'll counter off. I wouldn't be surprised if Jannik hadn't really prepared for how much is an Aura Sphere from a Mega Gardevoir going to do into my Pokemon, you know? And that can be what it's all about.
Yeah, and I think there was a lot of pins there from Sali as well. Opportunities where they led very well in certain scenarios or switched very well, which really limited the options for Jannik and put them in that awkward spot where they were, okay, I either protect here or I lose this Pokemon, or I switch here or I lose this Pokemon. And Sali just kept that momentum, that pressure going throughout pretty much all 3 games, although the outcome of game 2, Jannik was able to kind of flip the switch there with the coaching. But otherwise, Sali just really dictated the pace of the game throughout.
Not down and out, though, yet for Jannik, of course. Just the 1 loss, or 2 losses now, in fact. That means that they can't afford to lose any more games. So have to win out from here in order to secure their spot in Phase 2. So all the best of luck to you, Jannik. But Sali, on the other hand, very much has stamped their ticket into Phase 2 and cannot wait to see how their tournament progresses, especially as a former, defending, in fact, Turin champion in the seniors division. So exciting. And we're going to be able to take a look at one of the clips that we highlighted from that game there, Lee. Again, highlighting the assurance coming out from the King Gambit.
Yeah, so we've got the Trop Kick here coming out from the Serena into the Palafin. And the King Gambit obviously is threatened very heavily.
Yeah.
It's lost its Choppleberry.
Yeah.
So a low kick into this Pokemon here would be enough just to pick up the knockout, where otherwise it would be able to take that. So a really nice call here from Sali to say, well, I think you've got the Frostlass as a good switch in for this potential low kick. I'm not going to go for that. I'm just going to lock in with the assurance. And it's a risky play because if you don't see that come in, it does open the door for the opposing King Gambit, for Jannik to potentially get an attack off in return. And that could really change the dynamics of the game. So if we just go a little bit forward here, we can see how things play out as we see the King Gambit switch out. And now because a Frostlass comes in, and it hasn't Mega Evolved, so it hasn't got any of those benefits there either.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you've got the Serena here, the Trop Kick. Very useful move, especially on Pokemon that are going to be setting up a lot of the time. And there is that assurance there. And big damage into the Frostlass and enough to pick up the knockout. And really, when you lose your Mega without getting any sort of return on it, the match already becomes way more difficult than it needs to be. And I think from that point on, that call just locked out the match completely.
Absolutely. It feels so weird, I guess, to run a Pokemon like King Gambit and not have its signature move Cat-Out Cleave on the moveset at all. But again, Assurance is going to be dealing more damage in quite a few situations and clearly working out well for Sali here. So it could be the adaptation into the metagame that we see coming out all the more commonly heading into the future for Regulation Set MA. A thrilling match and a 3-game set as well. We always love to see that here at the Turin Special Championships.
Yeah, Assurance is one of those moves that you generally so very rarely. Yeah. On Pokemon like Tyranitar, and combined with like Excadrill, so you could get that Rock Slide. It would hit both targets, and then the target that you are hitting with the Assurance would always, you know, it's taking damage, so then you get the double damage. It's a lot stronger than something like Crunch, but it's not as consistent. That's why I think a lot of players don't really tend to rely on it so much, because there are going to be scenarios where maybe your partner can't attack into the same target, or if you do commit 2 hits into the same target once and they protect on you, then you've wasted a complete turn, you know. So there are some risk rewards with it. It is great when it works, but there are other scenarios where it is probably not as consistent as the kowtow or the crunch that we commonly see.
Absolutely. But a masterclass from Sali there as to innovative team building as well. So exciting to see Mega Gardevoir claim the win there. And Weavile, again, faster than Sneasler. And with Psycho Cut access to that move as well, it can be such a good Sneasler check. But from the Pokemon, back to the players now. We are able to hear from our winner of that previous round. So getting the win and grinning with glee, let's go and hear from Sali Resuli.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Lee. We're here with Sali, the winner, and stamping their ticket into our Phase 2 here at the Turin Special Championships. Sali, last time you were here, you were a senior in 2023. Yeah. You won the whole event. Now you're punching your ticket to Phase 2. How's that feeling?
It feels amazing. I didn't expect to do well because I didn't test that much. And I felt that the team was a big trash, you could say.
Sure.
Because I had a lot of problems with like Scissor Rain, with some variants of Floette, with Sneasler, with the Szechuan. So I wasn't that sure. But I had a big matchup against the basic Sun that is being played right now. So I said, okay, if I have to face something, I will face that, not the Scissor Rain every round. So if I lose one, it's okay. But if I face other teams, I will win.
For sure. That's like the decision you've got to make coming in, right? Like, sometimes you just have to say, like, I'm not going to win those matchups, but actually if I hit everything else, you're doing pretty well. Now, the team that you're running is a little bit different to a lot of the teams. You've kind of like, you've got the other fairy type Pokemon, right, on your team.
Yeah.
It's not Carminding, it's not going for a Trick Room. It's attacking. It's attacking everything. You've got the Weavile there to support it as well. Tell us about how you came to using those two Pokemon, Weavile and Gardevoir.
So I was playing for like the last 2 weeks Talonflame with Gardevoir, Garchomp, and King Gambit, because it resembled a bit the team I played in Turin the last time.
Okay.
So I was confident with that, but I had a lot of problem with like water types, with priorities, because King Gambit, if you play a Gardevoir like that, will mostly kill you with a Sucker Punch or something like that. Yeah. So it's not that good to face on. So I tried at Sarina, and it worked well. I was using Farigiraf in the first version of the team, but it didn't do that pressure that I needed to, like in Tailwind, because I had one slot that doesn't do damage, sits there, and it's mainly like a target for opponents. Instead, Sarina is very helpful against Rain, against, in this case, Palafin, and also priorities in general. And they had a lot of problem against Parrish Trap with Gengar and with Sneasler.
Yeah.
And I wasn't winning any game. Like, I was getting furrowed every time. So I tried to look for a dark type Pokemon that was faster, and that could maybe be useful also in some matchups against the Dragon types, because I have only Gardevoir, but it's not the best every time.
And the pieces kind of come together, right? It's like you're fast, you're powerful.
And also as Psycho Cut, so you can kill the Sneaslers that are without the Sash.
That's a really nice adaptation. It's like, well, Sneaslers a problem, and finding psychic type damage in this format is a little bit tricky sometimes, especially faster than Sneasler. So it's a really nice way to have built your team. Speaking of the Serena, you seemed in that match to be able to switch it in like
just exactly at the right time. It's like, nah, I'm not going to switch it in. There's the wave crash. Or switch it in, there's the jet punch. So, like, what were you thinking in that match, like, especially game 3 at the end, on when and why to switch it in?
Okay, so in game 3, I was sure I didn't want to switch it in because it could be targeted with a sludge bomb. So I had to wait until the Palafin was in the range that it could be killed with a dropkick even at +2. And the Venusaur was in range of Psychic because some Venusaurs can tank the damage. So I wasn't like really sure to risk it. And I said, okay, once it gets low, I'm gonna switch it in and attack with the Gardevoir. Or just make King Gambit die and then go with Sarina and do the double up in one of the 2 slots and kill.
Yeah, it's just like locking down that sort of last bit where you know that the moves that you're gonna lock in are gonna finish the job, take the KOs, and you're gonna win the game. Sali, this has been such a fantastic match. Really, congratulations for the run so far. Your team, I can tell you now, is not trash. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Before we let you get to your last round of Swiss in phase 1, have you got any shout-outs for anyone at home?
Yeah, of course. I want to shout out my friends that are here with me, my girlfriend that is watching, my team, Il Server, that helped me, Daniel Pioppi, that gave me the shiny Gardevoir before the tournament because I couldn't shiny Antoine in time, so he got me one from Pokémon GO. Yeah, to all of them that are watching, to my family at home. Yeah, I don't know what else to say.
Sali,
I'm happy.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Well done again. We're going to let you get back to the match. And we are going to be right back soon with round 8, last round of phase 1 here at the Turin Special Championships.
Hey there, trainers. Let's talk about one of the sneakiest and most game-changing tools in competitive Pokemon, priority moves. These moves come with a hidden priority level that lets them jump the line and go before almost anything else. That's what makes them so powerful. Priority doesn't just beat speed, it bypasses common speed control tools like Tailwind or Trick Room. But here's the catch. Only a select few get access to them. That makes these moves even more valuable when building a team. Whether it's for support, disruption, or finishing off a threat, having priority in your toolkit can give you a serious edge. So let's dive into how they're used. One priority attack you'll see often in competitive play is Fake Out. This normal type move doesn't hit hard, but it causes the opponent to flinch, leaving them unable to act for the rest of that turn. It's the perfect tool to buy time to set up your strategy while preventing your opponent from executing theirs. Fake Out only works on the first turn your Pokemon is sent out. After that, it will fail. You will also need to watch out for items like Covered Cloak or abilities like Inner Focus, which prevent the flinch effect entirely. And since it's a normal type move, you won't be able to fake out ghost types who are completely immune to it. Speaking of ghosts, this next priority move is definitely one they won't want to see: Sucker Punch. It's a strong dark type attack that always goes first, but only if the opponent is using an attacking move. If they're setting up, defending, or using a status move, it fails. It's a high risk, high reward, but when it connects, it leaves a serious mark. Pokemon like Chen Pao or Single Strike Urshifu use Sucker Punch to pick off fast, frail threats before they even get a chance to act. And that brings us to one of the scariest defensive combos in the game: Dragonite and Chen Pao. Trainers commonly attach a choice band to Dragonite, then terrestrialize into a normal type to use extreme speed, one of the most powerful priority moves out there. Combine that with Chen Pao's Sword of Ruin ability, which lowers the opponent's defense, and you've got a duo that can KO key threats before the opponent has any chance to respond. Another unique example is Grassy Glide. This one's a bit special as it only becomes a priority move when grassy terrain is active. But when it is, it gains priority and a boost to its power thanks to the terrain effect. Pokemon like Rillaboom, who can automatically set grassy terrain with its ability, make the most of this move. Rillaboom sets the field and immediately pressures the opponent with strong, fast grassy glides. It's a great example of how field control and synergy can turn a decent move into a dominant one. But priority isn't all about damage. Helping Hand is a support move with the highest priority level in the game. It doesn't deal damage, but it powers up your partner's move by 50% and it always goes first. It's a great way to secure a big knockout before your opponent is even able to react. Now, priority isn't always about moving faster. Some moves actually take place after most actions in a turn. These are called negative priority moves. They're designed to go later than almost everything else. Moves like Roll, Whirlwind, and Trick Room fall into this category. What's interesting is even amongst these slower moves, there's still an order to who goes first. That means a well-timed roll can force out a Trick Room setter before they finish setting it up, completely denying the strategy. It's a clever and often unexpected way to stop a team from flipping the speed tiers. To make plays like this work or to pull off your own Trick Room safely, you'll often see redirection moves like Follow Me or Rage Powder. These have higher priority than standard moves, allowing a support Pokemon to draw in attacks before their partner acts. When paired with something like Fake Out to stop an opposing threat in its tracks, this combination can give you exactly the opening you need to flip the dimensions with Trick Room and turn the tide of a battle. So what can you do to stop priority moves? One of the best answers is Psychic Terrain. While it's active, all grounded Pokemon are protected from priority. That means Fake Out, Extreme Speed, Sucker Punch are all shut down. You'll often see Pokemon like Indeedee on teams just to bring the Psychic Terrain and block those early game priority plays. But there are also abilities that provide the same kind of protection. Pokemon like Farigiraf with Armor Tail and Serena with Queenly Majesty automatically block all priority moves from affecting their side of the field while they're on the battlefield. Unlike Psychic Terrain, these abilities don't rely on terrain staying up. They work the entire time that the Pokemon is present on the field. They're incredibly useful for teams that want to keep their setup or damage plans safe from disruption. In the end, priority moves are all about control. When momentum and timing are everything, that can easily swing a match in your favor. So if you're building a team, think about how you can use priority or protect yourself from it. Priority moves might not be available to every Pokemon, but for the ones that get them, they're absolutely game changers.
Swiss rounds later, and we have arrived at the final step of Phase 1 here at the Pokémon 2026 Turin Special Championships. Je suis Costa, which is totally the wrong language given the local region. And who are you?
I'm Ben.
Hello, Ben. Benny, right? That's what we did agreed.
Yeah, why not?
Morning,
You know what,
right?
Benny? I'll go with Benny. You know, sure.
Go on, Ben.
Why not? Hey, it's better than like what you did, like Engie Benji and all of the other things that I've been called over the years. So yeah, Costa, fire away. Fire away.
Don't make me. I might get cancelled. Anywho, so we are here for the final round of Phase 1, like we said, and what an enthralling day it has been here for our very first EU Champions major event. We've seen so much variety of all the different teams that have been brought to the fore, but a lot of notable trainers that we have noticed before, as well as newer ones too. We already seen Davide Cognetta, just to call him out, current standing the special champion of Turin, making a comeback.
And of course, we had Sali, our special champion from Turin, as well in the senior division, just going 6-1 and being able to make it into our Phase 2 Swiss. Whether or not they win or lose, they're going to be there in our Phase 2 round 9, effectively Phase 1. Round 1 of Phase 2 is going to be happening after this one, so our trainers get a chance to you know, give themselves a chance to carry on that momentum from Phase 1 into Phase 2, then come in tomorrow and see if they can make it all the way into Top Cup.
Yeah, which is quite difficult, right? Because it's been an entire day of playing high-level competitive Pokemon, and you got to be able to have that mental focus and breathing room after every single round, essentially, whilst maintaining your own prep that will come out to flourish. Depend on, you know, sometimes some people don't prep as much and they just do really well. Other people know their lines inside out, so they don't need to invest more mental energy and just rest for the moment. But this may well be a final win-in or an undefeated potential pairing that we have got in store for you. But the only way to find out is by giving the choice to you. We have got community choice, baby.
Love seeing this, and then we get to watch the matches that you want to watch at home. So if you're watching maybe on YouTube, just shoot over to Twitch for a little while to see if you can get your vote in. Only the people in Twitch will be able to get that vote in for the next match that we're going to be seeing. We're going to be showing you the notable matches very, very soon indeed as to what choices that you have. We always have those choice of 4 trainers here, and it is winning in time for going into Phase 2. So really important, really influential for these trainers as to whether their run carries on or whether it stops here.
Yeah, it's a beautiful way to be able to just check out all the different situations that are currently unfolding. Like we said, we've got a couple of undefeated trainers. If I'm not mistaken, Ben, there may be one that's got a cheeky little Mega Abomasnow, which is completely out there, I would say, in the current format. Bewildering, I think, is what I would mention it being.
Well, we were speaking, and you know what? I actually can't pronounce his first name.
You need help,
especially since he's Greek, and I've got some heritage there. It's just not enough heritage to be able to make the right sounds. So, Barbaros, I'm sorry, that's your nickname, but I'm gonna have to stick with that for a little bit later. But we have got our notable matches here. Let's get them up on stream and let's get this community choice rolling as to who is it that you want to be featuring this round.
Ooh, all right, we have got them available. We got Valentine Vissa versus Graziano Reccia, and in what is a hard trick room mode, going up against that Mega Gengar Perish alongside a bit of a treat with the Sableye Rainbow.
Yeah, I know that's the one that cost one, so let's move on. Oh, hey, there, with the Mega for Alligator.
My lordy!
That is something I did not expect to see. Versus Markus Hamman, who we know very, very well, a national champion, a regional champion running Mega Charizard X, Mega Floette. We've seen that composition already on stream before. Luigi running that Mega Meganium, that's what I called out earlier as maybe an underexplored Mega Pokemon. There's not many Mega Meganium in the field at all today versus Herman as well with that Mega Tyranitar team.
And then finally, Francesco Ballerini versus Manuel de la Bona. We have got a Mega Medicham on the verge of making it through to Phase 2.
Unbelievable.
Truly. And it's got an interesting composition along its side as well. Clearly the Milotic there in order to dissipate any Intimidate cycling on that field.
You wonder if the Dragonite actually is physical as well to take advantage of that. But regardless, we've got so many great teams, so many great players that we are able to feature. It's now down to you. If you're not already in the Twitch chat, get in there, get your votes in. Which match is it that you want to see this round?
What a variety, and this is exactly what we were talking about. It is not a stale format. I don't see a lot of Mega Floettes on this bracket, if any, if I'm not actually mistaken.
Yeah, no, Markus has one.
Of course he does.
Emmanuel has one as well.
Okay, I'm completely blind.
So there's a couple, a couple, but there's also other Mega Pokemon alongside them.
Yes.
And so it's not necessarily that we're gonna see them. Actually, even though Mega Floette, Mega Charizard are top of our Mega usage statistics overall in the field, I've been really impressed with the amount of different Mega Pokemon that we've seen across the broadcast, not only in the matches that we've shown, obviously there's been a lot of variation there, but also the notable matches, it feels like we're always seeing some new Mega Pokemon there that we haven't yet seen each round going.
Yeah, so if you were to pick one of those matches, or at least based off of one of the Megas that we noticed there, which would you go for, Ben? Come on, like the voters are voting, you know, but I want to hear your bias right now.
I want to hear my bias too.
Of course you do.
I'm gonna put my vote in for Markus. With the Mega Charizard X. That's what I've been repping so far this weekend. We already saw Alex Soto on the broadcast in round 6 using Mega Charizard X, getting a 2-0 victory against Francesco. Not Dragon Dancing, doing some smashy, then Dragon Dancing in the second game, then doing lots more smashy.
Yes.
So really enjoyed watching that. Like to see how Markus approaches that Mega Pokemon.
Yeah, a veteran of his class, been playing the game for so many years. Our fellow colleague as well behind the caster desk, having a top 4 back in Worlds 2016 and also being a regional champ at that. No stranger to the stage, and he's just been doing incredibly well this season too. If I'm not mistaken, is he around like 25th or 30th in the
he's high up.
He's high up. He's very high up. So clearly trying to make the run right now and lock in that World's invitation later on this August.
And that, for a lot of our trainers here to this weekend, this is what it's all about. It's either getting that sort of middling to deep run where you get a bunch of championship points, and maybe if you're in, say, 40 to 80 sort of bracket, you just want some points to be able to sort of keep you just like a little bit further up. For the people that are chasing you a little bit lower down the CP standings, make sure you get into that World Invitation. But equally, you know, if you're 81, you try to get as many as possible because it's looking a little dicey.
It is, and you need to be able to avoid the bubble. But I believe we are ready to see which smashing match you folks at home have voted for, and it is gonna be Jorge Ramirez versus Markus Hamman. Woo! This is going to be an amazing matchup for our final Phase 1 round.
And all I hear with the Mega for Alligator, Mega Aerodactyl combination as well. Again, not something that I was expecting to say. No, especially not going into round 8 of the... Yeah, if we were seeing this round 2 or 3, I'd be like, yeah, great. Sure. Mega for Alligator, it's come up against some great matchups and it's doing pretty well. Yeah, good start to the event. Not sure that it's going to continue necessarily because a lot of players haven't been able to find as many niches for that Mega for Alligator, but Jorge showing that it is still one of those Mega Pokemon that we need to take into consideration.
Well, exactly, and in that particular matchup, Mega for Alligator is actually looking like a nice bring. At least against the Mega Charizard X, right? You're able to super effectively just unleash so much damage, so it may actually allow the Floette more reason and incentive to join the battlefield.
Right, it's kind of works both ways, doesn't it? Because Dragon Claw is going to do a lot of damage to the Mega for Alligator as well. Yes. So, I'm just, as a spectator here, hoping that we see the Mega Charizard X and the Mega for Alligator. We'll see how the match plays out as our trainers get ready to go and we get them up and ready for their match on stage.
Yes, and this may well be the decider in order to either go ahead and extend their really good record going into Phase 2 or making it directly there. So it's going to be an interesting one, bit of a doozy. But we have seen both of those trainers before, I'd say a couple of times, so it's really fascinating to see this focus on the actual Dragon Mega in this particular case, and clearly for good reason. We got Garchomp's just running about for good reason, just being one of the strongest things, and the Dragon type obviously being able to resist the fire oppressive archetypes of the Mega Charizard Ys.
Right, it's like Mega for Alligator being water and dragon. It's a great defensive typing overall. Not against Floette, but against most other things, in the format, it's doing really, really well. And look at that sky-high attack stat.
Mate,
look at it.
Honestly.
Charlie and I were talking about it. We both looked at each other and said it hits like a truck last night at the same time to each other. And I feel like it kind of looks like a truck as well sometimes. But it just really does when he's got his jaw down. It just really does do so much damage with that Dragonite ability, turning its normal type moves into Dragon type moves, most notably for Double Edge.
Yeah.
Double Edge powerful on its own.
Hey, I'm sorry, you're saying Double Edge, which is the correct, more consistent move.
Okay, go on. What do you want?
I'm going to raise you
to
a Giga Impact. There it is. There it is. Yeah.
Oh.
You know.
I felt that.
Know. Yeah, you did.
I'm tingling.
And if you're not, we're going to have to see what the set is, because it is outrageous damage that it's able to deal. Because like you said, the Dragonite's ability works in a similar fashion to Pixelate. It's able to not only essentially convert normal type moves into that typing of choice, in this case being the Dragon type, it further bolsters the damage with a multiplier of 1.3, so like 30% more, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. 1.2 maybe.
1.2 maybe? No, potentially because of the nerfs, right?
Yeah. It used to be 1.3.
Used to be 1.3. There you
Changed to 1.2.
Yeah, but that could be outrageous. Unfortunately, it doesn't get like a hyper voice, where it might actually get hyper voice, but because of the sky-high physical attack, you need to commit with the physical aspect of it, and maybe even run Dragon Dance.
Well, this is the really interesting thing I think about Mega Feraligatr is that because its speed stat is so middling, it can go for a Dragon Dance, it can raise its speed up, but it can also function in Trick Room. And it really depends on what that coverage that you want is. Whether you want to go for those big attacks like Double Edge and maybe get some recoil. If you use Giga Impact, you have to recharge the next turn. So, you know, it looks great in the moment. The turn after the moment can be a little bit dicey.
Unless you've got tools to be able to necessitate and actually justify that kind of strategy like that. Sinistra.
I tell you what, after the broadcast today, we're going to go away.
Oh, we're going to best of 3?
No, absolutely not.
Fair enough.
We're gonna make a Mega Feraligatr team.
All right, go on.
We're gonna make a Mega Feraligatr. We're gonna see if we can make it work as well as Jorge has.
Yes. Well, or we could get tips from Jorge after this set as well. Who knows? Well, that's the hope. But regardless, I think it is really primed up to be a draconic matchup between both of these trainers. There was a Milotic, if I'm not mistaken. Was it on Markus's side, or am I just imagining a Milotic always next to a Charizard?
I think both.
Okay. You're not wrong. You are absolutely not wrong. But both trainers are at 5-2. So this is a win and in for the Phase 2 progression.
And it can be disappointing, you know, you play all the way through Phase 1 and you go 5-3, but it's so important to remember with the strength of the field, with the strength of the players out here. We were looking earlier, there is 999 players playing, which is also just a cool number. Let's just throw that out. And with all of the caliber of the field, with the fact that this is a new format, things aren't as tried and tested. We've got things that we're calling tried and tested, but really everything's still in development, certainly in this format. Going 5-3 in a field as strong as this, in a field that's as uncertain as this, where you don't know, it's like, hey, I'm going to use that team's going to be good because we've got it all figured out here. You know, I think 5-3 is a brilliant record to go home on.
I've got a question for you, Benjamin.
Please ask.
Benny, sorry. And it is, what do you think about the meta so far that we've observed in terms of, we had Indie last week, right? We had NA and stuff like that, and they claim that, you know, they've got a lot more creativity versus the balance average, which I kind of get to an extent, versus the EU region. Do you feel so far with what we've observed, it's been predominantly balanced from an EU point of view with the broadcast stream matches or not?
Do you know, I feel like there's been a lot of balance elements for what we've seen. We've seen a lot of Insyn and Sinistra combination with a Pokemon that's boosting up, right?
Right.
What I think has been most interesting for me is that the balance teams kind of look different. They're almost like balance in disguise.
Yeah, sort of like pseudo-balance in a way.
It's like you see something like last round we saw Palafin Mega Venusaur. And yeah, okay, it's got to switch around in that, but it's got a lot of stability in it. You know, Palafin is really hard to knock out, as is Mega Venusaur.
Right.
We saw Flavio in round 3 or round 4 with the Mega Venusaur Lopunny based team, and it doesn't on the surface look like it's balanced, but you watch them play, it operates like it.
Yeah, it definitely does, because it's got all of the pivot movements going, it's got the support with the redirectors as well, and just going for the setup potential in order to make sure that you can establish a positive or favorable board state for yourself to get that win. But we've got this set. Benny. And it is Markus versus Jorge. We've already spoken a bit about Markus's accomplishments before, but let's go ahead and glaze them up some more as we got a player profile ready for the lovely chap himself and rocking the team, like we said, that has a lot of momentum going for himself. And look at that centre little choice there. That's amazing.
We did imagine the Melodic.
We did
imagine.
So it was a yes and no, or no a yes.
But look at the achievements there. 2-time national championships. That was 2014 and 2016 in the UK. Way back in my day. Won the 2014 national championships in Germany, in fact, without actually dropping a game.
Wow. Okay, Markus, slow down. That's amazing.
He never has.
That's so true.
He just kept going.
So true.
Won 3 regional championships. The one that really does spring to mind was where he used Tapu Fini Mandibuzz in 2017 format in Leipzig.
Oh, that was the berry. Oh no, sorry, the Misty Seed. Misty Seed.
Yeah, Misty Seed.
Yeah, I think it was Misty Seed, wasn't it, Mandy?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah.
And for good reason, you know. But then again, when it comes to the elements of what Markus has brought, even this season in previous formats, he always tries to rely on having good synergy of good stuff, Pokemon, as well as setup alongside where you can. And that's sort of what we've seen. We've seen 2 potential setup Pokemon with support all around through Fake Out and also Redirection.
But what I love about Markus as a player is that over the years, like he had this great NAIC run, I think it was in... Oh, I'm forgetting the year. It was a little while ago, 2018, I'm going to say. He used a Porygon Z, so maybe it was 2017.
Oh, it was. I remember that.
You remember it?
Oh, yeah, it was the Hyper Beam, normal... Yes. That.
Yeah.
A lot of damage.
Yeah.
It was Breakneck Blitz.
Breakneck Blitz.
There we go.
That's
Thank you. I was trying to
That's
remember.
the one.
Yeah.
It was Z conversion.
Z conversion. It was Trick Room potential as well.
And he just picked up that team that had done well, talked to the person that built it originally, and just took it to an event and tried to use it and tried to play with it. And he's always sort of pushing the boundaries in that respect. He's not afraid to use lots of different compositions, and that's one of the things that I love so much about Markus as a player. I think part of the reason he's had so much success over the years, he's just been able to use so many different types of teams, whether he's built them or somebody else has built them. Right. He still manages to find a way to pilot them to success.
And I'm sure even if he hasn't built them, he's had a say in building them themselves because he's just so well versed. However, we have got our trainers on stage getting prepared. It's going to be Jorge on the left-hand side and Markus on the right. Both in a point where they get this win, they guarantee qualifying through to phase 2, having to play one more final set after this. But yeah, just gonna have to see how it unfolds. Jorge right now sort of going into this zen state, trying to focus. Markus, we know he's got so much experience, so he's probably not feeling the pressure as much potentially, because we saw that Jorge at the moment doesn't have any current notable achievements, but this may very well be the first.
I mean, and this would be a great upset for Jorge to be able to catapult them into phase 2. And that's the momentum that we were talking about earlier, right? Like, you see the matchup, you see that you're playing Markus Hamman, a trainer that well known. I think everybody that's playing the game now knows who Markus is. Yeah. And you see that matchup and you're thinking, okay, fair enough. And then you go on stream and you get up on stage there, but Jorge looking cool and composed, and this could be the momentum that he needs.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to do. Like you said, when you're up against essentially what is a Goliath persona in terms of VGC that's made so much history. But then again, there's also a bit of a calm in that pressure where you're like, okay,
nothing to prove.
Yeah, that's it. And that allows you a bit more flexibility and takes the pressure off your shoulders a bit more.
And let's just say, let's put it out there. Both of these trainers are 5-2.
That's it.
And sometimes that's what matters more on the day. Jorge's won 5 matches, so is Markus.
That's it.
And they are, at this point, on overall equal footing. What achievements that they've had in the past is in the past right now. All that matters is the game that's before them.
Exactly that. So, with the matchup itself, we've already discussed it a couple of times. It's going to be quite interesting to see the leads, generally speaking, and what comforts they have in terms of maybe even facing somewhat similar matchups, I would say. But then again, from Markus' side, how many Mega for Alligators would he have gone up against today?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
It's definitely the sort of Mega that you'd typically go up against on, say, something like the online ladder.
Yeah.
It's not been as successful a Mega as other options that are out there, but that doesn't mean that it can't do a lot of work, and clearly Jorge has been finding a way to make it work. It's either that or Aerodactyl has been coming to every match.
And for good reason, because Mega Aerodactyl is a genuine threat because of the speed boost that it gets past any other Aerodactyls or even Mega Gengars, any Pokemon reaching that point, and with the potential of the Rock Slide not only dealing damage, but having that additional secondary effect chance of a flinch.
Definitely, and that's what some of these matches all come down to. If you're just joining us, Jorge versus Markus. We've got a Mega for Alligator, Mega Aerodactyl team on Jorge's side. Markus running the Mega Charizard X. Nearly said Y there.
How dare
It's going to be X Mega Floette composition, and Markus has so many accomplishments to his name. He's a long-standing member of the community, really great player, really great to watch.
Yeah.
Looking completely locked in there.
Genuinely.
Ready for the match. Jorge getting ready to go as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, they both are. They're so in the zone. They are feeling the flow, and what a way to be able to do it. Like we said, this is the opportunity to lock yourself into phase 2. The Feraligatr. The spotlight has been on it. All this discussion build up for good reason. It is a threat. It does have Dragon Dance and Liquidation alongside the Double Edge. But then it's not the only threat, which is the beautiful thing around this. Obviously, there's the Aerodactyl, but we've got the Kingambit, which is such good coverage in the current meta, but also the Sizzle, which has Swords Dance. It's not a Mega because you opt in with a Metal Coat for further bolstering Steel-type moves, and the Clefable. Genuinely an underrated pick, in my opinion,
100%,
this map.
100%. I mean,
honestly.
when you're pairing it with a Feraligatr and a Sizzle, it's definitely, as boosting options, it's definitely giving them a lot of flexibility, a lot of leeway to get their boosts up. And then, not only that, you've got the coaching going on the Sneasler, so neither the Sizzle, the Kingambit, Feraligatr, or the Aerodactyl necessarily need to get themselves boosted or worry necessarily about an Intimidate on the switch-in when coaching is there as an option for Jorge.
It's a great way to be able to essentially compress multi-role features within one piece, which can pay off so greatly depending on the matchup. And the thing in particular with the Clefable, obviously it's trained with a bold stat alignment in order to make sure it could sponge all of those physical hits a bit more. It's got the Unaware ability, so it's going to be able to sit in front of an opposing setup Pokemon in order to provide support for its ally.
And when that's a Clefable, sorry, not a Clefable, a Mega Floette draining Kiss with a Calm Mind, or say maybe a Moonblast, that one usually smarts, but not when you're unaware of all of the extra boosts.
Exactly. Whilst over on Markus's side, Charizard X, trained to be adamant. It also has Dragon Dance, Dragon Claw, which genuinely packs such a punch, but we do have the Floette. That is always such an amazing option to have. Another setup potential there, and what we're sort of discussing, Ben, all of the other pieces, kind of excluding Kingambit, which is more so there for the coverage, in order to checkmate opposing scenarios and Pokemon that threaten, you've got the Incineroar, Sinistra, Sneasler, sort of core that puts any Pokemon ahead that wants to set up. It's so good with its versatility.
Yeah, it's like those supportive pieces are really, really important for any kind of setup. And those two setup options, you know, you play against a Charizard team, maybe it doesn't have Mega Floette on it, maybe it has a different sort of composition. Charizard X looks really good in those sort of matchups. But then for those matchups that you want to play into the Mega Floette mode, you've definitely got the option for all of those supportive pieces. Arzopuri was using notably the Charizard Y Floette team with the same sort of defensive backbone, winning the regional championships in Indianapolis last weekend. So there's an opportunity for both of these trainers to go all the way.
Right, so let's talk leads. What are we feeling both of our trainers are more confident in going with against each other?
Do you know what? I'm not sure if Jorge's going to lean into the Mega Feraligatr as much in this match, but I would like to see it coming out, getting the Dragon Dances up in the early game with the Clefable.
Yeah, but we're about to find out. Our trainers are getting into battle. This is going to be the set that defines the rest of their tournament run. Will it end or will it continue? The leads are out, and what do you know, Ben? It's actually the Mega Feraligatr, which is going to have to succumb to that Intimidate drop against the Incineroar Charizard on the other side of the field.
Yeah, see, like, the Feraligatr, if it's able to get a Dragon Dance up this turn, will be in a nice spot, but most notably, Charizard is faster than Mega Feraligatr, or Charizard is faster than Feraligatr naturally, and so just both going for the Mega Evolution and going on the offensive with Dragon Claw on either side would actually, double edge for the Feraligatr. Either way, it doesn't. It's going to be the Charizard that comes off on the better end of that. This Sneasler doesn't have White Herb, so no Unburden activation, and it's the Intimidate from the Incineroar is going to stick around, and so it looks like Markus, at least in this turn one, has Jorge on the back foot.
And although Sneasler is going to be the faster fake-out user, so there are a couple of mind games that go into this. Citrus Berry, the item of choice on the Sneasler, which we never see, in all honesty. Maybe a great way to be able to proc that Unburden ability if put within that HP range, as we've got double Mega Dragons now on the field. Sneasler goes first into the Charizard. Is going to be a follow-up from the Incineroar into the Mega Feraligatr. Of course it is. So a bit of a stalemate, but like you said, this is the crucial part where Markus has the speed advantage.
Yeah, and can use that speed advantage in various different directions here, right? If Markus thinks that Jorge is going to protect the Feraligatr, then there's an opportunity for Markus to go for a Dragon Dance or target down into the Sneasler, but that opens the door for Jorge to maybe try to get a Dragon Dance of their own, neutralize that Intimidate from earlier, get the Feraligatr faster than the Charizard, and start going on the offensive that way. So both of these trainers have got to figure out exactly how they want to target that progresses their game state, but also doesn't open the door to a lot of risk.
Well, that's it, because you can easily let the game slip from this crucial early game when you've got setup Pokemon both on the field. Sneasler did have the choice of going for a coaching setup there, but predominantly seems to be switching out in order for Jorge to go for the Protect. You've got the Clefable now, which is going to be immune to Dragon types, and also has Unaware. Get that redirection going. Seems to be the correct play, given the fact that the Dragon Claw was attempted on the Mega Feraligatr. Now we've got pivot action going from Markus' side.
Yeah, and if this is the Sneasler in the back, bringing in another fake-out Pokemon, the Protect switch into Clefable looks really great here, because you can redirect those Dragon attacks into the Clefable, and then the Mega Feraligatr can start going for its Dragon Dance is protected. But now the Feraligatr has just protected itself. There's another fake-out Pokemon on the board. Fake-out Dragon Claw into that Feraligatr is looking really, really devastating.
But then there is also the option of Markus going for the Dragon Dance, hoping now that he's got fake-out easily onto the Feraligatr. The Clefable's not going to be able to do much. It does have Moonblast, sure, but that's going to be hitting neutral on the Charizard X, so this may well be a setup for the Charizard to maybe get out of hand.
Okay, fake out going down into the Clefable, so no Protects going on there. And it's just a Dragon Claw. That's great damage into the Sneasler, but that Citrus Berry is activated. And that is going to be activating the Unburden ability as well on this Sneasler, so going to be making it faster than the Charizard, and definitely faster than Markus's Sneasler.
Yeah, and this is fascinating right now, because you got the speed advantage. You do have the option of going for Dire Claw, but the Incineroar is right. I would say would maybe be switching in right now, forcing Jorge's hand in order to be able to adapt to it.
Right, and this is the board position that Markus really wants to maintain, right? Switching the Incineroar in, keeping the Fake Out active, but also getting the Intimidate down onto the Sneasler, which we know is going to stick. Doesn't matter how fast the Sneasler is going if it's not able to pick up those key KOs.
Yeah, and you could easily be going just for the disruption, really. So I don't see anything going wrong too badly. And the fact that Clefable was slower than the Sneasler. Oh, wow.
What a great turn.
That is a lovely, exquisite play there. You have got double Dragon Dance on the line. Ben, if I'm not mistaken, that Feraligatr was able to now position itself with a +1 defense in order to be able to maybe dissipate the Charizard, whilst you still have the option of being able to get another switch going.
1 defense boost, but 1 attack boost on the Charizard.
Yes.
And those cancel each other out. If you ask the question, does Mega Feraligatr go down to a Mega Charizard X Dragon Claw? The answer is probably yes.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it has to be. But that forces Jorge to actually bring in Little Fable now and maybe go for the defensive. But Markus, is he going to be able to read this? We've seen him do it before.
Dragon Claw going into the Feraligatr, but is this a parting shot? There it is, coming out. So we've got this same sequence going on time and again, but Markus is on the front foot in every part of this play pattern, and eventually the Sneasler takes too much damage on the switch-in for Jorge's side, unless Jorge's able to find that small window in which he's able to get damage down onto either the Incineroar or the Sneasler. Doesn't matter which one, just needs to break one of those options for Markus.
It's a beautiful sequence and dance of the dragons that we've been able to see from both of our trainers, making sure they cover for each other's sort of board state progression in such a nice way. But like you said, Markus still on the front foot, but if he slips up that one moment, it may give Jorge too much momentum.
The other option that now that Dragon Dance is on the Charizard that Markus has is to instead fake out the Feraligatr, try to knock out the Clefable. That's the other way to break this play pattern, is actually just knock out the supportive pieces for Jorge. But it's fake out going into the Clefable and the Dragon Claw going in. And it's going to pick up the big KO onto that Sneasler. But this does open up a little bit of a door now, right? Because there is no fresh fake out coming in from Markus. So although Markus has broken the pattern from Jorge, Jorge now gets a little bit of momentum to try to break Markus's pattern.
Yeah, and that's very important because now you're just expecting both of the Mega Dragons to go for the Dragon Dance. Maybe on either side, there could be a bit of a read or maybe a focus on trying to get rid of the Clefable with a double up of a Diaclaw and a Flare Blitz, but you need to make sure you're keeping that Feraligatr in check.
Yeah, especially since the Unaware is stopping that Dragon Dance from being impactful. The Flare Blitz is not going to knock out the Clefable on its own. And so, yeah, great call out there, Costa. It's like, you have to double into the Clefable to be able to pick up the knockout here.
Ooh, but a switch out. Jorge not wanting to commit just yet. Kingambit, the chosen one, brings itself onto the field, but Charizard going on the defensive. Sneasler, it does go for the Diaclaw. It's not going to be able to pick up the KO. We're going to have to see if there's any sort of cheeky status. Not the case, but the Moonblast hoping to put the Charizard within range. And Markus now, once again, having the advantage. Definitely in the speed department, but the Clefable does have Protect as an option if there's more mind games.
Right, and now that Kingambit's come in, it's holding the Choppleberry, so it won't go down to a close combat from the Sneasler. So now Kingambit is in range of going down to a Flare Blitz. Clefable is in range of going down to a Diaclaw. But because of the speed interactions of the Dragon Dance and the Sneasler not getting its Unburden boost, the Pokemon on Markus' side are attacking the wrong way around, right? And so this is something that Jorge can take advantage of.
As we see, the redirection from the Clefable wants to make sure that it does best position itself right now. It will be taking one for the team, leaving Jorge down to his final 2 Pokemon. But the question is, there's Choppleberry on this Kingambit. Is it going to be able to do something substantial enough to further Jorge's positioning? Because this is really tough. It nearly actually goes down to that close combat, but what's it going to do? Who's it going to target? Surely it's going to be the Charizard Mega X. You need to be able to get rid of it, but can you from this range? No, 48 hit point survival.
But it does open up the Sucker Punch on the next turn, and I think this is the opening that Jorge needed to make. Yes, Jorge needed to take 2 Pokemon disadvantage and lots of damage on the Kingambit to manufacture this position. But this is a position that Jorge can take advantage of. There is Protect on this Kingambit. We've seen a lot today that don't have Protect. This is one that does. And if the Feraligatr gets a couple of Dragon Dances up, the reverse sweep is 100% on here. But but it's a tall ask against a player as experienced as Markus.
Yeah, it is, and we do see Jorge opting to go for the defensive King Gambit Protect, but the Dragon Claw outspeed and raw KO from the Charizard ensures there is no path for Jorge to be able to come back from in this game one. We've got Markus in the advantage. He has got that win. Jorge is trying to give a couple of moments to himself in order to be able to try to figure out a game plan going into this game two, because he has absolutely had too much pressure on his side of the field purely from the speed interactions.
Sucker Punch going into the Charizard is enough to take the KO there, but the Sneasler is going to be able to act next. Close combat, knocking out this King Gambit, and Markus taking this game one in a pretty commanding fashion. Just feels like Markus was going through the motions there, just having the speed advantage on the Dragon-type Mega Pokemon of choice, and then always being in a position where there was fake-out support until the Sneasler went down on Jorge's side of the field, and it's one domino knocks over all the rest.
And that's essentially what happens when you've got all of these disruptive or momentum-gaining pieces on either side. Clefable is amazing, it's great, but the fact that Markus has the speed advantage when it comes to the Sneasler, the fake-out disruptions, is so crucial in order to be able to dictate the momentum and forcing Jorge to go on the defensive. So, game two, Benny, sorry. What are you thinking right now if you're Jorge? How can you bring this back?
Mega Charizard X is kind of difficult to take down for Jorge unless you get the Dragon Dance advantage in this matchup. I just don't think that's very easy to come by. But I do think the Aerodactyl is a really nice adaptation coming in, not necessarily Mega, just a plain Aerodactyl getting the Tailwind up onto the field would allow the Feraligatr to get the speed advantage onto the Charizard on Markus's side and maybe start attacking down into it. The risk with putting all of the eggs in the Feraligatr basket is that if Markus switches up and goes for the Mega Floette mode of his team, rather than the Mega Charizard X mode, which I've seen Markus switching up before, it's definitely possible, then Jorge could be in trouble.
Here we go. I feel like there might be an Aerodactyl as well. It would change things up, but like you said, it seems like Markus is trying to call out. Jorge goes for the Mega Floette mode as well. Spot on analysis there, Benny boy. And we do have an all of a sudden different board state on our hands. Game two. Fake out online for Markus. You have got the advantage of it, but the Aerodactyl, it does have Tailwind, does have potential of picking up a KO with Tough Claws Mega, but it doesn't have Protect.
Yeah, that is the biggest part of this position that's really hard for Jorge. And I suppose the big question Jorge's got to answer here is whether or not he's okay with the Aerodactyl going down this turn to allow the chance for a Tailwind and the King Gambit to go on the offensive, because even just getting the Iron Head off this turn while Fake Out and Moonblast goes into the Aerodactyl and it goes down does maybe provide some openings, thinking that the Charizard is not in the game, and maybe there's the I was going to say maybe the Mega Feraligator's in the back, but that's a Mega Aerodactyl. It's probably not.
That is indeed. It would be quite wild if we did see a solo non-Mega Dragon Dance Feraligatr going for shenanigans, but not right now, at least visible to us. We've got the double commit of the Mega Evolution 1 on either side of our trainers' side of the field. Fake out into the King Gambit. Make sure that it cannot threaten a potential one-shot onto that Mega Floette with the Iron Head. Tailwind now activated. And the Markus's Floette is going to have to get a lot of traction right now if it wants to be able to essentially compete against this Tailwind shift, because we've got Aerodactyl in command in terms of threatening that one-shot onto the Sneasler, which, to be fair, does have Protect.
Yeah, it's like, this is, I think, a pretty nice trade overall for Jorge. Yes, you take some damage. Yes, it doesn't look great from a turn one perspective, but actually you set yourself up to actually do something that you never managed to get to do in game one. And that is just be on the front foot. Now, the King Gambit is likely to outspeed this Floette in the Tailwind environment. Of course, there's dual Wing Beat on the Aerodactyl, Mega Aerodactyl, in fact, that would easily be enough to pick up the KO on the Sneasler. So now Jorge is forcing Markus to react.
Yeah, and bringing the Incineroar in to be able to avoid that KO is quite crucial, but it's at the cost of the Kingambit now having its attack bolstered via the Defiant ability, having +1 of its attack. Although the Tailwind is still available, Iron Head, it's going to be hitting resisted onto the Incineroar, but it deals so much damage. Very respectable. Proccing the Incineroar leftovers, which, by the way, I don't know why we haven't discussed that, because that is a very cool choice.
Yeah, we never saw it proc in game 1.
No.
So, yeah, really interesting item there. The Incineroar coming in, coming out quite a lot. And maybe if you've got your Citrus Berry somewhere else, that's the best recovery item that you have available to you for Markus. But now, this is what he was doing in game 1, right? Markus was bringing a fake-out Pokemon in every turn, making sure that the Floette is kept safe for a little bit later, trying to put pressure on the Aerodactyl so there can't be a Tailwind later. Okay. And Jorge recognizing that, bringing it out.
Very respectable whilst going for the Protect with the Kingambit, obviously being threatened by that Sneasler Fake Out, trying to get ahead and disrupt the Aerodactyl. Close combat, trying to double commit there. Obviously, we know that there's no Protect on the Mega Aerodactyl, so it's pretty free in order to be able to essentially guarantee some sort of damage onto that slot whilst being able to predict the obvious Protect from the Kingambit.
Right, and now the Clefable's coming in, the Kingambit's a lot more safe to go on the offensive here. Maybe it can't knock out the Incineroar, but it's doing a good amount of damage to it. I think Markus is doing a great job here of trying to stall out that Tailwind environment, but two slow Pokemon in Tailwind means that the Sneasler is going to be able to go first, but not able to pick up the knockout this turn.
Yeah, Moonblast focus into it. Will be dealing about 50% of damage. Ironhead following up at +1 is enough to finally get rid of it. However, it allows the Incineroar an opening. It can go for the Flare Blitz. It will pick up the KO onto the Kingambit, and Tailwind turns are approaching the end of their duration. However, we've now got Aerodactyl available for free switching. Sneasler is no longer available, and there's an Incineroar that currently is locked in on the other side of the field and has to switch out forcefully.
And then be able to be switched back in to get the Intimidate going. And so, yeah, I think this is something that's really important. Bringing the Aerodactyl in a moment where Incineroar is a quite nice place for the Aerodactyl to be, because you want the Rock Slide to be at maximum power. You want the ability to uncontested go for another Tailwind to keep the advantage up. For the presumably Sneasler that's in the back for Jorge.
I just had a thought, Ben. Given the Pokemon that Jorge has brought, there's a good chance that we may be seeing a Sizzle in the back, the currently fourth unrevealed Pokemon, in order to be able to checkmate that Floette, anticipating the Floette actually making its way into Game 2, as we do have Aerodactyl now back online on the field and no Tailwind set up.
Kingambit going down there is a really big deal, but I mean, if you're going to risk your Kingambit going on, it does telegraph that maybe Sizzle is the last Pokemon in the back. But even if it's Sizzle, if it's Sneasler, there is still something to be able to hit that super effective damage. But here's some damage that the Floette's going to be getting ready to go for with its helping hand from Incineroar.
All right, Rock Slide, not quite enough to pick up the KO onto the Incineroar, but it needs to flinch the Floette in order to be able to survive. No flinch, helping hand, dazzling gleam, more than enough damage to pick up a raw double KO, leaving Jorge down to their final Pokemon versus Markus's 3. This is insane. The way that Markus has been able to manipulate the board is so telling. Sneasler on the other side of the field, remaining, trying to be able to hold on with Jorge's chances to progress to Phase 2. But, Ben, I don't think it's going to be enough.
I don't think so either. There's so many Pokemon left on Markus's side of the field. Sneasler can only attack one Pokemon at a time. That said, this is a Citrus Berry Sneasler.
True.
This is a Citrus, so it's bulkier than other. Okay, the Sinisters come back in. Cool. Yeah, this is. Okay, look. It looked like it could have been doing something, but Sneasler is a Pokemon unless Diaclaw does Diaclaw things.
I guess
Sneasler is unlikely to be able to break.
They need a sleep.
There's the Diaclaw on the switch, but no status condition coming out from there. So it's looking like an uphill battle against this redirecting Sinistcha and a Floette.
Yeah, this is just exquisite resource management from Markus's side. This Sinistcha bring is so crucial here. Mega Charizard obviously being left in favor of the Floette. Even if the Diaclaw does get a sleep, it does get a paralysis. Okay. The Mega Floette is just open to go for the damage, at least guaranteeing, most likely, depending on where the Citrus Berry will proc, a 2-shot, and it seems to be the case. Citrus Berry recovering, but it dealt too much damage. And at this point, if there's a Rage Battle allowed, it's game over.
I was going to say, like, the way that Jorge takes this game is that Sinistcha never moves for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Which is possible, by the way. It's unlikely.
But Markus is going to cover for it.
It is possible. Markus is going to do everything he can to reduce the risk of that happening. There's the Sinistcha going out. The Intimidate from the Incineroar coming in, stopping the Floette going down to a Diaclaw, and that's a critical hit.
It can. Oh, there was no protect from the Floette, so this may well actually be up for grabs, but it's not the case. Dazzling Gleam picks up the KO and grants Markus his Phase 2 progression here at Turin.
Congratulations, Markus, stamping your ticket into Phase 2 of the Turin Special Championships. Look at the smile on his face. We're happy for you as well, Markus. Jorge played a great game overall, but it just looked like Markus was in control throughout most of both of those games. And it's just a testament to Markus as a player. Jorge, 5-3, we talked about it before, is a great result for these special championships. 999 players, and you're well within the top third of those players.
Oh yeah, especially the fact that not only was it a winning in, it was a winning in on stream. So he was able to go ahead and put his stamp already in this tournament, our very first EU Champions event. And yeah, against Markus, which, like we said, veteran of the game, clearly for good reason. He was able to handle that so well.
Mega Charizard X looks good though.
It does. I know. Even without Milotic on the side, it looks so good.
Yeah, it's like you can imagine that there's a 7th Pokemon Milotic. It's like an emotional support Milotic.
like we did before. Yeah.
And Markus, like, look, all of these big KOs here. I think Jorge did a great job of trying to break the pin, taking the opportunities to allow Markus to make some mistakes here and there, getting the King Gambit in game 1 into a position where it could go for a sucker punch and put some pressure down onto the board. But Markus just playing everything as safe as possible, even after that paralysis on the Sinistcha, just not allowing that to change the way that Markus was playing, switching in the Incineroar, stopping the Diaclaw from being able to knock out the Floette there in the end game, and just a real great showing of a real great team.
I'm going to be honest with you, I was actually a bit surprised we didn't see a protect in the final turn there from the Mega Floette, because you were putting yourself within range of potentially getting KO'd either via a critical hit on the Mega Floette there, because it's going to bypass and have enhanced power with the critical hit, or maybe even, to status condition, immediate sleep. So maybe it was just like a raw read of anticipating the Sneasler going into the other slot and not the Mega Floette, but it could have gone wrong very quickly there if, Sneasler got fortunate enough.
Right, and it's like that was the great thing about Jorge's targeting in that end game, right? It's like always targeting the correct slot, or also not wasting the close combat into the Sinistcha on the switch in with the Incineroar on the field. So tempting to go for the super effective damage, because big damage go burr. But
is that so?
I'm sure. But the Diaclaw would have been enough. Yeah. And most crucially, it doesn't waste any damage potential onto a Sinistcha on the Sinistcha. But let's go back to game 1, please. So there was this moment in game 1 where it looked like Jorge was able to maybe break the pin. So if we remember from this position, this Charizard is boosted. So this Charizard is at +1 to its attack, and is
that a 1?
So it's trying to. It's a 1, but it's not a very good plus.
It's an amazing 1.
You know what? Let's start this again. Cool. +1 here onto the Charizard on its attack and defense, but it's taken a lot of damage from the Cowtail Cleave. Let's just bring it forward into a position where maybe we can see some of the health bars there. So The Charizard is down. It's definitely in Sucker Punch range here at low HP.
Yep.
And so it's really tempting for Markus to play on the defensive in this turn to stop a Sucker Punch, but he's 4-2 up. And so there's still 2 Pokemon in the back. There's an Incineroar and probably a Sinistcha sitting in the back for Markus. And so we see on this turn that instead of being worried about the Sucker Punch coming in, so the King Gambit attacks into the Charizard, knocks it out with a Sucker Punch, that allows maybe a little bit of a boost coming up from the Feraligatr, maybe the Feraligatr getting into a good spot. Instead, what happens, and we see this here, King Gambit going on the defensive, trying to bait out that defensive play, and Markus just having the experience to know is like, hey, if you go straight for the damage down onto the Charizard, I've got enough tools in the back to be able to knock out that Feraligatr later on.
He feels more comfortable in order to be able to take that risk. Yeah, right? Because
it's not a risk.
That's the point. That's exactly it. So it seems like on the surface level, but purely because of the amount of resource you still have available, it overwhelms your opponent into a weird pin where even if you do go down and let's say you don't get the read or whatever, you've got the appropriate Pokemon in the back to be able to sort out the final remaining 2.
And of course, worth noting that the Sneasler is threatening always a KO down onto this King Gambit that's at such low HP. So we see here the Feraligatr goes down to the Dragon Claw there. The King Gambit doesn't move. The close combat does indeed come into the King Gambit. And now Markus has got a position that it's not possible for him to lose unless he accidentally hits the minus
forfeit button. Yeah, exactly. Which is tough, but then again, like we said, Markus being able to navigate that very, very well. Now, we do have another clip as well. We have seen Markus just do an amazing job, generally speaking, with being able to threaten the right Pokemon at the right time. And that Mega Floette bring in game 2 was just so crucial.
It was. You know, this is the great thing about having 2 boosting Mega Pokemon at your disposal with an almost exclusively capable defensive core in that Incineroar and Sinistcha. The Hospitality, the Intimidate, the Fake Out, the Magic Gotcha, the Rage Powder, all of those tools compressed into 2 Pokemon. So it's like, well, you go for one on one game, you go for the other on the other game, and if your opponent doesn't respect both of those mega options at the same time, you can run into all sorts of problems.
Yeah, and that is something that you have to factor in, and something that I think we're both well versed of. When you've got such unique teams and you want to be able to find a way to test it out, what great way to do that if not for the local events where there's so much creativity that is to be found there, and it's a great sort of a testing ground in order to be able to sharpen up those matchups, those lineups, and further conduct more optimizations. Because Mega Feraligatr, let's be real, like I that's something that if you ask me, oh hey, yeah, you know, Mega Feraligatr, what do you think? I'd probably say, yeah, probably just see it at locals. Like, no, surely not on the majors, but I'd be wrong.
You'd be wrong.
A good reason.
Take a look at this.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Now, you didn't see it on any of those Switch screens, but there was several Mega Feraligatr in that event.
And we were there as well, just in the background.
Just in the background.
You couldn't see us.
Yeah.
We were testing it out for Poké. We were in discussions with them. But no, it genuinely is sort of like the building blocks in order for you to be able to just mingle a bit with the community, find and meet well-versed, I'd say, like-minded players, and just people really, because it's a vibe. It's a vibe. Like, I mean, that's how at least I started. I'm sure that's how you started as well, and that's how we actually met at some point. Was it Manchester? I think it was Manchester, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
It was as a local.
Yeah.
I don't remember who thrashed it, but regardless, it was a great time. And you folks as well at home or wherever you are, if you want to go ahead and give it a shot, we've got that QR code available for you to be able to find events nearby you. At the moment, I don't believe we're rewarding championship points at locals anymore due to the timing of the season. We're at the end, but please do get involved. It's such a great opportunity, especially with the new regulation set MB making its way through in a couple of weeks with the mobile release too.
This is it. We're at the tail end of the season now. We've got NAIC to look forward to. We've got the World Championships to look forward to in August. And if you're just getting started with the game, this is a great way to go. No pressure, make some friends, try some different Pokemon. Just have a community around you that you can bounce ideas off of. It's a really, really great part of the competitive scene.
Yeah, it truly is. And like we said, you know, we couldn't go ahead and praise it even more and encourage you also to do so. But that being said, Ben, I believe we have got our interview ready. So please, let's go ahead and take it away.
Three-time regional champion, two-time national champion. Could they be our Turin champion as well? I have the pleasure of being joined by the one and only Markus Hamman. You've just stamped your ticket into Phase 2. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm a little bit tired, but I'm feeling good. I mean, was a great win, was a fun set. The Feraligatr, it had a lot of things I didn't expect to see in the last round of Swiss here, but I'm glad that I overcame them and that I made it to Phase 2.
Absolutely. You said just before we started this interview that you were not prepared for a Mega Feraligatr, but heading in, what was your game plan?
Yeah, so I thought for game one, I thought that my Charizard X looked to be pretty strong if I can just manage the Clefable and the pressure that it is kind of exerting with the Follow Me. Because of course, with Unaware, it doesn't really matter how often I set up Dragon Dance, Flare Blitz is never going to get the one-hit KO because it was bold as well. And so I thought that if I could just manage and just if I could stay one step ahead in terms of fake out pressure, because I knew that, well, with my Charizard, I'm faster than the Feraligatr, so I already kind of have an advantage there, and I can also go for Dragon Dances to kind of keep that speed momentum up. And then my opponent was trying really hard to get into positioning, but I thought that, okay, whenever they had a chance to maybe set up some coaching or Dragon Dance, I would always have the parting shot into Sneasler and then have fake out pressure the next turn, so I felt quite safe going with the Charizard-centric game plan for game one.
Sure, and then heading into game two, were you expecting the Aerodactyl adaptation from your opponent?
Yeah, so I kind of had a feeling that they were going to try to change something, and I was pretty sure it wasn't going to be the Scizor just because of how dominant the Charizard was in the first game, so I thought that maybe that could create an opening for Floette to come. But then actually, when I saw the Kingambit and Aerodactyl lead, that's one lead that I didn't really want to go up against. Just because, with Iron Head, they threatened the Floette, then Rock Slide. We all know what it does and what it can do. So I knew that I would have to take some Rock Slides along the way. But fortunately, I didn't get flinched. And then I think my kind of game plan to kind of just trade with the Floette. I didn't want to try and set up and then be knocked out by an Iron Head. But the first turn actually gave me then confirmation, oh, this Kingambit is actually faster than my Floette under Tailwind, so I could then kind of use this to plan forward, and it worked out fine as well, and happy to have won.
Plan forward you did, and you're really here this weekend just for the vibes more than anything else. You said at the start that you were feeling pretty tired. Can you tell us why that is?
Yeah, so I mean, it's a long season. It's been a long season, and I'm pretty safe in terms of championship points for my Worlds qualification, so I'm really looking forward to that. But of course, we're now playing on Champions, so before heading to Worlds and before preparing for it, I really wanted to just see what it's like to play a tournament in Champions. And I already noticed some things that are slightly different compared to 3 or almost 4 years of Scarlet and Violet, right? So I spent some time. We did a family vacation in Italy, in Sardinia. That was beautiful, great weather, great food. So that was awesome. And now I just came here and with a team that my friend Emanuele Brigatti kind of showed me and was like, hey, I think this is pretty good. You want to work together on this? And I was trying something similar. So I was like, oh, that's perfect. I can kind of use the game plans that he has already worked on and that I have already worked on, and I didn't overly prep for this, but then Worlds is where I will try and shoot for the stars.
And we believe in you, fellow caster, and of course, good friend Markus. I love that you shout out Emanuele Brigante there because, of course, he was our first regional champion of the 2026 season, and now we're at our last regional level stop here in EU. Winning in Frankfurt back in September of 2025. Unbelievable. Well, Markus, do you think, you said you were working on the team with Emanuele. Do you think it has the potential to go all the way this weekend?
Well, going into phase 2 at a 6-2 record, I must say it, that's already kind of back against the wall. And I started the day at 2-2.
Okay.
So, well, it's a lot of consecutive wins that I would need to get now to keep on, to being in contention to winning. So I don't have my hopes up high, but I'll just take it one game at a time. And I believe in Bochum, the one that I won in Scarlet and Violet. I think I also started 2-2 there. And then just kept going from there. So it is possible. You never know.
100%.
So, of course, I will try. And I think the team itself, to answer your question, the team definitely is strong enough to maybe win.
Let's not forget, Luca Ceribelli, when he became world champion in 2024, started out at 0-2. Started out with 2 losses. So anything is possible, Markus. Now, any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, definitely. Also to my friends who are here and who are still fighting for their Worlds invites, I will, cross my fingers and hope that some of them won their last round and are still in the tournament. So Sela and Rahim specifically, you got this, boys. Of course, well, they can't hear me. They're playing. What am I saying? Anyway, and then Emanuele I already said. And then also I wanted to give a big shout out to my wife and family, friends who are supporting me always. It's great to know that they always have my back.
It's wonderful to come from a family holiday as well. Just knowing that you have all of that support behind you. Fantastic, Markus. Well, all the very best for the next phase of the competition, everybody. Make sure you don't go anywhere because we've got so much more action to bring to you. Very shortly, we'll get into phase 2.
My name is Emanuele Briganti, and it feels amazing to be the winner of the event. I think in general, what helped me more was to try to risk a little bit when I felt like it. And as I did on the finals, the switching on 9-tails, for example, helped me win the game. No, there were so many because I faced so many great players. Actually, everyone I played didn't let me rest. So I had to think hard for every round. So if I had to tell you everything, it will take so much because everyone was so great. Key moments, I think not really, just because the level was so high until the final, and I'm gonna mention again that moment on 9-tails because it was like an hit or miss turn. If I get it, I'm pretty much win. If I don't, I have to play a game 3. Incredibly, it changed my whole life. Right now, my group of friends is just made of people who I met playing Pokemon, and I'm so glad for this. It gave me so many opportunities, even in real life. It even opened my view because, traveling and talking with people from different cultures teach me a lot on point of view from everyone. It just will help me remember that I have what it takes to achieve what I want. And I think it's the first step to start my journey into learning and hopefully become better and better. So I don't have a plan for the whole season. So I'll just be playing other tournaments based on my feelings. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be my last one. Also because, like I said, it's the first step to always get better and better. So if I just stop there, it's not gonna be a beginning or it's gonna be an end. So, like I said, since I want it to be a beginning, I will keep playing. One thing that helped me a lot is changing the approach on how we see the event. For example, I didn't have the expectation to win. I had the goal to win. But since I didn't have the expectation, I couldn't really feel bad if it went bad because I didn't have, that was not what I was thinking about. So for sure, always aim high, but don't let your result ruin your experience if it goes bad. Everyone has bad tournaments, so even the best.
Soy Zainos y soy de Perú. Mi primer compañero sería Pikachu, porque vi una parte del anime y vi que es un buen amigo. Fue de hecho por una amiga, compañera, que me enseñó el juego, lo jugué y me gustó mucho. Mi primera competencia fue en el 2022, en la Copa Mensual de enero. Solía admirar a Mashio, un jugador de Japón que juega el rol de atacante. Mi rol es ofensivo, atacante. Aprendí a hacer nuevos amigos y a confiar mucho en mis compañeros. Algo que podría mejorar sería mi posicionamiento en las peleas y seguir siendo el mejor. Fue más que todo los picks, ver los picks que llevaron el día de ayer. Vimos que jugaba mucho Sarina y a la vez config con el Soto, entonces decidimos poner esos picks. Creo que en este match fue la mayor parte Anemo, porque aparte de que menciona mucho sobre los picks en el momento del draft y porque también en este momento no estuvimos del todo muy bien. Sí, hay un Pokémon que me molestaba mucho y era la Lithium, solo eso. Porque sentí que podía borrarme en cualquier momento y tenía que cuidarme de eso. Mi plan para counterar la Lithium era bien piquearlo en la fase de picks o jugando a la Blissey.
Blissey and Leafeon are snatched up by Peru immediately.
Estuve de hecho en dos finales. Una el año pasado, que fue contra el mismo equipo de ahora Z Division, que antes se hacían llamar Cavicians, y llegamos a ganar la EOF Cup. Y la segunda fue en Ewick, fue una final contra Luminosity, el cual ellos ganaron. Mi momento decisivo fue la última partida, porque sentí mucha confianza cuando le quitamos el Mewtwo al jugador a su atacante de ellos.
We are Peru. They eye their way in. Rayquaza's low. It's a turn. It's a turn. The time ticks down. 5 more seconds. 2, 1. Peru unite. Are your world champions. Give me a little something for Peru.
Fue muy emocionante ver todo el público gritar Perú y fue demasiada emoción y muy inspirador. Es algo inexplicable lo que se siente, pero a la vez me siento muy alegre. Que nunca se rindan, que sigan sobresaliendo a pesar de los errores, y todo esfuerzo tiene un buen final.
This is it. Phase 1 has concluded. Phase 2 is here, and we are ready to get things started with the final match we're going to be streaming for today. Swiss round number 9. I am Costa, this is Lee, and we are so ecstatic in order to be able to make a final debut of what is going to be a fantastic set.
It's been phenomenal the whole day. We've had such an array of different mega Pokemon being showcased, performing to such a high level as well. So to get into phase 2 of the tournament as a sneak peek of what we've got to come tomorrow is very exciting. And looking forward to seeing which trainers we can feature next and who has progressed on to the next stage of the tournament.
I know. We've seen high-hitting trainers throughout the entire day. 3 previous special Turin major event winners, right?
Yeah.
We had Davide Cognetta, the current holding one. We had Arash Ommati, the first ever Turin regional champ back in 2016. And for whatever reason, I'm forgetting number 3.
Sali.
And that is why you are here, my friend. Thank you. Yes, good old Sali, senior, of course. So what a way to be able to just get things going. And we've seen world champs as well. Arash, like we mentioned, IC champs, Flavio del Pidio, of course. Was there another one as well? I think there was, wasn't there? There was. I swear there wasn't there?
Probably, we've had so many today.
It's
all of our
it's
players have been like caliber. It's hard. It all amalgamates into one another, you know.
Yeah. It does, and that is the beauty of it. So if we can't remember, make sure if you're just tuning in right now, you go and check back as well, because it has been such a delight. But with that being said, we have got standings that are available, confirmed phase 2, starting off with undefeated Federico Camporesi and Davide Cognetta, what we said, the current champ of Turin from 2023 season.
Yeah, piloting that Perish Song team, still undefeated. That's incredible, you know, because it's a very hard team to play. But Federico, a current NAIC champion, which will be taking place next weekend. So, but yeah, the team very solid and something that we've seen Federico have a lot of success with. Some variations from what we've seen Federico kind of run up to this event, but yeah, just such a strong trainer with a selection of very strong Pokemon. I would say probably one of the better trainers with these 6 out there: the Charizard Y, the Mega Floette, the Basculegion, King Gambit, the Whimsicott that gives you that speed control, and then the solid backbone of the team in the Garchomp.
And, you know, he's already gone ahead and influenced the meta as well. He did win the Global Challenge a couple of months ago, if I'm not mistaken, and he was able to do it in style with the
Ariados, yes. Yeah. Wow. Loved seeing that. Ariados. Kind of secretly hoping we might see it here this weekend, but I think going for probably a little bit more of a consistent option. Not that the Ariados wasn't at all, but I think everyone knows what that Pokemon was all about. It might make it a little bit harder to function, but yeah.
That's for sure. But then we did mention Davide Cognetta, our current Turin champion from the 2023 season, being able to rock that amazing, beautiful team, if I do say so myself, that Mega Gengar with a Perish Son mode. But not only that, we did see him do such a fantastic job, essentially give us a masterclass with it not being the main strategy that he needs to rely on, sort of like a multi-mode strategy of even having the Coma O in the back and encore disable shenanigans.
Yeah, the adjustment with the Como on game 2, I think, was just so eloquently done. And like you say, the disruption that can be caused between the Tinkaton and the Gengar with the encore disable combination. Yeah. Oh, it's really difficult. Once you're in that lock, you know you're in it, but you can't do really much about it. So, that team in the hands of a player like Davide is just very, very tough to come up against, and you can see why. They are undefeated still. Giuseppe Musicco.
Yes.
Another strong Italian player.
Who'd have thought?
Also 8-0.
Yeah, and for good reason. We've seen him do such an amazing job throughout the entirety of this season. Seen him quite a few times on stream, even at LAIC, I recall, and EUIC. Actually, he was able to go ahead and do such an incredible job with reaching that phase 2, nearly making through to the semi-finals, should I say, at the time. Rocking standard team, very similar, if I'm not mistaken, the exact same 6 of Federico Camporesi. Maybe barring one, but for good reason.
I think the Incineroar is an adaptation in Giuseppe's.
Okay.
The Incineroar, I really like alongside Charizard Y. You're conflicting types, but then again, the Incineroar offers a completely different role to what the Charizard does, and they can function well together. They both benefit from the sun, and that slow pivot is so useful, especially like we've seen time and time again, that parting shot, the fake out, the intimidate support, very useful in a lot of different situations.
Yeah, it allows you a lot more sustainability and flexibility when it comes to moments that you need to be able to pivot and get around certain awkward board states that are essentially pinned up against you. But they're not the only trainers. We've also got Matteo in 4th place, which, by the way, these trainers have all been Italian that we've ran through. I swear there's like a top 16 and like 10 of them are Italian, which is insane.
Yeah, the Mega Frostlass and the Mega Scovillain here. I like that combination. The Lycanroc. We've seen this, the iterations of this team throughout the broadcast today, and it did perform pretty well when it was on. Never really got to see the Lycanroc, but I'm sure there are scenarios where that really comes to the floor and it shines, and it gives a reason why it's on that team. Very fast Pokemon, obviously the Accelerock there.
Yes.
The priority is very, very useful, and that fast Rock Slide is always going to be strong into a format that is prone to being a little bit slower and susceptible to those flinches.
And I do really like the standout of a Mega Frostlass being able to stand on its own and doesn't need, let's say, like a snow mode per se, similar to like the Mega Charizard Y that we've been seeing, where they could be their own core with their own selves, really, and just add it to a team that covers their weaknesses. But we do have more trainers. Alex Soto, we were able to feature earlier on this stream, Phase 1, with the Mega Charizard X. We did just see one. And it did not have a Milotic on the team, but this one did.
Yes, this one does, yes. To kind of put off those Incineroars and those Intimidators from quelling the attack on the Charizard X primarily, and a really useful Pokemon to do that. But yeah, I think we saw Markus, how well they piloted it. Ben talked about it a lot, the kind of meshing together of two Megas that complement the backbone of the team, the core, the Incineroar, the Sinistcha, the Hospitality. It really comes together. And then you've got that Sneasler as well that can kind of knit in as well with that coaching that really benefits not only the Charizard X in an offensive way. I think we saw Alex really utilize it a bit unconventionally with the coaching onto the Sinistcha to close up that game in game 1 and just be able to kind of go about things a little bit differently. So there are different ways the team can link up, and I think it's going to be a team to watch going into the rest of the event.
Yeah, for good reason. We've been able to see those 6 actually as a composition come to fruition with grassroots tournaments as well over the past several weeks. And Alex Soto, a trainer very famously known for running hard Trick Room teams, seems to have chosen differently for this current format. Maybe a bit of a testament to hard Trick Room not being as strong or not having as many tools in the current format, but there are trainers that are trying to convince us otherwise still in the field.
Yeah, I was fully expecting Alex to come into this event to play maybe Perish Trap. I know they're a big Perish Trapping enthusiast, so I was very surprised to see the Mega Charizard, but just showing what a great trainer Alex is, being able to kind of adapt to these different teams and the different strategies that they bring with them and still have success along the way.
Yeah, exactly that. But like we said before, we highlighted this player, and we're gonna have to do it again because he is that good of a trainer. The current standing North American International Champion from last season, Federico Camporesi, one of the best players out there, and look at the glorious green across his tournament run in Phase 1.
Yeah, really tough run. You can see here a lot of Italians in that run as well, so not easy by any stretch of the imagination, and a variety of different teams. I mean, you can see come up against Mega Meganium, Mega Camerupt, Mega Crabominable as well, Mega Camerupt twice as well there.
Oh, that's
so,
tough.
You know, those harder Trick Room teams to get around with this combination of Pokemon, it's not the easiest, because when you get into that Trick Room, if it does get set up a lot of the time, you know, these teams with Fergraph, with that fake out partnering Pokemon, they have a pretty seamless way to guarantee the Trick Room most of the time. And with the Fergraph, with that Armor Tail, how do you utilize then your Whimsicott in those scenarios? So being able to kind of navigate around those such oppressive Trick Room teams is very impressive, and not only doing it once, but doing it multiple times throughout this run.
Yeah, and just the variety of different teams that he's had to go up against is quite crazy. We've got Mega Scizor at round 6 versus Alberto Nogriorol, and Mega Dragonite too, so a couple of variety picks there that may prove to be quite troublesome for the Mega Floette.
Yeah, and I'd like to just focus in on that round 8 as well against Alex Soto, because so commonly we see the quick answer, why are you using Charizard X over Charizard Y? Well, Charizard X has a great matchup against Charizard Y, but you can see here, Federico has overcome that Charizard X.
Yeah, and guess what? He's not ran into a single Charizard Y across the entire tournament run. Wow. That's impressive.
Yeah, that is impressive, at the very least. So yeah, dodge that one. Maybe it's not going to be so easy to do that going into Phase 2 of the tournament, but yes, it's very interesting that you pointed that out, Costa. I didn't even notice. Yeah, because obviously Federico is the premier user of this Charizard Y.
Yeah, so clearly able to put out all of the stops against his opponent. Undefeated. He is not the current only undefeated trainer, but my lordy, he looks to be in great form going into next week if he is going to be able to compete in order to try to defend his title. But We're here in Turin.
Warm-up, isn't it?
Just a casual warm-up in the beautiful weather of Italy, in particular, with Turin being the location. And yeah, I mean, just a local warm-up, sorry, one would argue as well.
A low cup. I like
low
that.
cup. I know. I totally shortcutted that. Didn't
Yeah. But no, it's great to be able to kind of take a closer look at Federico's run, especially because of how much of an impact they've had in the formats over the last year or so since they've really burst onto the scene, and they are just one of the best players worldwide, and you know, expecting a lot from them going into the rest of the weekend. But I said at the top of the show, I think why I picked the 6 I did, because I do have the confidence in a lot of the players in the field that they are very good with that kind of standard 6, and they can find ways around even teams that are hard countering these Charizard Mega Floette teams, because they just know the team inside out, they know the lines, know what they need to do most of the time, and I think that will be enough to maybe carry them to a winning position. But who knows, there's still a lot of players in the field, still a long way to go. We can't make any determinations just yet.
Not just yet, because there's so much more to be played for. And talking about one champion, we've got another Italian champion that is also undefeated. We mentioned him a couple of times. He is one of our players to watch, Davide Cognetta. And what a way to go about it. Like you said, you know, some of these Pokemon are tough to be able to counter, with a Mega Charizard Y in particular, but Davide clearly getting a bit of a drift of potential anti-meta pick with the Mega Gengar and that Politoed.
Yeah, and again, not coming up against any opposing Mega Gengar here. A little bit like Federico with their Mega, not bumping into the mirror throughout. And I think, yeah, dude's had a real mix of different Megas, different teams. And again, a little bit like Federico, has kind of overcome all of these different archetypes time and time again. And it's just testament to how well they can play this team, you know, being so skilled as a player, the understanding of Perish Trap in general, and knowing the other options that the team has to offer as well outside of that Perish mode that you quite rightly mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and going up against 7 Italians out of 8 in your phase 1, I'm sure that there will have been a lot of familiar faces that Davide would have ran into, but being able to just run amok in terms of all of the pressure that this mode in particular is able to offer you with all the different strategies that you've got accompanying with it. It really does match up quite nicely into most of the meta. You just need to make sure that you can avoid the Mega Floettes, which he has ran into a few, if I'm not mistaken, like 3 in phase 1. So he's going to be able to clearly have some good answers with the Mega Gengar mode, and the Tinkaton in particular. Gigaton Hammer, because of how brittle the physical defense is of that Mega Floette, may actually just one-shot.
Yeah, in a lot of scenarios, I think, and with the trap there, you don't have the flexibility to probably switch in those Intimidates so freely to kind of quell that attack down. So you're in a position, if you do get yourself into a scenario where you're in front of a Mega Gengar, Tinkaton comes in and it's going to make quick work of that Mega Pokemon, which it's not always that straightforward, is it?
And for good reason too, but clearly Davide has been able to navigate the waters around those matchups. What a way to go about it. Our current reigning Turin Special Champion from the 2023 season. And yeah, there are a couple of other notable Pokemon we could run over. I mean, the Mamoswine in particular, I think, is a very cool bring in the current meta. Depends on the item, I guess. Never Melt Ice might give you enough offensive prowess to pick up a one-shot on a couple of Garchomps, especially because he's got Oblivious and ability, which is essentially immune to Intimidate, but...
Going to need to invest quite heavily in those defenses, though, I think. And yeah,
tiny bits.
The Tinkaton is not going to be something that wants to sit in front of as well, because I feel like it gets the speed jump on that. But out of those 8 teams, from all 8 Swiss rounds, 6 of those teams had the combination of Basculegion and King Gambit there, which you feel are really prime Pokemon, top-tier Pokemon in this format that are great against shutting down and giving that Mega Gengar in particular a lot of issues, because you've got the Basculegion you can switch in and out. You don't know always consistently what item it's holding, so that changes the dynamic of approaching that Pokemon in a lot of ways. And then you've got King Gambit, which I don't really need to say too much on, but it is just such a threat to the Mega Gengar in particular. And with the Iron Head, it does pose Tinkaton quite a few issues as well.
It can, and you just got to be able to respect it and position it to the point where it commands the spotlight in terms of prioritization to get that piece off the floor. However, they're not the only Italian trainer to be doing an amazing job in Phase 1. Here in Turin, Italy, we've also got Giuseppe Musicco, currently at 7-1. So not undefeated, but oh so close in doing so is what I would say, but they're all green, so I clearly don't know my math correctly, Lee.
I was going to say, I thought they were 8-0, one of the undefeated trainers.
Sorry,
coming
Giuseppe.
into this. So yeah, Giuseppe, another trainer, having confidence in that Mega Charizard Y team there. Not going with the Mega Floette though, that's the big difference, and going with the Incineroar over really where that slot would be. So Soul Mega Pokemon here, but more than confident in having success with it. Again, going up against an array of different Megas. This time around facing lots of Mega Charizard Y, of
6
course.
out of 8.
And then you can see that last round facing off against the formidable Mega Abomasnow that has been on a tear this weekend.
It has. It's been lurking in the background. There have been trembles and discussions and whispers around it. And yeah, being able to overcome it is quite crucial, especially because it's such a niche combo of Pokemon in what is essentially a hard Trick Room mode. So it would have been quite tough going up against another undefeated trainer with that caliber of strategy. But Giuseppe's Pokemon, like we sort of discussed, very similar to Federico Camporesi's 6, but being able to essentially have a mode that benefits Giuseppe's, I'd say, more aggressive play style. At least those are my observations. Still strategic, but he knows when to sort of commit and has some early game 1 aggro plays that may catch their opponents off guard.
And I think this iteration of the team, you've got to play like that because you don't have the option where, you know, sometimes you go into a matchup and you say the Charizard probably isn't the most preferable thing here because there's so many opposing Pokemon that are going to give me a hard time. You don't have the fallback of that Mega Floette like you would normally see on these compositions. So yeah, real testament to Giuseppe being able to pilot this team through the field that they've come up against so far in this tournament.
Yeah, and has been doing an amazing job, like we said, in the current season. Just looking for that invitation right now, and more importantly, the glory, especially in such a new format, which, let's be real, it's only going to last a couple of more weeks. And AIC is going to be the final point for Regulation Set MA before we transition into the next.
Yeah, and just going back to Giuseppe's run, I think the amount of Charizard and Mega Floette teams, the same 6 that they played, I think 4 in a row at one stage. So that's
in a row,
incredible to see that they were able to overcome that, maybe 3 or 4 in a row.
Got a lot of practice, I guess.
Yeah, knows exactly what to do against that, but overcoming it every single time. So
for good reason, because like we said, it's popular, given the fact that it just works. There's so many different moves and openings against most of the meta that allow you to be able to essentially navigate those uncharted waters when you've got the niche counter picks going up against them. The fact that it's still so prominent is a testament to how good and viable of a 6 they are.
Yes, and is there anyone out there in the tournament still that can overcome these 6 against these players as well? Because I think at this point it's not just about the 6 Pokemon that they're using, it's the players that are kind of got them at their disposal and how well versed they are with these Pokemon. So it's a bit of a double act that you're going up against when you're coming into it. But I'm sure there's a lot of players that we've obviously not been able to feature that have done well, progressed to this next stage of the tournament. Still have a bunch of hidden techs up their sleeve ready to showcase on the broadcast.
Yeah, and one of those other trainers would be Matteo Ballini, who has yet again been able to do an incredible job, I would say, especially in the past couple of events and generally the season. Another Italian trainer rising to the fore. And yeah, just absolutely dominating this tournament. We know that obviously it being an Italian major event, the attendance of Italian trainers is going to be substantially high, but they still need to commit and play better than all of the other regions trying to pick up those wins.
Yes, we promise you there is a good mixture of different regions representing here at this event. It's not all Italian. The Italians are doing very well in their home region, but yeah, Matti are doing incredibly well. Another player that is undefeated going into Phase 2. Incredible job overall, and running something slightly different from a brother in with the Mega Frostlass, the Mega Scovillain that we've seen a few times, but a very interesting combination, and I think they complement each other very well.
Yeah, and Lycanroc in particular, I know we've already mentioned it a couple of times, but it has to be mentioned because I feel like it's such a counter-meta kind of team. Oh, should I say pick? Where it can work out quite nicely. It threatens so much damage with that Priority Excel Rock boosted by the Tough Claws against fire types everywhere, especially, obviously, target number one in the meta, that being Mega Charizard Y. But then you got the accompanying Pokemon, which, like we said, sort of unconventional for them being meshed with one another, but clearly working out quite nicely. Mega Scovillain, one of the best redirectors of this meta, if not the best. I mean, trying to fight against Sinisha for the number one spot, really, is a great way to be able to deter physical pressure on the other side of the field.
Especially with that spicy spray. But yeah, going back to the Lycanroc, I think it's just a highlight of how much rock as a typing is needed offensively in this format for a good reason. We look around at the top Pokemon in the format, and a lot of them are susceptible to that rock typing. We've had splashes of Glamora here and there. We've not seen too much of that Pokemon at this event over the weekend, but yeah, another option there is going to be the Lycanroc that players are trying and attempting and having success with. You've got Mega Tyranitar as well. Obviously, we saw how well that did in Indianapolis. I mean, across that, you know, the second phase of the tournament there's a lot of Mega Tyranitar in that portion of the tournament. So it'd be good to see if we've got an array of it there. But the Lycanroc, another good example of one of these rock-type Pokemon that is available to use, that is having a lot of success and being able to carry Mateo to an 8-0 record this weekend so far.
Yeah, and
it continues.
May well be the case, as we're going to be obviously showcasing Phase 9 as the next stream match. We're trying to make sure... Phase 9? I'm on Cloud 9, apparently. I've gone far away and merged the phases and the Swiss rounds.
Just having a moment, I'm like, how long have we been here?
Can you imagine? Wow, that would be the longest tournament ever.
Round 45, about to begin.
Good math, that. But no, sorry, Phase 2, Swiss round number 9. But no, I think we've already mentioned Lycanroc, really cool pick. Tyranitar is definitely something that I expect to see more of in today's action, and we haven't just yet. I haven't seen any Steelix. I'm not sure if you're aware if there are any on the battlefield.
I haven't looked specifically for Steelix. I've been a bit preoccupied with Mega Abomasnow sessions outside, watching the broadcast as well. So, yeah, I don't know about the Mega Steelix. I would imagine there's going to be the Mega Steelix. Like you said, I think, you know, it's going to be a team that people looked at from Indy last week and apply to this because it does well into those Charizard teams. So I hope we might get to see it over the weekend, but I'm sure there is a few that have snuck in. And maybe some iterations of it, you know? Maybe Wolf inspired a lot of trainers to give it a go, and maybe they've come up with their own variations. That's the beauty about it, you know? As, he's put the standard down. You can go on and develop it to your own liking or how it would fit maybe your play style.
It's true, because even though, let's say, it may have been the amazing pick for that tournament, it doesn't mean it will be the case for the next one, because there's so much innovation that can happen within just a couple of days worth that can flip everything onto its head. So it may have been the meta pick at the time or very close to being able to get obviously the second place, but it just may be the point where everyone's ready for it. You know, you're not going to be able to essentially surprise shock everybody.
No, that's true. I think it's hard for Mega Tyranitar in particular because of how many Sneaslers we're seeing. I was surprised at Indianapolis. I know it's a very good Pokemon, but
Dragon Dance is really good on it as well.
But yeah, Dragon Dance very strong. Yeah. And Excadrill, it's a free Pokemon you can put next to it. Steel type, which is very good into all these fairies. Ground typing as well. And you've got that Sand Rush ability. It's kind of speed control that doesn't necessarily take up a turn to set up.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Mega Excadrill isn't that much of a thing right now. Who knows? Maybe it is. But we have got a sneaky little live segment of which we're not going to tell you much about. We're just going to let the effect happen on screen. We're going to tune straight into there right now.
Welcome, trainers, to another round of Vowelless Pokemon. I'm Charlie Merriman, and I'm very merry indeed to be joined by my partner in crime, Ben Kiriakou. Ben, you reckon you can identify Pokemon names with the vowels missing?
Absolutely not.
Great. Your clue is these are all fire types, hailing in the summer here at the Turin Special Championships. Okay, you ready?
We can do
Number
this.
one, this one. And the people at home will be able to see on screen.
Okay,
so this is a Pokemon name with all of the vowels removed. NCNRR.
All fire types.
Yeah.
Fire types. I'm struggling here.
I can give you a clue.
I'm struggling. Oh, I'm thinking Ninetales, and now my head's stuck on Ninetales because it starts with an N.
I see.
It's definitely not that.
It's not Ninetales.
It's not that.
It's one of the most common Pokemon in VGC ever.
Oh, okay, Incineroar.
Incineroar,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay.
A little warm-up round.
You tried to bamboozle me there with the Pokemon name doesn't start with N.
Exactly that.
Okay.
Yeah, you've got to stay on your toes. And you've got to stay on your toes a lot with this one, okay? You ready?
All right.
NT. Who's that fire Pokemon?
Okay.
It's a baptism of fire, I'll tell you that much.
You're not giving me much to go on here.
Sure, well, would you like a clue?
I would love a clue.
Great.
I would love a
Generation
clue.
2.
Generation 2, that's... I'm really feeling it's hot here in Turin. I'm really feeling the heat.
Have you got the answer before Ben? Let us know. Hashtag play
Probably.
Pokemon. Okay,
Probably
here's
is the
another
answer.
clue. Legendary Pokemon from
Okay.
Generation 2.
I've got it.
Yeah?
Entei.
Entei, very good. That's 3 vowels in that round, trainers.
Okay.
Okay, now I've only got one more for you.
One more.
Are you ready? Here we go. DRMK. Pokemon name with the vowels removed.
Yeah, that is the well-known fire-type Pokemon Drunk.
Drunk. Perfect.
There we go. Right.
A clue?
Yes, please, Charlie.
It's going to be
I'm not good at the words, Charlie.
Okay,
you know that. This is why Charlie's my partner in crime, so I can get Charlie to do the words.
I can talk, you can math. Okay, Generation 5.
Generation 5.
Yeah?
I think I've got it.
Yeah?
I think I've got it. Darumaka.
Darumaka, very good, you see? A little bit of encouragement and we can all get there. Perfect. Congratulations to you, Ben. How did you do at home? Let us know with hashtag #PlayPokemon. We'll get back to the action very shortly. Good job. Nice.
We are back. Thank you so much, Charlie and Ben. That was exquisite and well-timed as well. Hello, Lee.
Hello.
Did you enjoy that little segment?
Loved it.
Did you now?
Loved it.
It was amazing.
One of the best segments I think we've had today.
Truly. I know.
To, Charlie.
I know. To be fair, his anagrams are genuinely great. So it's a lovely little, puzzle for you to be able to figure out. And Ben did a pretty good job there. He could have done better, but it's fine. It's
Gotta
okay.
give Ben credit. I think he did a stellar job.
Did you? Well, what parts did you really like?
All of it.
Did you? Okay, well, that's it. That's enough said. So we are still going ahead and getting things prepared. However, we have got the notable matches prepared for you. Let's get them on the screen and see which pairings are up against one another.
Let's see.
Let's see. It's going to be dramatic pause.
Yeah,
Is that intentional from your side? Who are you
Well.
expecting?
Oh,
okay,
look
all
at
right.
that.
Fair. Okay, that kind of was a given, right?
Suspense was worth it, right?
Yes, definitely.
What a match we've got coming up next. Yes, it was worth a little wait there, wasn't it?
It was. We've got 2 undefeated up against one another. Giuseppe Musicco versus Federico Camporesi is going to be the one that we're going to be featuring for this final stream match of today. However, Matteo Ballini versus Davide Cognetta, the other undefeated pairing, up against one another, followed by Davide Carer versus Arash Ommati and Leonardo Bonanomi, which we haven't been able to feature just yet. An amazing trainer as well, another Italian one, versus Luca Scianci with very interesting team, that Mega Scizor and the Mega Dragonite.
Yeah, I love that dual Mega team there of the Mega Scizor, Mega Dragonite. It's something we don't really see that often, but they do complement each other quite well, having that rain that benefits both of them, one that kind of helps activate and make those Hurricanes 100% that I saw so hard hitting, and then the Scizor that just loves the rain, doesn't it? Just doesn't like any sort of flames about it.
I think for good reason. It's kind of quad weak to any fire type, so any sense of heat, it will run away. But no, it's a great way to be able to complement all of the different compositions and the key players there. But Giuseppe Musicco versus Federico Camporesi, they've got some amazing achievements and very similar teams. So it's going to be a bit of a nail-biter here, where both obviously undefeated, the best place you can be in a tournament right now. However, they need to keep the momentum going if they want to try to get closer to clinching that top cut placement.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you may be thinking, well, they've done enough to get into phase 2. This is the point where can maybe take their foot off the gas. That's completely wrong. I think both trainers are going to be going as hard as they can to try and get the win here, to end the day as well as they've started it. Fortunately, only one of the trainers is going to be able to do that, but I love this matchup. We talked about Giuseppe, how they have kind of neglected to include the Mega Floette in their team, but they faced a lot of the Mega Charizard Y, Mega Floette teams and seemed to overcome them, which is exactly what Federico's got. But let's start off with the accomplishments, Costa.
Yes, as we mentioned before, EUIC this very season, top 16 placement, so close on being able to get that top 8 placement, but keeping that consistency going. Prior to that, Lille Regional top 4, 2 steps away from being able to be crowned champion. He has been on an absolute tear.
Yeah, and then going over to Federico's side, Gdansk Regional Champion from 2025, followed up by the NAIC Champion, and then a more recent Global Challenge Championship finish as well.
Yeah, I think multiple, in all honesty, if I'm not mistaken, he's been able to just be notorious in terms of both his best of 3 capabilities, but also the best of 1.
Yeah, exactly that, and that's just showcased how good a trainer they are. But let's have a closer look, Giuseppe's team here. As we've got the Charizard, it is going to be the Mega Charizard Y, the Incineroar, choosing the Choppleberry there, Parting Shot and Throat Chop as the options. Then the Choice Scarf Basket Legion, which we are seeing as an adamant nature. They're not a jolly nature, so we'll kind of be able to see the speed on that Pokemon. We've got the King Gambit. It has got Protect, opting for Low Kick in that 3rd slot alongside the Sucker Punch, Counter Cleave, Black Glasses supporting those Dark type attacks, and then kind of a standard Focus Sash Whimsicott, got that blanket of security there. The Tailwind, the Encore, going to be helpful, supporting Disruptive. And then the Garchomp there, Citrus Berry, probably going to be one of those more bulkier Garchomps that we've seen kind of rise to the floor in MA format with that very standard Earthquake, Dragon Claw, Rock Slide combination.
So something to note, and I think we've already given a slight mention about it, Giuseppe has only been running a 1 Mega Evolution team versus Federico, who has also got the Mega Floette, and the slot that's different, essentially, is the Incineroar inclusion on Giuseppe's side versus that Mega Floette over on Federico's.
Yeah, and it can open the door a lot because you've got that Fake Out support. The Intimidate support so valuable to just prolonging the longevity of your Charizard in front of those physical threats that it commonly comes up against. And it really is going to be a game changer in changing calculations for what players are expecting. And when you put things like that in the hands of a top trainer like Giuseppe, you're going to really be able to get the most out of it. Squeeze as much out of the orange to get the juicy there, and then get those victories.
So eloquently put, my friend, and that is exactly what both of our trainers are clearly thinking right now. I do want to call out on Federico's side that Mega Floette, which we're about to preview very shortly. It has a stat alignment of the timid option, which means it's going to be very fast. And opposed to the average being modest that enhances a special attack, it may well put Federico in spots where it's able to capitalize off the beat without having to dedicate slots to a Tailwind or a setup.
Yeah, that's a really good catch, I think. Well, it'll give us an idea of how that Floette is being run. Way more offensively. It's not like those Calm Mind setup ones are a bit more slow, a bit more methodical, that rely on that support. This one is going to be out of the gates, hitting hard. Light of Ruin, we know that is an incredibly strong attack and will be picking up near knockouts, if not a knockout. But the interesting thing alongside the stat alignment here is that the Garchomp, as well as Giuseppe's, I said Giuseppe's might be a bulkier Garchomp. I don't know if they are going to be, because they have the stat alignment of a speed boosting nature.
Yes,
where they are going to be jolly and they are going to be faster, taking advantage of that high speed stat as well.
Yeah, and that's sort of what we're expecting when you're paired up against the Charizard Y, as well as the Whimsicott, which, sure, okay, it does resist, it does break its Focus Sash, but it's a great way to be able to counteract that speed control and not take a lot of damage on its side of the field. We have got the leads. Giuseppe on the left-hand side with that Incineroar and Mega, or should I say Charizard for now, opening versus the opposing Charizard and that Garchomp.
Yeah, we've got the Incineroar here for Giuseppe, really useful in being able to drop and Intimidate onto the Garchomp. It's also got a valuable fake out here that it can go to. Do you go into the Garchomp here? You take a little bit of rough skin damage, but you prevent that Rock Slide from coming out, and then do you take advantage of that, or do you just try and reposition, keep your Charizard for later, and try and just keep on continuously weakening the opposing Garchomp? Because Incineroar not really too worried about what this Mega Charizard Y from Francesco's side is going to throw out. The weather balls will add up, but you can take a few of them while you get yourself sorted.
And that's why Federico wants to go directly on the offensive, sets that Sun up, but most importantly, trying to go for the Rock Slide, directly threatening the what was previous Charizard to put it within range, where perhaps the Charizard on Federico's side is going to be able to capitalize off of it. But we've got a sort of situation where the switch-ups may have to come out from Federico's side right now in anticipation of that Garchomp on the field for Giuseppe.
Yeah, it's a really nice switch from Giuseppe here because they've got their Garchomp on the field. They aren't -1. They're pressuring the opposing Garchomp with the Dragon Claw, and not only that, they're pressuring the opposing Charizard now with their own Rock Slide, which hasn't been checked, and that's exactly what's coming out.
Oh, 16 hit point survival. Will it be able to get a move off, which could be quite crucial in terms of the targeting? Solar Beam is absorbing all of the precious light, and it's going to be tackling the Garchomp, dealing so much damage. About, okay, I was going to say that had to be a crit. It's about 70 to 75% worth of damage, proccing the Citrus Berry, getting the parting shot now onto the Whimsicott. That could have been a double up there onto the Charizard, but clearly Incineroar wanted to prioritize the board state.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it was a really smart play here to go for that Rock Slide and take the opportunity when it presented itself. I think Federico probably felt quite comfortable knowing that it's Charizard is trained defensively, going to be able to take an opposing Rock Slide at least one time, but one time alone. You've got the perfect partner next to it now, where you've got the Whimsicott, you can set the Tailwind up, and then potentially, is that Garchomp in range of another Solar Beam? I don't know, it's going to be very, very close, and do you commit to that? Because even if you do, the Garchomp could quite easily switch out here into the Incineroar, and the Charizard could just get a big attack off. Heat Wave maybe, get rid of that Whimsicott, and because the Charizard on Federico's side is taking so much damage, it's going to be in range of any little wisp of a flame from the Heat Wave taking it down.
I think Federico's in a bit of a disadvantage, obviously because of how the board state's been playing out, but the fact that there's a lack of Incineroar to be able to lower the damage output from Giuseppe's side is quite crucial, because you're probably going to go down to an attack right now unless you pick up a KO. Weather Ball into the Charizard from Giuseppe's side, barely scratching that 50% mark. As we've got the Garchomp going for the Dragon Claw, making sure it can guarantee any damage into that slot, even if another Pokemon's coming back onto the field. And Charizard connects with the Heat Wave, picks up the KO. And even though Tailwind's been set up from Federico's side, to what cost? 2 of their Pokemon.
Yeah, in a really nice, consistent way to get rid of the Charizard there. Saying, okay, well, the Charizard could switch out for the Garchomp if it suspects a Rock Slide, so let's cover that and let's get a Dragon Claw just to cover bases there. Now, interestingly, Federico has brought their Floette as well, which is a great Pokemon to have in this scenario, in the Tailwind, to pressure that Garchomp that is and has been such a threat to Federico so far in this match.
Yeah, and surely the Incineroar has to come in from Giuseppe's side, right, Lee? The question is, can Federico catch it and go for the KO threaten?
Yeah, well, I mean, the Incineroar coming in, I think if it gets hit with a Light Rune, it's probably going to be leaving the field pretty quickly. But I think the main important thing here is that you get that all-important Intimidate onto the opposing Garchomp. You can see that Giuseppe does value their Garchomp, doesn't want to lose it so freely, and just protects it here from any threat as the Rock Slide from Federico's Garchomp does come out.
Yeah, and the awkward thing is that there's no Mega Evolution option on the Floette from Federico's side, because he already committed with the Charizard, so it's not going to have the Fairy Aura to further bolster the Fairy-type moves. And look at that. That's pitiful damage coming from a Floette. Sure, it's Dazzling Gleam. Sure, it's not modest at alignment, but yeah, it just goes to show how important that Mega Evolution form for it is.
Yeah, you've got the nice option now with the Incineroar to slow that Floette down a turn. You can fake out into that slot if you want. It will protect your Garchomp for at least one more turn, but the Garchomp in front of Federico's, even though it is -1, have you taken enough damage now where are you able to take that Dragon Claw -1? That's going to be the big question, but no, Dragon Claw locked into just another Rock Slide, maybe predicting a switch from Giuseppe, thinking that the Charizard might re-enter the field.
May well be the case. Rock Slide does connect onto Incineroar. Gonna have to find out if there's going to be any sort of flinch potential. potential, not for the moment. Dragon Claw not enough to pick up the KO onto that bulky Garchomp on Federico's side. Does have the proccing of the Citrus Berry as Sunlight has now faded, but still the advantage is surely in Giuseppe's side. You've just got so much more resource available.
You do. Yeah, I mean, you've got to, you need to get through this last turn of Trick Room. I think try and preserve your Garchomp, but you've got to remember as well, do you try and value the Intimidate? We know that Giuseppe still has one Pokemon to reveal here, so they could switch out that Incineroar to whatever they got in the back, and then keep that Intimidate to drop down on the opposing Garchomp one more time, and then it allows your Charizard a little bit more freedom to come in and take advantage of the sun in front of it without having to worry so much about those big physical attacks.
Yeah, defensive protect from Giuseppe there. Rock Slide will be connecting, picking up the KO onto Incineroar, but this sort of falls into the plan from Giuseppe's side. He wants to be able to bring in a Pokemon fresh, and it probably is going to be that Mega Charizard Y, which is surely going to be able to outspeed that Floette. But now that Tailwind has expired, the question is, Garchomp is surely going to be able to outspeed, but can it connect?
I was wondering if it would be maybe the Basculegion to come in here that Giuseppe had been keeping, but this is just as good because now you're going to be able to get your own Tailwind set, the Whimsicott, and you're also going to be able to allow your Garchomp to attack before Federico. So you put a lot of pressure onto that opposing Garchomp instantly with a Dragon Claw. You can go for that. And if you remove that opposing Garchomp, then you can, your Charizard just comes in and cleans up the Floette.
Okay, so we see both of our trainers trying to get the most crucial piece defended right there. Dragon Claw will only be met with the Protect. Very good play, but Federico not able to capitalize off of it. Get rid of the Garchomp. Unfortunately, didn't get the read, and we see the forfeit. Giuseppe has got that game won.
Yeah, it could have went either way in that end game, but you see, as soon as that Garchomp locks into the Protect and the Whimsicott locking into Protect as well, you know from that point that the Garchomp is rendered useless that next turn because the on-call lock will come in there. Yep. And then you can just bring in your own Charizard from that point on if you are Giuseppe, and then clean up the non-evolved Floette and the Garchomp with the remaining health that it had. So very well managed by Giuseppe in the end game there. Not overextending themselves at all in that match and really preserving the Whimsicott for the perfect opportunity when the opposing Tailwind that Federico had set up had expired.
Something that you don't commonly see, but Giuseppe clearly seeing the value from it mid to end game to be able to wrap things up. So Lee, something that we noticed, Federico brought both of his Mega options. He only could commit with one. The Floette was essentially just a neutered down scenario form of what it could very well be with the Mega Evolution. Is that a misplay? Do you feel like that might be a good consideration going into Game 2, opting just for one rather than both?
Maybe. I think the Mega Floette, it's hard to bring it and Mega Evolve it in front of a Mega Charizard Y.
Yeah.
But it is a more offensive variant, and it does have the option to cause a lot more disruption to Giuseppe's team than maybe the Charizard has, because as soon as that Garchomp comes onto the field for Federico, then the Charizard on Giuseppe's side, yes, you can intimidate it, but it is instantly threatening. You almost feel like you've got to react. You can't keep it on the field. You've got to bring something else in, and that opens up opportunities, whereas with the Floette, you can just have that constant damage cycling on and in and out, so.
Oh, and we do have a switch up. Game 2 has brought the King Gambit and Garchomp this time round from Federico's side, able to capitalize off of the Incineroar Brain, now having +1 in its attack.
Yeah, and that's a really nice catch there, but the one drawback of that is you're sitting in front of two fire types. One can bring the sun and the other can just attack into you. Now, the Charizard is threatened here by that Garchomp, but it is -1, so you would probably say it can take at least one Rock Slide. The one thing you need to watch out for, and I'm sure Giuseppe is aware, is that it is a combination of that Sucker Punch Rock Slide, but you do have Fake Out to get around that for at least one turn if that is what's chosen.
Yeah, and there is a consideration that Federico has to be able to be aware of, and that is the potential of locking the Garchomp into a potential Protect, hence why we saw it try to go on the offensive. It does deal a bit of rough skin damage, but it's willing to be able to do it to make sure that the Whimsicott doesn't switch in, get that lock going already, and then allow Charizard to just go for max damage.
Yeah, that Heat Wave, even though it's resisted, still doing so much damage. Why Charizard Y is one of the best Megas in this format and so hard to kind of keep a handle on here. And Giuseppe not taking any risks here, catching the Protect on the King Gambit because it is threatened threatened from that fake out and that follow-up with the heat wave. So catching the Garchomp, getting some very valuable damage on. Now it'll be the Charizard's turn to protect, as we probably see a parting shot from the Incineroar onto that Garchomp, or maybe even an attack into the King Gambit here just to try and remove it.
Yeah, I was going to say there would have been, if the low kick was an option on Federico's side, the option of going for the Incineroar, but it's got Iron Head, Kowtow Cleave, and the Sucker Punch, so it's not going to be able to finally get rid of that or have the option to do so, as Incineroar, though, does flinch. Cheeky little rock slide there.
Yeah, and we're not going to find out what was locked into from Giuseppe, so puts him a little bit further back now. The Charizard's still in that same threat, where a combination of Sucker Punch, Rock Slide probably will be enough, especially when it is Defiant boosted. Incineroar now in that spot where it probably wants to go after the King Gambit again, but does Federico kind of follow up with the same sort of play? Do they maybe protect the King Gambit here, and they could go for an Earthquake just to get more damage onto the board? If you suspect the Charizard's going to switch out from Giuseppe, it is dangerous though, because you could leave it to go for an attack, but I think because it's so threatened right now, you're probably quite safe to go and lock in for something like that.
Okay, but we have the Floette being brought onto the field, revealed in this game too, whilst the Charizard switches out. So clearly both of our trainers trying to be one step ahead in terms of the subsequent board state available after this turn. King Gambit has protected itself. Parting Shot goes into the Floette slot. There was no real reason for Giuseppe not to do it, aside from being fearful of a potential flinch yet again, but this gives a lot of momentum with that pivot action going.
Yeah, it's a really nice play here from Giuseppe, not to commit to that King Gambit there and just go for the Parting Shot. Like you say, why not go for it? Because if you catch the Garchomp with it, then you lower that attack even further. But like we're saying, what a great switch from Federico to have something on the field now that threatens the Garchomp that you were suspecting maybe coming in. You weaken that, which gives you a much easier time dealing with that Pokemon. Now you've got your Charizard back on the field, and it probably is in a position where it can put a lot of pressure on both the Floette and that King Gambit this next turn.
This is still an awkward spot for Federico because both of his Pokemon most likely are not going to be able to take advantage of speed. But then again, let's not forget, the Floette is actually timid. So depending on the training of this Garchomp, there may be a chance to be able to outspeed it.
Yeah, the combination of Light of Ruin and a Sucker Punch into the Charizard, I'm really curious. I think that might be very close to picking up this Charizard, so that could be a combination that we do see.
Fairy Aura now activated. Sucker Punch into the Charizard. 38 hit points. That is so huge. Earthquake will be able to deal damage onto both of Federico's Pokemon. Not quite enough to pick up the KO, but like you said, Lee, are we going to see
the Light of Ruin?
No, really didn't. And at least you're not going to be taking that much recoil damage in return because of how low Charizard's HP is. You have gotten rid of the raid boss from Giuseppe's side. Although you need to respect, now Giuseppe has a free switch in. It could very well be that Whimsicott, but there's a lot of firepower lost in order to deal with the King Gambit.
Yeah, and that's it. I think the King Gambit here is a big threat, and we see it's probably going to be able to take another Earthquake here, and now the Garchomp really threatened by a Light of Ruin because you can't allow that Garchomp to take that. It's not going to be able to survive that or a Moonblast, but you do have the Whimsicott here to set up that Tailwind to potentially put a little bit of a disruption with the Encore that it's got access to on that Floette, and why we're maybe seeing it switch off the field now.
I was going to say, we did see the Garchomp actually outspeed that Floette as well. Another reason for Federico to be able to take that into consideration. Garchomp's berry has been procced, gets a bit of recovery. Sucker Punch dealing so much damage. Moonblast will be breaking the Focus Sash on this Whimsicott and dealing so much respectable damage. Not even Pixie Plate boosted. The Earthquake is enough to pick up the KO because of the Rough Skin interaction onto the King Gambit.
Yeah, that's a huge play there. You break your own Focus Sash, but it's well worth the trade-off here. Now you've got your own Whimsicott onto the field, and you've done so much damage with that initial Moonblast on the switch, and where that Whimsicott on Federico's side will likely go down to another Earthquake from Garchomp, and because you've got the jump speed-wise with your Tailwind, you could just lock in with a Tailwind, go for an Earthquake, and it's likely enough to get that Floette as well at the same time because of that speed interaction we've already seen.
Could there be a mind game of Encore Speed Tide to be able to stop the Tailwind coming out from Giuseppe's side?
That definitely could be. The Encore, it could be an option here. But I think if you're Giuseppe, I think you just click Tailwind, just click Earthquake.
Have to.
And then just see how things play out, because you're in such a dominant position here. But if you're Federico, you've got a lot to do. You've got to kind of hope that you can, maybe catch something with the Encore if possible. But I don't know. You're going to be able to at that stage, because then you're still going to be outspeeding it. But there is the Tailwind.
Okay. Yeah, you're going to have to hope that Giuseppe does not select the exact same move. But wait, he doesn't. There's a Dazzling Gleam! Double KO onto the Garchomp and the Whimsicott. My lordy, what an interaction. And Federico may have just put himself back into the game.
Yeah, Giuseppe there, that's huge. Not going for the Tailwind of their own, and then really getting punished for that decision, where the Floette now taking full advantage of that speed control, and the Incineroar now on its lonesome isn't going to have enough to be able to deal with this combination. You would say, no, it looks like Federico is going to tie this up, and we're going to get a game 3.
Wow. I think it's very fair to say we were not expecting that, given the momentum that was in Giuseppe's favor. Lee, let's dissect that. The Tailwind, why wasn't it opted in from Giuseppe's side?
I think you talked about it a little bit going into that turn, where there's a potential of an Encore there, lock, and maybe Giuseppe's thinking, okay, well, you know the speed interaction between the Garchomp, my Garchomp, and the Floette. If we just match Tailwinds, I'm wasting a Tailwind essentially, because the Garchomp's going to get the jump on everything, going to get Earthquake, and it's probably going to knock everything out. So is that what Federico's going to go for? And maybe thinking it's probably going to go down there, probably going to go down a different route, and why we didn't see the Tailwind there. But then Federico saying, if you're not going to do that, I'm going to go for it, and I'm going to punish you, and I'm going to tie this game up. So maybe that's why we saw things play out like it did.
Okay, game 3. Where are both of our trainers at? Same sort of compositions? Because clearly Federico did a great job with the adaptation in game 2.
Yeah, really great adjustment. Like you mentioned, heading into that game, was it worth concentrating on one Mega rather than the dual? And I think the decision to do that with the Mega Floette was really, really great. I love the lead of the Kingambit as well. It now makes Giuseppe think twice about leading the Incineroar. So really, right? Because you can't have an easy time, but if you don't lead the Incineroar, then you don't have that Intimidate support and you don't have the Fake Out support. There is a trade-off there, so it makes things a bit more difficult. Federico making all the right decisions to not give an easy time to Giuseppe to take this game.
All right, here we go. This is the final game of our first day here in Turin for the Special Championships. Giuseppe and Federico both undefeated, trying to remain that way going into tomorrow. Floette, Garchomp versus the Charizard and the Incin.
Yeah, I think Giuseppe happy not to see the Kingambit here, and it really paying off, staying with that combination, and now has access to the Fake Out. You can go for that into the Garchomp, prevent any Rock Slide threat coming into your Charizard, Mega Evolve, and potentially get a big Heat Wave into both of these targets and get that valuable damage. You don't need to worry so much about what this Floette is going to throw out, although there is the threat of the Light of Rune, as always, will be present.
And we're going to have to see if the training from Giuseppe's side may allow the Incineroar to survive, because it is a careful stat alignment promoting the special defensive prowess of this Incineroar rather than the defensive. So, Fake Out. Where does it go? It goes into the Garchomp. Rough Skin activated. That may actually put it within range of a Light of Ruin that we do not see in Moonblast. Instead, for the Charizard, putting it just above 50%. Is there any drop of special attack? Not this time. Charizard goes for the Heat Wave, and it misses on the Garchomp. It does connect with the Floette, though, dealing so much damage, Lee.
Oh, and the burn as well, that residual damage there. Yeah, the miss onto the Garchomp's pretty huge. We saw how much damage it did in that game too, and it was really consequential going into the latter stages of that game. Really nice pick there for the Moonblast into the Charizard. It's not very effective, but what it's essentially done is put it in range of a Rock Slide. Now. The Garchomp is on -1, so this is why we're seeing the Protect here, because a Rock Slide coming out, it would connect, it would pick up that Charizard, and now taking advantage of the free slot, the Incineroar can't Protect, Light of Rune into it, and this combination is going to be more than enough to pick up that Incineroar.
There's no way it could be more careful than that. Does go down, but at the cost of its own stead. Floette is now down. Federico has lost his Mega option for this game 3. He's going to have to, make a way through with his remaining 3 Pokemon. Probably going to be a Whimsicott potential. I'm not sure if maybe the Basculegion can be brought.
If Basculegion to the back, it could be an option, but I mean, in front of a Whimsicott, it's not really going to help you out too much, right? But you've got the advantage now of setting your Tailwind and Rock Sliding this next turn, because even if Giuseppe goes for a Tailwind, the Charizard's going to be slower than the Garchomp. It's going to be susceptible to a Rock Slide. It's going to go down to that. So what you do, you switch the Charizard out. It's just protected. It's very vulnerable at this stage. And what do you want to do as well? Do you want to maybe try and just attack into the Garchomp and switch your Charizard out? Maybe go for a Moonblast into the Garchomp and start whittling it down. And that's why that Heat Wave miss was so pivotal from that turn 1, because it would have put it in range of probably a Moonblast taking the Garchomp out.
And there's going to be a lot of mind games. Incineroar is no longer an option to be able to slow down the offensive pressure from Federico's side. Talking about that, Moonblast goes into the Garchomp. That switched in, covering so nicely that slot. Probably going to be the double up here. If it's a Dragon Claw, this would be an insane play. Moonblast from Giuseppe's Whimsicott, now going into the opposing one, actually dropping its special attack, dealing so much damage, but it's going to be the Rock Slide. Didn't want to commit with the Dragon Claw in order to break the Focus Sash from Giuseppe's Whimsicott, but what a showdown!
Yeah, really nice just to cover bases there from Federico, saying, well, if your Charizard doesn't stay in, I'm going to catch the Garchomp that I suspect in the back, and exactly what happens. Big Moonblast. Now that Garchomp on Giuseppe's side is not having as free a time. Now, what do you do here? Do you set the Tailwind up and try and get the jump on the opposing Garchomp, hoping that the opposing Whimsicott doesn't Moonblast you and you can get the Dragon Claw off before the opposing Garchomp can? There's a lot of mind games and 50-50s coming into play here, and the Charizard doesn't feel like a great option to bring in right now for Giuseppe.
I was going to say, there's the on-call mind games that you need to be able to respect too. It does seem to be the Basculegion as the final Pokemon of choice from Federico's side, followed by a Protect from the Garchomp on Giuseppe's. Moonblast does target it down, deals about 35% damage, is going to be able to maybe put it within a range, but Federico willing to take the risk, go for the Dragon Claw if there's any sort of speed tie interactions going, because both the Garchomps are jolly and both the Whimsicotts are timid.
Yeah, now the Garchomp, in a similar situation to what it was before, it's still going to be susceptible to a Moonblast from the opposing Whimsicott and the Garchomp there. The Basculegion coming onto the field now does offer a little bit more offensive threat, but it takes away some of that distraction as well, taking a Moonblast from that Whimsicott.
Who wins the speed tie? It's going to be the Garchomp from Giuseppe's side. Moonblast and the Dragon Claw, enough to pick up the KO onto the Basculegion. Dragon Claw on Federico's side, maybe a bit too late. However, it's not over just yet. Whimsicott is still available on Federico's side. It's going to be a battle between both of these little cotton balls.
Yeah, and it comes down to Garchomp really versus the Charizard, and that's the thing. I think Federico's Garchomp still in a very strong spot where depending on how it is trained, is it going to be able to take a Moonblast? You would suggest probably it is. So all you do if you're Federico is click that Tailwind button, hope that you don't get encored into your previous move, which is a Moonblast, and allows you then to get that Rock Slide off.
Oh, this is going to be close. Are our trainers willing to risk a speed tie interaction between the Whimsicott from either side? It's going to be really telling, and it's going to allow them to continue their undefeated streak. But will they commit?
And there's always the risk as well, I think, of the Charizard on Giuseppe's side going for a Protect, but it's very risky. And going for the Moonblast into the Garchomp, hoping that's enough to pick it up. But if you do that, then you become susceptible to the Encore. But here is an Encore.
It encores the Garchomp. It's locked into Dragon Claw. It is not allowed to go for the Rock Slide. We see the Whimsicott interaction. They're trying to go for the Encore of its own. Federico has dropped his headset. Heat Wave has connected on both Pokemon. Garchomp is left on its own. 94. It cannot touch the Whimsicott on Giuseppe. This looks locked up.
Yeah, that is one way to do it. Winning the speed tie was huge there to lock that Garchomp into the move that it wasn't able to take advantage of. And Giuseppe Musicco is going to be your winner here in Swiss Round 9.
It all came down to the speed ties between the Whimsicott. Literally, we're sort of like building it up because it kept on being an option that was on the board. And at that point, you sort of need to commit in order to guarantee the win. But it's literally a coin toss because both of them are timid stat alignment based. And it literally comes down to that. Like, whoever wins it is able to get the encore onto the other side of the field to be able to disrupt and knock him out to allow the KOs there for the sweep on the other side.
Yeah, it's so risky because you are really putting it down to just hoping that you get that you're the one that wins that speed tie, because if you are, we saw what happened there, and it's just, you know, there might not have been other ways that they were feeling confident of ways around that battle, but you think, this is my best opportunity, I'm going to go for it. And both players you saw did go for that encore at the same time. Giuseppe winning it, locking the Garchomp in, the Dragon Claw not going to be anywhere near enough. Now, not being able to deal with the Whimsicott, and then the opposing Charizard going to be able to deal with the opposition one. And we saw the outcome there. But what a game from both players. The mind games throughout, you could see the decisions made from both sides in both games leading up to that game 3 were just incredible to see. Both getting the advantage of one another back and forth until it came right down to the wire to like you say, a coin flip right at the end there with whoever got that encore first.
It was very dramatic up until the literal final turn between both of our trainers because they have such similar composition of teams, excluding that one piece that separated them both, which proved to be quite crucial in this matchup. Incineroar on Giuseppe's side versus the Mega Floette on Federico's.
And the Incineroar came out on top again.
It did. Who would have thought?
About Giuseppe, how many times they come up against this combination throughout the day. It doesn't matter how it happened or how you came to the win. That team has overcome that combination of Mega Charizard Y and the Mega Floette, the Incineroar proving to be a very valuable option. And against that kind of mirror of Charizard Y team, you can see why it's so valuable, because it causes so many issues for the Garchomp. It can't function as well as it would like to. It's a hard bring with the King Gambit because, yes, you get the Defiant boost. Yes, you can get those powerful Sucker Punches, but really at what cost? A lot of the time you're sitting in front of two fire types. And we had that turn as well where Giuseppe did get flinched by a Rock Slide. Were they going for a Flare Blitz into the King Gambit to remove it? We'll never know. Well, we might know. Giuseppe
that's a valid point,
but there are a lot of scenarios that make it difficult, whereas the Floette, it was impactful, but I don't. It kind of traded itself for half health of the Charizard and
literally the Incineroar. Literally, it picked up the KO and got KO'd.
It took my place. I'm taking you down.
Whether you like it or not. But yeah, unfortunately, it's like we said, very good bring in terms of, you know, like opposing Garchomps and neutral damage being dealt onto the Incineroar, but you need to be able to further your board state enough to the point where you don't have to rely on the on-course speed tie, which, understandably, Federico had to at the same time as Giuseppe, because like that's how well they played against one another.
Yeah, and that's how fine the margins are with how close and you know, talent both of these trainers are to each other, where it did just come down to that. And if you don't go for it in that scenario, you lose.
That's it, exactly.
You lose by not going for it, so you are almost forced to go for it if you think your opponent's going for it, to give yourself the best opportunity possible.
Yeah, it's tough, but that's the game. And, you know, we're making it sound like, oh no, Federico's out of the run. It's like, no, he's not. He's only just picked up his first loss in a set within this entire tournament thus far. Going into tomorrow at 8-1, apologies, is pretty... Oh, no, it is 7-1. No, 8-1. I'm losing my math. It is 8-1. Okay, cool. I'm good.
That was round 9.
Thank you. I thought it was phase 9. My bad. But no, a little inside joke from earlier. But no, at Giuseppe, standing strong at 9-0, must be feeling so happy with himself, especially up against a fellow comrade, local, Federico Camporesi, our current NAIC champ.
Yeah, I mean, it's a perfect way to finish the first day, you know, so you couldn't really ask for anything more. But yeah, Federico, one of those players, I'm sure they're going to get a lot more value from this loss, and if the match happens again, I'm sure they're going to be able to take what they've learned from this and say, there's slight adjustments here, there that I could make going into the next one. But we have Giuseppe ready on the couch to give us their insights on all of their takes from that last match. So let's throw it over and hear from the person themselves.
Yeah, absolute nail biter here. Round 1 of phase 2, round 9 overall of our Swiss. We have our one of our undefeated players for day 1 of our competition here. Giuseppe, how are you feeling going undefeated today?
No, I'm so excited, also like surprised of what I achieved today, because yeah, it's not the first time I go undefeated on day 1. But honestly, like the prep for the tournament went so bad. And because it's a new game, champion.
Yeah,
so,
of course.
And it usually takes me a while to adapt to new formats. And it's not like Scarlet and Violet where the next format was very similar to the previous one, or we also had repeated formats. There was a new format all along.
We've built everything up now, and it's kind of been knocked down coming into Turin, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, and game is so different, and I didn't feel like I was good at the game. I mean, right now, like, during the prep of this tournament, because I was trying lots of stuff and nothing worked for me. But yet I'm here like 9-0 in day 1, so something has gone well.
Something gone very, very well. And especially against going up against Fede in that last round, you're both undefeated.
Yeah.
You're both running really similar teams. Tell us a little bit about what you're thinking, like knowing that you're going up against a great player, using pretty much a similar team to what you're using.
Yeah, I mean, Camporesi is not only a great player, but also like a great friend of mine. We are also roommates for this tournament. So.
Of course. Of course.
Yeah, so I was excited to play him because it was the first time for me playing him. And I knew the team because he also like gave me some suggestion for the team. He gave me his team as well. Like he told me, okay, this is what I'm going to play. And I looked at the team and was like, yeah, well, I want to play something similar, but something more on my comfort zone. So our two teams look similar, but they're really not, because he has really an offensive mode floet, and I just decided to put in Sinner over the slot. And I know it's not great in this team because it clashes a bit with the Tailwind mode with Musicco. Like people told me there's no point in playing Sinner in this competition, but I was like, okay, maybe I'm going to make the team worse, but also going to make my performance better.
I was going to say, yeah. So like, team maybe not as good, but you with it is more important than that.
That's what I'm used to play, like in Sinero, like not like in totally supporting mode. Like I don't like full setup. I like this kind of balance thing where I break out pressure or party shot repositioning. Because what I do usually, it's not like setup games, it's more like positioning play. Positioning game in Sinero allows me to do that, so that's why I was confident with the slot. So far, it's going well also because I pulled like some matchups where in Sinero was good, including Fede's team. I think it's the sixth time today I faced that team.
Sure. So also you've had a lot of practice, you've had a little bit of prep, and talked about this sort of composition.
Honestly, I got more practice along the tournament because I faced some matchups so many times today that I'm like, I know exactly what they can punish me for and what I should do to preserve my winning position. Yeah. So.
Well, you showed us exactly how to pilot it. You did really, really well. Yeah. Congratulations on going undefeated. As you said, this was going to be a little bit of a quick one. So we can let you go and rest with your friends. Maybe walk back to where you're staying with Fede and talk about the matchup a little bit more. Before we let you go, any shout-outs for
shout out to the server, my team, because it's a group of friends that are always there to help me when I need. And it's the most important thing for me in this game.
Perfect. Giuseppe, congratulations again. Thank you so much. We're going to be going to a very quick break before we wrap things up here in Turin Special Championships on the couch. So don't go anywhere. We're right back to close out the show.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm. Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot. Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves
and can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mischievous, por ejemplo, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's home, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Sira. Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
So,
what's your favorite?
This has been it. We have been in Turin, enjoying all of the champion action, having a champion time, some would say, and absolutely enjoying it. I am Costa, this is Lee, that's Charlie, and that is Benny. And yeah, it's been a fantastic day here in Turin, but unfortunately, it's all come to a close before we go into tomorrow. So, how are we feeling, guys? What's your highlight?
Oof. On the spot. It's really hard. I think the whole day generally has been just so exciting to watch each and every round because we've had so much diversity. I know we've had similar teams on, but I think we've had a really good array of showcase, different megas, different comps, different play styles throughout the day. So you know what? I'm gonna give you a point here. I'm gonna say
Mega Gengar.
Cognetta with the Mega Gengar. Yeah. I like that match. I think they played that so well, and I can't just highlight them, but I think all of our players have played extremely well today. But I think that one in particular, that was a bit of a masterclass. That Perish Trap team.
Yourself.
Lee, you say on the spot, but this is the same question that we ask at the end of every single day one that we do. So I feel like
my head's just digested everything that's happened.
Enough.
So
it's in phase 9. That's fine. So
let me call out Jamie Boyd. I mean, I've got to say, I've never seen, I don't think, a phase 1 that's had such creativity, such difference in team building, and also you should have seen the crowds forming. Normally for the finals, sure, we've got a big crowd there cheering along, but all day we've had the applause going for all of the champions action. Everyone is so excited. But I'm going to go right back to the start with the very first stream match we had with Jamie Boyd. That's such creative team featuring Weird Deer. I mean, come on. But it's got such a good place in the format right now. You're definitely going to want to go and check that out if you feel like you need some team building advice.
I remember Charlie forgot that the Weird Deer was on the team.
No, it was the last one I named.
I'll tell you what, Costa, I'm going to throw you a bone here. What are you thinking?
No. What are you thinking?
What are you thinking?
Mega Gengar, obviously.
Obviously.
Lee had to go and steal it.
Sorry.
Really, but that's fine. I'm not insulted. But no, I mean, I'd say there's a lot of variety of what we saw. I think Arash Ommati as well, bringing the Sajin Park top 4 team from the Korean Nationals was amazing. And he handled it absolutely expertly. And I'll throw you a bone right back. It's going to be Flavio Del Pidio's El Maestro Masterclass, right?
You know what? It actually could have been. It actually could have been. That match was really great to watch. It was. But for me, it was just seeing Mega Charizard X popping off.
Yeah,
both Alex Soto, Markus Hamman being able to pilot it to victory on the stream, 4-0 overall in matches. I haven't seen yet whether or not it's managed to convert through to phase 2 of the tournament plus round 9. But I've got a sneaking suspicion it's going to be in a good spot.
Well, talking about players that have qualified through and are playing tomorrow, a couple more rounds in order to be able to decide whether they will be able to reach the top cut. We have got an accolade of them with standings as well to follow suit. And what a great way to be able to go into tomorrow's matches as well with such well-known, accomplished trainers, but also a couple of surprises.
Yeah, incredible. You know, there's some players that are very well known that we haven't been able to feature today. Francesco Piapero being able to progress through to Phase 2. Leonardo Bononomi as well, another very strong trainer. And despite the setback early on, Giulio Tarlao has managed to progress, keep that winning streak going, and get into Phase 2 of this tournament.
Big shout out to Sali Resuli there as well, who are Turin senior champion back in 2023, now in the Masters division, and stamping their ticket into Phase 2 as well. We featured them on stream earlier, so go and check that out. Might not be a name you're so familiar with, but you're going to hear about it a whole lot more soon.
Of course, in Phase 2, we also saw Giuseppe versus Federico. Giuseppe was able to take the win in a near mirror match. They're also rooming together. They also talked about the preparation for their teams.
Oh, did they?
Giuseppe was not feeling it coming in.
Wow.
But he's 9-0.
Yeah, well, yeah, casually, you know, as one does. I wish I could share the same sentiment. But no, what an accomplished way to be able to do that against one of the very best trainers, Federico Camporesi, in the final match that we were able to feature on the broadcast. And I do want to give a call out, not only, and I think we've mentioned it before, Davide Cognetta, but also his younger brother, Mattia Cognetta. So we've got both brothers that have been able to seal their way through to Phase 2. And it's a beautiful thing, really. I remember Mattia being crowned senior champion back when in EUIC 2023, if I'm not mistaken, and there was so much support for him in the crowd, Davide in particular cheering his brother on, so must be an overwhelmingly positive feeling rocking up with both of them making it through to the next stage.
Yeah, it's a great story, isn't it? I mean, having two brothers progressing into the next phase of the tournament, and hopefully they go much deeper into play tomorrow. That's the big thing. So I'm sure both of them will be rooting each other on and hoping that they don't get paired up against each other at any stage before
drama.
Top Cut or even further on, maybe even finals. What a dream that would be.
It really would be. But talking about tomorrow, we have got the times available for the broadcast in order for you lovely folks to be tuning in. 8:45 a.m. CEST and 11:45 PDT. So you really, and I mean it this time, will not want to miss it, because this has been the first Champions EU event and it has been an astounding success so far. So much variety in the meta, and there's so much more to come tomorrow. So make sure that you are, of course, tuning in for that. Moving on, we have got the schedule of Twitch, where we've got a lot more action going on. Maybe not necessarily competitive side, but we have got some great call-outs to the anime, too.
Yeah, Tuesday on the 9th of June, we've got Pokemon Black and White series. Don't miss that one, because on Wednesday, following that, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., we're going to have the NAIC preview show. This will be a rerun. It actually went live yesterday if you missed it, so you have the second time around to catch all of the action from all of our lovely casters that covered that. More Black and White Thursday before we get into all the action at NAIC, starting Friday, running over the weekend through to Sunday.
So exciting. The final IC of the season, but of course, also the final event before the World Championships in August. So if you want to get all the latest and greatest from Regulation Set MA, then definitely tune in to NAIC. Who will be our champion? Could it be you, Ben?
No. Unfortunately not. I'd love to put my hat into the ring there, but I'm not going to be playing at NAIC at all, so it's definitely not going to be me.
That's a shame.
We've ruled that one out. I know I was high up on a lot of people's lists.
Yeah, I'm sure,
but we've crossed that one out before we started, so there you go. You can take that one off your bingo cards.
Well, there you go. You can do that whilst we do have the Pokemon.com/broadcast hub in order to make sure that you are staying up to date with all of the action going on, not only this weekend, but all of the future ones as well. There's already been so much hype going into the build-up of NAIC next weekend. However, we are still here in Turin, and great ways for you to make sure that you are tuning in is through the YouTube, thank you, Charlie, and the Twitch channels as well. If you've unfortunately missed this and you're watching it in the VOD right now, congrats, you don't need to know this information, you're already here. But if not, make sure to tune in because there's so much going on.
I like you a diagram, Palkia. They're just bending space.
That's kind of what I do, buddy. I try. But no, we've also got the social media platforms as well. We've got X, we've got the YouTube community posts, we've got Facebook as well as Insta. Make sure to be getting those hashtag play Pokemon posts going in order to make sure you get involved with all of the action. And who knows, maybe you could even have your own post featured on the broadcast one day. So with that being said, talking about days, we are completely done with this one going into tomorrow. Any final words from you lovely folks, excluding Benny?
Thank you to all the viewers for watching, tuning in, supporting our players and us today. And I want to see Mega Abomasnow tomorrow.
Yes.
Mega Abomasnow is in Phase 2. We need to see it in action.
Justice.
That's all.
Or Mega Abomasnow. Charlie.
Tomorrow, the final day of regional level action across NA and EU for the 2026 season. And we're only just getting started with Pokemon Champions. It's going to be momentous, and you don't want to miss it. And I'm gesturing at you with a breadstick, and that will hopefully secure that you're here tomorrow.
Okay. Fellow Stick War, colleague.
I have no more words. The breadstick has broken. The day is done. We're going to be getting some rest. We're going to be going into day 2, Phase 2.
And Benny's voice has broken as well, by the way.
I might be broken by the bread. We'll have to see if I make it back here for tomorrow. But yeah, all of our trainers have showed us so much class, so much talent, and so much creativity in their team building. I can't wait to see who's going to come out on top.
There you have it, folks. We're going to go ahead and get some rest. We ensure that we will have more tuning in for tomorrow. So make sure you don't miss out, and we'll see you then.